Chapter 981. Ding Xian reached out and opened Ding Adua's eyes, lowered his head, and looked closely. Suddenly, a purple light flew out of Ding Adua's eyes and shot directly into Xian's eyes. Everyone saw that the purple light flying out of Ding Adua's eyes was a butterfly girl like an elf. But because the distance was too close and the speed was too fast, no one could react to stop it. Ding Xian's body exuded strange power ripples, but he was unable to stop the purple dark butterfly girl. The butterfly girl flashed and rushed into Ding Xian's eyes. Everyone was shocked. That thing was obviously extraordinary. It was not an ordinary purple dark butterfly. Who knows what would happen if she caught their eyes? What's more terrifying is that the purple dark butterfly girl lurked in Ding Adua's body. They checked for so long and didn't find anything. This is enough to show the horror of the purple dark butterfly girl. Ding Xian, the person involved, was not too surprised. His expression remained calm, and the ripples on his body continued. The next second, something incredible happened. Time seemed to go backwards on Ding Xian's body. How did the purple nether butterfly girl enter just now? Now it was like a video played backwards, and she retreated from Ding Xian's eyes. Ding Xian stretched out his slender fingers and pinched the wings of the purple nether butterfly girl, clamping her between his fingers. The purple nether butterfly girl, who wandered between nothingness and reality, was now like a bound butterfly. She struggled a few times, but could not break free from Ding Xian's fingers. Who are you? Why do you want to use my son's body to kill me? Ding Xian looked at the purple nether butterfly girl, who was pinched between his fingers, and asked lightly, "Who wants to kill you?" "I just need a body." He happened to come at that time. "Who knew he was your son?" The purple dark butterfly girl looked aggrieved. Ding Xian said nothing, but ripples spread on his fingers. The purple dark butterfly girl, who originally looked delicate and weak, suddenly burst into purple light, forming a deep purple vortex. Her figure disappeared in the vortex, and when she appeared again, she was already in the air. Everyone in the Ding family was shocked. They could actually escape from Ding Xian's hands. Such means are no longer comparable to ordinary upper gods. Ding Xian, if I can't take your life today, you won't be so lucky next time. The purple dark butterfly girl said with a cold face. Do I have a grudge against you? Ding Xian looked at the purple dark butterfly girl and asked, Mr. Ding, have you even forgotten about Pluto? The purple nether butterfly girl snorted coldly, flapped her wings, and the purple light on her body turned into purple mist butterflies all over the sky, sweeping across the room, like a blizzard, scaring everyone to retreat subconsciously. Ding Xian stretched out one hand, and the purple mist butterflies all flew into his palm. Thousands of butterflies overlapped in his palm to form a purple butterfly that was about to fly. As his hand closed, the purple butterfly disappeared. And the purple nether butterfly girl was no longer in the place where she was just now. Master, what kind of deformed creature is that butterfly girl? Why is she so scary? The eyes of the Ding family all looked at Ding Xian. Not many creatures in the fairy court can come and go freely in front of them, especially in front of Ding Xian. Ding Xian said lightly, didn't she just say that she came from Pluto? The people of the Ding family had some guesses in their hearts just now, and when they heard what Ding Xian said, their faces looked a little ugly. Each of the 6 major star regions has its own master, but outside the 6 major star regions, in addition to countless ancient realms, there are many strange and unpredictable unknown star regions. Pluto Heaven is one of the unknown star regions. Many gods and men have entered the Pluto Heaven star region to explore and look for resources. Not many can come out alive, and there are often a large number of deformed species rushing out of Pluto Heaven and rushing into the connected South Star region, which has a considerable impact on the South Star region. It is said that there are ultimate creatures in Pluto Heaven, and there are more than one, otherwise Pluto Heaven would have been flattened by gods and men long ago. Seeing the purple dark butterfly girl today, many people in the Ding family knew that the rumors might be true, and there are actually ultimate creatures in Pluto Heaven. Master, do you have a grudge with Pluto Heaven? Someone couldn't help asking. I guess so. I went to Pluto Heaven once before and killed some deformed species. Ding Xian ignored them, and walked to a duo, and began to check a duo's body. When everyone saw this, they remembered a duo. If a duo had a problem, what would happen to the marriage with the Shin family? Master, is the 6th young master okay? Seeing that Ding Xian had finished the examination, one person couldn't help but ask. He has no consciousness. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to wake up again. Ding Xian sighed softly. What should we do? At this time, where can we find another person who practices the sun-chasing method to marry the Shin family? The people of the Ding family suddenly panicked. That's your business. Deng Xian ignored their gazes, and picked up Deng Duo, who was like a vegetative state, and left. Everyone in the Deng family looked at each other. Deng Xian obviously didn't want to deal with this matter anymore. In fact, Deng Xian didn't agree to the marriage with the Shen family from the beginning. Although the family meeting forced the plan, now without a duo, the plan couldn't go on. What should we do now? It has come to this point. Are we just going to give up? An elder said. What if we don't give up? Where can we find another person who practices the sun-chasing Dafa? Another elder said. Now it's not a question of whether we give up or not. The Shen family has been preparing for so long, and is about to get married. Now we say that a duo has a problem. Will the Shen family agree to end it like this? Everyone was in a headache. Some people couldn't help but complain. Why did a duo go out to take risks at this time, and end up hurting others and himself? It's okay that he became a vegetable, but he also dragged the Deng family into such a predicament. Of course, they only dared to think about it in their hearts, and didn't dare to really say it out loud. There is another person who came back with a duo, right? Will he have a problem too? Someone suddenly raised this question. The Shen and Deng families were both in a mess, but Lin Shen didn't know so much. He practiced the sun-shooting method every day to increase his attributes. At the beginning, the attributes increased quite fast, but later the attributes increased more and more slowly. If this continues, I don't know when I can practice to the level of ghosts and gods descending. Lin Shen has always been a person with little patience. He doesn't like boring repetitions, and covets novelty. After practicing the sun-shooting method to this level, the rest is accumulation day by day, which is too boring for Lin Shen. When he was very quiet, he thought of the sun-chasing method. Since I can practice the sun-shooting method, I wonder if I can practice the sun-chasing method? Chapter 982. Lin Shen practiced for a while, and found that no matter how he meditated, he could not imagine what the long river of time looked like, so naturally he had no way to get in touch with it. Soon Lin Shen found out that the reason why he could enter the sun-shooting art so quickly was not because of his strong talent, but because of the sun-shooting bow. The disappearance of the sun-shooting bow was the fundamental reason why he could practice the sun-shooting art and cause strange phenomena. Without the blessing of such a divine object, he would not be so smooth in practicing the sun-chasing art. Lin Shen was very disappointed. He thought he had an extraordinary talent in the laws of ghosts and gods, but he didn't expect this to be the case. When Lin Shen took back the sun-chasing art and was about to give up practicing, he suddenly saw a purple light flashing in front of him. What is this? Lin Shen looked at the dreamy and elf-like purple nether butterfly girl in front of him. His face suddenly changed, his feet stepped on the wave step, and his body bounced back like a shrimp. The wave-treading step, which combines the steps of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, can be said to be strange and unpredictable. Whether retreating or moving sideways, it is not only faster than running forward, but also with the blessing of the wave-treading step, each step will be faster than the previous one. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's speed is fast, and the speed of the purple nether butterfly girl is even faster. Before he took the second step, the purple nether butterfly girl's figure shook violently, and rushed towards Lin Shen's eyes, at an incredible speed. Seeing the figure of the purple nether butterfly girl quickly enlarged in his eyes, Lin Shen subconsciously wanted to close his eyes, although he knew that closing his eyes was useless. Unfortunately, the speed at which his eyelids closed was not as fast as the speed of the purple nether butterfly girl. His eyelids received the command from the brain, and before he had time to close, the purple nether butterfly girl had already rushed in. Lin Shen suddenly felt a burst of severe pain in his brain. It was not his eyes that hurt, but his brain seemed to be stirred by someone. Hee. My lovely little brother. Your body belongs to me. A charming voice echoed in Lin Shen's mind. Lin Shen's head became more and more painful. In his imagination, he seemed to see the purple nether butterfly girl appear in his consciousness, laughing evilly. Buzz, Lin Shen calmed down and thought about countermeasures while enduring the headache. Before he could figure out the reason, a bell suddenly rang in his consciousness, and a gray bell appeared out of thin air, covering the purple nether butterfly girl, who was laughing evilly. What is this? The purple nether butterfly girl was shocked and angry. The power from the netherworld on her body burst out forcefully. The power of the netherworld purple air forcibly withstood the power of the gray bell, and was not suppressed to death by the power of the gray bell. It's the ultimate artifact. You actually have the ultimate artifact in your body. That's great. You've given me a great gift. To thank you, I try my best to make you die without pain. Hee hee. The purple nether butterfly girl laughed evilly and seductively again. The purple light on her body became stronger and stronger, and purple light patterns also emerged on her wings as thin as cicada wings. She was still whispering something in her mouth, but it was not clear, but the sound seemed to have a magical power, making people's brains become dizzy and confused. The purple air rising from the purple nether butterfly girl was actually mixed with the gray air of the chaos bell, and the purple was gray, and the gray was purple. The butterfly girl and the small chaos bell were in a stalemate, and Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The small chaos bell that accidentally entered my body is so powerful. Fortunately, it is here, otherwise I am afraid I will not be able to escape this disaster. While thinking about it, he suddenly sensed in his consciousness that a strange shadow rose from the butterfly girl. It was an indescribable light and shadow, like the devil in the depths of hell, and like the underworld god of the netherworld. The devil-like light and shadow descended on the butterfly girl, and her power suddenly increased. The purple air became obviously stronger, constantly infiltrating the gray air, and even infiltrating into the small chaos bell, causing purple fine lines on the small chaos bell. Lin Shen had a hunch that if the small chaos bell was completely infiltrated by the purple air, it would be taken away by the butterfly girl. The butterfly girl laughed sweetly. What a treasure, but you are too weak and don't even have the qualifications to use it. Without the help of the master, it can't fight me. It's such a waste of such a good treasure. But it's okay. When I take over your body in the future, I will use it well for you, and won't bury it anymore. The butterfly girl said, slowly raising her arm, and the small chaos bell covering her was actually lifted up little by the purple air, and it was lifted above her head. Buzz! Another buzzing sound. In Lin Shen's consciousness, an ancient longbow burst into brilliance and shot out a long rainbow-like light arrow. The butterfly girl was fighting against the small chaos bell with all her strength, and she had no strength to deal with it. She could only stretch out one hand and try to catch the light arrow. But her hand touched the light arrow, but she couldn't catch it. The light arrow went straight through her body. The butterfly girl screamed, the purple light on her body dissipated, and the small chaos bell suppressed it again. Gray air wrapped around the injured butterfly girl, like countless chains binding her body, and completely locked her in the bell. You actually have two ultimate artifacts in your body. Who are you? The butterfly girl locked in the small bell made a sharp voice. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Lin Shen had never seen the purple nether butterfly girl, and didn't know where she came from. I am the Purple Mansion Fairy. I am here to save you. Why don't you let me go quickly? The purple nether butterfly girl said immediately. Lin Shen curled his lips in disdain. Who are you trying to fool here? If you are a fairy, then I am the Jade Emperor. You are still saving me. You should save yourself. I was attached to a duo's body before, and was discovered by the Ding family. You came back with a duo. What do you think the Ding family will think of you? If I am not mistaken, they are on their way here now. If they find out that I am in your body, do you think they will let you go? The Purple Mansion Fairy said. Lin Shen's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he immediately understood a lot of things. Why did a duo lose her memory? Why did she bring him back? And all the behaviors along the way, all felt a little strange. Before, Lin Shen thought it was because of a duo's amnesia, but now he understands everything. It turns out that a duo is no longer the A duo she used to be. While Lin Shen was thinking, he heard footsteps in his ears, and it seemed that many people were coming towards the warehouse door. If you cooperate with me, I can help you get through this disaster. The Purple Mansion Fairy said, as she fought against the Chaos Bell. Chapter 983. Shut up. Lin Shen frowned and thought. He didn't know if the Ding family had the ability to get the Purple Mansion Fairy out of his body. Even if they had the ability, it would probably take a lot of effort. Would the Ding family go to such great lengths for an outsider like him? It would obviously be easier and more efficient to just kill him. Besides, there were still the Chaos Bell, and the sun-shooting bow in his body, and the Ding family couldn't find out about them. Lin Shen understood the principle that a man is innocent, but guilty of possessing a treasure. The Purple Mansion Fairy said that the Chaos Bell and the sun-shooting bow were the ultimate artifacts, so they must be true. If the Ding family found out, wouldn't they be greedy? Lin Shen didn't want to test human nature. Boom! The warehouse door was pushed open without even a greeting. Ding Yongxin, the leader, led his men and walked directly in front of Lin Shen, not giving Lin Shen a chance to speak. His eyes were shining with divine light, and his robes were flowing freely without wind. A light and shadow like the god of thunder, emitting bursts of lightning, rose up from his body. Ding Yongxin's eyes shot out lightning, and he wanted to blast Lin Shen's body into slag. If he was just dealing with Lin Shen, Ding Yongxin would not use such power at all. This was already tacitly acknowledging that there was something strange in Lin Shen's body, and he wanted to wipe out Lin Shen and the things in his body together. This old thing. Lin Shen was shocked. This old guy wanted to kill him right away. The Ding family was even more ruthless than he thought. They wanted to kill him once and for all, and didn't even give Lin Shen a chance to prove his innocence. It was better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Lin Shen made a gun shape with his fingers, and was about to use finger sand on Ding Yongxin. His skill of using his hands as guns can also trigger the super base shooting. Now he can only fight to the death. It depends on whether Lin Shen dies first, or the old man's head is blown up by the sand between his fingers first. At the critical moment, a black light rolled in from outside the warehouse, turned a corner in the air, and blocked the lightning from Ding Yongxin's eyes, and bounced it out. For a while, lightning flew around in the warehouse, but Lin Shen was not injured. However, several people around Ding Yongxin were accidentally injured by the lightning. Ding Quang, what are you doing? Ding Yongxin turned his head to look at the warehouse door, and saw the second son of the Ding family, who was dressed in black and wearing sunglasses, like a gangster boss, walking in arrogantly. Grand Elder, I should ask you this question. You came to my place and wanted to kill my guests. What are you doing? Ding Quang walked in front of Lin Shen in a few steps, turned around and blocked Lin Shen behind him, and looked at Ding Yongxin and asked. This matter is of great importance. It cannot be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. I will explain it to you later. Ding Yongxin was about to push Ding Quang aside. Ding Quang stretched out his hand to block his hand. Since it is of great importance, you should explain it clearly, Elder. Ding Quang, a junior, dared to bump into him like this, which made Ding Yongxin look a little ugly, but he also knew Ding Quang's ability and temper, and knew that it was useless to use force, so he had to suppress his anger and said, Do you know that your 6th brother Ottawa is possessed by a deformed species? We just drove away the deformed species in Ottawa, and Ottawa's life and death are still unknown. This person came back with Ottawa, and I am afraid there is something wrong with him. We can't leave this scourge. After listening to it, Ding Quang turned to look at Lin Shen, looked him up and down for a while, and then asked, Do you have a deformed species in your body? No, Lin Shen replied. After listening to it, Ding Quang nodded slightly, then turned to Ding Yongxin and said, You also heard that there is no deformed species in his body. There is no problem. You can go back first, elders. Don't disturb my guests anymore. After listening to Ding Quang's words, Ding Yongxin and others thought that Ding Quang was mentally ill. If he said there is no, then there is no. How can he believe it? Deformed species are evil and cruel. We didn't find that a duo was parasitized by deformed species before. Now a duo's life and death are still unknown. From this, we can see the cunning of deformed species. How can you believe his words? Ding Yongxin said patiently. Whether you believe it or not is your business. He is my guest. It is enough for me to believe him. Ding Quang said lightly. Ding Yongxin was about to explode with anger after hearing this. For such a big matter, Ding Quang only said that he believed it. He really didn't take them, the elders, seriously. Ding Quang, this matter is of great importance. You can't mess around. This person and the deformed species in his body must be eliminated. Another elder stood up and said, Okay, you said there is a deformed species in his body, and you want to kill him, right? You can, but if you kill him, there is no deformed species in his body, and you have to pay my friend's life, 1 life for 1 life. Whoever wants to kill him, just come. Ding Quang said, as he stepped aside, leaving space between them and Lin Shen. But the elders looked at each other, and no one dared to take action. They all knew Ding Quang's temper. He would definitely do what he said. If there really was no deformed species in a Tian's body, Ding Quang would definitely kill the person who did it. Ding Quang had done this before, and he risked being wiped out by the immortal court to kill an elder of the Ding family. This is a lawless and rebellious man. In this case, let's first determine whether there is a deformed species in his body. Ding Yongxin saw that no one dared to go up, and this was not a solution, so he had to speak up. Among Ding Xian's many children, Ding Quang was the most troublesome. This was a man who did not follow the ordinary path. The elder is still sensible. Ding Quang praised him sarcastically, and then asked, Elder, how do you want to be sure? Ding Yongxin seemed not to understand Ding Quang's ridicule. After thinking for a while, he said, It is not difficult to know whether he is parasitized by the deformed species. You only need to use the magic mirror of our clan to see it. Everyone nodded and praised the elder for his thoughtfulness. As long as the magic mirror is used, the deformed species will have nowhere to hide. The magic mirror is a special deformed artifact. Although it is a mirror, it cannot reflect human figures or ordinary substances. The only thing that can be reflected is blood inheritance. The Ding family is the blood of Quafu. When the people of the Ding family stand in front of the magic mirror, the light and shadow of Quafu will appear in the mirror. Of course, if the bloodline is not pure, the light and shadow of the ancestors of various bloodlines may appear. Depending on the concentration of the bloodline, those light and shadows will be dark or bright. The brighter, the stronger the bloodline of this system. The divine mirror is generally used to determine whether the bloodline of the offspring is pure, and what kind of divine skills are suitable for cultivation. However, it is also effective when used to take pictures of deformed species. Deformed species will not show the shadow of their bloodline in the mirror, but will reflect their own appearance. Chapter 984. Ding Yongqin ordered someone to fetch the magic mirror. As long as he shone it on Lin Shen, he could not only know if there were any deformed species in Lin Shen's body, but also what bloodline he had. Ding Quan believed that Lin Shen was not parasitized by the deformed species, so he did not care. He walked to the sofa and sat down, waiting for Lin Shen to prove his innocence. But Lin Shen was uneasy. He had just asked Ding Quan what the magic mirror was. After understanding the function of the magic mirror, Lin Shen began to worry. Fearing that the purple mansion fairy in his body would be revealed was just one of the reasons. Lin Shen was also a little afraid whether he could reflect the light and shadow of the ancestor. He was not a descendant of the immortals in the fairy court, so there was no bloodline inheritance. If he could not reflect anything, his identity, as a person from the ancient world, would be exposed. According to Lin Shen's understanding during this period, the fairy court has always been unfriendly to people from the ancient world. The most bizarre thing is that we only heard that people from the ancient realm entered the immortal court, but no one could tell where these people went later. Even the gods themselves could not tell clearly where those people who broke through the calamity and pushed the door went. Some people said that it was because the people from the ancient realm were too incompetent and were not suitable for survival in the immortal court, so they were sent to a special star field. Others said that the people who came in from the ancient realm were all used as cannon fodder to open up Wasteland. These are just speculations, and no one has really seen it, which is the most bizarre thing. So Lin Shen is now more and more unwilling to be discovered by others. He suspects that those who enter the immortal court may not have a good end. This situation probably happened after the ancient realm king. People who entered the immortal court before the ancient realm king still have traces to be found, and it can be known that they have been integrated into the gods. Lin Shen has not yet found the specific whereabouts of any person in the ancient realm district who broke the catastrophe and came after the ancient realm king. While Lin Shen was still thinking about it, someone had already brought the divine mirror. It was an ancient bronze mirror, but it was polished to a bright light. The strange thing was that such a bright mirror could not reflect any shadows, but only the colors of the starry sky. The man handed the divine mirror to Ding Yongqin. Ding Yongqin glanced at Ding Quang and saw that Ding Quang spread his hands indifferently. He no longer hesitated and activated the ancient bronze mirror in his hand. The next second, the ancient mirror became more and more transparent. It originally looked like metal, but now it was as crystal clear as crystal. In order to prove that the magic mirror was working properly, Ding Yongqin also took a photo of a Ding family guard next to him. The guard's figure did not appear in the mirror, but a giant-like light and shadow appeared in the magic mirror. Although the light and shadow were very dim and his appearance could not be seen clearly, his extraordinary origin could still be seen from his majestic momentum. Although the bloodline inheritance was relatively weak, judging from the light and shadow of Quafu in the mirror, the bloodline of the Ding family of this guard was very pure and not mixed with other bloodlines. Seeing that the magic mirror was working properly, Ding Yongqin slowly moved the magic mirror towards Lin Shen, and the light of the magic mirror gradually fell on Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen did not choose to escape. He had just received news from Ding Quang that the magic mirror could only reflect the bloodline inheritance of the gods and the bodies of the deformed species, and nothing else. In this case, Lin Shen decided to take a gamble. The purple mansion fairy was covered in the chaos bell. If the divine mirror could not see through the chaos bell, then the purple mansion fairy would not be visible. If the divine mirror could not see through Lin Shen's bloodline inheritance, Lin Shen would still have something to say. Rather than rejecting the divine mirror with a guilty conscience, it would be better to take a gamble. Everyone's eyes were staring at the divine mirror, wanting to see what could be seen in it. When the light of the divine mirror enveloped Lin Shen, an image actually appeared in the divine mirror. This made Lin Shen's heart skip a beat. Could it be that the purple mansion fairy covered by the chaos bell was still visible? Lin Shen stared at the image in the mirror, and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing it clearly. The image that appeared in it was not the purple mansion fairy. Lin Shen was able to shine the shadow of blood inheritance. He wanted to know who the shadow he had shined belonged to. But when he saw clearly what the shadow was, he was full of doubts. Not only was Lin Shen confused, but all the Ding family members present looked at each other with suspicion. The shadow reflected in the magic mirror was exactly the same as the shadow reflected by the Ding family guard. They were both giants, and their auras were the same. It was obviously the ancestor of the Ding family, Quafu. The difference was that the shadow of the giant reflected by the guard was dim, almost like a shadow. The shadow of the giant reflected by Lin Shen was dazzling, and the light on the shadow was getting stronger and stronger. What's going on? How could he reflect the shadow of my ancestor Quafu? Is he the blood of my Ding family? It's impossible. If there was such a person in the Ding family, how could I not know? And the brightness of this shadow. Ding Yongxin looked at Lin Shen with suspicion in his eyes. He moved the light of the magic mirror away from Lin Shen, and then shone it on the people next to him. The results showed that there was nothing wrong with them. The blood inheritance of them could be clearly seen. Many people had mixed blood. Some people could reflect 3 or 4 lights and shadows, and some could even reflect 7 or 8 lights and shadows, and there were more. In comparison, Lin Shen, who only reflected the light and shadow of Quafu, and the brightness was so high, seemed to be the purest member of the sun-chasing clan. The atmosphere was a little strange, and the eyes of others looking at Lin Shen became extremely complicated. Not only did they fail to reflect the deformed species, but they also found that this person's blood was purer than theirs, and more like a member of the Ding family than they were. For a while, the scene was a little awkward, and everyone didn't know what to do, and couldn't help but cast their eyes on Ding Yongxin. Ding Yongxin looked at Lin Shen again in disbelief, and the result was still the same. The light and shadow of the great god Quafu appeared in the mirror, and it seemed to be brighter than before. Such brightness is relatively rare in the history of the Ding family. The expressions of the Ding family members looking at Lin Shen became more and more strange, and they were all secretly guessing in their hearts which family's illegitimate child Lin Shen was. Lin Shen knew very well in his heart that he had no Quafu blood at all, and that the light and shadow of Quafu were all caused by the Purple Mansion Fairy. Now Lin Shen knew that he himself could not see anything in the magic mirror. So, you are not a god. Hee hee. The proud laughter of the Purple Mansion Fairy lingered in Lin Shen's mind for a long time. Chapter 985. The people of the Ding family didn't know what to do with Lin Shen for a while. After Ding Yongxi led his people away, Ding Quang patted Lin Shen on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'm here, and no one will bully you." After a pause, Ding Quang said, "I'm looking for someone to help you get your identity certificate in the Immortal Court. It will be in the next 2 days. You wait a little longer. Once the identity certificate is completed, a planet will be allocated to you. It won't be too late to leave then." Lin Shen stared at Ding Quang in a daze. He didn't expect him to say this to him. From what he said, it seemed that he knew that he had nowhere to go, and it was even very likely that he knew that he was not from the Immortal Court. "Haha, don't look at me like that. I've said that your brother and I are close friends. It's nothing strange to know these things. Just wait." Ding Quang patted Lin Shen's shoulder and said, "I have something else to do, so I leave first. You know my contact number. Remember to contact me if you have anything. Don't bear it alone." Lin Shen watched Ding Quang leave, and he kept muttering in his heart, "What's going on with this Ding Quang? Is he really related to someone? We can have a good talk, we can cooperate." The voice of the Purple Mansion Butterfly Girl sounded in Lin Shen's mind again. "Cooperation?" Lin Shen asked calmly. "You are from the ancient realm. If you enter the Immortal Court privately, what will happen if you are discovered? I think you should know in your heart, otherwise you would not hide your identity and follow me to the Ding family." The Purple Mansion Butterfly Girl said hatefully, "No wonder the people of the Ding family found my flaws so easily. It turns out that you are not from the Immortal Court at all. I have told you so much, but it makes me more flawed. What will happen if you are discovered?" Lin Shen's heart moved, and he asked in reverse, "Do you really not know, or are you acting with me?" Zifu Fairy said coldly, "If it is acting, then there is no need. You can hide from the magic mirror because I helped you reflect the light and shadow of Quafu. Otherwise, your true identity would have been discovered by the people of the Ding family. How can you tell me so much? You haven't told me what will happen if you are discovered." Lin Shen said lightly. Don't you really know what the consequences of entering the fairy court privately will be? If that's the case, it will be even more interesting." Zifu Fairy said with a wicked smile, "If you can enter the fairy court through the gate, you may be able to become a test subject of the fairy court. If you are not useful, you can't even be a test subject. In the end, you will become garbage cannon fodder, or go to mine for the fairy court until you die." Lin Shen was shocked, but he didn't say anything. He didn't want to interrupt Zifu Fairy, and let her continue. People like you who didn't come in through the main gate of the immortal court, once discovered, there is only one fate, that is death. The Purple Mansion Fairy said with a smile. Why? Lin Shen couldn't understand. They were all from the ancient realm, so what was the difference between where they entered the immortal court? People who came in through the main gate would be treated as guinea pigs, cannon fodder, minors, etc. Why would they be killed directly if they didn't come in through the main gate? Don't they even have the qualifications to be guinea pigs? The Purple Mansion Fairy said with a smile. It seems that you really don't know anything. As a basis for cooperation, I will explain it to you clearly, so that you know what your current situation is. Although I don't know which ancient realm you come from, it doesn't matter. All ancient realms are the test sites of the immortal court, and the creatures in the ancient realms are all the test subjects of the immortal court. The Purple Mansion Fairy sneered. You can understand it this way. The test subjects coming out of the gate are mice that have completed the experiment according to the experimental process. Everything is under the control of the immortal court, and the risk assessment is normal. And people like you who sneaked into the immortal court are equivalent to mice that escaped from the laboratory during the experiment. No one knows what hazards you carry, and no one knows whether you will infect people outside the laboratory. The risks cannot be assessed and controlled. Naturally, they must be destroyed immediately after discovery. The ancient realm is an experimental site? What are they testing in the ancient realm? Lin Shen found it difficult to believe what the Purple Mansion Fairy said. Although the ancient realm is not as vast as the immortal court, it is also an extremely huge universe. It is really hard to believe that such a universe is just an experimental site. I don't know. I'm afraid only the masters of the immortal court know. The Purple Mansion Fairy said. I know you don't believe it, but you can think about it carefully. The civilization in the ancient world is not that weak. Many people have the ability to survive in the universe. Why is the civilization destroyed again and again? Why is there a civilization gap? You mean, all this is controlled by the immortal court in secret? Lin Shen was horrified. He had learned from Lin Wan before that human civilization had experienced many destructions. At that time, he was a little confused. According to Lin Wan, the humans of the ancient civilization were all extremely powerful, and many of them had the ability to break through the gate of the immortal court. What kind of disaster happened in the universe that caused such a direct interruption of human civilization? If it was a cosmic disaster, or even the Big Bang, then why was only the ancient realm affected, but the immortal court itself was not affected? If what the Purple Mansion Fairy said was true, then everything would make sense. The interruption of human civilization was not caused by any disaster at all, but was controlled by humans. Many things that were previously unclear seemed to be explained. What Lin Shen still couldn't understand was why the immortal court did this. And what benefits would it bring to the immortal court? Theoretically, these people in the immortal court had all come from the ancient realm before, and they themselves were from the ancient realm. So why did they exclude the ancient realm? You are alone in the immortal court, and it is easy for people to discover your true identity. If you work with me, I can help you solve this situation again. The Purple Mansion Butterfly Girl struck while the iron was hot, and continued to persuade. I extracted the blood of the Ding family from a duo, so that others could only see Kwafu. Light and shadow, can't see my existence. This is also your best cover. We are both good if we work together, and we will both lose if we separate. Seeing that Lin Shen was silent for a long time, the Purple Mansion Butterfly Girl seemed to feel that her conditions were not tempting enough, so she continued. I can also give you a part of the Kwafu bloodline to help you integrate the Kwafu bloodline. With this bloodline, you can practice the sun-chasing clan sun-chasing Dafa, and then no one can see through your identity. If the bloodline can be transferred so easily, how could there be only a few people in the Ding family who can practice the sun-chasing Dafa? Lin Shen said. Others naturally can't do it, but I am different. I am the Purple Mansion Fairy, and have the Purple Mansion Yin and Yang reincarnation method. Otherwise, how can I extract the bloodline from a duo? This is a unique ability in the universe. The Purple Mansion Fairy said proudly. Chapter 986. Lin Shen thought to himself, although I can't believe everything the Purple Mansion Fairy said, I can't disbelieve it either. If the fairy court really treats people from the ancient realm as guinea pigs, then my current situation is indeed not optimistic. Although Ding Quang will help him get an identity certificate, and with the identity certificate, he will be legitimate in the fairy court, but it is still difficult to guarantee that no one will find out. Seeing that Lin Shen has not spoken and has no intention of releasing her from the Chaos Bell, the Purple Mansion Fairy said again, I don't know what the relationship between that Ding family member just now and you is, but he said he would help you get an identity certificate, which means he didn't know you came from the ancient realm. Why do you think so? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He thought Ding Quang knew his identity, so he helped him get an identity certificate. From what the Purple Mansion Fairy said, it seems that this is not the case. If you want to have an identity in the Immortal Court, you must go through an inspection, similar to the inspection by the God Mirror just now. You need to prove that you are a person, and which family's bloodline you belong to before you can be given an identity. That thing is more terrifying than the God Mirror. Ordinary people can never escape the inspection. The Purple Mansion Fairy said, "Only I can help you pass the inspection. Cooperation between the two of us is a choice that is beneficial to both parties. In fact, there is no conflict of interest between us. You want to live a stable life in the Immortal Court, and I just want to cause trouble for the Ding family. Cooperation is beneficial to you, but not to me," Lin Shen said lightly. "How can it be not beneficial? I can help you pass the identity verification of the Immortal Court. Isn't this a huge benefit?" Zifu Fairy said. "Even if I don't cooperate with you, you still have to help me pass the identity verification of the Immortal Court," Lin Shen said. Zifu Fairy wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, she suddenly realized that it seemed to be true what Lin Shen said. If Lin Shen failed to pass the identity verification, and was discovered by the Immortal Court, she would also be discovered and her fate would be the same as Lin Shen. So even if Lin Shen didn't cooperate with her, she could only help Lin Shen. "I can give you the blood of the Sun-Chasing Clan and help you practice the Sun-Chasing Great Method." Zifu Fairy was interrupted by Lin Shen before she finished her words. "Ottawa just had such a thing happen, and now I suddenly practice the Sun-Chasing Great Method. You are not helping me, but asking for my life," Lin Shen said coldly. Zifu Fairy's face changed immediately. After all, she was not a human. Even though she was the ultimate creature, her way of thinking was still very different from that of humans. She really didn't think of this before. She thought she could control Lin Shen's 2 resources, but it turned out to be completely useless, which made Zifu Fairy feel very entangled. Lin Shen didn't say anything, but Zifu Fairy was suffering in the Chaos Bell. She had to spend some of her strength to fight against the Chaos Bell to ensure that she would not be completely assimilated by the power of the Chaos Bell. But her power was not endless. If she continued like this, there would be a day when her power would be exhausted. If she couldn't impress Lin Shen and let him release her from the Chaos Bell, she would have problems sooner or later, although this process would be very long. Zifu Fairy had another idea in her heart, but she was not willing to take that step until the last moment. The Purple Mansion Fairy stopped talking, so Lin Shen ignored her and took some food to feed the 4 little white tigers that followed him. The little white tigers grew very fast. They had grown a circle in just a few days. Of course, this was because the food Lin Shen fed them was good, at least it was the original liquid of the deformed species, without any adulteration. The little white tiger that was a little special grew especially well, and its body was obviously a little bigger than the other 3. The hair on its body and the metallic luster became more and more vivid. The little guys were tired of playing, and they habitually ran to Lin Shen's side and lay down, as if they regarded Lin Shen as one of them. Lin Shen called Xiaoyu over, looked at him and asked, "When do you plan to be promoted to immortal? Is this what I plan to do? I need resources. Without resources, how can I be promoted?" Xiaoyu said angrily. "Promoting to immortality depends on the understanding of the immortal law. You have already achieved nirvana. What resources do you need? Besides, even if you need resources, the resources given to you before, plus the distortion sources later, are not enough." Lin Shen has always known that Xiaoyu is just playing the victim. Xiaoyu has already achieved nirvana. Resources are of no use to him. There must be other reasons why he has not achieved immortality. Lin Shen did not give him resources before because he knew this. Giving him more resources would be a waste. Xiaoyu saw that he could not hide it from Lin Shen, so he had to say helplessly, "I can sense that the immortal king of my line is still there. If I promote to immortality now, at best I will be a future law, and I will not be an immortal king." Lin Shen nodded slightly. He thought so. Otherwise, Xiaoyu would not have to stay at the nirvana level. Can't you be promoted to immortal first, and then kill the immortal king to seize the immortal crown? Lin Shen said. The immortal king is not that easy to kill. I can't do it anyway. I can only wait for him to die first. Xiaoyu pouted. I will help you in the future, Lin Shen said. Why do you suddenly want me to be promoted to immortal so urgently? Xiaoyu looked at Lin Shen suspiciously, wondering if Lin Shen was plotting against him again. This place is too dangerous. Without the ability of the immortal level, it is difficult to survive. I also need someone to help me. Without me, you really can't do it. Now you know my importance, right? Xiaoyu pouted and said, but why should I help you if you need me? I just don't want to be promoted. You can solve any problems yourself. Don't think of relying on me. After that, Xiao Yu no longer paid attention to Lin Shen. Lin Shen did not force it. If Xiao Yu wanted to wait, let him wait. How could the immortal king die so easily? In a place like the immortal court, he would soon be unable to bear it and be promoted. The reason why Lin Shen wanted him to be promoted now was to let Xiao Yu try whether he could master the magical skills of the immortal court. Lin Shen had nothing to do, so he planned to go to Taishu again to see if he would appear on the previous island again. After entering Taishu, Lin Shen was disappointed to find that he was still on the isolated island. There was still no one on the island except him. But Lin Shen's eyes turned, and his face showed astonishment. On the white beach, an angry goddess appeared again. Chapter 987. How is it possible? Lin Shen looked at the wrathful goddess lying motionless on the beach, surprised and happy, his face full of disbelief. Theoretically, the wrathful goddess is a lower ultimate creature, corresponding to the immortal Dharma king of the ancient realm. This level of creature must be extremely rare, and may even be the only one in the universe. Lin Shen just killed one before, and got the immortal shield, the distorted artifact of the wrathful goddess. How come another wrathful goddess appeared so soon? What's even more strange is that the wrathful goddess who appeared here, why is she motionless, as if she was acupunctured? There is nothing on the isolated island. How could someone acupuncture her? Lin Shen couldn't understand why such a thing happened. This made Lin Shen have to doubt his previous judgment. Maybe the Taishi world is not what he imagined. It is really just a virtual world. If the Taishi world is a virtual world, then it is easier to explain. The wrathful goddess might be a refreshed NPC monster, but because this area has not been opened, the program of the wrathful goddess has not been fully designed, so the wrathful goddess will not move. After Lin Shen killed a wrathful goddess, the system refreshed her again, so a second one appeared. It seems that only this can explain it, but Lin Shen also feels that the Great Void World cannot be a virtual world, otherwise it cannot explain why things in the Great Void World can be brought into reality. Lin Shen looked strange, and thought of another possibility. Could it be that even the real world is virtual, and the Great Void World is a virtual world in the virtual world? This thought only flashed through his mind. He did not think that he was a virtual being, so this thought would not hold true. Lin Shen did not think too much. Even if it was a virtual world, it did not matter as long as he found it fun. Rushing towards the wrathful goddess again, Lin Shen began his work of killing the wrathful goddess again. With the experience of the last time, it took Lin Shen a long time to kill the wrathful goddess this time. Kill the lower ultimate creature, the wrathful goddess. Found the source of distortion. The prompt of the mechanical watch finally came. With the death of the wrathful goddess, the immortal crown of the solidification system appeared again, flew out of her body, and was locked by chains of order light. Seeing the dead fans rushing up and biting the immortal crown gave Lin Shen a strange feeling. This scene was too familiar, just like playing a game and reloading. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shen no longer cared about the dead fans, and continued to saw the head of the wrathful goddess with a slag knife. Without the blessing of the immortal crown, the body of the wrathful goddess was not so difficult to damage. After a while, Lin Shen saw it open her head and dug out a piece of distortion source from it. As soon as the distortion source left the body, it vibrated and flew up. This scene was still very familiar to Lin Shen. Another immortal shield? When Lin Shen thought that the distortion source was going to become another immortal shield, he found that the distorted shape of the distortion source was not the style of the immortal shield, but looked more like a helmet. Sure enough, after a while, the distortion source completely turned into a helmet. Immortal helmet, the ultimate lower-level distortion artifact. Category: Solidification System. Usage requirements: Solidification System Immortal Law. Distortion rate: 100%. Hardness: 20,000. Toughness: 20,000. Distortion characteristics: Immortal Guardian. Lin Shen checked the properties of the immortal helmet, and found that the properties were exactly the same as those of the immortal shield, and there was no difference at all. When Lin Shen took out the immortal shield and the immortal helmet for comparison, he suddenly made a new discovery. Other properties did not change, but the distortion characteristic of Immortal Guardian was different. The original Immortal Guardian became the Immortal King Guardian. After Lin Shen tried to activate it, he found that when the Immortal Guardian was activated, only a gray light would appear on his body. But now when he used the Immortal King Guardian, a gray light and shadow appeared on his body, covering his whole body. The light and shadow looked like an angry goddess with a human body and a snake tail. This thing can also have a set? Lin Shen was surprised and delighted. Now he didn't care whether this was a virtual world or not, as long as he could get the benefits. If this thing is really a set, then now that he has the helmet and shield, Is it possible that there are other things? The helmet and shield are already so powerful. If you can get all the other parts, what effect will it have? Lin Shen couldn't wait to kill a few more angry goddesses to try and get other parts. The die-hard fan ground some more fragments of the immortal crown, but still couldn't bite the immortal crown into pieces and swallow it. After reluctantly giving up, the die-hard fans were still not satisfied, and came back to swallow the corpse of the angry goddess again. After taking back the die-hard fans, Lin Shen quickly left the Taishi world, and then chose to come in again. He went in and out several times, but did not see the shadow of the angry goddess again. It seems that there should be a time limit. How long is the time between the last time I saw the angry goddess and the time I saw her? Lin Shen carefully calculated and planned to go in and take a look at it when the time comes to see if he can find the angry goddess again. While Lin Shen was calculating whether he could meet the angry goddess again, Ding Quang sent a message telling him that the identity certificate was almost done. He only needed to complete the final identity verification himself to get the identity of the fairy court. Ding Quang asked him to wait, and he would come back soon to pick Lin Shen up to complete the identity verification. The Purple Mansion Fairy is right. You must complete the identity verification before you can get the identity of the fairy court, Lin Shen said in his heart. Not long after, Ding Quang came back and took Lin Shen to participate in the identity verification. On the way, Ding Quang said to Lin Shen, "Don't be nervous, it's just a routine test to determine what kind of planet you can be assigned. The planets in the fairy court are divided into 3 levels, upper, middle and lower. During the test, the higher the rating you get, the higher the level of the planet you are assigned. If you can be assigned a high-level planet, at least before you are promoted to a high-level god, you don't have to worry about resources anymore." Ding Quang smiled and said to Lin Shen, "You have the blood of my Ding family, and the inherited light and shadow are so bright, the score will definitely not be too low. At least you can be assigned to a middle-level planet." "How is this rating calculated?" Lin Shen asked thoughtfully. He didn't care what the rating was, he was just afraid of being exposed. Chapter 988. The Purple Mansion Fairy said that she could help Lin Shen pass the test, and Lin Shen thought he could give it a try. Without an ID in the Immortal Court, he could not go anywhere, and could only stay on Quafu Star. If he wanted to leave here and go to other places, he needed an ID. Before he came back with Ding Adwa, he had to have Ding Adwa's ID to pass many levels. Lin Shen could not go anywhere by himself, and he would be in big trouble if he was discovered by the Immortal Court, so he had to get this ID no matter what. There is a testing agency on Quafu Star, but the agency itself does not belong to the Ding family. Such agencies are directly under the control of the Star Zone Master, and all the test data are connected to the data of the Star Zone Master's brain, which cannot be faked in any way. Ding Quang was able to let Lin Shen participate in the test as a member of the Ding family, which in itself was already using his connections. Otherwise someone like Lin Shen, who had an unknown origin, would not even be qualified to participate in the test. Following Ding Quang to the testing agency, Lin Shen found that except for the guards at the gate, the entire testing station was empty. Everything in the inspection station was done by the intelligent computer, and the authority of the intelligent computer was in the hands of the Star Zone Master. The people of Quafu Star did not even have the authority to control it, let alone modify it. Ding Quang could only send him to the door. Lin Shen came to the inspection position of the inspection station alone according to the instructions given by the holographic projection. Everything in the inspection station was very efficient, without any unnecessary procedures and steps. As soon as Lin Shen stood at the designated position, a beam of light fell from the ceiling, covering Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen saw a mirror on the ceiling. It was not an ancient mirror like the Xinjiao mirror, but looked very technological. Lin Shen estimated that the function of this mirror should be similar to that of the Xinjiao mirror, because he did not see his own shadow in the mirror either. No wonder the Purple Mansion Fairy was so sure that she could pass the test. This test should be a replica of the Xinjiao Sutra, right? While thinking, Lin Shen did not forget to call the Purple Mansion Fairy with his mind, lest she fail to use a duo's blood in time to pass the test. The Purple Mansion Fairy did not respond, and Lin Shen was not worried. If he was found to have problems, the Purple Mansion Fairy would not be able to escape either. The two of them were now on the same rope. No matter how unwilling the Purple Mansion Fairy was, she could not watch Lin Shen being found to have problems. Sure enough, not long after the beam of light shone on Lin Shen, he saw the light and shadow of Quafu appear in the holographic image projected from the opposite side. The light and shadow became stronger and stronger, and the image of Quafu became more and more lively. Next to the Quafu light and shadow, there is a black vertical line, and the bottom of the vertical line is red. As the Quafu light and shadow appear, the red below the black line rises higher and higher. There are also scale lines next to the vertical line, but there are no units or corresponding numbers on the scale lines, and the distance between each line is not equal. Lin Shen didn't know what these scale lines represent. He counted and found that there were 9 scale lines in total. Counting from the bottom to the top, the red has now risen to the 7th scale line, and it is still rising. Lin Shen watched the red rise to the 9th scale line at the top, but the red did not stop, and rose a short distance before stopping. I thought the 9th scale line was the highest, but I didn't expect it to go up. Is it because Ottawa's bloodline talent is too high, or are the functions of these scales different from what I imagined? Lin Shen couldn't judge for a while. The beam shining on Lin Shen suddenly disappeared, and the light and shadow of Kwafu in the holographic projection also disappeared. The test is over. The bloodline purity is 100%, belonging to the Sun Chaser clan. The bloodline qualification is first class. According to your test results, the terrestrial planet is randomly selected. As the voice appeared, a star map also appeared in the holographic projection. The star map was so dense that you couldn't see how many stars there were. Then the star map suddenly appeared in the microscopic place, and soon Lin Shen found that the star map he saw was not stars on it. Those things that looked like stars were actually nebulae. A nebula group contains an unimaginable number of galaxies. As the star map continued to accelerate, a blue planet finally appeared in front of Lin Shen. Your terrestrial star is a first-class upper star crystal charm, and the information has been entered into the system. The intelligent brain continued. Nothing, just a few words, not even a certificate. Lin Shen realized that the level of advancement of the immortal court is indeed incomparable to the ancient realm. No certificate is required here, and the person himself is a certificate. No matter where you go, as long as you pass the system test, there will be no problem, and no certificate or anything like that is needed. Lin Shen followed the instructions, and walked out of the testing station. Everything went smoothly beyond imagination. What is the test result? What grade? Ding Quang asked curiously. First class. Lin Shen answered. First class? Ding Quang was overjoyed. As expected of a brother's brother, a duo was only second class before. With such talent, he will surely become a superior god in the future. What rank of planet was assigned to you? First class Jing Mei. Lin Shen told Ding Quang the name of the planet he was assigned to without hesitation. Ding Quang's face changed slightly this time, and he was not as happy as before. Second brother Ding, what's wrong? Is the planet assigned to you not good? Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Ding Quang's face, he was afraid that the planet was not right. Good, of course it's good. Planets are divided into 9 ranks, upper 3 ranks, middle 3 ranks, and lower 3 ranks. The lower 3 ranks are the worst, and the first-class stars are the best. Among the upper stars, the first class is also the best. Speaking of this, the always generous Ding Quang hesitated. It's just that this Jing Mei star. Is there a problem? Lin Shen asked. It can't be considered a problem. It's just too good. Ding Quang smiled bitterly. Too good is also a problem. Lin Shen was a little surprised. He originally thought that there was something wrong with this planet, but he didn't expect this answer. Yes, being too good is sometimes a problem. Jing Mei's star is also very good among the first-class stars. On that planet, there are a large number of upper-level deformed species, and the quality is extremely high. Even ordinary deformed species cannot be found. They are either mutated upper-level deformed species, or divine beast deformed species. Middle-level deformed species, and lower-level deformed species are more difficult to see on Jing Mei's star than in the ancient world. Ding Quang shook his head and said, the resources there are first class, but your current strength is not enough to develop the resources there. You can only look at them, but not use them, so being too good is also a problem. But everything has its pros and cons. You are not having a good time now. After you are promoted to an upper-level god, Jing Mei's star will be a huge treasure house for you, and it is unparalleled. Ding Quang comforted Lin Shen a few more words. Chapter 989. Lin Shen finally understood that his planet was too advanced, and he couldn't use it for the time being. If he went there, there might even be danger. On a planet where upper-level deformed species were rampant, he really didn't have the ability to survive in that place. But it didn't matter. Now that Lin Shen had his identity certificate, he could use the teleportation device or spaceship to leave Kwafu Star. As long as he arrived at a safe place without law restrictions, he would immediately use the teleportation device to teleport back. The teleportation device of the Immortal Court is much more advanced than that of the Ancient Realm. There is a teleportation device on each planet, and each teleportation device can teleport to any planet in the Immortal Court. Of course, The teleportation device has this function, which does not mean that you can teleport there. In fact, there are many restrictions on planetary teleportation. For example, only each person has the authority to teleport to his own territorial planet. The owner of the planet can also grant others authority, even temporary authority, which is freely adjustable. So the function of the teleportation device itself is very powerful, but there are also many artificial restrictions. In fact, most planets cannot be teleported without the authority granted by the owner. On the way back, Ding Quang told Lin Shen some more about Crystal Charm Star. Lin Shen was not the first owner of Crystal Charm Star. In fact, Crystal Charm Star had been assigned many times before Lin Shen. However, most of the previous owners of Crystal Charm Star had died, and some of those who were still alive had applied to change their terrestrial planets. Among those who died, some did not know the degree of danger of Crystal Charm Star at the beginning, and died silently after going there. Some people knew the horror of Crystal Charm Star, but still refused to believe it. They knew there were tigers in the mountains, but they went to the Tiger Mountain, and then they lost their lives. Some people have strong backgrounds, and want to seize the resources of Crystal Charm Star with their family's strong men. The most famous time was when a small family sent all its elites, dozens of upper-level gods and men went to Crystal Charm Star, but only 2 or 3 of them came back alive, and the family never recovered. Since then, few people dared to take the idea of Crystal Charm Star. Some big families, such as the Ding family, wanted to get the authority of Crystal Charm Star, but unfortunately no one could go to Crystal Charm Star randomly. Little Sixth Master, don't worry, you can continue to live on Quafu Star, or I can bring people to help you sort out Crystal Charm Star. It's not a big deal. Ding Quang said generously. Second brother Ding, I want to go around first, go to other places to see and gain some experience. Lin Shen politely rejected Ding Quang's kindness. Okay, contact me if you have anything, don't be polite. Ding Quang said with a smile. Back in the warehouse, Lin Shen packed up his things, took the 4 little white tigers, and planned to leave Quafu Star first. Lin Shen was going to take all the little white tigers back to the ancient world. Although they were small, with their strength, they could walk sideways in the ancient world unless they met those top strong men. This is a natural immortal. In terms of innate level, Dai's is far inferior to them. Lin Shen packed up his things, and when Ding Quang was about to take him to the teleportation station, Ding Yongxin and his men blocked the door. Grand Elder, what do you mean? It wasn't enough last time. Do you want to do it again? Ding Quang stood in front of Lin Shen and said coldly to Ding Yongxin. Ding Yongxin just smiled slightly. Second Master, don't be anxious. I have no ill intentions in coming to see a Tion this time. Not only do I have no ill intentions, I also have a great opportunity to give him. You have something good to do with him? Ding Quang pouted with disdain. Ding Yongxin seemed not to hear Ding Quang's ridicule and said to himself, Second Master, the marriage between our Ding family and the Shen family is imminent, but a duo has such a thing at this time, so we can only choose another person to complete the marriage. You want a Tion to pretend to be a duo? Ding Quang understood what Ding Yongxin meant, and looked at Lin Shen with some surprise, and said, He looks different from a duo, how can he pretend to be a duo? It's not pretending, it's just changing someone. What the Shen family wants is a Ding family member, who can practice the sun-chasing method, not necessarily a duo. Ding Yongxin said. He is not from the Ding family. Ding Quang said. How can he not be from the Ding family? We have tested it, and you have seen it with your own eyes, second young master. He is 100% of the pure Quafu bloodline. If not from our Ding family, who else could he be from? Ding Yongxin looked at Lin Shen and said with a smile, With 100% pure bloodline of our family, and such high talent, you will definitely be able to practice the sun-chasing art. As long as you practice the sun-chasing art, no matter where you grow up, you will be the direct bloodline of our Ding family. The descendants of you and the woman from the Shen family will inherit the bloodline of both the Shen and Ding families. In the future, you can practice the 2 magical skills of shooting the sun and chasing the sun together. That will be an important hub for the unity of our 2 families. How noble your status will be. Lin Shen understood that the Ding and Shen families wanted to give birth to a child who could practice the magic of both families at the same time. This was probably just an experiment. If a descendant who could practice both magics was born, the cooperation between the 2 families would be closer in the future. There would be many children born in both families, and their strength would become stronger and stronger. Of course, it would be difficult for a child to take power. At most, he could be a high-level thug. Lin Shen wanted to go home. His wife was about to give birth. He had no mood to have a baby with another woman outside. let alone participate in the trivial matters of the Ding and Shin families. Now he wanted to fly back to Tianquan immediately to take care of Tianquan and watch his child being born. That was the only descendant of the Lin family at present, and also the hope of the Lin family in the future. So Lin Shin rejected Ding Yongxin without thinking. Ding Yongxin said calmly, "Since you are the blood of the Ding family, you must make due contributions to the family. If you do not obey the family's arrangements, you will not be able to stay in the Ding family anymore." Lin Shin thought, "Leaving the Ding family is just what I want. In that case, I will take my leave." After saying that, Lin Shin took the 4 little tigers away, leaving Ding Yongxin and others looking at each other in bewilderment. "Second master, don't you want to persuade him?" Ding Yongxin looked at Ding Quang and said, "He is not without brains. Why should I persuade him?" Ding Quang did not care. "As far as I know, you took him to get an identity certificate in the name of the Ding family, and he was assigned to Jingmei Star, right?" Ding Yongxin said. "So what?" Ding Quang frowned. "Since he is unwilling to contribute to our Ding family, he naturally cannot enjoy all the resources of the Ding family, so he cannot be teleported to any planet of the Ding family. If he wants to leave, let him go back to his own planet," Ding Yongxin said. "You want to use this to threaten me and him?" Ding Quang frowned slightly. "As a member of the Ding family, you should contribute to the Ding family. People who are unwilling to contribute to the Ding family, what qualifications do you have to enjoy the resources of the Ding family? Do you think there is anything wrong with what I said?" Ding Yongxin said lightly. Ding Quang did not refute. What Ding Yongxin said was indeed correct, and he had nothing to refute. After thinking about it, Ding Quang followed Lin Shin and advised, "Shin Qingxue is born very beautiful, and she has the opportunity to learn the sun-chasing method. Why not?" Chapter 990. Lin Shin knew that he did not have the innate blood of the sun-chasing clan, and it was impossible for him to practice the sun-chasing great method, so he naturally could not listen to Ding Quang's persuasion. "Second brother Ding, I still want to go out for a walk by myself." Ding Quang heard this and said worriedly, "Your identity certificate has just been opened, and you have not been granted the authority by others, so you cannot go to other planets. If you refuse, you can only leave the sun-chasing clan's planet and return to your own planet." Lin Shin knew what this meant. If he returned to Jingmei Star, how long he could survive in such a dangerous place was still unpredictable. But now Lin Shin had no choice. He did not have the real Quafu bloodline, and it was impossible for him to meet Ding Yongxin's expectations. "I know, then I will go to Jingmei Star." Lin Shin took a deep breath and said calmly. Ding Quang did not say anything else. In this situation, he had no choice. After all, he was also a member of the Ding family. Ding Yongxin stood above the interests of the Ding family. He could not say that the strong men of the Ding family helped Lin Shin sort out Jingmei Star. Seeing that Lin Shin actually chose to go to Jingmei Star, Ding Yongxin spoke again. "If you stay, you can not only marry a beautiful woman, but also get the care of the Ding family, and you can get more resources than the real descendants of the Ding family. Why do you want to gamble and ruin your future? Everyone's choice is different. I like challenges and difficulties." Lin Shin pretended to be cool, and went to the teleportation station. Ding Yongxin snorted coldly, but did not stop him. "Second brother Ding, thank you for your care. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay this favor." Lin Shin and Ding Quang said goodbye, and took the 4 little white tigers into the teleportation device. He participated in the identity test as a member of the Ding family. With his authority, the only place he could choose to go to was his own Jingmei Star, in addition to the public area planet of the Ding family. Now that the Ding family has sealed his authority, he can no longer go to the public area planet of the Ding family. He can only choose to teleport to Jingmei Star. "Stupid, why don't you agree to that idiot of the Ding family? What a good opportunity this is." The Purple Mansion Fairy was almost crazy with depression. Lin Shin obviously had the opportunity to stay in the Ding family, and even had the opportunity to break into the core circle of the Ding family. He actually left such a good way, and chose to go to a ghost place like Jingmei Star. Lin Shin had his own plans, so he ignored her and chose to teleport to Jingmei Star. He had learned the details of Jingmei Star from Ding Quang before, and Jingmei Star was not completely without living space. At least the area near the teleportation station was relatively safe. As long as Lin Shin does not leave the area near the teleportation station, the upper-level deformed species on Crystal Charm Star should not rush to the teleportation station to kill a weak creature like him. Most of the people who died before had intentions on the deformed species resources on Crystal Charm Star. He died because he was far away from the teleportation station. Lin Shin made up his mind to stay in the teleportation station and try to teleport back. Ignoring the complaints of the Purple Mansion Fairy, Lin Shen and the 4 little white tigers came to Crystal Charm Star through the teleportation array. Lin Shen came out of the teleportation device and found himself in a blue crystal cave. The space of this cave is as large as an indoor basketball court. In addition to the teleportation device, there are various instruments and devices, even intelligent computers and Shiyu Taishu cabins, which look very advanced. Although it is not as good as Ding Quang's collection, it is not much worse. Why are there so many things here? Lin Shen thought about it for a while and figured out the reason. Ding Quang said that the previous owner of Jing Mei Star mobilized the power of the entire family to seize the resources of Jing Mei Star. As a result, there were heavy casualties, and only 2 or 3 people escaped back. It is estimated that the things here should have been brought by the people of that family at that time. Because the god who became the owner of Jing Mei Star at that time died, Jing Mei Star returned to an ownerless state, and the people who were previously granted the authority to teleport to Jing Mei Star had their authority invalidated. Those who escaped had no chance to enter Jing Mei Star again, and these things fell here. Lin Shen was not very interested in those things. He took out the mechanical watch first and tried to see if he could teleport away from this planet. The result was still negative. The mechanical watch could not be used here. This was also within Lin Shen's expectations. There were so many upper-level deformed species on Jing Mei Star, which would definitely affect the law environment here. It was normal that the mechanical watch could not be used. Originally, Lin Shen did not expect to be able to teleport out directly. His plan was to fly out of the atmosphere of Crystal Charm Star and then teleport out in space. Crystal Charm Star was too dangerous, so Lin Shen did not dare to go out directly. He came to the exit of the cave, stood against the wall and looked out. The gravity of this planet, although not as strong as that of the neutron star before, is much stronger than that of ordinary habitable planets. With Lin Shen's physical fitness and strength, he would feel a little heavy when moving here, and he might run much slower. The surface of Crystal Charm Star is full of various crystal structures. Most of the places are blue crystals, and a few places have crystals of various colors. He just looked outside and saw a creature with a body like crystal in the air. It looked like a golden pheasant, and its crystal feathers were colorful and very beautiful. It stood on a crystal mountain peak and scratched the blue crystal mountain below with its claws. The blue crystal mountain hundreds of meters high was actually split into 2 under its claws, and was torn apart from the middle, and a valley was cracked in the middle. Is that chicken so strong? Lin Shen was surprised. These blue crystals were harder than ordinary immortal materials. The power of the golden pheasant's claws could actually tear apart the mountain hundreds of meters high. What a terrifying power. When Lin Shen was amazed, he saw a deformed species with a dark blue body, like a centipede, coming out of the crack in the crack mountain. Its body was huge, dozens of meters long, crawling up along the mountain wall from the crack and quickly coming to the front of the golden pheasant. The back half of its body was wrapped around the mountain peak, and the front half was raised, opening its strange mouth parts, ready to swallow the golden pheasant alive. Lin Shen saw a terrifying blue light and shadow on its body, like a demon god, covering the centipede's body and emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Those who can use the power of the demon god's advent must be at least a medium-level deformed species, but Ding Quang told him that it should be difficult to see deformed species other than the upper level on Jing Mei Star, so the blue giant centipede is probably not as simple as a medium-level deformed species. The golden pheasant looked at the blue giant centipede biting like a devil, but it didn't seem to take it seriously at all. It spread its wings and kicked its legs. On a planet with such a strong gravity, its figure was almost so big that Lin Shen couldn't see it clearly. When Lin Shen saw it again, the golden pheasant had already flown to the top of the blue giant centipede's head, toward the blue giant centipede's head with one claw, and stretched its head to peck at some mysterious substance in its body. The golden pheasant seemed very picky, just ate some of the mysterious substance, and then flapped its wings and flew away. The body of the blue giant centipede fell down and hung on the hillside, emitting blue particles that gradually condensed into one object in the air. Chapter 991. Those blue particles condensed into the shadow of a giant blue centipede, circling in the air, and after a long time, they turned into a crystal blue crystal and fell to the ground. The blue crystal was very small, like a water drop, and there was an ancient mysterious symbol flowing inside. Lin Shen couldn't understand what the mysterious symbol was, but he could feel that the symbol was pregnant with incredible energy. What is that? Lin Shen was curious and knew it must be a good thing, but he didn't know what it was. It must not be the distortion source, which should have been eaten by the golden pheasant. So what is the water drop? The water drop fell to the ground, and the mysterious symbol inside it flashed blue light, as if there was a blue light mist rising above it. The blue light mist seemed to be evaporating, and the more it evaporated, the fainter the brilliance of the mysterious symbol became. Lin Shan stood in the cave and looked for a while. The mysterious symbol in the water drop crystal had faded to the point that it was almost invisible. Crack! As the mysterious symbol completely disappeared, the water drop also broke into pieces, turning into debris on the ground. From beginning to end, Lin Shan did not dare to move in the cave. He knew that the water drop must be a good thing, but he did not dare to step out of the cave. Even though the body of the blue giant centipede was still outside, and liquid was still oozing out of the wound, Lin Shan had no intention of going out. A few little white tigers saw the food and wanted to go out quietly, but they were roared by the unusual little white tiger, and immediately lowered their heads and lay down dejectedly. The dead fan has not made any movement until now. I am afraid that it has also realized the danger. Even such a greedy little white tiger has not gone out, which shows that this matter must be not simple. Lin Shan thought about it, turned back to the cave, and prepared to try to see if the equipment left by the previous group of people could still be used. Don't move, wait and take a look outside. The Purple Mansion Fairy suddenly spoke. Lin Shan leaned against the wall and waited for a while. Suddenly, he saw the colorful golden pheasant jumping to the top of the mountain at the cracked top. Its cold eyes actually stared at the cave for a while, and then it jumped and landed on the body of the blue giant centipede. Its sharp claws tore its body apart, tearing the blue giant centipede into sections, and pecking at something from the joints. Lin Shan felt a chill in his heart. The golden pheasant seemed to know that there were people inside, and it wanted to use the body of the blue giant centipede as bait like fishing. But for some reason, the golden pheasant did not rush into the cave, and he didn't know what was special about this cave. Fortunately, you are not greedy, otherwise you would have been pecked through the head and had your brain sucked dry. The voice of the Purple Mansion Fairy sounded. Do you know what kind of deformed species that is? Lin Shan asked. The upper divine beast Luo Feng. That thing likes to eat human brains the most. If it is outside, you'd better not leave the teleportation station, otherwise there will be disaster. I said it long ago, there is such a good opportunity. You don't stay in the Ding family, but come to this broken place. You can't get any resources here. How can you go further? The Purple Mansion Fairy brought up the past. Lin Shan ignored her, walked to the side of the equipment, and began to study whether these equipment can still be used. Because it is too old, Lin Shan is not sure whether these things can still operate normally. Fortunately, he already knew how to use various devices in Deng Quang's warehouse, so it was not difficult to start them. Although these devices are old, their performance is not bad. Lin Shan fiddled with them for a while, and found that most of them could be used. Products from the Immortal Court must be top-notch. They have been eroded for so many years, but they can still operate normally. Lin Shan was overjoyed, and quickly went online to check what the water drop crystal he had just seen was. He soon found the answer. The water drop was not a crystal, but a distorted soul transformed from the energy of the upper creature itself. Distorted artifacts, distorted souls, and distorted souls are three types of distorted divine objects that can be bred by distorted species. Lin Shan already knew the role of distorted artifacts. The distorted soul can increase the distortion characteristics, and the distorted soul is a pet-like form. If you can contact the distorted soul before it dissipates and establish a contractual relationship with it, you can get the help of the soul pet. The spirit pet is immortal, and has the same abilities as the mutant species that gave birth to it. It is a very powerful pet. Unfortunately, ordinary mutant species will hardly give birth to spirit pets. Generally, only upper-level mutant species can give birth to deformed spirits. This is because the upper-level deformed species are already closely integrated with the laws of ghosts and gods. It can be said that the deformed spirit is an organism that combines the energy of the upper-level deformed species with ghosts and gods. The upper-level deformed species can also use spirit attacks, which is one of their most important abilities. The middle-level deformed species generally cannot give birth to deformed spirits, but can only give birth to deformed spirits. The deformed spirits themselves are also the product of the combination of the energy of the deformed species and ghosts and gods. The source of distortion can be bred by the three types of upper, middle, and lower deformed species, and the quality varies greatly. The value of the best distortion artifact is not inferior to the soul and the spirit, but unfortunately the quality varies. Some are good and some are bad. Unlike the soul and the spirit, as long as they can be obtained, they are basically good things. The number of spirits is even rarer. After all, it is something that can only be obtained by killing the upper deformed species. After the death of the general upper deformed species, because the degree of condensation of the spirit is not enough, it is easy to dissipate immediately, and it is impossible to contract with it. After the death of the mutant deformed species and the divine beast deformed species, the degree of condensation of the spirit is relatively high, so it is possible to complete the contract with them. If Lin Shan had known that the water drop was so precious, he might have been tempted, but he would definitely not go out to take the risk to obtain the spirit. With that Luo Feng outside, I am afraid that my plan to break out of the planet will have to slow down. Lin Shan opened one of the Xinyu Taishu cabins, and entered the Taishu world. There was no sign of the wrathful goddess on the beach. It was probably because there was not enough time. Lin Shan did not bother about it. He did not come for the wrathful goddess. Lin Shan entered the Suanio temple, and then went to Shangxing. There was only Lin Shan in the trading market here. He planned to use Shangxing to buy a daily necessity, and sell some things at the same time. As soon as he opened the trading panel, he saw many messages. He had been hanging Keaties, Xiaoyu, and the Holy Shield Dragon on it, waiting to accept the challenge to make money. But because he had not been here for a long time, he had not accepted the challenge. I didn't expect that after so long, there would be so many people who wanted to challenge Keaties, Xiaoyu, and the Holy Shield Dragon. Unlike before, no one dared to challenge them. Lin Shan ignored these challenge messages. He was not interested in making money today. He had more important things to verify. Chapter 992. Lin Shan did not intend to sell himself out. That way he could indeed return to the ancient realm, but it would not be so easy to come to the immortal court again. With the resources of the ancient realm, at best one could become a Dharma king, and although the Dharma king could not be said to be at the bottom of society in the immortal court, he was indeed nothing. Lin Shan still wanted to use the resources of the immortal court to go further. Only by becoming stronger could he fight against the power of the immortal court. Otherwise, when the people around him broke through the calamity and came to the immortal court, their fate would be unimaginable. Knowing the tragic experience of the people in the ancient realm in the immortal court, Lin Shan had to make plans early. Now that he had an official identity in the immortal court, he could use this identity to do many things and help many people. Lin Shan wanted to transfer the knowledge and things he had gained in the immortal court to Tianxuan and others in the ancient realm, but unfortunately the ancient realm and the immortal court could not communicate normally, so he could only use the commodity trading system of Shangxing. Lin Shan took a diary and wrote down the content of the sun shooting technique in it. He did not write about the immortal court, not even a single word. It would not be good for them to know the situation of the immortal court too early. The most important thing now is to let them know that there is another way to immortality, and there is a more powerful power above immortality. If the people in the ancient realm can make a breakthrough in the ancient realm and achieve stronger power, they may have a chance to gain a foothold in the immortal court in the future and not end up as guinea pigs. Therefore, Lin Shan now wants to know whether the magical power of the immortal court can be successful in the ancient realm. The reason why I chose the sun shooting method instead of the sun chasing method is that the sun shooting method is relatively easier to get started with, not as difficult as the sun chasing method. After Lin Shan finished writing the sun shooting method, he did not name it the sun shooting method, but wrote the words Lin Shan's peerless divine skill, and then put it up for sale in the trading area of Shangxing, with a price of up to 1 million Shangxing coins. The price of 1 million Shangxing coins is really too high, so high that ordinary families cannot afford so much liquidity. This is also Lin Shan's deliberate design to prevent others from mistakenly buying it. Tianxuan and others will probably buy it when they see his name. Of course, the name is only one aspect. Lin Shan drew a mark on the cover, and that mark can only be recognized by Tianxuan, Big Sister, Lao Wei, and other people who are close to him. As soon as the high price of 1 million for this diary came out, it immediately caused a huge controversy in the ancient realm. Lin Shan's peerless magic? What kind of crap is this? A person of Lin Shan's level and ability dares to call a crappy book peerless. You are crazy about money. Can this be priced at 1 million? If this can be sold, I will write 100 or 10 copies. If it doesn't sell for 1 million or 100,000, I will make a fortune at 10,000 per copy. It's really a rip-off. He can think of any tricks to make money. Your name is useless. At least you can find a famous one, such as the name of a certain Dharma king. Most people sneered at the $1 million price tag of this book. The main reason is that Lin Shan's fame is limited to the Celestial clan, and only some Celestials on the Zenith Star saw the shocking battle. Those who had seen the battle could be said to worship Lin Shan as a god, but those who had not seen the battle in person, even if they had heard some rumors, would not take Lin Shan seriously, and would only think that the rumors were exaggerated. Tianxuan received the news and looked at the cover of the book with her elder sister, and immediately gathered funds to buy the book back. But when they had enough money, they found that the book had been bought by someone, and they were immediately disappointed. Because the purchase was anonymous, Lin Shen didn't know who bought the book. I think outsiders would not spend millions of dollars to buy a handwritten book, right? Lin Shen thought there would be no problem, but there was a problem. Someone really spent millions of dollars to buy Lin Shen's handwritten sun shooting method. Oh my god, someone really bought it. Is this okay? Lin Shen's writings can actually sell for millions. Is this world crazy? Hype in the open. I think he found someone to buy it himself, and he will definitely sell the second book next. That's the real hook. This is just the bait. Brother who bought the book, come out and say something. What the hell is written in the book? There are those who are curious, those who have conspiracy theories, and those who criticize Lin Shen. Lin Shen just wanted Tianquan and the others to see the sun shooting method, so that they can have an understanding of the power system of the immortal court and try to see if they can go further, but he didn't expect such a storm to happen. As Lin Shen's peerless magic skills sold for 1,000,000 yuan, all kinds of hand-copied magic skills secrets appeared in the trading area, and the prices ranged from 1 Shangxing coin to 1,000,000 Shangxing coins. Some people copied Lin Shen's name and called it Lin Shen's peerless divine art, while others found some more famous ones than Lin Shen, such as Deer's peerless divine art, King So-and-so's peerless divine art, etc. Anyway, there are all kinds of things. Some claimed that they spent millions of dollars to buy the real Lin Shen's peerless divine art, and then copy a copy, and only sold it for 100,000 Shangxing coins to make up for the loss, and guaranteed to sell only one copy. There are all kinds of monsters and demons on the Shangxing trading platform that can be thought of and can't be thought of. There is no worst, only worse. The person who really bought Lin Shen's peerless divine art is holding a diary at this time, looking at the not-so-good-looking words on it, but reading it with relish. Lin Shen is already exploring the way ahead, and I have to catch up quickly. It's time to be promoted to immortal. I was originally still hesitating about which way I should go, but now it seems that there is no need to hesitate anymore. Deer's eyes gradually became firm. The person who spent millions of dollars to buy Lin Shen's peerless divine art was none other than Dais of the Supreme Clan. Dais read it and believed it. Originally, he planned to take the path of immortality, but after reading this secret book, Dais changed his mind and decided to take the path described in the book. However, Dais was not prepared to copy the sun shooting method completely. He wanted to take the path of ghosts and gods, but not the path of the sun shooting method. My heart is free. I have become a ghost and god by myself. So why should I visualize others? I am God, and God is me. Dais wanted to create his own divine art, and take a path of visualizing himself as a god. One day, a cosmic rainbow light suddenly appeared in the starry sky. The strange cosmic rainbow light actually transformed into the appearance of Dais in the starry sky, like a god, a demon, a saint, and a Buddha. The incomparable pressure shocked the entire universe. Dios is immortal, but what's going on? Many people who targeted Dios showed astonishment on their faces. Chapter 993. Christine looked at the cosmic rainbow light that had transformed into the appearance of Dais. His eyes were as sharp as a sword. He felt something strange and knew that Dais had taken an unusual path, but he didn't know which path he had taken. Christine stood up, stepped into the air, and headed towards the teleportation station. He wanted to meet Dais, see Dais with his own eyes, and see what kind of path he had taken. Many predecessors of the Supreme Clan were surprised and happy to see this strange scene. They originally thought that Dais would not enter immortality so quickly, because he had not found his own immortal path, and was not sure that he could achieve the true immortal law. Everyone thought that Dais would definitely become the King of Law, but before that, the old King of Law in that line had to die first. But Dais unexpectedly entered immortality, and triggered such a strange cosmic rainbow light, making it difficult to guess whether he became the King of Law. Most people think that Dais should not have become the Dharma King, because although the vision of the cosmic rainbow light is magical, there is no immortal crown. Without the immortal crown, he naturally cannot be the Dharma King. What a pity. Dais has such a good aptitude. Too anxious. He should wait a little longer. First find out whether there are any immortal king creatures of this series. Some people feel sorry, while others gloat over the misfortune. Lu Ren also feels sorry for his disciple. Although the cosmic rainbow light is rare, it has no substantial effect, and it is not comparable to the immortal crown. But since Dais has taken this step, there is no need to say anything more. Even if he is not the Dharma King, Dais will definitely become one of the supreme beings in the universe. Boom! When the rainbow light of the universe disappeared, everyone thought it was the end, but suddenly a thunderbolt fell from the sky, and the location where the thunderbolt fell was exactly where Dais was. Under the thunderbolt bombardment, everything turned into scorched earth. Dais flew up into the air, went against the thunderbolt, stood in the void, and let the thunderbolt bombard him. Death. Everyone was shocked. From ancient times to the present, no such thing has ever been seen. How could someone trigger a death bolt just after being promoted to immortal? No, the death bolt of the death bolt is invisible and shadowless. Outsiders can't see it at all. This is not a simple death bolt. Lu Ran stared at Dies in the void with a straight gaze. Dios, dressed in white, stood in the void, with thousands of stars flashing outside him, holding something in his hand, which looked like a book, but under the flashing thunderbolt, no one knew what book it was. Boom! The crack in the void became bigger and bigger, and an extremely majestic gate of heaven emerged, entangled with thousands of void lightning, and gradually emerged into the world. The gate of the immortal court. When many top masters saw the gate of the immortal court, their faces showed disbelief. It is already difficult to survive the death calamity again and again, and it is only the top kings of magic who can lead to the gate of the immortal court. Deers, who has just become immortal, not only triggered the death calamity, but also led to the gate of the immortal court. This is simply unbelievable, and has never happened before. How is this possible? Lu Ran was also shocked. She couldn't believe that Deers could actually lead to the gate of the immortal court. You should know that Dies did not obtain the immortal crown, which means that he did not obtain the true immortal law, nor was he the immortal Dharma king. With such an identity, it would be fine if he had just been promoted to a deadly disaster, but he even triggered the gate of the immortal court. This is really unimaginable. The gate of the immortal court completely emerged from the void, and the jade steps fell down and turned into a ladder to the sky, reaching Dies' feet. Everyone was watching this scene, and some people were also broadcasting the scene of the immortal court, so that almost the whole universe could see this strange and bizarre scene. When the Emperor of Heavenly Arts broke the immortal gate in anger before, the signal there was isolated, and not many people saw it. This time it was almost broadcast live to the whole universe. Everyone was watching Dies, and the gate of the immortal court. Christine had also arrived at the lofty star, floating in the air, and shouted to Dies, "Dies, I haven't planned on you yet, how can you just leave like this? Come back to me." Dies looked back at Christine, smiled slightly, said nothing, and just threw out the thing in his hand. The thing was wrapped in star-like light, and flew towards Christine, and in an instant, it was in front of him. Christine grabbed it with his hand and grabbed it in his hand. When he took it back and looked at it, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. At this time, someone flying next to Christine was broadcasting live, and everyone saw clearly that what Christine was holding in his hand was actually the book Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art. Oh my god, the person who bought Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art was actually Dies. Dies suddenly became immortal, and attracted death, and the gate of the immortals. Could it be because of the book Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art? What did Lin Shan write in there? What exactly is Lin Shan's Peerless Magic? Hurry up and open it. Others were anxious, but Christine had no intention of opening it. She just stared at Dies in front of the jade steps, as if she didn't understand what he meant. You will understand after reading it. Lin Shan has walked far ahead of us. I have to catch up with him by following his footsteps. After Dies finished speaking, he no longer had any nostalgia and stepped onto the jade steps. Thunder and fire engulfed Dies in white. Flames rose and lightning struck, but all this could not stop Dies from moving forward. He walked up the jade steps step by step, and the starlight on his body became brighter and brighter. He walked all the way to the gate of the fairy court. The thunder and fire were so fierce that he could not see anything. Boom, the light and shadow, like a demon god, repelled the thunder and fire of the heavens, and blasted open the gate of the fairy court with a punch. Deers, who was shrouded in light and shadow, walked into the gate. He did not look back, did not linger, and was not afraid. He just walked into the gate. Boom! The gate closed and gradually disappeared into the void until it finally disappeared. The cracks in the void also disappeared. Many people were still in shock. The shock brought by the gate of the fairy court was unimaginable for ordinary people. Some people cast their burning eyes on the book Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art in Christine's hand. If some people used to disdain this book, no one would think so now. It was only less than 2 days after Deers took the book, he was promoted to immortal, attracted death, and blasted the gate of the fairy court. All these things were unprecedented. And the source of all this seemed to come from this book Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art. Greedy eyes were focused on this simple diary. Chapter 994. Before those greedy people could make a move, terrifying law ripples appeared in the lofty star. Those law ripples did not hurt anyone, but they frightened those greedy people invisibly, so no one dared to attack Christine and seize the book Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art. No one dared to make a move, but it did not mean that greed would disappear. There were greedy eyes staring at the book in Christine's hand everywhere in the universe. That was the divine art that allowed Dies to break the death calamity and enter the fairy court against the immortal gate when he was just promoted to immortal. Now those immortal-level antiques regretted to death. If they had known that Lin Shen's peerless divine art had such an effect, they would have rushed to buy it even if it was 5 million or 10 million, not to mention 1 million Shangxing coins. If they could obtain such a divine art, how could the death calamity still do anything to them? At least in the short term, they would not have to worry about the difficulty of surviving the death calamity. Now it is not so easy to take Lin Shen's peerless divine art from Christine. On the lofty star, there are strong men from the Supreme Clan protecting Christine. When Christine returns to the Diamond Clan, there are also Diamond Clan protecting him. It is impossible for ordinary immortals to snatch things from these two clans. Christine knows the value of this book and does not want to test human nature, so he directly chooses to teleport back to the Diamond Star. As soon as Christine returned to the Diamond Clan, he saw the greedy king and the arrogant king of the Diamond Clan standing outside the teleportation station, which made Christine's face change slightly. Anyone can understand clearly that these two kings who rarely see each other suddenly appeared here at the same time. It is easy to guess why they come here. Christine, Lin Shen's peerless magic skill is of great importance. I will protect you. Come back with me, the greedy king said as he waved his hand. When his sleeves rolled up, an unparalleled tornado formed, trying to roll Christine over. The pink carapace wrapped Christine's body, and a pink sword appeared in his hand at the same time, bursting out pink sword light. Only Christine, who was at the Nirvana level, actually broke the greedy king's tornado with the light of Nirvana. His separation divine light was indeed too strong. Among the Nirvana level, in terms of destructiveness, except for Lin Shen, I am afraid that no one can match him. Seeing that the power he exerted was actually broken by Christine, although it was just a casual attack from him, and he didn't even use the law, it still made the greedy king slightly stunned. In the eyes of a Dharma King level strongman like the greedy king, immortals are no different from garbage. A mere Nirvana person can be easily dealt with. It's no wonder that the greedy king was a little surprised that Christine could break his casual attack. Seeing this, the arrogant king sneered and said, "Greedy old ghost, you have such a little trick, and you still dare to say that you can protect others' safety. As a king, even I have to blush for you. It's none of your business." The greedy king looked ugly and swung another attack without saying anything, but this attack was completely different from the previous one. The law of greed is strange and unpredictable. The vortex form swallows everything, and is about to swallow Christine. Christine slashed wildly with the holy sword in his hand. The pink sword light that could tear the void was completely useless in the vortex, and was swallowed by the vortex instead. Just as Christine was about to be swallowed, a strong light suddenly gushed out, hitting the vortex and being swallowed by the vortex. But the light seemed endless. No matter how the vortex swallowed, the light did not weaken at all and kept pouring in. The vortex swallowed the endless light, and had no more energy to swallow Christine. "Arrogant, do you have to fight with me?" The greedy king stared coldly at the end of the light, where the arrogant king stood. "What do you mean I have to fight with you? Lin Shen's peerless divine art is not yours. Why can you get it but I can't?" The arrogant king said arrogantly. "Okay, if you have to decide the winner, then come on." The law of the greedy king burst out, and the vortex that swallowed everything became more and more terrifying. The arrogant king was not to be outdone, and the light on his body burst out, allowing the greedy king to devour him, as if there was no beginning and no end. Christine was in the center of the duel between the two big men, and was desperately resisting, but she could not escape. If the two big men were not afraid of damaging the secret book, I am afraid that Christine's current situation would be even more dangerous. Christine also knew in her heart that the feat of Dies' physical body stepping into the fairy court was too amazing, raising Lin Shen's peerless magic to an unimaginable height. Even the powerful people at the level of the King of Magic were drooling over this book. But Christine knew very well in her heart that this book must be a good thing, but it was definitely not as important as others imagined. Dies was able to reach that level after reading Lin Shen's peerless magic, because Dies himself was too strong, which did not mean that others could do the same. Lin Shen's peerless magical skill is a great help to Dies, but if someone else takes it, it may not have the same effect as Dies. It's not that the greedy king and the arrogant king didn't think of this, but at their level, the death calamity is too difficult to overcome, and they will not let go of any hope. Christine gritted his teeth and took out Lin Shen's peerless magical skill. Now the only way is to destroy the book, so that he has a glimmer of hope. When the greedy king and the arrogant king saw Christine take out the book, although they did not stop, they controlled their own strength and did not let their struggle involve the book, for fear of destroying it. Christine immediately felt the pressure on his body greatly reduced, and his heart was suddenly happy, and he quickly opened the book and started reading. He did not destroy the book immediately, for two reasons. One reason is naturally that he was unwilling to destroy the book like this. He wanted to see how powerful the book that Diaz admired was. More importantly, Diaz said that Lin Shan had already walked ahead, and he also wanted to know how far Lin Shan was from him. He could not practice this magic skill, but he could not know what position Lin Shan and Diaz were standing in now. Another reason was that if he did not read the book and destroyed it directly, he would indeed be safe. But what about the future? Without this book, the people related to Lin Shan were still there. It didn't matter if Lin Shan disappeared, but the people around Lin Shan would probably suffer. After Christine read the book, most people would only ask him for the book instead of looking for people related to Lin Shan. Christine flipped through it quickly. With his ability, it was easy to read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything he saw, so he just memorized it casually. Originally, Christine wanted to memorize it quickly, and then destroy the book, so that the greedy king and the arrogant king could not do anything to him if they wanted to know the content of the book, which was equivalent to killing 3 birds with 1 stone. But as he read, Christine's reading speed slowed down. Lin Shan's peerless magical skills opened up a new world for him that he had never seen before, and Christian's world suddenly became broader. Chapter 995. What kind of world is this? 2 old antiques at the level of Dharma kings are trying to steal things from the younger generations of their own race. No wonder the Diamond tribe is constantly declining. Sophia, the sword saint who was working in the fields and had dark and rough skin like a peasant woman, looked up at the sky and shook her head helplessly. It's a pity that they have lived for so many years, but they still can't let go. They clearly know that Diaz is strong, but just because he is Diaz, they still want to snatch Lin Shan's peerless divine art. The older they get, the more afraid of death, and the greedier they get. Sophia gripped the hoe tightly, straightened her back, exuding a faint sword intent, and was about to step out. Christine was her last disciple, so how could she ignore Christine's life or death? So what if there were 2 Dharma kings? They were her disciples, and the Dharma kings couldn't take his life at will. Just when Sophia was about to go against the sky, she suddenly saw a sudden change in the sky. Ripples of laws appeared on Christine's body, and the fluctuations of the laws became stronger and stronger. Is he going to be immortal? At this time? Sophia was slightly startled. She accepted Christine as her disciple when Christine had health problems. No one knows better than Sophia how difficult it was for Christine along the way. But Sophia never thought that Christine would be promoted to immortal at this time. It shouldn't be. Sophia frowned slightly. Christine's Nirvana attribute is unique in the universe. It is based on the separation method he created himself, finding 2 different Nirvana places, and completing Nirvana twice. Special Nirvana power. This power is incompatible with any of the laws known now. Christine is walking a path that no one else has walked. For such a long time, Christine has been studying his own Nirvana power, hoping to find the corresponding law. No, absolutely not. Because when Christine was in Nirvana, although he experienced 2 enhancements in the Nirvana land, his Nirvana power had nothing to do with the attributes of the 2 Nirvana lands. The Nirvana power could not enter his body at all, because of the separation method. Any Nirvana attribute particles could not combine with his power particles. The separation method made Christine successful, but also restricted Christine. So at that time, Christine only used the power of the 2 Nirvana forces to squeeze his own power particles. A person who completed Nirvana with his own particles, without fusing other attribute particles, is an extremely amazing thing in itself. Because of the separation method, Christine did it. His power particles have no other attributes. The only attribute or ability is separation. No one knows what category the attribute of separation belongs to. Even Sophia, who has lived for countless years, does not know either. Christine can only rely on himself to explore. The result is naturally full of difficulties. Christine has never been able to figure out which category his power belongs to, and what kind of law it can resonate with. For this reason, Christine often asks Sophia for advice, but unfortunately Sophia does not know either, and can only give him some suggestions. According to Sophia's estimation, if Christine wants to be promoted to immortality, he will definitely have a long way to go. Only when he fully understands himself can he comprehend the mystery, and resonate with the unknown law between heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, Christine would trigger the law fluctuations now, which made Sophia a little suspicious. Did Christine realize it now, because he read the book Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art? What exactly is written in it? Sophia, the sword saint who seemed to have no desires for a long time, was actually curious at this time and wanted to take a peek at the contents of the book. What kind of magical method could make Christine take that almost impossible step? But now, no one knows the answer, only the law ripples rippling on Christine's body are constantly bursting with strange energy. Even the two greedy and arrogant people at the level of the King of Law felt something was wrong. After Christine's law fluctuations encountered the immortal law of the two of them, the power of the immortal law was actually weakened. This is almost impossible. The immortal law cannot be changed. No power will have an effect on the immortal law, even if they are both immortal laws. Two immortal laws can exist at the same time, but neither of them can be changed. And Christine's law power actually weakened their law power. Although it only weakened a little bit of the law power they deliberately controlled, and did not cause any trouble to their main power, this little change was incredible. The Diamond people on the planet were also watching this scene, and many young people of the Diamond tribe felt a little sad. The almost invincible existence in the tribe actually wanted to rob the younger generation of things. Although they robbed Christine, many young people in the Diamond tribe, who had no way to rise, felt the same. How much they hoped that Christine could escape this disaster, but they also knew that it was almost impossible to have a chance in front of the two Dharma kings. Until they saw the law fluctuations rippling on Christine's body, they were suddenly surprised and happy. Christine is going to be promoted to immortal. But the immortal level is still not enough. Those are two Dharma kings. Wait. Look at the void. What is that? Oh my god. That is the immortal crown. Christine is going to be immortal as a Dharma king. Many young people of the Diamond tribe clenched their fists excitedly, as if it was not Christine who was going to be promoted to immortal now, but themselves. The void cracked, and a pink crown flew out of the void, shining with incredible brilliance, and slowly fell on Christine's head. The greedy king and the arrogant king were surprised and happy when they saw the immortal crown. What was surprising was that Christine could actually attract the immortal crown, which meant that the system he comprehended was a system without the immortal king, and it was very likely that he had created a precedent for a system. And such a change obviously occurred after Christine read the book Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art. They originally had some doubts about Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art, and they knew in their hearts that Dias could achieve such an achievement because he was too strong, and Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art was just a supplement. But now that Christine has read the book, he has become a Dharma king on the spot, and it is unprecedented. This makes them have to doubt that the book Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art really has incredible content. The two looked at each other, and the power of confrontation was suddenly withdrawn, and at the same time, they launched an attack on Christine. They actually wanted to join forces to take away the book Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art before Christine became a Dharma king. Chapter 996. Two Shameless. Two kings actually teamed up to take something from a younger generation. Two Shameless. Are they still human? More than 90% of the resources of the Diamond tribe were taken away by those high and mighty beings. Now they don't even let go of such a small thing. Do they want to let people live? They really don't give people a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, Christian has read Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art, and has been promoted to the King of Dharma, otherwise it would be too worthless. Being robbed by outsiders is fine, but being robbed by your own people is really shameless. I really hope Christian can deal with those two old guys. It's a pity that he has just been promoted. Even if he is a King of Dharma, how can he defeat those two old guys, who have been practicing for who knows how many years? West. That may not be the case. The book Christine read was Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art. It was a divine art that could allow Dias to break through the gates of the immortals. Maybe. There is really a little possibility. It is said that Lin Shan blew up the leader of the God-making clan with one punch. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be true. Lin Shan should have entered the immortal court. The book Lin Shan's Peerless Divine Art should be what he learned in his life. It is hard to imagine what a peerless divine art is like, and how it can have such magic power. The contents recorded in it must be something that can shock the world and make ghosts weep. The Diamond people have been oppressed by several kings for a long time, and they have long been resentful in their hearts. At this time, they all hope that Christine can create a miracle. But they also know very well in their hearts that even if Christine is promoted to the immortal Dharma king, he may not be the opponent of the two old Dharma kings. Seeing that the power of the laws of the two kings, greed and pride, was about to fall on Christine, the immortal crown was still some distance away from Christine. Suddenly, people saw a scene that stunned them. Christine actually reached out and took off the immortal crown that had not yet fallen on his head, and put it on himself. The moment the immortal crown was put on his head, the pink power of the law also rose from Christine's body like a volcanic eruption. The immortal laws of the two kings, greed and pride, hit the erupting pink law and disappeared instantly. In the blazing pink flames, Christine held a pink sword, stared at the two kings, and swung the sword fiercely. The pink sword light swept across the world, and the immortal law that could not be changed was instantly cut off under the pink sword light. The two kings were shocked and dodged in panic. After dodging the sword light, they found that a corner of the hair crown on their heads had been cut off, and they were extremely angry. The immortal law cannot be changed. This is the eternal truth. This truth was broken by Christine, which shocked them. From now on, there will be no king on Diamond Star. If anyone violates it, my sword will kill him. After saying this, Christine returned to Diamond Star on his own, no longer paying attention to the two kings of greed and arrogance. The two kings were furious when they heard this, but they did not dare to step into Diamond Star. Instead, they turned around and left. People looked at this incredible scene. The two kings actually retreated because of Christine's words, and did not dare to enter Diamond Star. This made them feel like they were dreaming. That's the king, the supreme existence of the Diamond Tribe. Even the emperor of the Diamond Tribe has to bow down to them. Now, they actually bowed to Christine, which is really unbelievable. They don't understand how valuable Christine's law is. That is a law that can directly break the immortal law. It is unique in the world, and there is no second one. Of course, Christine didn't really break the immortal law. His law is separation. The immortal law cannot be changed, but it can be separated from the person who uses the immortal law. The separated law is naturally useless without human control. Ordinary people can't understand these. Even among the immortals, the only one who can understand it is Christine and Sophia. In the eyes of ordinary people, Christine watched Lin Shen's peerless divine art, and then suddenly promoted to immortality, as a Dharma king. Then he cut off the crowns of the two old Dharma kings with a sword. This kind of divine power can be said to be an invincible existence in the universe. If one dies as a coincidence, then what does the current Christine mean? Lin Shen's peerless magic has become a legend, as if anyone who gets it and learns the content inside can become invincible, and as powerful as Dies and Christine. More and more people want to get Lin Shen's peerless magic, but the book is in Christine's hands, and no one dares to take it for the time being. So some people set their sights on Tianquan of Giant Ring Star. Many people think that Lin Shen should have gone to the Immortal Court. Such a powerful evolution technique will definitely be left to those close to him. Tianquan of Giant Ring Star is naturally the first to bear the brunt. But when none of those who wanted to go to the Giant Ring Star to threaten Tianquan came back, many people suddenly woke up. Lin Shen had such a powerful magic skill, he must have taught it to his own people a long time ago. Tianquan must be as invincible as Christine, and there are even more such terrifying existences. How could they afford to provoke him? The name of the Giant Ring Star, and the name of Lin Shen together shocked the entire universe. Lin Shen himself did not expect that the sun shooting technique he originally created for Tianquan would lead to so many things. Fortunately, there were Lao Tai and Yao Gu on the Giant Ring Star, and it would be difficult for the immortals to make trouble there, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Lin Shen's peerless magic skill also became the top evolutionary technique in the universe, but this kind of evolutionary technique, except for Diers and Christine, no third person has ever seen it. Many people want to learn Lin Shen's peerless magic skill, and various methods are emerging one after another. Some people want to become Christian's disciples, and some want to buy it at a high price, even if they have to spend all their money just to see it. There are even many immortal-level antiques who are willing to become Duristan's disciples in order to take a look at Lin Shen's peerless magic. As long as Christian agrees, they will kneel down and call him Daddy. The situation is the same on Giant Ring Star. Its reputation is almost greater than that of Zenith Star. Many people want to enter Giant Ring Star for development, including many immortal-level strongmen. Especially the immortals of the celestial race, who have many connections, just want to go to Giant Ring Star, even if they go to sweep the floor and guard the gate. Of course, they don't really want to sweep the street and guard the gate. What they are thinking about is the peerless magic left by Lin Shen. In the trading area of Shangxing, various handwritten copies of Lin Shen's peerless magic are also popping up, like mushrooms after rain. Some say it is a version written by Lin Shen himself. Some say it is a version copied by Tianquan, and there are also versions excerpted by Dies and annotated by Christine. People are dazzled by the variety, and don't know how to choose. Chapter 997. Lin Shen didn't know that the sun shooting technique he released had led to so many things. He was still wondering whether Tianquan and the others had obtained the sun shooting technique and whether they could study it out. However, Lin Shen soon found something wrong, because in the trading area of Shangxing, Lin Shan saw many imitations of Lin Shan's peerless magic skills, and there were all kinds of them. Although he didn't know what happened, just by looking at the names of these books, Lin Shan knew that the sun shooting technique he wrote might not have reached Tianquan and the others. Deer's version. Christine version. What's going on? Lin Shan knew that the problem was serious. The sun shooting technique should have been in the hands of Deers and Christine. It's just that Lin Shan couldn't figure it out. These two people belonged to different races, and didn't have much interaction. If one of them bought the sun shooting technique, could it be shared? I couldn't figure it out for a while, but it didn't affect Lin Shan's knowledge that Lin Shan's peerless magic skills was very popular in the ancient realm. Just looking at the number of pirated copies, we can tell that something must have happened to the sun shooting technique in the hands of Dies and Christine, which is why there are so many pirated copies. Most of the pirated magic skills use their names. It seems that the sun shooting technique has not reached Tianquan's hands. What should I do? Lin Shan had a headache. Unless he went back in person, it would be difficult to pass on the news here. Suddenly, Lin Shan's mind moved. This situation is a great opportunity. The magic skill I wrote is so popular. Although it has not reached Tianquan's hands, it can be said that it has met expectations. Now that so many people want to learn the magic skill I wrote, why don't I write another one and write the skills of the inheritance fan into it? If someone buys it, it can be learned on a large scale. Wouldn't it be of great help to me? After thinking carefully, Lin Shan was in a dilemma. In the trading area of Shangxing, the name of Lin Shan's XX magic skill has been used too much. If he writes it under his own name, it will be difficult for people to believe that it was written by him. And if he writes it under his own name, he is afraid that Tianquan and the others will be fully prepared and buy it directly, which will cause problems. But if he doesn't use his own name, he won't be able to get this wave of popularity, which makes Lin Shan a little embarrassed. Lin Shan took out the inheritance fan and carefully read the inheritance text on it. As his level increased, the content on it also changed. Compared with the inheritance skills of the Nirvana level and the Ascension level, there are a lot more contents. Lin Shan thought again, and after writing down the inheritance skills, he added some ideas of ghosts and gods as a gimmick, and wrote Lin Shan's Peerless Magic Skills Introduction Daily Update version on the cover. After Lin Shan finished writing, he posted it in the trading area, and the selling price was only 1 Shangxing coin. Originally, the introductory chapter of Peerless Magic Skills, which was only sold for 1 business star coin, did not attract much attention. Even fewer people saw it. As soon as it came out, it was drowned out by various Lin Shan's XX magic skills. Fortunately, there are too many people in the universe who are interested. Soon someone discovered that this book is different from other imitation books. Not only is it a handwritten copy, but the handwriting is very similar to the previous Lin Shan's Peerless Magic Skills, and it is suspected that it was written by the same person. Anyway, it only takes 1 business star coin, and soon someone bought the introductory chapter. At first glance, it is like a treasure. Lin Shan was not in a hurry. He put up another copy the next day, using the same name. When the book disappeared within seconds after it was posted, Lin Shan knew that he should have succeeded, and someone knew that the book was real. Lin Shan was not in a hurry, and he posted a book every day. Of course, the following books were not written by Lin Shan himself, but copied by Xiaoyu imitating his handwriting. Lin Shan himself has not paid much attention to the trading area recently. To be precise, he should not pay attention to the trading area in the ancient world. Lin Shan discovered before that there are actually 2 trading systems for this business star. One is the normal business star trading system in the ancient world, and the other is the Taishu trading system. The 2 trading systems do not interfere with each other, and have no intersection with each other. The business star trading system uses the business star currency, while the Taishu side uses the Taishu currency. In the Taishu trading system, the things in the trading area are sold by people in the fairy court at a glance, all kinds of distortion fluids, distortion sources, etc., and even some people sell souls and spirits, and I don't know how they are preserved. This trading system is obviously connected to the Taishu world. Lin Shan is considering whether to sell the things of the immortal court to the ancient realm, so that people in the ancient realm can have an understanding of the things of the immortal court, or it is possible to use these things directly in the ancient realm to upgrade to a higher level. Of course, Lin Shan can also make some profits by buying low and selling high. However, after thinking about it, Lin Shan temporarily gave up this idea. The immortal court seems to have some special monitoring methods for the ancient realm, just like the death calamity and the universe rainbow light, which seem to be ways to monitor people in the ancient realm. Lin Shan suspected that if he really resold the things to the ancient realm, the immortal court would immediately find out, which might implicate the buyer. Having temporarily given up the idea of reselling, Lin Shan discovered something interesting. The two trading systems are not completely independent. Through the Shangxing platform, the currencies of the two systems can actually be exchanged. One Shangxing coin can be exchanged for one Taishu coin, which means that the million yuan in Lin Shan's hand can be exchanged for 1 million Taishu coins. Lin Shan has recently been studying the purchasing power of Taishu coins, and whether it is worth using Shangxing coins to exchange for Taishu coins to buy things in the Taishu trading area. In fact, you don't need to look at it. Basically, you can tell at a glance that it is definitely worth it, and it is still a great value. The purchasing power of Shangxing coins is indeed very strong, but Taishu coins are obviously better. The things in the Taishu trading area are basically deformed materials, which is equivalent to immortal level things. A relatively ordinary lower level distortion source can only be sold for one Taishu coin, but this thing is a powerful artifact of immortal level in the ancient world area. Lin Shan felt that if he took some ordinary distorted artifacts to sell in the ancient realm, it should not be a problem to easily sell them for tens of thousands of business star coins, and they might even be snapped up. Of course, Lin Shan did not want to resell them for the time being, but he had a huge sum of money in his hands, and his purchasing power in the Taishu district was very strong. With this exchange rate, I definitely need to make money in the ancient realm and spend it in the Taishu district. Lin Shan browsed the goods in the Taishu district, intending to buy something useful for himself. The soul needs to have the ability of a middle-level god to use it, and the spirit is something that only a high-level god can use. In fact, Lin Shan can't use these two things now, and there is no great use in buying them back. So Lin Shan mainly turned his attention to various deformed resources and distortion sources, that is, distorted artifacts. There are many types of distorted artifacts, including weapons, armor, cloaks, necklaces, rings, etc. Because of different characteristics, the abilities are also different. Lower-level artifacts generally have no rank restrictions, but mid-level and upper-level artifacts generally have rank requirements. Lin Shan might not be able to use it even if he bought it, so he mainly looked at the lower-level artifacts. Chapter 998. Another benefit of Lin Shan using lower-level artifacts is that his law matrix can meet the requirements of most law systems, which means that he can use artifacts of various systems, which is something that ordinary gods cannot do. Ordinary gods can only use artifacts of their own system, and it is difficult to be compatible with artifacts of various systems. Lin Shan now wants to find a pistol artifact with a fast enough firing rate. His current strength is stronger than that of ordinary lower-level gods, but his speed is much slower. If he can buy a pistol artifact with a fast enough firing rate, he can use the 7-step fire seed ability to increase his speed. And the distortion characteristics of the super base divine shooting can also be achieved by pistol artifacts. Lin Shan's goal is very simple, that is, to have a fast enough firing rate, and destructive power is not within the scope of consideration. With the blessing of the super base divine shooting, as long as he is hit by his bullet, ordinary gods should find it difficult to withstand it. Lin Shan discovered that among the weapons, pistols were not particularly popular, and their prices were generally lower than those of the same level and quality. Of course, the best ones were still valuable, but they were just of the same quality, and at a slightly lower price. After a little thought, he figured out what was going on. Because this type of weapon had its own speed and destructive power limits, unlike cold weapon-style artifacts, whose power was related to their own strength. For artifacts like pistols, the user had a relatively low influence on their power, unlike cold weapon artifacts, which were so direct that this situation occurred. The only advantage was that pistol-type artifacts generally had a faster firing rate. However, the speed of a lower-level artifact is at most 20,000. The firing rate of a top-grade lower-level artifact pistol is also 20,000, which cannot be higher. This is the upper limit attribute. So at this time, it depends on the distortion characteristics. What Lin Shan wants to find is a pistol artifact with a distortion characteristic that can greatly enhance the speed. The most ideal is naturally the light attribute, or the time attribute, but these two are too rare. No one will sell artifacts with such attributes, even if they are relatively unpopular pistols, at a low price. Buying ordinary lower-level artifacts can be bought with one Taishu coin, but those top-grade ones can easily cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, and there are also many millions. The price is really different. Lin Shan also looked at a lot of top-grade firearms artifacts, but the attributes did not satisfy him. Many distortion attributes are indeed very strong, but they are not what he needs. After browsing for a long time, Lin Shan suddenly saw a lower-level artifact firearm with a price tag of only 10 Taishu coins. The sniper rifle of the god of practice, a lower-level distortion artifact. Category: Space. Usage requirements, Space Law. Hardness, 11111. Toughness, 11111. Rate of fire, 14300. Destructive power, 9527. Distortion characteristics, Space Bullet. This thing is just a most common lower-level artifact, not even a mutant artifact, and its attributes are ridiculously low. There are very few lower-level artifacts, with attributes below 13,000 or 14,000. This sniper rifle of the God of Practice has only one attribute that exceeds 14,000, and the others are much worse, and even the destructive power does not even reach 10,000 points. Except for the fact that it is a rare category of space, it can be said that there is no highlight in other aspects. However, it is not completely without benefits. Its distortion characteristic Space Bullet has the special ability of the space system, which allows the fired bullet to skip a section of space and directly hit the opponent's body, making it difficult to dodge. The problem is that the destructive power of the bullet is too poor. When it hits the body of a god, it is like a rubber bullet hitting a bulletproof vest, basically causing no damage. For other gods, this sniper rifle of the God of Practice is a chicken rib. Those who need it cannot use it because they are not space-based, and gods of space-based do not need this ability. Their own ability is space ability, so why do they need to rely on space bullets? So this thing is obviously a rare space-based artifact, and the price is only 10 Taishu coins, but no one is interested in it. But this thing is different when it falls into Lin Shen's hands. He does not lack destructive power at all. As long as the bullet can hit the target, his super base shooting attribute can play a role. For others, it is a chicken rib sniper rifle, but for Lin Shen, it is simply a match made in heaven. Lin Shen made a prompt decision and directly used 10 Taishu coins to bid for the sniper rifle of the God of Practice. Except for this rifle, Lin Shen had never seen the distortion characteristic of space bullets. King Lunzi, who was hunting deformed species in the Taishu world, suddenly received news that the lower-level artifact, the sniper rifle of the God of Practice, which he was selling, had been bought by someone and 10 Taishu coins had been received. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. Haha, someone bought this? King Lunzi was overjoyed. He was just hanging it for fun, but he didn't expect someone to buy it. The attributes of that thing were too poor. Although the distortion attribute was not bad, the bullets hitting the deformed species were like tickling, and it was useless. He also knew what it could be used for. It couldn't really be used just as a practice gun, right? What are you so happy about? Long Xiaozi asked curiously. The sniper rifle artifact I consigned in the trading area was bought by someone for 10 coins. King Lunzi said. Long Xiaozi's eyes widened when he heard it. The buyer didn't see it clearly. Why would he buy that thing for 10 coins? Wouldn't he buy it as a toy for his child? Who knows what that idiot is thinking? Anyway, I got these 10 coins, and I have to thank him. I thought this thing couldn't be sold. King Lunzi's face was full of joy. Long Xiaozi nodded. That deformed species that jumped out of nowhere hit your knife edge and exploded that kind of broken thing. It's a waste to sell it for 10 Taishu coins. I treat you to a drink tonight. King Lunzi laughed. After Lin Shen took the photo, the sniper rifle of the God of Practice soon appeared on the stone platform in front of him. This thing looks a bit like an AWP rifle, but it is dark gray and looks much better. Why did you buy such a broken thing? The voice of the Purple Mansion Fairy sounded in Lin Shen's mind. She obviously saw the properties of the sniper rifle, which was really bad. Lin Shen ignored her and tried to activate it on his own. He was not sure whether he could activate the artifact of the space system. Fortunately, the law matrix was really powerful and activated it directly. Lin Shen tried to fire a bullet at a distant point outside the cave. This time, he did not use his distortion characteristics, but relied on the destructive power of the sniper rifle itself. There was a muffled sound, and the bullet hit the blue crystal stone. As a result, the bullet was directly smashed and scattered like powder mist, but the crystal wall was not hurt at all. The Purple Mansion Fairy couldn't help but say again, this rubbish property can only be used as a practice gun. Chapter 999. No matter what the Purple Mansion Fairy said, Lin Shen was very satisfied with this sniper rifle. The bullet disappeared the moment it was ejected from the muzzle. With Lin Shen's eyesight, he didn't see how the bullet appeared and hit the blue crystal. The destructive power of the bullet is indeed not good, but Lin Shen doesn't need the destructive power of the bullet. As long as the super base divine shooting is activated, the bullet that originally couldn't penetrate anything will become an indestructible weapon. I'm afraid that ordinary planets can be penetrated with one shot, and it's even possible to blow up the planet. Looking outside, I didn't see the golden pheasant. Even if I could see it, Lin Shen didn't dare to test the gun with it. The super base divine shooting only gives the bullet the property of being indestructible, which does not mean that it can definitely hit the target, nor does it mean that if it hits, it will definitely kill people. There are some gods who have similar immortality or super healing abilities. If you can't hit the fatal point, it's useless even if you penetrate their bodies. Fortunately, Lin Shan also has the fire ability of acupuncture, which allows him to see the opponent's vital points, which is quite powerful. Until now, Lin Shan still hasn't figured out an important question: why the deformed species on Jingmei star will not approach the cave where the teleportation station is located. This situation is not the case on all planets, and not all teleportation stations have such treatment. The teleportation station on Jingmei star is obviously a special place. It's just that Lin Shan has searched here many times, and he didn't find anything different here. He also searched a lot of information on the internet, but there was no result. No one knew that the deformed species would not approach the teleportation station on Jingmei star. The reason is not important. Lin Shan just wants to know whether the deformed species will not approach the teleportation station under any circumstances, or will rush into the teleportation station regardless of anything after being stimulated. If it is the former, then Lin Shan can use the sniper rifle boldly to try to hunt the superior deformed species outside. Even if he can't use the things he gets, he can take them to Shangxing to exchange for money, which is a huge fortune. Thinking about it, it seems unlikely. If it is really so easy, how could the previous owner of Jingmei star not think of this method? Lin Shan doesn't think those gods are stupider than himself. On the contrary, their brains may be more useful than Lin Shan. So Lin Shan didn't dare to act rashly on the golden pheasants outside. He felt that if the golden pheasants were really angry, they would definitely rush in. The 4 little white tigers were crying for food, interrupting Lin Shan's thoughts. Lin Shan took some distortion fluid for them to eat. Now he can see the difference between the special little white tiger and the other little white tigers with his naked eyes. The other 3 white tigers are all white, but this special white tiger is milky white, not particularly white. When viewed alone, it is already very white, but when placed together with the other 3 white tigers, its fur appears to have some warm tones, not so cold. Eating the same food, its body size is about 1/3 larger than the other 3 white tigers. According to this trend, its size must be larger than its parents. Because its parents are not big, in that kind of gravity environment, the size of organisms is indeed not very large, and its parents are considered normal, or even larger. This special little white tiger is obviously an outlier, and its size is growing very fast. Let's give you a name, otherwise you won't be familiar with the names when you grow up. Lin Shan looked at the 4 little white tigers and pondered, should I call them to Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, Sameo? Or should I call them to Bai, Air Bai, San Bai, Si Bai? Lin Shan always believed in the famous saying that it is easier to keep a good name, but after thinking about it, these names are really not very nice, and he himself is not comfortable listening to them, so he gave up the idea and pondered to give them nice names. After thinking about it, he still didn't know what to name them. While Lin Shan was thinking of names for the 4 little white tigers, Ding Yongxi was not doing well. As the day of marriage with the Shen family was getting closer, a duo situation did not improve at all, so she could only be a vegetable in the future. It was impossible for him to marry the Shen family. No other candidate could be chosen at the moment. It was too difficult to find a candidate who could practice the sun-chasing method. I'm afraid this matter will fall on that Ation. We must get him here no matter what, and let him replace a duo to marry the Shen family. Ding Yongxi was thinking about what method could be used to make Lin Shan submit. But with Ding Quang's protection, Lin Shan now has his own planet. Without his permission, others have no way to teleport to Jingmei star. They can't even see him, and it's impossible to catch him back. It's possible to go there by using an interstellar spacecraft, but it's definitely too late to go back and forth, which makes Ding Yongxi more and more worried. Ding Quang is really ignorant of the overall situation. If there is a problem with the marriage, I'm afraid our Ding family will have a hard time in the future. Ding Yongxi complained in his heart, but he could do nothing about it. Among the 4 people in the Ding family who could practice the sun-chasing method, Ding Xian, Ding Quang and Ding Adwa, 3 of them were from their family. Ding Quang had already stepped half a foot into the upper position. Although he was not a real upper position, his real combat power would not be worse than that of the upper gods, and Ding Yongxi was not sure he could defeat him. When Ding Yongxi was frowning, his wife Lei saw his worries and came behind him. While massaging his shoulders, she said, "Are you worried about the marriage?" Ding Yongxi closed his eyes and enjoyed Lei's massage. He said helplessly, "The head of the family has an indifferent personality and doesn't care about the development of the family at all. He gave birth to 2 bastards, one of whom was courting death and the other was lawless. Sooner or later, this family will be broken up by them. My husband has paid so much for the family. It has come to this point now. How can he watch the family fall? Lei said. What's the point of me working so hard? Deng Sun chasing technique requires 2 high qualifications, unlike Shen Sun's shooting technique, which is easy to learn. As a result, our development is getting worse and worse than Shen's. Now we finally have a chance to marry Shen's family. On the one hand, we can use Shen's power to deal with various situations, and on the other hand, we can improve our family bloodline and include Sun's shooting technique in the scope of our bloodline magic in the future. Such a great thing. Alas, who can understand my painstaking efforts? This hope of making Deng's family rise again was ruined by the 3 of them. Isn't it infuriating? Deng Yongqin became more and more angry as he spoke. Isn't it said that a Tian is also the Quafu bloodline of our Deng family, and the bloodline is very pure, so he should be able to practice Sun chasing technique? Lei said. Originally it was feasible, but Deng Quang, that bastard, insisted on making trouble, and now it's impossible. Deng Yongqin shook his head. I have a plan, maybe it's feasible. Lei said with a smile. What's your plan, madam? Deng Yongqin looked at Lei in surprise. He knew his first wife very well. She was a smart and capable person. Maybe she really had a plan. It's done. Lei said the 6 words slowly. Chapter 1000. Deng Yongqin's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this, and he couldn't help but say happily, Madam, that's great. After all, they have been married for many years. As soon as Lei said this, Deng Yongqin already understood what she meant. It's just that, madam, this Atian is now in Jingmei Star. Deng Yongqin still had some joints that he hadn't figured out. Lei smiled and said, Do you still remember Xiaoyue, my husband? Xiaoyue. Deng Yongqin thought about it, and after a moment, he suddenly realized, You were talking about the little girl you liked very much in Shangyun Ferry before? My husband remembers it right, she is Xiaoyue. Lei blinked and asked, Do you know her full name, my husband? How should I know this? I was very busy at that time. I only know that you and her got along very well, played very well, and gave her a lot of gifts. Deng Yongqin knew that Lei must have her reasons for mentioning this person. Mrs. Lei nodded. She was very cute when she was young, and I really liked her. I gave her many gifts at that time, including the Muchantiani. My husband is still reluctant to give it away. Deng Yongqin said, although the Muchantiani is only a low-grade artifact, its distortion characteristics are very rare, and it has many magical uses. Its value is not less than that of a high-grade artifact. I really couldn't understand why such a magical object was given to a little girl I just met, but I believe that the lady must have a reason, so I didn't stop it at that time. Little Yue's surname is Yu, and her full name is Yu Hongyan. Mrs. Lei said slowly. Yu Hongyan. Yu Hongyan. Why does this name sound so familiar? Hongyan Tian. The hall-level grandmaster of the marriage system. Yu Hongyan. Deng Yongqin widened his eyes in disbelief. He never thought that the little Yue back then would be the current Yu Hongyan. Lei nodded. At first, I only knew that she was from the Yu family. Her family background should not be low. I originally just wanted to maintain some relationship with the Yu family through her. I didn't expect that she had such talent. Now, less than 20 years have passed, and she has become a high-level god and a famous beauty in the universe. I never expected it. Madam, are you still in contact with Yu Hongyan? Deng Yongqin was overjoyed when he heard this. Although the people of the Yu family have never been known for their fighting power, no family dares to underestimate the ability and influence of the Yu family. The Yu family's handed-down magic skill One Lion Sky is the supreme magic skill of the marriage system, and a unique wonder in the world. Although it is not among the 9 great magic skills, in some aspects, One Lion Sky may be more magical than the 9 great gods. We have been in contact all the time, and Xiaoyue gave me a hairpin before. Lei took off the hairpin from her hair, and showed it to Deng Yongqin. Deng Yongqin was surprised when he saw it. Is this a high-level artifact? I can ask Xiaoyue to tie a red line for a Tian and Shenqingyun. In this way, even if a Tian is unwilling, it will be difficult to disobey this destined marriage. We don't need to find him. He will ask us to let him marry Shenqingyue. Lei said with a smile. Will this work? I heard that although the people of the Yu family practice the way of marriage, they never force marriages with others. Their family motto is also extremely strict. If you force a marriage, you may even be expelled from the family. Can Yu Hongyan help us? Deng Yongqin pondered. How can you say that you force a marriage? The marriage between the Shen and Deng families is known to everyone in the fairy court. Tie a red line for them just to ensure that the young couple can live happily together in the future. Lei said seriously. Deng Yongqin laughed and said, Madam is really great. I can only trouble you to go there for this matter. Once the marriage is established, the boy will ask to come here by himself. Lei was in a good mood. She was humble on the surface, but she was also a little proud in her heart. If it weren't for the good relationship she had made in the past, the Yu family would not give it even if it was the face of the Deng family. The development of the Yu family is not worse than that of the Deng family, and it is even better in some aspects. Lei set off for Yu Hongyan's planet. Yu Hongyan had a very good relationship with her, and gave Lei the right to teleport to her planet. Lei soon arrived at Yu Hongyan's residence. Yu Hongyan saw Lei coming and smiled. Sister Lei, how come you have time to come and see me? Don't you need to take care of the mess at home? Xiaoyuer, you are complaining that your sister hasn't come to see you for so long. You can't blame me. You are not married yet, and don't understand these things. When you have a husband in the future, you will naturally understand your sister's difficulties. Lei was not polite, and walked to Yu Hongyan's side and sat down. Yu Hongyan shook her head and said, You know that my Yu family practices the law of marriage. I have long seen through the so-called love in this world. How can I be trapped in it, and bound by such useless things? Who can predict what will happen in the future? I didn't like coriander when I was a child, but now I love it very much. Lei paused and said, Let's not talk about this. Sister came to you today because I want to ask you for help. Well, it turns out that there is no need to come to the temple. If there is anything I can help with, just tell me. Yu Hongyan smiled. Sister, have you heard about the marriage between our Deng family and Shen family? Lei asked. The marriage between the Deng and Shen families is such a big thing that even a deaf person would have heard of it, so how could I not know about it? Yu Hongyan sighed. If you two families want to make trouble, you can just do it in the laboratory. Why do you have to do such a thing? Lei said, although there is a purpose, in essence, the two families still hope that they can live together well, otherwise I would not come to ask you. You want me to help them tie a red line of marriage? Is this your idea or the Deng family's? Yu Hongyan looked at Lei in surprise. I originally thought that the marriage between the Deng and Shen families was just a transaction, but I didn't expect the Deng family to have such an idea. Of course, it is the Deng family's idea, but I think so too. It is not easy for them to get together. I still hope that they can live better. They are obviously husband and wife, and it is not good to live like strangers. Lei sighed. Yu Hongyan nodded slightly. That's right. No matter what the reason is, since they can become husband and wife, it means that they have been destined to be together. It's okay to tie a knot for them. By the way, what's the name of the person in your marriage? A Tion, nicknamed A Tion, full name Deng A Duo, but we usually call him a Tion. Lei said with a smile. Give me a video or photo. Yu Hongyan didn't think so much. Shen, the marriage between the Deng and Deng families is known to everyone. Such a big event is about to happen, and there can be no variables. The one who asked her is from the Deng family, so what can go wrong? Chapter 1001. Yu Hongyan took the two photos that Lei had prepared long ago, one of Lin Shen, and the other of Shen Qingxue. Seeing Yu Hongyan looking at the photo of Lin Shen, Lei was still a little uneasy. The Yu family is proficient in the art of marriage, and is also very good at judging people. If Yu Hongyan had carefully read the news about Deng Adwa, she should still be able to see some differences. Fortunately, Lei had already prepared a statement in her mind. Even if Yu Hongyan saw the difference, she could still make it up, but it would only take a little more words. Yu Hongyan obviously didn't pay much attention to it. After looking at it for a while, she didn't raise any questions, which made Lei slightly relieved. Yu Hongyan put down the photo of Lin Shen, only took the photo of Shen Qingxue and said, Let me see if he already has the red line of destiny. After that, before Lei could react, Yu Hongyan suddenly pointed at the photo, and a touch of red light between her fingers sank into the photo. Bang! Shen Qingxue in the photo was like a ghost, and was hit out of the photo by Yu Hongyan, floating in the air like a transparent ghost. Yu Hongyan's eyes flashed with strange light, looking at Shen Qingxue, who seemed like a ghost in the air. On Shen Qingxue's ankle, there was a red string ring, proving that she had been tied to someone by marriage. It's someone who has been tied to a marriage. Yu Hongyan nodded slightly, and waved her hand to dispel the ghostly light and shadow of Shen Qingxue. If there was no marriage tie, Yu Hongyan would abide by the family rules, and would never force her to add a marriage red string. The so-called red string of the Yu family is actually just to connect, but not to pull. If there is, the Yu family will take it. If not, they will never force the red string to be tied. That would hinder the Yu family's own cultivation, not just because of the family rules. After looking at Shin Qingshua's red string, Yu Hongyan put down her photo, picked up Lin Shen's photo, and pointed a finger at it again. The transparent ghost-like shadow of Lin Shen was also hid out, floating in front of Yu Hongyan. Lei didn't say anything, but she was a little nervous. When she talked to Yu Hongyan before, she actually heard Yu Hongyan talk about the matter of tying marriage. She knew that if Lin Shen didn't have a red string, Yu Hongyan would not be able to tie it for him. However, according to Lei's own calculations, how could Lin Shen, who is so old, not have a marriage bond? Even if it's not a marriage bond with Shin Qingxue, there should be a marriage bond with someone else. As long as he has it, no matter whose it is, it's easy to say. The reason why the Yu family's thin line is so scary is that it can change the line and tie it easily. The only thing is that he doesn't have a red line on him. As long as there is one, it doesn't matter who it belongs to. In fact, the Lei family also thought that they wanted to promote the marriage between a Tian and Shin Qingxue, so it stands to reason that a Tian should also have a marriage bond with Shin Qingxue. Of course, having a marriage bond does not mean that they will definitely be together, and there are many kinds of red lines. Unfortunately, the Lei family did not practice the method of marriage. Even if Lin Shen's light and shadows stood in front of her, she could not see whether Lin Shen had a red line of marriage. Yu Hongyan's eyes flashed with strange light, looking at Lin Shen's ankles, wanting to see if there were red lines of marriage on his ankles, and if so, how many there were in total, and what color they were. There is only one red line on Shin Qingshue's ankle, and it is bright red, which shows that Shin Qingshu is a loyal and good girl. If this Tian has several red lines, or the color of the red line is not right, Yu Hongyan should consider whether to connect this red line for them. Of course, in fact, the scumbag should pull the red line and cut off the other red lines. In the case of Shin Qingshu and a Tian, they will definitely become husband and wife, and forcing it is a good thing. Since the Ding family is willing, Yu Hongyan naturally has no scruples and cuts off all the miscellaneous lines on a Tian. Yu Hongyan just thought so, maybe this Tian is also a pure and loyal person? Then she doesn't have to spend so much effort. Thinking in her heart, Yu Hongyan looked at Lin Shen Guangying's ankle, and at a glance, Yu Hongyan couldn't help but be stunned. Originally, Yu Hongyan thought that the worst-case scenario was that there would be many red lines on Lin Shen's ankles, but after looking at it, she didn't see even one. Yu Hongyan rubbed her eyes in disbelief, and looked at both ankles of the light and shadow carefully several times, but the result was still the same. There was nothing on them, not a single red line of marriage. Strange, how could there be nothing? Yu Hongyan was suspicious, not knowing what was going on. It is said that a Tian and Shin Qingshu were already engaged. Even if they didn't have each other in their hearts, there should be red lines of marriage on their bodies. At most the color of the red line was not right, it might be light red, etc. But now there was no red line on Lin Shen's ankles, which was obviously too abnormal. Yu Hongyan raised her head, ready to look at Lei and say something, but when she raised her head, her eyes swept over Lin Shen's light and shadow, and she was stunned again. Yu Hongyan has been practicing the law of marriage for so many years. She has seen countless people since she was a child, but she has only seen the red thread of marriage on the ankle. Today is the first time she has seen the red thread of marriage on someone's hand. In the past, she had only heard that people with divine marriages would have the red thread of marriage on their wrists, but that was just a legend, and she had never seen it. The problem is that the person in front of her really has the red thread of marriage on his hand, not wrapped around his wrist like the one destined by heaven. That's right, she saw Lin Shen holding the red thread in his hand, not the red thread tied on his wrist. Yu Hongyan was full of doubts, and after looking carefully, she was surprised to find that Lin Shen was not only holding a red thread in his hand, but also more than one. The reason why she didn't see so many red threads just now was because one of them was bright red, that bright red, brilliant and dazzling, covering all the other lights. Now after a closer look, Yu Hongyan found that under the dazzling red thread, there were many colorful red threads. Yu Hongyan was a little shocked. This was not an ordinary scumbag. Others only had 2 or 3 red lines at most. This guy had red lines of various colors in his hand, which made people's eyes a little dazzled. Red, peach, pink, orange, and the most outrageous thing was that Yu Hongyan actually saw a blue line in Lin Shen's hand. This discovery made Yu Hongyan's face turn extremely ugly in an instant. She had seen the blue line of fate before. This line only appeared in one situation, that is, when there was a special fate between men. What kind of scumbag is this? Not only is he a playboy, but he also likes men. Yu Hongyan felt that as she connected Lin Shen's red line with Shin Qingshue's red line, she would harm Shin Qingshu. How could such a rubbish be worthy of such a pure girl? Chapter 1002. Yu Hongyan counted carefully. In addition to the bright red line, Lin Shan also held more than a dozen or nearly 20 red lines of various colors in his hand. Some of them were relatively dim, just ordinary pink, peach red and other red lines. What puzzled Yu Hongyan was that Tian's red line was dazzling red. In addition, there were 8 red lines that were purple, red and evil. The brightness was too dazzling. The red lines of ordinary people were far less bright than these lines. Yu Hongyan had never seen it before. If you look closely, the blue line is actually purple, and it is also extremely bright. Why is this scumbag's marriage line so weird? The red line is already so bright that it is hard to believe. How can there be 9 lines that are so bright? Yu Hongyan had never seen a red line of this brightness, not to mention that one of them was a blue line. Including the red line, Lin Shan had a total of 10 red lines in his hand that were unusually bright. When Yu Hongyan was thinking about what was going on, her eyes suddenly focused. She saw that among the 8 purple-red lines, there was a red line that seemed particularly long, longer than the other red lines that directly sank into the void, and seemed to extend towards this side. Yu Hongyan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly looked down along the line. As far as her eyes could see, she saw the red line constantly extending towards her. No. No. Definitely not. Yu Hongyan's face became more and more ugly, and the red line she saw was getting closer and closer to her. Finally, Yu Hongyan was completely frozen there, with her head down, her body trembling imperceptibly. She couldn't accept what she saw, and couldn't believe that such a thing would happen to her. The red and purple line in Lin Shan's hand extended all the way to her body, but it was not tied around her ankles or her wrists. Yu Hongyan couldn't accept that the red and purple line was tied around her neck. Asshole! Yu Hongyan was almost going crazy. What was the reason for tying the red line around the neck? She had never heard of such a thing, and the family's magic skills never mentioned the meaning of this situation. But in Yu Hongyan's view, Lin Shan held the red line in his hand, and the other end of the red line was wrapped around her neck. This was not called a red line, but a dog leash. Xiaoyuer, what's wrong with you? Lei saw that Yu Hongyan's expression was not right. The girl who was usually as cheerful as the sun had never had the current emotion. Although Lei couldn't see Yu Hongyan's face, just looking at her current form, it made people feel as if there was murderous aura emanating from her body, almost visible to the naked eye. Nothing, anything. Yu Hongyan raised her head and smiled, but that smile made Lei shudder. Yu Hongyan ignored Lei after saying that, stretched out 2 fingers, pointed at the inexplicable law power surge, and then cut the void like a pair of scissors. Xiaoyuer, what are you doing? Lei looked at Yu Hongyan in doubt, wondering if she had cut the red thread on Lin Shan's body. Sister Lei, please wait here for a while. Yu Hongyan stood up and left without giving Lei a chance to react. Turning around, Yu Hongyan's face was so gloomy that it looked like black water was about to drip. She had just used the power of the law of marriage, but she was unable to cut the red string tied around her neck. After Yu Hongyan left, she went directly to the place where she usually practiced martial arts. An incomparable, terrifying energy burst out of her body. A light and shadow, like a god, appeared on her body, wrapping her body, and at the same time a shocking red light flowed out. The training room suddenly flashed with strange lights, strange powers continued to burst out, and various lights and shadows flashed one after another. After a long time, Yu Hongyan, panting, collapsed on the ground. What on earth is going on? Yu Hongyan failed to break the red string tied around her neck. With her level as a superior god and her ability to control the law of marriage, she never thought that there would be a red string in the world that she couldn't cut. But this kind of thing really happened, and it happened to her. Yu Hongyan knew that the red thread could not be cut open, and the problem could not be solved, so the only way was to solve the person who caused the problem. Yu Hongyan left the practice room and returned to the living room with a smile on her face. Xiaoyuer, are you okay? Lei saw that Yu Hongyan had a smile on her face, and it seemed that nothing was wrong, so she couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Sister, what can happen to me? I was just a little surprised just now. This Tian from your Ding family is not a simple person, Yu Hongyan said with a smile. Why is he not simple? Lei thought Yu Hongyan had discovered something, and she was a little worried, but she didn't show any expression on her face, and said with a smile, if you say he is not simple, it is his brothers who are not simple, he is a little worse. Yu Hongyan looked at Lei and curled her lips and said, this man has more than one red thread on his body, and his heart is very fickle. I thought it was something. Young people, who doesn't have a little bit of a trick. When I was young, your sister also admired many handsome boys. Lei laughed. Didn't you just help him cut it off? When we get married in the future, there will naturally be so many things. I have to thank you for helping us a lot. Otherwise, if something goes wrong at the junction of marriage, our Ding and Shen families will not look good. The problem has not been completely solved. If I want to solve it completely, I have to see him in person. Yu Hongyan took the opportunity to put forward her conditions. She must meet Lin Shen in person. If she can't get rid of the red thread on his neck, she can get rid of the person holding the red thread. She pretended to be indifferent, just wanting Lei to bring Lin Shen here, or she would go to see Lin Shen to see if the problem can be solved. Unfortunately, Lei Shi herself couldn't see Lin Shen, so how could she take her to see Lin Shen? Sister, these are not a big deal. Now is an important moment for the marriage. He can't come here in person, right? Lei Shi wanted to say, just connect the line for them, don't worry about the rest, but before she could say anything, she was interrupted by Yu Hongyan. I can go with you. If this problem is not solved, the marriage between the Ding and Shen families may be difficult to continue. Yu Hongyan said seriously. Sister, it's not good for you to go now with your identity. It's not good for others to know. We are open and above board. But will the Shen family think too much? Lei Shi was embarrassed, and had to find an excuse to shirk. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Chapter 1003. Lin Shen entered Taishu Island again. This time, he saw the goddess of wrath and evil again, which made Lin Shen ecstatic. If the goddess of wrath and evil would appear all the time, wouldn't he be able to benefit from her all the time? Originally he planned to kill her like before, but then he thought that it seemed a bit too cruel to grind her to death. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen took out the sniper rifle, activated the super base shooting talent, and shot her in the head. With a bang, originally with the blessing of the solidification law, it would take a long time for Lin Shen to use the slag knife to leave a little wound on her body, but now, he directly shot her head. The super base shooting is too strong. Lin Shen was ecstatic. The sniper rifle combined with his super base shooting, the effect would make even gods shake their heads. After the goddess of wrath and evil was killed, the immortal crown left her body, and the blessing of the solidification law on her disappeared, making it much easier to cut. Lin Shen was surprised to find that the body of the wrathful goddess actually had a source of distortion that could be transformed into a divine weapon every time, without exception. The first time was the immortal shield, the last time was the immortal helmet, and this time it was an immortal armor. The gray half-armor wrapped his body, and it was a good pair with the immortal helmet. With 3 immortal artifacts in hand, when activating the immortal guardian, the light and shadow of the wrathful goddess became clearer, and the defense power was improved to a certain extent. I wonder how many of these things there are. Lin Shen actually began to look forward to what effect it would have if he got a set of immortal artifacts. Lin Shen had nothing to do anyway, so he studied the things in the Taishu trading market every day. It was easier to understand the immortal cord from the real objects. Xiaoyu copied the inherited skills every day and sold 1 copy every day. What Lin Shen didn't know was that almost everyone in the ancient realm had a copy of Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Skills introduction written by him. Because it only required 1 business star coin, and there were copies every day, this thing was quickly snatched by someone with ulterior motives and copied and sold. Then it started to flood in a few days. Almost everyone had a copy of the Peerless Divine Skills introduction. Everyone wanted to know what Lin Shen wrote, so there were just as many people who bought pirated copies. Although it was just an introduction, it certainly couldn't be compared with the original article bought by deers, but it was better than seeing nothing. After studying it, many people were surprised to find that the introduction to the Peerless Divine Skills was very similar to the strange skills that the Universe Rainbow Light showed before, and even part of the content was exactly the same, with almost no difference. It's just that the content of the introductory chapter is more complete, and some parts are slightly different, and there are more annotations on the cultivation methods, and some visualization cultivation methods. This makes many people doubt whether this introductory chapter is true or false, and whether it was written by the person who wrote Lin Shen's Peerless Magic before. After all, handwriting is very easy to forge, and it may not be 100% verifiable. And the handwriting of the introductory chapter that appeared later does seem to have some problems. Could it be that Lin Shen really practiced the method transformed by the rainbow light of the universe to cultivate the peerless magic? Is this thing really that powerful? It can't be a lie? I think it is very likely that it is really that strong. After all, it is a technique transformed from the rainbow light of the universe. How many techniques in the world can be related to the rainbow light of the universe? Is there anyone who has started practicing it? What is this technique like? Is it effective? People are still skeptical about the introductory chapter, but the major families have already started to find people who have not practiced it yet and start to experimentally practice the introductory chapter of the Peerless Magic skill. After this test, it was found that the speed of practice was unexpectedly good, and the progress was amazing, even faster than the top evolutionary technique. What's more terrifying is that the introductory chapter of the Peerless Magic skill can actually be suitable for a variety of different laws and talents, and can even be mixed with the original evolutionary technique. Not only does it work well for people who have just started practicing, but even those who have practiced other evolutionary techniques can feel obvious progress after practicing the introductory chapter of the Peerless Magic skill, and even break through the realm that they have not been able to break through before, and their own evolutionary technique has become stronger. How could they know that the introductory chapter was written by Lin Shen by combining the inherited techniques and the ghost and god visualization technique of the fairy court? The reason why they felt that their cultivation speed had soared after practicing was not only because of the effect of the inherited technique itself, but also because they had never been exposed to the ghost and god visualization technique before. Now they began to visualize ghosts and gods through the ghost and god visualization technique, which was equivalent to practicing both the law system and the ghost and god system. Naturally, their progress was extremely rapid. The inherited technique also played a huge role in this, because it was impossible for ordinary people to practice both the law system and the ghost and god system at the same time. The inheritance of the law perfectly solves this problem, allowing most people who practice the introduction to the Peerless Magic to practice the dual cultivation of magic and ghosts perfectly. Of course, the ghosts and gods they visualize can only be considered as entry level, far from reaching the level of visualizing the real law ghosts and gods, but with such a foundation, if they enter the fairy court to practice ghosts and gods in the future, they will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort, and it will not be so difficult. After many people discovered the wonderful use of the introduction to the Peerless Magic, it soon became completely popular in the universe. At first, some individual people and small families began to practice the introduction to the Peerless Magic. At first, the big families were afraid of being calculated, and did not dare to let their people practice the introduction to the Peerless Magic on a large scale, but seeing that those people with mediocre talents in the small families suddenly made great progress in strength after practicing the introduction, they could not hold on anymore, and began to gradually relax the restrictions. In fact, even if the restrictions were not relaxed, many children of the big families were secretly practicing the introduction. Even Deers and Christine practiced the Peerless Magic written by Lin Shen, so what do they have to fear? Now their only worry is that they only got the introductory chapter, and there is no follow-up content. Will Lin Shen bring out the follow-up content in the future? If Lin Shen can sell the main chapter of the Peerless Magic every day, there will be no problem. Unfortunately, they don't know that the Peerless Magic that Deers and Christine have seen is not the same as what they have seen. Moreover, Deers and Christine did not practice the Peerless Magic written by Lin Shen, but just borrowed the methods in it, and still walked their own way. Lin Shen found that the attributes of the inheritance fan were constantly increasing these days, and the speed of increase was getting faster and faster. The inheritance of this talent gave the inheritance fan stronger and stronger. In just a few days, the additional attributes of the inheritance fan have exceeded 5,000 points, and are still increasing. Chapter 1004. It seems that the introductory Chapter 1 wrote has worked. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. He knew that the introductory chapter might be useful after it was distributed, but he didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. In just a few days, so many attributes have been added to the inheritance fan. Although the growth rate of the additional attributes has slowed down now, at this rate, it is only a matter of time before the additional attributes break through the 10,000 mark. It's terrifying to think about it. The basic attributes of the Nirvana level life base all break through 10,000. That's a terrifying thing, stronger than Lin Shen's own attributes. So far, his attribute has only broken through 10,000 in strength, and he may not be able to match the inheritance fan in the future. The late life base is finally going to work. Lin Shen was thinking in his heart that the inheritance fan would become stronger and stronger in the future, and it might become his main combat force in the future. As time passed day by day, Lin Shen bought a lot of things through the Taishu trading area, and also brushed a lot of angry goddesses, and also got a lot of other parts of the angry goddess. The only pity is that Lin Shen has never thought of a way to have the best of both worlds, that is, to return to the ancient world and come to the fairyland it will in the future. Now Lin Shen has the shield, helmet, armor, skirt, hand guards, boots and other parts of the immortal set. In the past 2 months, he can brush the angry goddess every once in a while. The diehard fans are also full of oil in their mouths. Every time they can gnaw off some fragments of the immortal crown, they can also swallow the body of the angry goddess every time. The Ding family has been dragging it out for a long time. The date of the marriage has long arrived, but the Ding family can't provide people to marry the Shen family, so they can only find some excuses to delay. It has been delayed until now, and it is almost impossible to delay it any longer. Lei and Ding Yongxin were speechless. They originally wanted to find Yu Hongyan to connect Ah Tian and Shen Qingxue, but who knew that the connection was not made, and Yu Hongyan kept wanting to see Lin Shen, which made them extremely headache. The current Ding family can be said to be troubled by internal and external troubles, which made Ding Yongxin unable to sleep all night. As the head of the family, Ding Xian seemed to have nothing happened. He drank tea and fished every day, and was very relaxed. When Lin Shen killed the goddess of anger again, he got another component of the immortal suit, which was a necklace. When Lin Shen put on the immortal necklace, he was surprised to find that the originally gray immortal suit turned into a gorgeous black and red, emitting a strong light. It looked like a crystal armor, with a black background and red edges, emitting black and red flames. After activating the immortal guardian, the light and shadow of the wrathful goddess almost solidified, shrouding Lin Shen's body, and also emitting strong black and red flames, like a demon. Lin Shen found that the information text of the immortal suit had turned black and red, as if some strange energy had been activated. Could it be that the immortal suit has been assembled? Lin Shen guessed secretly in his heart. While thinking, the wind blew on the island that had been calm all the time. The wind formed a huge tornado, which instantly enveloped the entire island. Lin Shen felt the power of various laws stirring. This was not wind, but the turbulence of laws. He had been on this island for 2 or 3 months, and had never encountered such a thing. I wanted to exit the Taishi world, but I found that I couldn't do it at all. Fortunately, I heard that after dying in the Taishi world, you won't really die in reality, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Before Lin Shen could react, the law turbulence suddenly stopped and didn't hurt Lin Shen's body. Why did it happen so suddenly? What's going on? Lin Shen was puzzled, subconsciously looked around, and suddenly widened his eyes. Originally, this was an isolated island, with nothing around except the endless ocean. And there were no creatures in the ocean, not even microorganisms. The ocean was just like pure water. Lin Shen had been there for so long, and he had only seen the inexplicably angry goddess, and had never seen any other life forms. But now on the sea, Lin Shen saw a fish jumping out. There's a fish! There's a fish! Lin Shen was surprised, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the suction generated by the palm sucked the fish over. The fish struggled violently in midair, exerting a huge force, and easily broke free from the suction of Lin Shen's palm, and fell back into the sea with a swing. Deformed species? Lin Shen's eyes lit up, and he suddenly jumped up and flew into the sky. But after jumping up, he didn't jump very high, and fell down again. Not to mention flying, he couldn't even jump higher. Gravity has changed. And it seems that flying is prohibited. Lin Shen suddenly realized something, and stared into the distance. Although he still couldn't see what was outside the sea, he saw waves on the still sea surface. Could it be that the Taishi world I entered has returned to normal? Lin Shen stepped on his right foot with his left foot, and jumped into the sky. This place can prohibit him from flying, but it cannot prohibit his fire ability. Lin Shen's figure rose higher and higher, and finally he saw the land in the distance, and it seemed that he could also see some buildings. This island is no longer an isolated island, and some islands that have never been seen before have appeared nearby. What is going on? Lin Shen couldn't figure out for a while whether this is a virtual world, or someone used great magical powers to transfer the entire isolated island to another sea area. Regardless of which possibility it is, Lin Shen can be sure that he seems to be able to enter the Taishi world normally. Because the distance is too far, Lin Shen can't keep stepping on his left foot and right leg to fly over, otherwise he might get his instep crushed. After landing, Lin Shen directly used the light skill to float on the water, and walked on the water, heading towards the direction of the mainland. He wanted to confirm whether he really came to the normal Taishi world. However, because the distance was too far and the gravity was too strong, Lin Shen walked on the sea for 3 days and 2 nights, but still could not see the coastline of the continent. Fortunately, his innate ability gave him endless energy like a perpetual motion machine. Lin Shen stepped on the water and ran on the sea for more than 10 days, and finally saw the coastline, and also saw a white city. When the distance was closer, Lin Shen even saw human activities on the beach. Finally, I can see people. Lin Shen was ecstatic. Although he could see the trading area of the ancient realm and the Taishi district on the isolated island, and he could buy anything he wanted, it was still too difficult for Lin Shen to truly understand the immortal cord without contacting the gods. When Lin Shen was thinking about how to get into the gods and get the information he wanted, He suddenly felt that the space was broken, and a flash of light appeared in front of him in an instant. Chapter 1005. King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi had just left Baishar City not long ago, and planned to try their luck on the coastline of the Forbidden Martial Sea to see if they could hunt some deformed species crawling out of the sea. The Forbidden Martial Sea is a relatively peculiar sea area in the Taishi world. Flying is prohibited on the Forbidden Martial Sea, and there is a strong law of gravity. The gods cannot fly on the sea, and the gods of lower levels can hardly swim in the sea without sinking. So the Forbidden Martial Sea is basically equivalent to a restricted area for gods. The middle-level gods like King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi, who come from famous families, dare not go to the sea to hunt deformed species, and can only pick up some bargains on the beach. Their harvest today is not very good. They have been walking along the coastline for most of the day, and they didn't find even a decent deformed species. They only saw a few low-grade deformed species, and they were not of any quality. Just when he was feeling depressed, Long Xiuzi suddenly pointed at the sea and said, "Qingluan, what do you see there?" Qingluan turned his head, and saw a creature wearing black and red armor and looking like a demon god, walking on the sea above the Forbidden Sea. The two looked at each other, and saw the joy in each other's eyes. There is a no-fly restriction on the Forbidden Sea, the gravity is too strong, and there are no islands nearby. What else can appear on the sea at this time, if not a deformed species? Looking at the appearance of the deformed species, it is still humanoid, and it seems to be a species that has never been discovered. At that moment, Qingluan took out a mid-level artifact moon blade of mutant quality without hesitation, and threw it directly at the creature on the sea. The Forbidden Sea only prohibits flying, not moving in the air. This mutated middle-level artifact, the Moon Blade, has the property of breaking through the air, and can cut through the air faster and farther. At such a long distance, if it were any other middle-level artifact, under the influence of gravity, it would probably not reach the deformed species, and would fall down. However, the Moon Blade flashed with light, and quickly rushed to the deformed species, about to cut into the deformed species' neck, and cut off its head. King Lunzi was still very confident in his Moon Blade. After all, this was a mutated middle-level artifact, and it was top-level in all aspects. Ordinary middle-level deformed species could hardly withstand its attack. When he was about to harvest the deformed species, he suddenly saw that the deformed species changed its body shape and stepped on the waves to avoid the attack of the Moon Blade. The deformed species came and went on the sea surface freely, like a water god walking on the waves, advancing and retreating easily, as if being pushed by the waves. This made King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi more certain that it must be a deformed species, otherwise how could it be so familiar with the Forbidden Sea? Watching the Moon Blade circling and swirl in the air, it could not touch the deformed species at all, but the deformed species was getting closer and closer to the coastline. Long Xiuzi took out a divine weapon, and was ready to throw it out to help King Lunzi kill the enemy. "What hatred do I have with you two? Why do you want to kill me?" Long Xiuzi was ready to throw the divine weapon out, but suddenly heard the deformed species speak, and suddenly widened his eyes in shock, and quickly stopped the hand that was about to throw the divine weapon. "Fuck. It's not a deformed species. It's a god." Long Xiuzi shouted in surprise. King Lunzi quickly put away the Moon Blade, and then looked at the person who they mistook for a freak, and came to the shore, and then he said, "Brother, I'm sorry, I thought you were a freak just now, are you okay?" "Nothing." Lin Shen shook his head slightly. He thought that the Taishi world was really so chaotic that they would fight to the death when they met for the first time. "What's your name, brother?" Long Xiuzi looked at Lin Shen and asked. The armor Lin Shen was wearing looked like a set of artifacts, and the quality seemed to be not low. It is difficult to get a set of ordinary artifacts, especially high-quality ones, and it is even more difficult to get a set. Long Xiuzi and others have heard of some more famous sets, but they have never heard of the set on Lin Shen. Looking at the gorgeous dark style, the black and red brilliance on it should not be ordinary stuff. In addition, this person dared to enter the Forbidden Sea of martial arts, so I think his identity is not simple. "A Tion," Lin Shen said casually. "I am Long Xiuzi, this is King Lunzi, we are both disciples of Nippon Patriarch. I wonder which clan you are from." Long Xiuzi had never heard of this name, so he could only continue to ask. Before Lin Shen could answer, he suddenly heard the sound of violent waves in the sea. The three of them turned their heads, and immediately saw the waves in the sea, and then a black sea turtle rushed out riding the waves, and opened its mouth to spray out a black water light. The three of them quickly scattered. Lin Shen had no intention of taking action. When he came on the sea, he would avoid any deformed species on the road. He really didn't like fighting in the water, and he would try to avoid it if possible. When Long Xiaozi and King Lunzi saw the Black Sea Turtle, they were already very happy. That's the mutant black armor turtle. Maybe there's a chance to get a mutant mid-level artifact Xiantian armor. King Lunzi sacrificed the moon blade without hesitation. Long Xiaozi also took out a pin-shaped artifact and threw it out directly, turning into a black light, and killing the mutant black armor turtle. Lin Shan retreated a distance and just watched from a distance, with no intention of taking action at all. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shan did not take off the immortal shield fixed on his back. Judging from the strength of King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi, it seemed that there would be no problem in taking down the mutant black armor turtle. But the facts were somewhat different from what Lin Shan imagined. The strength of King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi was indeed good. Lin Shan saw that the ghost and god light and shadow appeared on them, and they must be mid-level gods without a doubt. However, their attacks on the mutant black armor turtle only caused some shallow scars that could be ignored, and those scars disappeared quickly. It was obvious that the black armor turtle had a strong self-healing ability, and it was not so easy to kill it. It took King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi only a moment to sacrifice more than a dozen artifacts, such as swords, spears, and halberds. Although the destructive power was very amazing, they still could not do anything to the black armor turtle. King Lunzi could not win the battle for a long time, and seemed to be a little impatient. He suddenly summoned a divine artifact that radiated green light and looked like a gear, and threw it at the black armor turtle. The green wheel rotated and slashed at the black armor turtle. The powerful destructive power immediately twisted the turtle's shell into ashes. Just when King Lunzi was proud, he saw a black light coming out of the black armor turtle, and it turned into a ghost light and shadow of a black tortoise, covering its body. The Qing Huang wheel, which originally had some killing power against the black armor turtle, was useless at this time, and was almost bitten by the black armor turtle. King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi used all kinds of magic weapons and magic skills to fight against the black armor turtle, but they could not do anything to the black armor turtle that used the black tortoise light and shadow. They were forced to retreat step by step, and several magic weapons were bitten to pieces by the black armor turtle. Chapter 1006. The black armor divine turtle showed its might, beating King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi back step by step. It was not because they were inferior to others in skills, but because the black armor divine turtle's defense was too strong. They could not break the defense, and could only passively take the beating, which was very uncomfortable. What bad luck. This mutant black armor divine turtle has mutated in the direction of strengthening its defense. Its shell has become hard and cannot be broken at all. Let's retreat. If we continue to fight, it will only increase the loss. Long Xiaozi shouted. Although King Lunzi was unwilling, he also knew that it was impossible to do so. If he continued, the loss would only become more and more serious. The two of them were shining with light, and they were about to take off and fly away. There was a ban on flying on the Forbidden Sea, but there was no such ban on land. Even the gravity was weaker, but the gravity was not low either. Bang! The two had just taken off when they saw the black shadow of the basalt cover the sky and earth like the black sky. A giant pillar-like thigh dropped from the sky and stepped on the two people directly from the air. Puff! Long Xiaozi and King Lunzi spurted blood from their mouths. The mysterious shadow on their bodies became shaky under the trampling of the huge shadow of the basalt, as if it would break at any time. It's bad. This is not a mutant black armor tortoise. It should be a black armored tortoise of the divine beast level. Its shadow of the basalt is too strong. We must break through its confinement as soon as possible, otherwise we will die. Long Xiaozi shouted and burst out with all his strength. Lights rushed up one after another. The mysterious shadow of the dragon on his body also turned red like blood. He forcibly confronted the shadow of the basalt, trying to break away the shadow of the basalt leg that suppressed them. King Lunzi also knew that if he didn't fight hard, he would die. The green dragon light and shadow on his body also turned green and flickered. The dragon madly attacked the giant leg of Xuanwu. But it was useless. The pressure of the giant leg of Xuanwu was so strong that it was unimaginable. It seemed to have infinite weight, which made King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi unable to move. The black armored tortoise in the Xuanwu light and shadow crawled towards King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi step by step. With every step it crawled, the Xuanwu light and shadow on its body was like a giant leg falling from the sky, stepping hard on the dragon light and shadow of King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi, shaking the light and shadow stepped on by the dragon, as if it would explode at any time. King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi had used many means, but they could not escape the suppression of the Xuanwu light and shadow. Seeing that the dragon light and shadow on their bodies were about to break, they were also going to be suppressed to death by the giant leg of Xuanwu. It's over. Long Xiaozi saw the giant legs of the black tortoise descend from the sky again, crushing the dragon shadows on them, and knew that the end was near. Although he was unwilling to use the artifact to make a final resistance, he knew in his heart that it was useless. Bang! Seeing the black tortoise light and shadow raise a giant leg and step down again, King Lunzi and the others were already in despair, but suddenly heard a gunshot. After the gunshot, the giant legs of the black tortoise light and shadow stopped, and before King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi could react, the black tortoise light and shadow suddenly disappeared. They were confused and looked at the black tortoise, but saw that the black tortoise had lost all its brilliance at this time, and a confused expression appeared on its originally ferocious face. In the center of its head, a blood hole appeared, and blood was flowing. Who penetrated the defense of the black armored turtle? King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi thought of something, and immediately turned their eyes to Lin Shen, who had retreated to a distance. Sure enough, they saw a sniper rifle in Lin Shen's hand. Brother Ateon, thank you for your help. Long Xiaozi hurried forward to thank him. Although there is no real death in the Taishi world, every death will still have some impact on the body and mind. It will be difficult to recover to normal in 10 days, or half a month, and it is impossible to enter the Taishi world again. King Lunzi looked at the sniper rifle in Lin Shen's hand, and said enviously, Brother Ateon, your sniper rifle can actually penetrate the defense of the black armor divine turtle. The destructive power is amazing. I also got a sniper rifle artifact that looks very similar to yours before, but it is just a rubbish lower level artifact, with only a good appearance, but the power is far from the same. Hearing what King Lunzi said, Long Xiaozi noticed that the sniper rifle in Lin Shen's hand really looked very similar to the sniper rifle of the God of Practice that King Lunzi had obtained before. How can your broken thing be compared with the artifact in Brother Ateon's hand? This is an artifact that can penetrate the light and shadow of the black tortoise. The two are completely different. Long Xiaozi laughed. The gun was right in front of them, looking exactly the same, and they didn't think it would be the same artifact. They thought it was another kind of top-grade middle-level artifact that just looked similar. Lin Shen was moved when he heard this and asked, What's the name of your sniper rifle? What's the name? It's called the God of Practice Sniper Rifle. I sold it to you some time ago. King Lunzi answered. How much did you sell it for? Lin Shen knew at this time that the one Qingluan sold was probably the one in his hand. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that two such artifacts were sold at the same time? If there were really two, Lin Shen would buy them both and keep one as a spare. 10 yuan, a lower-level artifact with such rubbish attributes, I originally thought it would not be sold, but I didn't expect that someone would actually buy it. I don't know who is so rich and willful, King Lunzi said with a smile. How could he know that the rich and willful person he mentioned was standing in front of him? It's really the same person with different fates. They are both sniper rifle artifacts and look similar. The one in your hand, Brother Tion, is much stronger. It's a pity that I don't have this fate. I only got a rubbish that is only for show. King Lunzi looked at the sniper rifle in Lin Shen's hand with envy and continued. What could Lin Shen say? He couldn't tell King Lunzi at this time that this was the one he sold. Brother Ateon, go collect the distortion fluid of the black armored turtle quickly to see if there are any artifacts and souls. If there are, they must be valuable. Long Xiaozi said on the side. This is your prey. How can I take it? Lin Shen was a little surprised. This seemed a little different from the chaotic and murderous Taishi world he imagined. He had always heard that because the rules of the immortal court were too strict, the gods were venting wildly in the Taishi world, killing like a child's play. But now it seems that it is not the case. Long Xiaozi said, if it weren't for you, Brother Ateon, we would not even have our lives, so how could there be prey or not? You killed the black armored divine turtle, so naturally everything is yours, and you don't have to be polite to us. Brother Ateon, if you were more polite, then don't we have to thank you for saving our lives? King Lunzi also said on the side. Lin Shen saw that they really wanted to give up the black armored divine turtle, so he didn't say anything more. Chapter 1007. Lin Shen originally did not intend to take the black armor divine turtle, but intended to use the black armor divine turtle to get closer to King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi. He hoped to make more friends with some gods and spread his connections in the immortal court. Only in this way could he accomplish what he wanted more easily. Lin Shen wanted to find out why the immortal court treated the people from the ancient realm like this, and where those people had gone. It had been a while since the Emperor of Heavenly Arts came up, but Lin Shen could not see any news about him on the immortal court network, nor did he know where he had gone. If this problem could not be solved, People from the ancient realm who came to the immortal court in the future would be digging their own graves, which would be the same as sending themselves to death. Of course, in order to find out these inside stories, Lin Shan must first integrate into the immortal court and climb to a position where he could access the inside stories. Lin Shan walked towards the corpse of the black armor divine turtle. In fact, he had just known that this thing was not the black armor divine turtle that Long Xiaozi and others had mentioned. The message on the watch said that the deformed species of the middle-level divine beast he killed was called the Skyching turtle, a deformed species of divine beast level. It was actually not the same species as the black armor divine turtle they were talking about. The giant turtle light and shadow on its body was not the black tortoise, and Lin Shan didn't know what it was called. Lin Shan took out a water bag and caught the liquid flowing out of the Skyching turtle. Because it was dead, its body was not as hard as when it was alive. Except for the tortoise shell, which was still difficult to damage, the rest of the body was much softer. Lin Shan used a slag knife to cut open its body, reached in and groped inside, and soon found a black source of distortion. It's a pity that there is no soul. Its soul must be of the best quality, Long Xiaozi said with some regret. While he was talking, the distortion source in Lin Shan's hand vibrated and automatically broke away from Lin Shan's palm. After a while of wriggling in the air, it turned into a black full-body armor. Dingtian armor, a mid-level divine beast artifact. Section, none. Usage requirements, no category requirements, no level requirements, strength attribute 40,000. Hardness, 40,000. Toughness, 40,000. Distortion rate, 99%. Distortion characteristics, all characteristics immune. Lin Shan looked at the attributes of this armor, and was a little surprised. As far as he knew, 40,000 attributes were already the top attributes of a mid-level divine beast. The key point was that this artifact had no category usage requirements, only strength attributes. In other words, this artifact could be used by gods of any category. As long as the strength attribute was sufficient, there were no restrictions. Its deformed characteristic is full characteristic immunity, that is, it is immune to the laws of all systems. Of course, it is not 100% immune, but only immune to a certain extent. Lin Shan does not know how effective it is. However, seeing that the Skyching turtle is so durable, it is known that this immunity effect will definitely not be too bad. How is it? What are the properties of the artifact? King Lunzi couldn't help asking. An artifact of the middle-level divine beast level. Lin Shan directly handed the Dingtian armor to King Lunzi and asked him to see the properties of the Dingtian armor himself. King Lunzi didn't expect Lin Shan to give it to him directly. He was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he took it with a smile. When he saw the properties of the Dingtian armor, he was stunned there. Qingluan, what's wrong? Long Xiaozi saw that King Lunzi was silent for a moment, staring at Dingtianjia, and pushed him quickly. Look for yourself. King Lunzi came back to his senses, and handed Dingtianjia to Long Xiaozi. Long Xiaozi was confused, not knowing what was going on. Although the two of them were not first-rate figures, they were born in the Nippon Patriarch School, and had seen some good things. They had also seen top-grade artifacts. I wonder what kind of artifact made King Lunzi show such an expression. Long Xiaozi looked at the attributes of Dingtianjia with doubts, and then his eyes widened. An artifact without any system or level. He finally knew why King Lunzi had such an expression. The attributes of Dingtianjia were indeed top-grade, and the characteristics were also very good, but just saying that was not enough to surprise King Lunzi. What was really surprising was that there were no system or level requirements for use. This meant that gods and people of any system and level could use this artifact. Imagine that a lower-level god can use the middle-level artifact Dingtianjia and activate its characteristics. How amazing it is! With this artifact, he can almost walk sideways among the lower-level gods, and not many people among the middle-level gods can hurt him. This kind of artifact with no system requirements and no level requirements is very rare in the fairy court. Its preciousness does not lie in how strong it is, but in its strong applicability. Although the upper limit is not high, it greatly increases the lower limit. Of course, the requirement of 40,000 strength attributes is not met by ordinary lower-level gods. But this is not an unsolvable problem. There are still some artifacts that can increase attributes. You just need to collect some artifacts that can increase the strength attribute and push the strength attribute to 40,000, then you can use this middle-level artifact as a lower-level body. The value of this thing has far exceeded its own level and attributes. Those top-level strongmen, who doesn't want to get a guarantee for their descendants? Before they grow up, it is naturally very good to have such an artifact for self-defense. Long Xiaozi estimated that if this artifact was sold, it would probably be sold at a higher price than the same quality upper-level artifact. The only pity is that this is a middle-level artifact. If it is a higher-level artifact, its value is simply unimaginable. Even so, the value of a middle-level level-less artifact that can reach the quality of a divine beast is already very scary. Brother Tian, this artifact is too precious. Don't show it to others easily. Long Xiaozi returned the Dingtian armor to Lin Shan, and did not want to take it for himself. It's not that Long Xiaozi's realm is so high, there is still some, but in the end, this idea was suppressed. Lin Shan just saved their lives. Long Xiaozi didn't want to be an ungrateful person, and Lin Shan's gun could even kill the black armor turtle, which they couldn't withstand. Is this thing valuable? Lin Shan looked at the expressions of the two people, and knew that the Dingtian armor might be more valuable than he thought. King Lunzi smiled bitterly and said, "It's more than valuable, it may be something that money can't buy. It's a mid-level artifact with no other level requirements, and it's also a divine beast quality, and it's a full-body armor that can save lives. This is simply a top-grade artifact made for those young masters and princesses. If you are willing to make a move, I don't know how many people will rush to buy it." Chapter 1008. Lin Shan found that he had seriously underestimated the value of the Dingtian armor. Its real value lies in its lack of level requirements. It's just that the strength attribute requirement is probably difficult for ordinary lower-level gods to achieve. It is necessary to use artifacts with additional strength attributes to activate the distortion characteristics of the Dingtian armor. Long Xiaozi pointed out the disadvantages of the Dingtian armor. Lin Shan calculated his attributes. During this period, the weight of the dead fans has been increasing, and Lin Shan's strength attribute has also increased accordingly. Now it is close to 17,000 points. In the super basic form, his attributes can reach more than 30,000 points, but there is still a gap from 40,000 points. Although other talents and skills can enhance attributes, that kind of enhancement is proportional enhancement, and the increase is not the basic attribute, which cannot be used to activate the Dingtian armor, so under normal circumstances, Lin Shan still cannot activate the Dingtian armor. However, the weight of the dead fans is still growing. As long as Lin Shan's strength attribute reaches 20,000, the Dingtian armor can be activated in the super basic form. This is just the beginning. The die-hard fan has eaten so many corpses of the angry goddess, and a lot of energy has been accumulated in his body without digestion. His body is still developing, and his weight is increasing day by day. It is hard to say how much strength attribute he can add to Lin Shan in the end. The only thing that bothers Lin Shan is that the growth rate of other attributes is much slower. Evolution can increase other attributes by relying only on the energy increased by the distortion fluid, but the speed is much slower. Brother Tian, if you don't need the Zenith armor yourself, or want to sell it, can you give priority to selling it to us? The price is negotiable. Long Xiaozi continued. You want this Dingtian armor? Lin Shan actually didn't have too many ideas about Dingtian armor. He just calculated whether his attributes could wear Dingtian armor. Even if he could, he didn't plan to wear Dingtian armor. His immortal set, although it was only a lower-level artifact, but the powerful effect of the set attributes made the immortal set's defense power not worse than Dingtian armor, and even stronger. Although the middle-level artifact is strong, it is just a tool after all, and cannot activate the soul light and shadow like the middle-level gods. Although the immortal set is only a lower-level artifact, the set can activate the soul light and shadow of the angry goddess, which is much stronger than Dingtian armor. Lin Shan can't wear two sets of artifact armor himself, so the first choice is naturally the immortal set. No matter how good the Dingtian armor is, it can only be left to gather dust. If the price is right, Lin Shan doesn't mind selling the Dingtian armor. The key is that the price must be right. As for the defense of the Dingtian armor, Lin Shan didn't think much of it. No matter how strong the defense was, it couldn't stop his super base divine shot. The Qingtian turtle couldn't stop it, so what use could the artifacted bread be? Long Xiaozi said quickly, "We mistakenly thought that the big turtle was a black armor turtle, which was the bloodline of the Xuanwu lineage. Just now, after seeing the artifacted bread, we realized that it was not a black armor turtle at all, let alone a descendant of the Xuanwu lineage." King Lunzi nodded and said, "It is indeed not the Xuanwu bloodline, but the bloodline of the Zhitian Old Turtle." Zhitian Old Turtle? Hearing this name, Lin Shan couldn't help but think of an ancient myth. King Lunzi said, "It is said that the Zhitian Old Turtle is not a native creature of the Immortal Court, but like our ancestors of gods and people, they all rushed into the Immortal Court from the ancient boundary area. It's just that our ancestors are human, while the Zhitian Old Turtle is a turtle. In ancient times, two great gods fought, and the sky collapsed. Nuo wanted to refine stones to mend the sky, but the sky had already collapsed, and there was no time for the goddess to refine stones to mend the sky. At this time, the old turtle stood up, supported the sky and the earth with itself, and one time for Niwa to refine stones to mend the sky. That is the origin of the name of the old turtle. Lin Shan nodded slightly after listening to it. This was similar to the mythological story he just thought of, and they were all about the same thing and the same old turtle. But who knew that King Lunzi continued to say, "This is just a mythological legend. As far as I know, the real situation is not like this. The old turtle did not voluntarily support the sky and the earth, but was killed by Niwa, and its corpse supported the collapsed sky." Lin Shan listened to King Lunzi retelling the story of the old turtle. It was a dark version of the story of the old turtle mending the sky. The so-called battle between the two ancient gods, one of which was defeated and angrily hit Mount Buzhou, causing Mount Buzhou to collapse and causing the sky to collapse, was actually not the case at all. The so-called Great Skyfall was not a hole in the sky, but a godman used his supreme power to break the restrictions and confinement of the laws of heaven and earth on humans. In the was repair of the sky was not really to repair the sky, but to repair the laws of heaven and earth and restrict humans within the laws of heaven and earth again. After the godman broke the laws of heaven and earth and caused a flaw in heaven and earth, many powerful gods rushed out of heaven and earth and entered the fairy court. In addition to those powerful gods, there are many people who do not have the ability to rush out of heaven and earth. Shitian Old Turtle has been worshipped by people, and he can't bear to see those people continue to be trapped in the laws, so he connects heaven and earth with himself, and his limbs become a bridge to heaven, so that those humans with insufficient strength can break through the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth by climbing its limbs and roam freely in the 9 heavens. The behavior of the old tortoise of Jitian angered Niwa, one of the rulers of the fairy court. She killed the old tortoise of Jitian and used its limbs to support the heaven and earth. The tortoise shell was used to repair the broken laws of heaven and earth, and it was nailed to the laws of heaven and earth forever. Of course, King Lunzi also saw these from the documents recorded by the predecessors, which is no different from the myths. No one has ever seen the real old tortoise of Jitian, and no one has ever seen Niwa herself. At least in this era, Niwa has long ceased to exist. It is just said that Niwa is also a ruler-level existence, which is not inferior to the current rulers of the 6 major star regions. I've gone a bit off topic. The sky-bearing turtle is most likely the bloodline of the old sky turtle. This sky-bearing armor is a levelless and unlimited artifact. If a lower-level god can wear this artifact, he will definitely shine in various competitions of lower-level gods. At that time, the resources earned from the competition alone will be a considerable fortune. Long Xiaozi said sincerely, "We are both mid-level. This thing is not particularly useful to us. The reason why we want to get it is to use it to get some resources. Brother Tian, if you are interested, we can make a fortune together. You only need to produce the artifact, and we will take care of the rest. After the matter is completed, the artifact will still belong to you. If you don't want to participate, you can also sell the artifact to us." Long Xiaozi explained his plan in detail. Lin Shan nodded frequently and felt that this matter had great potential. If you want to win in various ranking competitions in the Immortal Court and take out the massive resources allocated by the Immortal Court, you must be better than others and have your own style. Most people can only get some consolation prizes at best, and the resources they get are not enough for their daily practice. Chapter 1009. Long Xiaozi roughly told Lin Shan about his plan. The ranking competitions in the fairy world are all kinds of strange. Those uncontrollable and talent-intensive competitions, only a small number of people can get rewards, are not within Long Xiaozi's consideration. The ranking rewards they intend to get are those more formal battle competitions, and only lower-level gods participate in the competition. This kind of competition is a relatively large category, with more matches and subcategories. Long Xiaozi does not expect to get first place. After all, there are countless strong people in the fairy court. It is impossible to get first place by getting a non-level artifact. They are not the only ones who have non-level artifacts. If they can use them, others can use them as well. There are many precedents of using various non-level artifacts in competitions. However, as long as they can enter the top 10,000, the rewards they can get are already quite generous, and it is also a long-term business. They can get a batch of rewards in every competition in the future. If you can enter the 1000th ranking, the reward you get is already very amazing. As for entering the 100th ranking, Long Xiaozi has never thought about it. It is not something that can be achieved by relying on a levelless artifact. Of course, there is also an unusual battle competition ranking, which may have a chance to enter the 100th ranking, or even the top 100. For example, There's a ranking of the toughest gods in the universe, which is to see who has stronger defense and strength. The rules of the game are round-based, and both sides use their bodies to withstand the attacks of the other party until one side can no longer bear it and admits defeat or falls down. With the defensive power of Dingtian armor, Long Xiaozi feels that there is hope to impact the top 100 ranking, and it is even possible to break into the top 100. Of course, this requires the person wearing Dingtian armor to have certain abilities and be able to knock down the opponent, otherwise it is impossible to enter the top 100. Lin Shan had learned about the hundreds of strange competitions and rankings in Xianting before, and now he feels more confused. He can't figure out what the Xianting wants to do with so many competitions, and what is the meaning of this? Gods also need sportsmanship. Do they also need to exercise? This is obviously not a reason. In addition to consuming resources, Lin Shan can't think of what benefits these competitions have. There is a situation where this kind of competition will be meaningful. If there is a group of strong people with perverted hobbies in the upper echelons of Xianting, they like to watch these competitions, just like humans watching cockfighting and dogfighting, just to satisfy their entertainment psychology and mental stimulation, or even the pleasure of gambling. If that is the case, these gods who participate in the competition are just a group of tools for people's entertainment. The more Lin Shan thought about it, the more he felt that the immortal court was too strange. However, if he wanted to find out what was going on, he had to get close to the top leaders of the immortal court. Those who could contact the 6-star zone masters were all gods, who held positions in the immortal court. Families like the Ding family, although they had a lot of resources and status in the immortal court, could not contact the star zone masters. Even the head of the Ding family was not qualified to meet the star zone masters. In fact, the only ones who were truly qualified to meet the star zone masters were the star god officers of the star god palace, and they had to be at the level of the great star god officer to meet the star zone masters. It is not easy to enter the star god palace and become a star priest. Only those who have won the first place in various competitions are eligible to apply to join the star god palace, and then go through an interview. If you pass the interview, you are eligible to join the star priest and become an ordinary 1-star priest. The highest priest is 9 stars, and above 9 stars is the great star priest, also called the great priest, who is the head of a star district priest, and his status is second only to the star district master. Only the great priest can meet the star district master. If you want to understand the inside story of the immortal court, there is only this way to go, but it is too difficult to become a star priest, and it is even more difficult to become a great priest. Not only strength, but also the accumulation of qualifications and merits. Moreover, the area where Lin Shan is located is the Zhongqian Star District, where the master is the Jade Emperor. If he really becomes a great priest and has the opportunity to meet the Jade Emperor, wouldn't his identity be exposed at a glance? So whether to take this path, Lin Shan is still considering. Brother Ateon, after all this talk, do you want to sell us the Dingtian armor or cooperate with us? It is a huge expense to gather the artifacts that increase power, so that the lower-level gods can wear the Dingtian armor, and we also need to find a lower-level god with good enough ability to participate in it. Otherwise, even if we have the Dingtian armor, it will be difficult to get a good ranking. Qing Lunzi analyzed the pros and cons for Lin Shan, and it is not certain that you can make money with the Dingtian armor. Since you two are so sincere, I am willing to cooperate. Lin Shan pondered for a moment and chose to cooperate with the two. The two were very happy to hear this, and in fact, they were also more willing to cooperate. Because getting those artifacts that increase power requires a huge expenditure, and it is already difficult to get this money. If they spend money to buy Dingtian armor, they can't get so much money. With Lin Shan's participation, the two immediately began to plan what kind of artifacts to buy to increase power in order to get 40,000 power attributes. In addition, they must find a lower-level god to participate in this plan. This lower-level god must not only be powerful, but also reliable. Otherwise, if Dingtian armor and so many artifacts that increase power are given to him, he will take the things and run away, which will be fatal. Although it is in the Taishi world, after the things are destroyed or transferred, they will disappear in reality. This is one of the reasons why Lin Shan suspects that the Taishi world is a corner of the real world. The two thought about it, but they couldn't decide on the candidate. There were too many concerns. I think of someone who should be able to do it, King Lunzi suddenly said. Who? Long Xiaozi asked hurriedly. Yuli Zi. Qing Lunzi said a name. Long Xiaozi was delighted to hear this. How could I forget him? He is indeed the most suitable person for this matter, but we have to give him a share when the time comes. The two told Lin Shan who Yuli Zi was. Like them, he was a disciple of an Ipan patriarch. He was a power-type god. His power attribute should be 20,000 points, which is the full point of a lower-level god. He also has several power-enhancing artifacts. His power may have reached 40,000 points. If they find Yuli Z to cooperate, they can even save the money to buy power-enhancing artifacts. Moreover, Yuli Z has good talents and abilities. As a disciple of Ni Pan Patriarch, both sides know each other better. In case of any problems, Qing Lunzi and the others can also ask Ni Pan Patriarch to make decisions for them. The three discussed for a while, and felt that Yuli Z was a good candidate. They planned to talk to him first. They could pay him for help, or he could voluntarily invest in a share. Chapter 10:10. Long Xiaozi contacted Yuli Z, and then took Linshan to Baishar City. Linshan looked around Baishar City, and saw that there were gods of various levels everywhere. Some gods rode their spirit pets on the streets. They were generally upper-level gods. This place is no different from the real world except that it is not a planet. These gods look no different from humans, except that their abilities and levels are higher and stronger. There is no such thing as a teleportation device in the Taishi world, but there are teleportation arrays that can be used to teleport between different cities. Long Xiaozi and his friends have contacted Yuli Z, explained the situation, and agreed to meet in Baishar City. Linshan and his friends waited in a box for a long time, and Yuli Z finally knocked on the door and came in. Linshan looked at Yuli Z who came in. As expected, as Long Xiaozi and his friends said, he had a dignified appearance, regular features, a square face, and a righteous look. He was a fair person at first glance. "Two senior brothers, I am very interested in the plan you mentioned, but brothers should be clear about accounts. I have to say something in advance. I won't take a penny from you, but I have to take a share, and it has to be a large share." Yuli Z said straight to the point. This? Long Xiaozi and Qing Lunzi looked at Linshan with some embarrassment. They originally divided it into 10 shares. Long Xiaozi and Qing Lun each took 3 shares, and Linshan took 4 shares. The money or shares originally prepared to ask Yuli Z to pay were to be paid by Long Xiaozi and Qing Lun. They planned to pay 1 share each, and make up 2 shares for Yuli Z, and each of them would have 2 shares. But now Yuli Z wants a large share, and it is estimated that 2 shares will definitely not work. Yuli Z continued, "I will participate in the competition. I have almost all the artifacts that increase strength. Is it okay for me to take 4 shares? Not too much." Long Xiaozi and Qing Lunzi were a little helpless. In this way, it seems that they have nothing to do, and they seem a little redundant. In this case, it seems that Yuli Z and Linshan can cooperate directly, and they are not needed at all. Not too much, then let's do it this way. You take 4 shares, and the 3 of us take 2 shares each. Linshan didn't care about these resources. He just wanted to get a deeper understanding of the gods, and the fairy court through this matter. Of course, it would be great to get a share of the resources. Long Xiaozi and Qing Lunzi looked at Linshan with some surprise when they heard this, and hurriedly said that this was not good. How could Linshan, who took out the Dingtian armor, only get 2 shares? In the end, the 2 of them insisted on taking out 0.5 shares each, and gave Linshan 1 share, so that Linshan took 3 shares himself, and the 2 of them took 1.5 shares each. The 3 discussed some details, and then Long Xiaozi and King Lunzi went to Yulizi in the real world to sign a contract. When the few people met again in the Taishi world, Linshan took out the Dingtian armor, and gave it to Long Xiaozi and others. Long Xiaozi handed the Dingtian armor to Yulizi and asked him to wear it to get used to it first, and he could participate in the competition in a few days. Yulizi wore many artifacts such as rings, necklaces, and armbands to increase his strength. Under the gaze of Linshan and the other 2, he put on the Dingtian armor. Seeing the characteristics of the Dingtian armor being activated and emitting black light, Long Xiaozi and King Lunzi, who had known that this would be the result, still clenched their fists excitedly. Yuli Z asked Long Xiaozi and Qing Lunzi to attack him. Under the protection of Dingtian Jia, Long Xiaozi and Qing Lunzi, who were at the middle level, could hardly cause much damage to Yuli Z. It's done. Now we are stable. We will definitely make a lot of money. Maybe we can break into the top 100 in the universe's toughest god competition. Qing Lunzi said happily. For several days in a row, Yuli Z practiced using Dingtian Jia to fight every day, and basically had no problem adapting. They also asked Yuli Z to sign up for some competitions, and they could earn a lot of rewards just by waiting for the competition to start. Just one day before the universe's toughest competition started, Yuli Z did not come. Long Xiaozi and Qing Lunzi thought that Yuli Z was delayed by something at first. After waiting for a long time, they still didn't see anyone coming. They felt that something was wrong. They hurriedly contacted Yuli Z with the communicator, but they couldn't get through at all. Soon they realized that they were blocked by Yuli Z. Brother Tian, wait for us. We will solve this problem now. Don't worry, we will definitely give you an explanation. Long Xiaozi's face was extremely ugly, and he left the Taishi world after saying that. King Lunzi seemed to want to say something, but he hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything. He sighed, told Lin Shen that he would be back soon, and then left the Taishi world. Lin Shen once suspected that Long Xiaozi and King Lunzi had teamed up with Yu Lizi to set up a trap in order to cheat him of the Dingtian armor. Lin Shen really didn't care about a Dingtian armor, but he would definitely not swallow this kind of loss, and he would never let them make money so easily with the Dingtian armor. Lin Shen had actually already assumed that this situation would happen. Although there was no way to stop it, there were some contingency plans. Although it was impossible to stop the loss, it was possible to hurt the enemy. Unexpectedly, after a while, King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi came back. What puzzled Lin Shen was that Long Xiaozi looked very bad. His face was very ugly, and his breath was problematic. It seemed that he was injured, and not lightly. Brother Ation, we are really sorry for you. We messed up this matter, and we can't get Dingtianjia back. But don't worry, even if we have to sell everything, we will definitely return the money for Dingtianjia to you. These are what we can take out now. You take them first, and we will give you the rest after we sell the real estate. Long Xiaozi's voice was a little weak, but he took out a lot of things for Lin Shen. There were Taishu coins for direct transfer, as well as artifacts, souls, and other things. Finally, Long Xiaozi took out a sealed soul, rubbed it twice, and seemed reluctant to give it up. In the end, he put it in front of Lin Shen. King Lunzi did the same thing. He first transferred the Taishu coins, and then took out various things for Lin Shen. Didn't you sign a contract with Yulizi? Lin Shen didn't take their things, and looked at them and asked. Yulizi, that bastard, did something when signing the contract. When we took the contract to the ancestor, Yulizi's signature disappeared on the contract, and we couldn't find the connection between the contract and him. That guy also complained first, saying that we wanted to steal the Dingtian armor he got by hunting the deformed species, bullying his junior brother, and causing Long Xiaozi to be severely punished by the ancestor. King Lunzi became more and more angry as he spoke. His face was distorted with excitement, and his cheeks twitched from time to time. Lin Shen saw that Long Xiaozi's expression was a little strange, frowned and asked, "It shouldn't be that simple, right?" Long Xiaozi sighed. "Brother Tian, don't ask about this. We will do our best to make up for your losses." Chapter 10:11. Whoever owes the debt should pay it back. It's better to make it clear. Lin Shen said calmly. "How can I pay it back? I can't pay it back." Long Xiaozi shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Then I, the person involved, must know the truth, right?" Lin Shen continued. "The truth? What truth?" King Lunzi looked at the two of them with some confusion. Seeing Lin Shen like this, Long Xiaozi said with a bitter face, "Yuli Z is just a lower-level god. Although he is gifted, his ability is not enough to deceive us. I don't think we are so stupid that we can't even understand the contract." King Lunzi's face changed as he listened. "You mean? Ancestor. Otherwise, why is the signature always there, but it disappeared when it was in the hands of the ancestor?" Long Xiaozi touched the wound on his body, covered his chest and coughed twice. Yuli Z has good talent and strong ability. The ancestor is very optimistic about him. We are also the disciples of the ancestor. We have followed him for so many years. Even if we have no merits, we have worked hard. What is this? What is this? King Lunzi's teeth were about to break, and he slapped the table hard, breaking it. "We have repaid the favor," Long Xiaozi said. King Lunzi felt a stagnation in his chest, and he couldn't spit it out even if he swallowed it. He never thought that this would happen. Just now he thought he was just cheated by Yuli Z. Being cheated was certainly infuriating, but now he felt even more uncomfortable than being cheated by Yuli Z, and he couldn't even vent his discomfort. Lin Shen could understand their current mood. They thought that they had a backer and an elder, but now they were cheated for others. Not only did they cheat, but they also threw dirty water on them. Long Xiaozi and King Lunzi were already on good terms. If it was Lin Shen, he would have been so angry that he would have vomited blood. Is that it? King Lunzi's eyes were full of bloodshot, and his clenched hands were white at the joints. What else? Long Xiaozi asked back. Since you know all this, didn't you ask the ancestor? King Lunzi stared at Long Xiaozi. I asked? Long Xiaozi looked bitter. What did the ancestor say? King Lunzi asked unwillingly. For the sake of the Nippon lineage, What's wrong with sacrificing a little personal interest? Long Xiaozi said with a complicated expression. King Lunzi trembled after hearing this, his face twisted and a little hideous, and in the end, he didn't say a word. Will you Lizzie still participate in the competition? Lin Shen suddenly asked. Of course he will. He will not only participate in the competition, but also make a name for himself in the competition, and win a reputation for the Nippon lineage. Long Xiaozi said. The first competition is the toughest god competition in the universe, right? Lin Shen asked again. Of course, that's the competition where Ding Tianjia has the biggest advantage, and it's also the competition where Yulizi can easily compete for a place. He will definitely not give up. King Lunzi gritted his teeth and said. He signed up for the lower-level god group, right? Lin Shen asked again. If he doesn't participate in the lower-level god group, what advantage does Ding Tianjia have? Of course, he can only be in the lower-level god group. King Lunzi was a little confused. What's the point of Lin Shen saying this now? That's good, then I also sign up for the toughest competition in the universe. Lin Shen said with a smile. You participate in the competition? How can you participate in the competition? You are a middle-level god, you can only participate in the middle-level group, and without Ding Tianjia, what's the point of you participating in the competition? Even if Ding Tianjia is still there, in the middle-level group, Ding Tianjia can't take much advantage. King Lunzi couldn't understand what Lin Shen's brain circuit was. Long Xiaozi also looked at Lin Shen with some suspicion. He didn't understand what Lin Shen meant. Who said I'm a middle-level god? Lin Shen said with a smile. Is there any need to say that? If you're not a middle-level god, what else can you be? Wait, you mean, you're not a middle-level god? King Lunzi said, and suddenly widened his eyes, and stared at Lin Shen in disbelief. Long Xiaozi's face was also full of disbelief. They had never thought that Lin Shen was not a middle-level god. Because Lin Shen shot the Skychin turtle to death, they always thought that Lin Shen was a middle-level god, and he was the stronger one among the middle-level gods, otherwise how could he kill the Skychin turtle with one shot? Now that Lin Shen said this, they suddenly seemed to realize that Lin Shen had never used things like the soul in front of them, nor had he shown his own soul. It seems that there is really no real evidence to prove that Lin Shen is a middle-level god. You are really not a middle-level god. King Lunzi suddenly realized something, and was surprised and happy. He grabbed Lin Shen's arm, and asked excitedly. It's true that I'm not. When they were planning before, Lin Shen had already studied the rules of the competition. The rules of the lower-level group competition are that only gods below the middle level can participate, excluding middle-level gods. But it does not say that only lower-level gods can participate. Of course, because there is basically no existence lower than the lower level among the gods, it is a default fact that lower-level gods participate in the lower-level group competition. But this does not mean that Lin Shen, who is at the Nirvana level, cannot participate in the competition. He has studied it carefully, and he can participate in the lower-level group competition. After getting a positive answer, King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi were surprised and happy. They both understood what Lin Shen wanted to do. As long as Lin Shen could also participate in the competition, he could compete with Yu Lizi in the competition. Lin Shen could kill the middle-level divine beast Qintian turtle with one shot. The Dingtian armor was just the distortion source of Qintian turtle, and it could not be stronger than Qintian turtle. At that time, Lin Shen could directly blow up the Dingtian armor and make Yu Lizi's plan fail. Although they would not get any benefits, it was better to make Yu Lizi suffer than to watch him continue to be arrogant. Tian, go and sign up now, and you must blow up that bastard. King Lunzi said excitedly. Long Xiaozi, what do you think? Lin Shen looked at Long Xiaozi and asked. Long Xiaozi hesitated for a moment, and King Lunzi beside him pulled him and said, What is there to hesitate about? We have all been bullied like this. Do you still want to think about him? Okay, let's do it. Long Xiaozi gritted his teeth and said. Lin Shen nodded slightly. It's too easy for him to just blow up Ding Tianjia. Shouldn't we get some compensation back? Long Xiaozi and King Lunzi were both stunned. How to get it? It depends on you. Whether you can get it back, and how much you can get back is up to you to decide. Lin Shen smiled and said, You want us to go to Yu Lizi? Long Xiaozi seemed to understand Lin Shen's meaning, and looked at him, with a complicated expression. I don't care. You decide whether to do it or not. Lin Shen said indifferently. Seeing that Lin Shen and King Lunzi were looking at him, Long Xiaozi gritted his teeth. Do it. Chapter 10-12. Yu Lizi was very proud. With the Dingtian armor in his hands, there were not many people among the lower-level gods who were stronger than him. The key was the attitude of Nipan Patriarch towards him. He just mentioned the Dingtian armor in front of Nipan Patriarch, and Pen Patriarch directly let him keep the artifact. He also said that such an artifact should not fall into the hands of outsiders. It should be used by the genius of Pan. Only a genius like Ulysses was worthy of this artifact. This is called the possession of artifacts by the virtuous since ancient times. With this artifact, plus the Tianjiao sword, the top-grade lower-level artifact given to him by Pen Patriarch, and a mysterious artifact he owned, he would definitely be able to shine on the rankings. At that time, it would be too easy to obtain a large amount of resources and upgrade his level. Tomorrow is his first match, and it is also the toughest match in the universe that can best show the advantages of Tianjia. He will definitely stand out in the match and easily enter the top 100, or even a higher ranking. It is not a problem to become famous. Maybe he can be noticed by those top families, and then he can go further. Although Nippon Patriarch is also a top figure in the universe, he is still far behind those top families, and the resources he can get are too few. His Ulysses achievements must not stop here. What does the top 100 mean? His goal is to enter the top 10, or even become the top. Later, he will become a star priest, and finally a great priest, even above the master, and become the king of the entire universe. Ulysses was thinking about the proud part, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ulysses, if you still have a conscience, return the Ding Tianjia to us. Ulysses' fantasy was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Ulysses frowned slightly and looked down, only to see Qing Lunzi and Long Xiaozi standing downstairs. Ulysses' mouth showed disdain. In his opinion, Qing Lunzi and Long Xiaozi were just two clowns, two insignificant pebbles on his way to becoming a king. It was a great blessing for them to be able to give him the Ding Tianjia. If they knew what was interesting, they should take the initiative to offer it with both hands, so that they could help them when they were on the rise in the future. Now that they are so persistent, they will only end up in disgrace and a bad death. Two senior brothers, right and wrong, are in people's hearts. Don't let greed blind your eyes, and do things that make your loved ones sad and your enemies happy. Ulysses stood up, walked to the railing, looked down at the two people, and sighed. Several people who were with Ulysses also said, "Two senior brothers, although you entered the sect many years earlier than us, you can't bully us junior brothers like this, right? It's obviously the artifact that Ulysses got, and it's meaningless for you to rob it openly." King Lunzi was so angry when he heard this, and pointed at Ulysses and said, "What do you mean by robbing openly? It's obviously our artifact, and he coveted it. Naturally, we have to take back our own artifact." The two senior brothers are really shameless. Master has already said it clearly, but you can still say such things with a thick face. You are really shameless. If the abilities of the two senior brothers are as powerful as their faces, then there is no need to rob the artifacts of their own brothers. It is a great misfortune for us that such a shameless person has appeared in our Nippon lineage. Everyone was talking at once, making King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi's faces turn pale and trembling with anger. Ulysses waved his hand slightly, signaling everyone to stop talking, and then sighed and said to King Lunzi and the others, "The two brothers insist on saying that the Dingtian armor was obtained by you from hunting the Qingtian turtle. It is very easy to prove whether your words are true or false." As he spoke, an object flew up in Ulysses' hand and turned into a full-body armor that wrapped around his body. Ulysses, like a god, walked down from the sky step by step, came to Qing Lunzi and the other two, stood with his hands behind his back, looked at them with a smile, and said, "You said you can hunt the sky-clearing turtle, then this artifact bred by the sky-clearing turtle, I think you can easily break it. Otherwise, how can you hunt the sky-clearing turtle? Now I will stand here and not move. If you two brothers can break the armor on my body, then I will give this artifact to you two brothers. If you can't break it, please don't pester me anymore, and hurt your own brothers." Junior brother Ulysses is right. You, as senior brothers, should open your eyes and look at junior brother Ulysses' character, bearing in mind. If I were you, I would turn around and leave now. How could I have the face to stay here? Yes, junior brother Ulysses is right. You said that Dingtianjia is yours. That's very simple. Break Dingtianjia, and the things are yours. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and do it. Didn't you say that you killed King Tianji? You can't even break the artifact bred by King Tianji? Some of the brothers who had doubts about Ulysses before, seeing this situation, most of them believed Ulysses. It was obvious that Qing Lunzi and his men couldn't even break the artifact, so how could they kill the sky-clearing turtle? Qing Lunzi and Long Xiuzi cursed Ulysses in their hearts for being shameless. He knew that they didn't kill the sky-clearing turtle, but now he was using this to make a fuss. It was really shameless. The sky-clearing turtle was not killed by us, but by someone else. Qing Lindsay said. Ulysses smiled bitterly, and shook his head, and said helplessly, "Why do you two brothers have to do this? Apart from our master and fellow disciples, who would be so kind to help you kill a divine beast like the sky-clearing turtle, and not take the unclassified artifact for yourself, but leave it to you? Do you two brothers think this makes sense?" "That's right, someone helped you kill the sky-clearing turtle, but left the artifact Dintiangia to you. Even fairy tales don't dare to write this way. I don't know what story you two brothers will make up later. I think it's better to tell you about this Dintiangia. Tianjia is their own child, right? It's too tragic to be separated from their own flesh and blood. I hope that junior brother Ulysses will return their child, haha." Everyone was extremely sarcastic to King Lunzi and Longxiuzi. Ulysses smiled and said nothing, but he was very proud in his heart. The situation is on my side. These two guys who don't know how to live or die will definitely not be spared in the future. Many fellows supported Ulysses, not because they thought Ulysses was right, but because Nippon Patriarch was obviously on Ulysses' side. From Longxiuzi's punishment, it can be seen who is the wind vane in the Nippon Palace now. Most people will naturally not go against Nippon Patriarch. Qinjiangzi and Longxiuzi were so angry that their lips trembled and they couldn't speak. There was no need to act. They were really angry. Chapter 1013. Okay, Ulysses, you are going too far. Even if I risk my life today, I will never let you off easy. Qing Lunzi roared angrily, took out a divine sword, and was about to fight Ulysses. Longxiuzi held him tightly. "Qing Lunzi, don't be impulsive. Brother, you are joking. You are a high-ranking middle-level god, and I am just a lower-level god. In terms of rank and seniority, you are far superior to me. Who can bully who?" Ulysses said indifferently. Looking at Ulysses' sanctimonious appearance, although Qing Lunzi and Longxiuzi knew that he was a real bitch, they still couldn't help cursing in their hearts. "Ulysses, today it's either you or me. I want your life." Qing Lunzi shook off Longxiuzi, and was about to rush up to fight Ulysses. Ulysses stood there calmly, not dodging the sword that Qing Lun chopped at him. A divine dragon-like figure rose from King Lunzi's body, and a terrifying force erupted. However, his sword slashed on Dingtian armor, but was directly deflected, and Ulysses could not move a single step. Although Ulysses was only a lower-level god, he wore several artifacts that increased his strength, and his strength had reached 40,000, which was the level of a top-level middle-level god. Therefore, Ulysses' strength was not weaker than theirs, and he also had Dingtian armor's defensive ability and characteristic immunity. Although King Lunzi was one level higher, he could not hurt Ulysses. Everyone only saw Ulysses standing with his hands behind his back, standing there without dodging, allowing King Lunzi to attack at will, and he had no intention of fighting back at all. However, Qing Lun, who was at the level of a middle-level god, could not hurt him at all, which was really surprising. "Brother, that's enough." King Lunzi attacked frantically, and after his momentum obviously weakened, Ulysses drew his sword to meet the divine sword in King Lunzi's hand. When the two swords intersected, the sword in King Lunzi's hand, which was attached with the power of soul and light and shadow, was actually cut into two pieces by Ulysses, like cutting tofu. Everyone was shocked. Even King Lunzi and Longxiuzi were greatly shocked. Ulysses was just a lower-level god, and the artifact in his hand could actually cut off the middle-level artifact in King Lunzi's hand directly. This is really not very scientific. Everyone was shocked by Ulysses' strength. The lower level had such combat ability, which was indeed extraordinary. At the same time, they all confirmed that Ulysses must have killed the sky-clearing turtle. King Lunzi's attack power could not defend against Dingtianjia's defense at all, and it was not convincing to say that they could kill the sky-clearing turtle. Ulysses' sword made people think that only such destructive power could kill the sky-clearing turtle, and the difference was immediately determined. "For the sake of our friendship, I have given you two senior brothers enough face. Please don't make mistakes," Ulysses said calmly, holding the magic weapon in his hand. King Lunzi and Longxiuzi were stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Their original plan was considered detailed, but they did not expect that Ulysses would have such destructive power. This discovery exceeded their expectations. The two did not know whether to continue with the plan. If they continued, there might be risks. However, they did not want to retreat anymore. Anyway, they were afraid that they would not be able to stay in the Nippon Palace in the future. Gritting his teeth, King Lunzi pointed at Ulysses and said, "Ulysses, I cannot coexist with you. I want to bet my life with you." As soon as this was said, everyone thought Ulysses was crazy. The Immortal Court does not allow private killings. Any grudges are usually resolved by gambling. There are naturally stakes in gambling, But no one would do such a thing as gambling on one's wealth unless it is an irreconcilable hatred like killing one's father and taking one's wife. The so-called gambling on wealth means that even the planets allocated by the immortal court have to be bet. If you lose your hometown, it will be difficult to turn things around in the future. Brother Qingluan, are you kidding me? Why do you bet your wealth with me? Can all your wealth added up be compared to this piece of Dingtian armor? Yulizi said contemptuously. He was still a little worried in his heart, and was not willing to bet his wealth with Qingluan. Qingluan was a middle-level god after all. Maybe he had some killer tricks hidden, or a means of destroying both sides. If he was a middle-level god, he would naturally not be afraid of Qingluan, but he was only a lower-level god after all. Yulizi thought it was better to be careful. That's right, King Lunzi, although you are a middle-level god, your things are all valuable. Why would you bet against Yulizi's priceless treasure? Brother is brother, and the old ones are still cunning. You bully lower-level gods as a middle-level god, and use your own rags to bet against Yulizi's top-grade artifacts. I have heard this plan from 3,000 galaxies. I have to say that Brother King Lunzi is really thick-skinned. Amid the ridicule of the crowd, King Jiangzi shouted, "People do things and God sees them. You have done all the bad things, and there will definitely be retribution. I will not bet against you, but only bet that you can't even get through the first round of eliminations in the competition of the toughest gods in the universe. I bet that God will deal with scum like you, and will not let you, a treacherous kid, run rampant." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Qing Yongzi said these words in a stern voice, and it didn't look like he was lying. The main thing was that he had to ask God to help him win the bet, and under normal circumstances, he would lose 10 times out of 10. The first round of the competition for the toughest gods in the universe was a knockout round, which was not counted in the ranking at all, and there was no reward. Yulizi participated in the competition of the lower group, and the opponent he met must be a lower-level god. With the strength shown by Yulizi, he might have the ability to impact the top 100, or even higher. Among the countless billions of contestants, the probability of meeting less than 100 people in the knockout round is really the same as buying a lottery ticket. The competition was held in the Taishi world, and the competition was also controlled by the Lord of the Immortal Court, so it was almost impossible to cheat. No matter how they thought, Qing Lunzi's gambling method was like giving money to Yulizi. Could it be that there was really something inside about the Dingtianjia matter? Otherwise, why would Qing Lunzi be so demented? Some people couldn't help thinking in their hearts. Yulizi was also somewhat suspicious, wondering if Qing Lunzi had any conspiracy. It was almost impossible for Qing Lunzi to win such a bet. Brother Qing Lunzi, why do you have to do this? Those things of yours are useless to me, and I don't want to see you end up like that, Yulizi said. Yulizi, are you feeling guilty? Are you afraid that God will punish you? Others don't know about the dirty things you did, but you know them very well in your heart. Qing Lunzi sneered. Seeing that everyone's eyes were a little strange, Yulizi said lightly, I just don't want my brother to lose his home. Ha ha ha, you are really afraid. So that's good, let everyone know what kind of person you are, and God will punish scum like you in the future. After saying this, Qing Lunzi laughed and turned around to leave. Yulizi's face was a little ugly. If he didn't bet now, the other brothers would really think he was feeling guilty. The key is that Yulizi really can't figure out why he would lose. He doesn't believe that there is really such a thing as God punishing him, and doesn't believe that with his strength, he can't even pass the first round. With the help of the mysterious weapon, he has a chance to be in the top 10. It's really too difficult for him to lose. Chapter 10:14. How is it? Did Yulizi take the bait? Lin Shen saw the two people coming back. His face didn't look very good. He was a little surprised that Yulizi, who was so greedy, didn't fall for it. Or was it that Qing Lunzi's acting skills were not good enough, and Yulizi saw some flaws? The bet has been made, and has been filed in the Immortal Court. It is impossible to regret it. Long Xiaozi nodded. What's the problem? Lin Shen knew that there must be something wrong, otherwise they wouldn't have such expressions. There is something wrong with Yulizi. Long Xiaozi took out the video he recorded, and played it for Lin Shen to see. Before they went, they had already made preparations, and recorded everything. Lin Shen watched everything that happened between them, and Yulizi. Seeing that Qing Luan's middle-level artifact sword was cut off, he was also a little surprised and said, This Yulizi is indeed a bit problematic. The sword in his hand should be a lower-level artifact, right? That is the Divine Shadow Sword, a lower-level artifact, of divine beast quality, which is considered the best among the lower-level artifacts. The sword that the ancestor used when he was young was given to that scum. Qing Luan said bitterly. Long Xiaozi said, The Divine Shadow Sword is indeed very powerful, but it is only a lower-level artifact after all. Qingluan's sword is a middle-level artifact of mutant quality, which should not be so easy to be cut off, so there must be something wrong with Yu Zi, but I don't know what the problem is. Lin Shen watched the video repeatedly and observed for a long time, but did not find any problem with the Divine Shadow sword. Long Xiaozi and Qing Lunzi also observed carefully from the side. After watching for a while, Qing Lunzi suddenly pointed at Yu Zi's hand holding the sword and said, "Look at his finger, is there something different, as if there is light?" Lin Shen and Long Xiaozi watched carefully, and as King Lunzi said, there was a faint light coming out of his middle finger. Because it was covered by Dingtian armor, and the angle was a bit wrong, it was not easy to see. But it was certain that there was a faint halo on his finger, which should be something like a ring inside. But ordinary artifact rings should not be able to shine after being wrapped by Dingtian armor. Now this light actually passed through Dingtian armor, which means that the artifact ring must be extraordinary, and it is likely that it has a problem. Yu Zi has many artifacts with power-enhancing attributes. Is this one of them? It seems that it is not just as simple as adding power attributes. Lin Shen said. It should be its problem. Such destructive power can't even be blocked by the middle-level artifact. We can't control who will attack first during the game. If the rules determine that Yu Zi attacks first, can you stop it? Long Xiaozi looked at Lin Shen worriedly. King Lunzi also looked at Lin Shen and said, if it really doesn't work, cancel the plan. It's not worth dying in the Taishi world for this matter. It will cause too much damage to the spirit. You have staked all your wealth, and God has given us such a good opportunity to let me meet him in the first round. This is God's will to deal with him. We must follow God's will, otherwise we will be struck by lightning, Lin Shen said with a smile. Lin Shen was not afraid of such destructive power. The immortal suit on his body was much more defensive than the Dingtian armor, and his physical body was not comparable to that of ordinary immortals. Yu Lizi's means might not be able to hurt him. Of course, if something happens, he won't really die in the Taishi world, so there's no need to worry too much, and he still has a 50% chance to make the first move. That's right, there are so many people participating in the competition, and it just so happens that a Tian gets Yu Zi in the first round. This is God's way of dealing with that scum. I believe that a Tian will definitely make the first move at that time, and he will be shot dead at that time, and he won't be given a chance to make a move at all, King Lunzi said hatefully. Long Xiaozi also felt that Lin Shen was able to get Yu Zi in the first round, and it must be that God couldn't stand Yu Zi. They all thought that Lin Shen was able to get Yu Zi in the first round because of cooperation, but only Lin Shen knew that this was not a coincidence. Originally, when he went to register, he thought that if he got Yu Zi in the first few rounds, he could use this method. King Lunzi said that when making a bet, he only needed to adjust the rounds. If Yu Zi was not in the first few rounds, then he could only change the plan and change it to another bet. Lin Shen had several backup plans in his mind. But when Lin Shen actually went to register, something happened that Lin Shen himself had not expected. After registration, the opponent is usually random. In the competition organized by the Immortal Court, even if the Great Priest comes, he can only accept the random arrangement. When Lin Shen registered in Baishur City, the intelligent brain suddenly popped up a dialogue box. Master, do you want to participate in the competition? Lin Shen was stunned at the time. The intelligent brain used for registration is directly connected to the main brain of the Zhongtian Star District. Except for the Lord of the Immortal Court or the Great Priest authorized by the Lord of the Immortal Court, no one else has the authority to operate. Such an intelligent brain naturally cannot call the user the master like a home intelligent brain. At that time, Lin Shen was very confused as to why this intelligent brain called him the master. However, Lin Shen did not realize the seriousness of the problem at that time. It was not until he chose to participate in the competition that he found that he could choose his opponent at will, and had many other permissions. This made Lin Shen feel that he was not using the registration system at all, but the management authority. Lin Shen directly chose Yu Zi as his opponent in the first round, and the operation was completely effective. In fact, as long as Lin Shen was willing, he could even register for the middle and upper zones. The authority of the intelligent brain was completely defenseless to him. It was a pity that this intelligent brain was only responsible for the competition of the toughest gods in the universe, otherwise he could do more. This intelligent brain is connected to the main brain of the Zhongtian Star District. Only the Jade Emperor, the ruler of the Zhongtian Star District, has all the permissions. In other words, its owner should actually be the Jade Emperor. Could it be that? It regarded me as the Jade Emperor. Lin Shen thought of many things. Although he couldn't call out the Jade Emperor, the fact that the Jade Emperor was his guardian spirit did happen. Lin Shan originally thought that the Jade Emperor's guardian spirit was useless, and had no use at all, but now it seems that it is not the case. He was able to obtain the authority of the intelligent brain, probably because he had the Jade Emperor's guardian spirit. The intelligent brain made a misjudgment and gave him the authority. Haha, the old guy Jade Emperor, he never thought that he would give me a bargain, right? Lin Shan was very happy. The old guy Jade Emperor stood him up several times and almost killed him, and finally it was a little useful. Chapter 10:15. For gambling on wealth, which is arbitrated by the Immortal Court, once the result of the bet is announced, it will be executed immediately without the consent of the person concerned. In fact, there is a way to minimize the loss. The Immortal Court assumes that the entire wealth is the planet allocated by the Immortal Court and everything on the planet. There is also everything on the person who participates in the bet. If you move your belongings and the things on your own planet away in advance and put them somewhere else, you can avoid some losses in case you lose. However, the planet allocated by the Immortal Court itself is a very important resource. The allocated planets may be good or bad, and the resources produced are not necessarily all high level. But this planet has an advantage that other planets do not have. No one can be teleported to this planet without the permission of the owner. This seemingly normal rule makes the planet allocated by the Immortal Court a stable shelter, and this function is not available on any other planet. From the moment of gambling on wealth, it means that this shelter may be lost. Moreover, the planets assigned to Yuli and Qingluan were not bad, especially the planet assigned to Yuli, which was already a third-class planet. Although it was not the best, it was pretty good. When agreeing to the bet, Yuli still gave Qingluan and Long Xiuzi a difficult problem. He felt that Qingluan's wealth was not worthy of betting with him, and finally forced Long Xiuzi to stand up and say that they would bet with Yuli with their wealth. Yuli agreed to bet with them, and also added a clause that from the moment the bet was signed, he could no longer take anything away from the planet assigned by the Immortal Court. Since it was written in the bet, the Immortal Court would naturally be responsible for maintaining the rules. The 3 planets had been locked. Before the bet ended, even they could not take anything away from them, not even a grain of soil. Long Xiuzi and King Lunzi did not tell Lin Shan about this matter. They felt that if they told him, it would only add psychological pressure and burden to Lin Shan. If he won in the future, Long Xiuzi felt that he could brag about it, but if he lost, he planned to keep it to himself for the rest of his life. A day passed quickly, and the toughest god competition began as scheduled. Many people in the Nippon Palace entered the Taishi world to watch this toughest god competition. There are many competitions like this, and not everyone usually pays attention to these competitions. However, because of the bet between King Lunzi and Yulizi, many people in the Nippon Palace paid attention to this game. Even many upper gods in the Nippon Palace entered the Taishi world to watch Yulizi's first round of competition. There were more and more people in the stands, and there were already tens of thousands of people. King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi proposed such a bet, which in the eyes of everyone, was giving money to Yulizi, almost suicidal. What kind of situation would make them propose such a bet, if they had not suffered a great injustice, who would be forced to use such a suicidal method to prove themselves? So even if most people still believed in Yulizi, a small number of people still had some doubts in their hearts. Nippon Patriarch was also in the Taishi world at this time, waiting to watch this game, and his face was not good. Of course he knew that the Skytop armor was not obtained by Yulizi when he hunted the Skytop turtle. But it was not Qingluanzi and Long Xiuzi's thing, but an outsider's. They found a way to keep the outsider's thing in an Ipan Palace. How could Qingluanzi and Long Xiuzi not understand his painstaking efforts for such a good thing? Just because of their little face, they made the incident to such an extent. In the eyes of an Ipan Patriarch, this was a very selfish and lack of overall view. Qingluanzi and Long Xiuzi did not consider an Ipan Palace at all. As the future of an Ipan Palace, shouldn't they pay something for Yulizi? An Ipan Patriarch felt that he had beaten them too lightly. If they had beaten them both so hard that they couldn't get out of bed, there wouldn't be so many things. An Ipan Patriarch had decided that after the bet was over, he would deal with Qingluanzi and Long Xiuzi and let these 2 traitors know the consequences of selfishness and disregard for the overall situation. He didn't think Yulizi would be eliminated in the first round. Based on past experience, the competition organized by the Immortal Court seemed to have random opponents, but in fact, there should be some special rules and algorithms. Generally, it is almost impossible to meet a particularly strong player in the previous elimination round. So Ipan Patriarch didn't think that Qing Lunzi and his team could win, but just sent more resources to Yulizi. It's good this way. After Yulizi is promoted to a middle-level god, their resources will be used by Yulizi. An Ipan patriarch looked at the list on the holographic projection. Because there were too many names, he directly used the Taishu system to check who Yu Li's opponent was. A Tion. Seeing this name, the last bit of worry of Nippon patriarch disappeared. There is no such person among the famous lower-level gods, so Yu Li is definitely safe. Yu Li also saw the name A Tion at this time, which made him a little doubtful. When King Lunzi introduced Lin Shen, he told him the name A Tion. But a Tion is obviously a middle-level god. How could he participate in the competition of lower-level gods? Could it be someone with the same name? How could it be such a coincidence? Although he knew that Lin Shen could not participate in the competition of lower-level gods, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. But the game has been decided, and his withdrawal now is equivalent to admitting defeat, and the bet is also judged as a loss, so even if he feels a little uncomfortable in his heart, he can only wait for the game to start. Most of the other people in Nippon Palace have already searched for Yu Li's opponent. Seeing that it is an unknown person, they all think that there should be no problem in this game. King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi are afraid that they will lose their fortunes. King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi were also very nervous. They knew that Yu Li had unknown powerful means, and they were a little worried that the Taishu system would randomly pick Yu Li first, and Lin Shen would be in danger. In addition to the people in Nippon Palace, who were paying attention to this game, there were two special people who were also paying attention to this game. Pan Xiaoning of the Kaitian clan, and Wen Bujuan of the Song clan were also paying attention to this game. Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan were the champions of the toughest god competition in recent years. In the lower group competition in recent years, they have won all the championships and runner-ups. In the 5 consecutive years of competition, Pan Xiaoning won 3 championships and 2 runner-ups, and Wen Bujuan won 2 championships and 3 runner-ups. The two are called the Peerless Double Hard by the Xianting, which means that they have not yet been promoted to the middle-level gods, otherwise the championship would still be theirs. Chapter 1016. The reason why Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan paid attention to the match between Yu Li and Lin Shen was not because they knew how powerful Yu Li and Lin Shen were, and it was even more impossible for them to know the grudge between Yu Li and Lin Shen. In front of the Kaitian clan and the Song clan, the Nippon Palace can only be regarded as the younger brother of the younger brothers. The younger brothers under the two clans are much stronger than the Nippon Palace, so it is impossible for them to pay attention to them. The reason why the two paid attention to this match was purely coincidental. Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan's strength was originally at the same level. The victory or defeat depended on the state and willpower at the time, and it had nothing to do with strength. Other players of the same level had a gap with them, and posed no threat to them at all. It was difficult for them to tell the winner by themselves. In addition, the two of them actually had a very good relationship in private, and they often practiced together. There was no need to go on stage to decide the winner. If they fought to the death and finally died in the Taishi world, it would also be a kind of damage to their spirits. So the two of them made an agreement. They randomly selected a pair of players to watch the game, and each chose one to bet on. If the person they chose won, when the two of them met, the other party would take the initiative to give up and admit defeat, so as to avoid the two of them being unable to decide the winner in the end, and they might both die. What a coincidence, they were randomly assigned to the game between Lin Shen and Yu Li. As the champions and runners-up of the previous session, they were the seeded players this time, and they did not need to participate in the elimination round, but were directly teleported to the stands of this game, intending to wait for the result of the game. I haven't heard of either of them. This should be a boring match. I hope it ends soon, Pan Xiaoning said as he walked. He just wanted to know the result, and had no interest in watching the match. But when he was teleported into the stands, Pan Xiaoning couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Generally, when a less famous player competes, there won't be too many people in the stands. At most, there will be some relatives and friends coming to watch. But after they entered the competition venue, they found that there were hundreds of thousands of people sitting in the stands. After a rough glance, they found that although most of them were lower-level gods, there were actually quite a few middle-level gods and upper-level gods. What's going on? Are these two players famous? Why haven't I heard of them before? Pan Xiaoning called up the system and confirmed again that he had indeed never heard of the names of these two people. When Bujuan pulled Pan Xiaoning to find a place to sit down quickly to avoid attracting too much attention. Fortunately, they were all wearing sunglasses and hats, so no one else could recognize them. Looking at the atmosphere, it seems a little strange. What's wrong with these spectators? They don't seem to be watching a game, but a life and death duel. This is the Taishi world. No one will really die. It's not that serious, right? When Bujuan whispered to Pan Xiaoning. Could it be that the two forces are gambling by taking advantage of the game? Looking at the heavy atmosphere, the bet is probably not small. Pan Xiaoning also whispered. When Bujuan nodded, thinking that what Pan Xiaoning said made sense. When the two were talking, they heard someone whispering next to them. They quickly shut up and listened attentively. After a while, they got a general idea. Is there such a thing? That King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi actually bet that Yu Lizi can't even pass the first round. This is too careless. Doesn't he know that the system allocation is not really random? Generally, it is difficult for strong people to meet in the elimination round. If they bet like this, they really need God to show his power to win. After hearing the cause and effect, Pan Xiaoning said to Wen Bujuan on the side. Let's wait and see. These people are just talking about how powerful Yu Lizi is, and that he can enter the top 100. Maybe he is just bragging. He is not that powerful at all. He is just a weak chicken. He was killed directly when he met a strong man. Wen Bujuan said. It shouldn't be the case. They said that the Dinkiangia has a strong defense. It seems to be a deformed species, with the blood of the old turtle. If it is true, with such a defensive artifact, he should not be eliminated in the elimination round, let alone in the first round. Pan Xiaoning said. Let's wait and see. We don't know whether the artifact is real or fake. Wen Bujuan always contradicts Pan Xiaoning on everything. Pan Xiaoning laughed and said, the person you chose is that a Tian, of course I hope it's fake, but it seems that there shouldn't be any problem. It seems that this time the championship will be mine again. The game hasn't even started yet. You are too proud. I think a Tian will definitely win. Why do you think so? A Tian. A Tian. Isn't it God's will? God sent him to deal with Yu Lizi. Yu Lizi must not be a good person. He must get retribution. You can really say anything to win. While the two were talking, the contestants had been teleported into the arena. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan were also looking at them, but unfortunately they couldn't see what they looked like. Both of them were fully armed, and the armor covered their entire bodies. Look at the armor on Yu Li's body. The turtle pattern on it is unique to the bloodline of Jitian Old Turtle. It's really such a magical weapon. It seems that I will definitely win this time. I'm so embarrassed. Pan Xiaoning looked at the armor on Yu Li's body carefully, and said with a smile, It's too early to say the winner. Wen Bujuan said so, but when he saw the armor worn by the contestant named a Tian, his heart suddenly sank. The gray armor looked like it was cast from pig iron. Although it is said that artifacts cannot be judged by appearance, there are indeed only a few artifacts that are so dull and powerful. What made Wen Bujuan even more depressed was that a Tian actually had a shield on his back. In the toughest god competition, there is a saying that 1 light, 2 armors, 3 helmets, and the one holding the shield is a fool. Whenever you meet a player who comes out to compete without wearing equipment, you should be careful, because such players often have powerful abilities. Players wearing armor are also more difficult to deal with. There are many hidden talents among this type of players, and their levels are uneven, so it is easy to fall. Be careful when you meet someone who only wears a helmet, but this helmet is limited to one person, and that person represents this series, which is very famous. These 3 helmets basically refer to him. As for those who hold shields, they are generally noobs. Among the famous players in the toughest god competitions, the truly powerful players basically do not hold that thing. So when Wen Bujuan saw the shield on Lin Shen's back, he felt a chill rushing from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. Chapter 10:17. Yu Lizi saw Lin Shen on the opposite side, and his face suddenly changed. How is it possible? Isn't he a middle-level god? Yu Lizi saw Lin Shen wearing this armor, so he recognized him at a glance. But King Lunzi and the others said that Lin Shen killed the sky-bearing turtle, which means that Lin Shen must have the strength of a middle-level god to be able to kill the sky-bearing turtle. If he is not a middle-level god, how could he kill the sky-bearing turtle that even King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi could not solve together? If a Tian is not a middle-level god, but a lower-level god. Yu Lizi felt more and more uneasy. It is not impossible that a Tian is a lower-level god. What really makes Yu Lizi feel uneasy is why a Tian can be grouped with him in the first round, which is completely illogical. After registration, what kind of opponent you will meet is all random by the system. How could King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi know that they will meet a Tian in the first round and play such a heavy bet? Could it be that there are loopholes in the competition organized by the Immortal Court? Yu Lizi's eyes gradually became firm. Even if a Tian can kill the middle-level beast, what can he do even if he can meet me in the first round? Strength determines everything. Yu Lizi touched the middle finger of his left hand. Under the hand guard, there was a magic ring. As long as there is this magic ring, Ulysses will be fearless. If it really doesn't work, then I can only use you. Ulysses rubbed his fingers on the slightly glowing place. This magic ring was obtained by Ulysses from a dead person when he was a child. At that time, Ulysses didn't know how precious this ring was. It was not until he really started practicing and activated the ring that he knew how perverted this ring artifact was. The ultimate mid-level distortion artifact. The protection of the gods. Growth. Category: none. Usage requirements: none. Deformation rate: 100%. Hardness: 40,000. Toughness: 40,000. Distortion characteristics: miracles come. The ultimate artifact with no category and no requirements that can grow is Ulysses' greatest asset along the way. Of course, the protection of the gods he got at the beginning was only a lower level artifact, and it took a lot of resources to make the protection of the gods grow to the level of a mid-level artifact. Now that he uses the feature of miracles coming, the effect produced is equivalent to the effect of the peak of the mid-level artifact. Moreover, the effect of miracles coming is not single. It can enhance destructive power and defense power. It can be blessed at the same time or separately, and it is very convenient to use. He can use a lower-level artifact to directly cut off the middle-level artifact of the green wheel, which is the effect of the blessing of miracles coming. It's a pity that Ulysses couldn't get so many resources, otherwise he could upgrade the protection of the gods to a higher-level artifact, and then he would be truly invincible. Originally, with Ulysses' scheming, he would not expose the protection of the gods before his own strength had grown to a certain level. But this time it was different. He gambled his life with King Lunzi and Lonxiuzi. In order to ensure that he would win, he could only carry the protection of the gods with him. So this time, even if the power of the protection of the gods was exposed, he had to win this game. With such an artifact, he had absolute confidence that he could win this duel. Even if you are a lower-level god who can kill the sky-clearing turtle, so what? As long as I have the protection of the gods, I can't lose. Ulysses stared coldly at Lin Shen opposite him with a gloomy look. Lin Shen, however, did not have too many ideas. If he won this game, he could take everything from Ulysses. In the middle of the two people, there was a huge roulette wheel. Half of the roulette wheel was written with Ulysses' name, and the other half was written with the words EP981. After a while, the roulette wheel turned, and whoever's name the pointer pointed to would attack first. Everyone, including Ulysses, stared at the roulette wheel, wanting to know who would attack first. Ulysses naturally hoped that he would attack first, so that he would not give Lin Shen any chance, and would not expose too much of the power of the god's protection. He only needed to add the miracle of the advent to his sword, which was also a method he often used. Master, the game is about to start. Please choose whether to take the initiative. The voice of the intelligent brain sounded in Lin Shen's mind. That's fine. Lin Shen looked at Ulysses opposite him with a strange look. Looking at the other party's expression, he knew that he should not have heard the voice. Of course, Master, you have such authority. The intelligent brain replied. Things went even smoother than Lin Shen had imagined. He could even choose to go first. No one could stop Ulysses from losing. Besides choosing the right to go first, do I have any other authority? Lin Shen asked in a low voice. Of course, if you want, you can directly judge the other party to lose. The intelligent brain answered immediately. Lin Shen was ecstatic. The benefits brought to him by the fairy guardian of the Jade Emperor were greater than he had imagined. He could actually directly judge the other party to lose, which was equivalent to being invincible. Of course, in front of so many people, Lin Shen would not choose to do that. If he really judged the other party as the loser without even competing, he would inevitably become the public enemy of the immortal court and be pushed to the forefront. This is naturally not the result Lin Shen wanted. I will definitely win, but the process still needs to be acted out. Is there any way that can make me win easily without being discovered? Lin Shen continued to inquire about the bottom line of the intelligent brain. My authority is only applicable to controlling the rules of the game, and I am incapable of other things. If the master wants, I can change the rules of the game and judge you as the winner regardless of the victory or defeat. The intelligent brain replied. Lin Shen thought, it seems that there are still limitations. It is not really possible to do whatever I want. I don't know if I can obtain the authority of the central intelligent brain. I think the central intelligent brain can bring more authority. Master, do you choose to take the initiative? The intelligent brain urged Lin Shen to choose again. Choose to take the initiative. With such an advantage, Lin Shen would naturally not let it go. After Lin Shen made his choice, the roulette wheel started to spin. Under everyone's attention, the pointer pointed at Tion's name. The roulette wheel disappeared, replaced by a 10-second countdown. During these 10 seconds, Ulysses could accurately accept Lin Shen's attack. 10 seconds later, when Lin Shen started to attack, he could no longer move his body. Yu Zi felt a little unlucky. He didn't even get the chance with a 50% chance. Long Xiaozi and Qing Lunzi were excited. They felt that God was on their side, allowing Lin Shen to take the initiative. Yu Zi got ready to withstand Lin Shen's attack, and quietly activated the divine transformation. If Ation was really the one who killed the sky turtle, Yu Zi had to be on guard. Chapter 10:18. With the double blessing of the skytop armor, and the arrival of the miracle, Yu Zi felt that this time it would be foolproof. Among the lower-level gods, except for a few top geniuses, there should be few people who can break his defense. The 10-second countdown ended, and Yu Zi could no longer move. The 10-second countdown reappeared on the screen, but this time the countdown required Lin Shen to complete an attack before the countdown ended. After the 10-second countdown ended, the offense and defense would switch accordingly. Everyone looked at Lin Shen. Except for Long Xiaozi and King Lunzi, no one knew about Lin Shen, so they didn't know what kind of ability Lin Shen had, or what kind of weapon he was good at. Lin Shen didn't waste any words, and took out the sniper rifle directly. Everyone was a little surprised to see that the weapon Lin Shen used was actually a sniper rifle. It's not that sniper rifles are not good, but most guns are not good, because the speed and power of bullets fired by guns depend on the energy of the gun itself, and are not as closely related to the power of the gods themselves as other weapons. If a god who is weak in strength uses a top-grade gun, it can clearly show his strength. But people who are truly powerful rarely use guns, because that will limit their own abilities. Although there are always exceptions, there are indeed top-level masters who use guns, and they are very strong, but they are only a very small number. The sniper rifle in Lin Shen's hand does not look like a top-level artifact, so most people think that in this competition, Yu Zi's chances of winning are a little higher. Lin Shen held a gun, and had no intention of going in. He stood opposite Yu Zi, and aimed at Yu Zi's head. Yu Zi. It was this gun that killed the sky-bearing turtle. You took the sky-bearing armor bred by the sky-bearing turtle. So are you ready to bear the fate of the sky-bearing turtle? Lin Shen did not shoot at the first moment, but suddenly said this. When this was said, the people watching in the audience were stunned, and their expressions instantly became strange. What's going on? Isn't the match grouping random? What's the situation with this person? Did he just say that it was the gun that killed the sky turtle? Fuck, could it be that what King Lunzi and the others said is true, that it was really someone else who killed the sky turtle, not Yu Zi? Are King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi really wronged? Otherwise, what's wrong with this person? How could he become Yu Zi's opponent in the first round? Fuck, this is a bit weird. Could it be that God really couldn't stand it, and actually let Yu Zi randomly get this person in the first round? Everyone was extremely surprised, but the face of the old ancestor Nippon was a little ugly. He didn't believe in karma, but this person was able to get Yu Zi in the first round, which made him feel as if there was a plan in the dark. But the game can't be manipulated, unless the person manipulating the game is the Jade Emperor, and it won't work if it's replaced by other masters. He never took Ding Tianjia's real owner seriously, because anyone with a little strength and background could expose the cooperation between Ding Tianjia and King Lunzi. Therefore, in the eyes of Patriarch Nippon, the person who killed the sky-bearing turtle was a relatively powerful middle-level god, but he had no background or connections. He should be a small lone ranger, so he chose to cooperate with King Lunzi and others. He had never thought that the person who killed the sky-bearing turtle would be a lower-level god. If he knew this was the case, he would have investigated Lin Shen's background first. Being able to kill the sky-bearing turtle with a lower-level body is not something that a god of ordinary origin can do. Patriarch Nippon felt something was wrong, but he was unable to influence the game now, let alone terminate the bet. Fuck, it can't be so weird, right? There is such a thing? Pan Xiaoning was very excited. He thought it was just an ordinary duel, but he didn't expect there would be such a wonderful plot. Incredible bet. Incredible opponent. This really seems like God's will. It seems that Yu Zi is not a good thing. When Bujuan also looked at Lin Shen with interest. Being able to kill the middle-rank Skychin turtle with a lower-rank body, this person must have some strength. However, whether he can defeat Yu Zi is still unknown. After all, they don't know that Lin Shen killed the Skychin turtle with one shot. In their opinion, it may be that Lin Shen, Qing Lunzi, and Long Xiaozi joined forces, and they didn't know how much they paid and how much time they spent to kill the Skychin turtle. There is only one chance to hit in the game, so even if Lin Shen is the one who killed the Skychin turtle, he may not be able to win the duel. Bang! Just when everyone was speculating, the sound of a gunshot was heard. Lin Shen did not use the activated space bullet feature, but only used the sniper rifle to fire an ordinary bullet. Because the opponent could not move, he just had to take the blow, so there was no need to use the space bullet feature. Because the sniper rifle's firing rate was not very fast, almost everyone could clearly see the bullet flying towards Yu Lizi. Although the speed of the bullet cannot completely determine its destructive power, the two are generally proportional. The speed of this bullet is so slow that the power does not seem to be very strong. Some upper gods have even been able to estimate the destructive power of the bullet, and they all think that the destructive power of this shot cannot be very strong. The face of the old ancestor in Ipan was full of doubts, and Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan were also full of question marks. Is this the weapon that killed the sky-supporting turtle? Such power can kill the sky-supporting turtle. This makes them hard to believe. Even Yu Lizi himself was a little surprised. He did not believe that this shot could kill the sky-supporting turtle, and suspected that this Ation made a mistake. However, for safety, Yu Lizi still stretched out his hand to block the bullet, and wanted to catch the bullet. Although you can't move or dodge during the game, you can still perform general defensive actions. Under normal judgment, everyone thought that Yu Lizi should be able to catch this bullet that looks weak and even a little soft. But when the bullet touched Yu Lizi's palm, Yu Lizi's face suddenly changed, and everyone's eyes widened. Yu Lizi's palm, which was wrapped in Dingtian armor, was directly pierced, and the shell, flesh and bones exploded. Before they could scream, the bullet passed through Yu Lizi's palm and hit Yu Lizi's head directly, blowing up Yu Lizi's head and helmet together. Watching Yu Lizi's head being blown up, the silence on the viewing stand was as dead as death. This sense of dislocation made them a little unbelievable for a while, and their brains couldn't react. Chapter 1019. The shot that looked so weak and powerless actually blew up Yu Lizi's head. This scene had a strong sense of unreality and separation. The old man Nippon was both shocked and suspicious. From his point of view, this shot could never have such power, but it happened to blow up Yu Lizi, who was wearing Dingtian armor. Yu Lizi himself was even more angry. He thought that Dingtian armor plus the arrival of miracles would be infallible. But such a strong defense was like paper and vulnerable under that soft bullet. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the power of the arrival of miracles be so vulnerable? Yu Lizi only had time to flash such a thought in his head, and then he completely lost consciousness and returned to the Shinyu Taishu cabin. Yu Lizi only felt a burst of stabbing pain in his head, which made him want to commit suicide to relieve himself. But this pain was not enough to make him mentally collapse. He endured the pain and reached out to touch his body, but the whole person collapsed all of a sudden. It's gone. It's all gone. At this moment, Yu Lizi really felt that life was worse than death. The Dingtian armor was gone, the god's protection ring was gone, everything on his body was gone, only his naked body was left. Yu Lizi knew that everything was over, all his support, including the third-class planet allocated by the Immortal Court, was gone. This person, this gun, is really amazing. Don't fight with me. He is mine. Pan Xiaoning looked at Lin Shen standing on the field with a gun excitedly, and had the urge to go up and try how strong the strange bullet was. It depends on whether you have the luck. Maybe I will get him first. When Bujuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Shen on the field. Although the Immortal Court is large, he has not encountered such an opponent that he cannot see through for a long time. He has been a little tired of the duel with Pan Xiaoning in the finals of the toughest god every year. The appearance of Lin Shen has rekindled his passion for the game. He wants to experience the power of that strange bullet in person. Damn it, that bullet looks so weak. How can it be so strong? It's really true that good and evil will be rewarded in the end, and King Lunzi's prophecy has come true. Too strong, one bullet blew up Yu Lizi's head. What kind of artifact is that gun? It can't be a levelless upper artifact, right? The people in the Nippon Palace who reacted were like a pot of boiling water, discussing what level of artifact the sniper rifle in Lin Shen's hand was. In their opinion, the level and power of the sniper rifle must be unparalleled to be able to blow up Yu Lizi with one shot. King Lunzi and Long Xuzi were ecstatic. They had just been sweating in their hearts, but now everything was over. One shot, just one shot, and Yu Lizi was blown up. The mysterious weapon on him did not work at all. They thought that the protection of the gods did not work, but in fact it worked, and he was blown up as well. Super base god shooting, it is indeed a divine weapon that can kill people above their level. Lin Shen himself sighed a little. This feature is really too strong. The system directly determined the result. Yu Lizi was out, and Ation won. Because of the bet, everything on Yu Lizi and his planet now belonged to King Lunzi. Lin Shen was teleported out, and almost at the same time, King Lunzi and Long Xuzi were also teleported out. Patriarch Nippon left the Taishi world as soon as possible, and then immediately entered the teleportation station, wanting to teleport to King Lunzi's planet. But he found that he no longer had the authority to teleport to King Lunzi's planet, which made Patriarch Nippon both surprised and angry. He originally wanted to find King Lunzi as soon as possible and take back all the things that Ulizi had lost. Although Ulizi was defeated this time, his talent was still there, and he was still the hope of the Nippon Palace in the future. Patriarch Nippon did not want to give up on him. In his opinion, King Lunzi and Long Shiozi joined forces with outsiders to deal with Ulizi, which was a great rebellion. He not only had to take back Ulizi's things, but also had to teach them a lesson. But without the teleportation authority, Patriarch Nippon suddenly realized that King Lunzi and Long Shiozi were going to rebel, and he could not take the things back. Originally, all the disciples' planetary teleportation privileges were open to him. Now King Lunzi and Long Shiozi have cancelled his teleportation privileges. What this means is obvious. The face of the old ancestor Nippon was uncertain. He was angry and hateful, but he seemed to have a trace of regret. However, he did not regret robbing the Dingtian armor, but regretted not seeing these two ungrateful people. In Baishar City, Lin Shen sat in a tea-house private room with a sea view, leaning against the window, looking at the sea outside. Soon, footsteps were heard, and King Lunzi and Long Shiozi, who looked excited, pushed the door and rushed in. Great! So great! Brother Tian. You can never imagine what we got from Ulizi. King Lunzi immediately handed a golden ring to Lin Shen. Lin Shen, who was originally very calm and seemed to care nothing, showed a surprised expression after seeing the ring. He knew that Ulizi had good things, but he didn't expect it to be so good. The value of this ring of protection of the gods is much higher than Dingtian armor. It can be said that Dingtian armor can only be regarded as an ordinary item compared with this ring. Haha, Ulizi, that idiot, was so pretentious that he didn't even use this artifact, otherwise it would be a big trouble. King Lunzi laughed and said, Brother Tian, you are lucky, this time you have earned back both the principal and the interest. Lin Shen looked at King Lunzi and Long Shiozi, and sighed in his heart. They were taught by the same master, but the difference in their conduct is really huge. We also got back the Dingtian armor and the Shining sword, but the Dingtian armor was damaged, and it might be a bit troublesome to repair it. Brother Tian, your gun is really amazing. And we also got the rights to Ulizi's planet, and now we transfer it to you. Long Shiozi put the Dingtian armor and the Shining sword on the table. These things are divided into 3 parts, one for each of us. Lin Shen also put the god's protection ring in his hand on the table. King Lunzi and Long Shiozi did not act pretentiously. Long Shiozi pushed Dingtianjia and Zushan Fuhuo in front of Lin Shen and said, Dingtianjia originally belonged to you, so you should keep it first. We dare not take this thing. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. This thing is in our hands, and Ulizi knows that we have this thing, which will be a disaster sooner or later. Besides, you won the things, so you should keep them. As for the rest, we will go to Ulizi's planet together and divide the things. Chapter 1020. King Lunzi and Long Shiozi insisted on this distribution, and Lin Shen did not force them. In the end, he only took the protection of the gods and left the Dingtian armor, Shining sword and planet contract on the table. You left Nippon Palace, and the road ahead will be difficult. These things are actually useless to me. Just accept them, and leave me the permission to enter the planet. Lin Shen knew that the price they paid was also very high. When they were in Nippon, most of the disciples in Nippon Palace would open the planet to them, allowing them to obtain resources that were not available on their own planet. Now that they can't go back to Nippon Palace, Nippon Patriarch will definitely order them to be banned. Even if they are not banned, they will never dare to go again. In the future, they can only guard their own planet for development. You can imagine how difficult it will be in the future. Since they got on Lin Shen's ship, Lin Shen naturally couldn't watch them drown. Even if their original intention was to vent their anger, they actually helped Lin Shen. The value of one god's protection is far greater than anything else. If it weren't for them, even if Lin Shen won, he wouldn't have gotten this treasure. Brother Atian, we won't be polite to you about the rest. You should keep this Dingtian armor. We are all middle-level gods, and this thing doesn't really help us that much. You are a lower-level god, and this thing is of great help to you. Long Shiozi pushed the Dingtian armor and several power-enhancing artifacts in front of Lin Shen again. Lin Shen smiled and didn't take it. The Dingtian armor is good, but it's useless to me. If you can't use it, just sell it and exchange it for something you can use. King Lunzi and Long Shiozi were slightly startled, and said in disbelief, How can this top-grade artifact be useless? Brother Tian, You really don't have to be polite. The value of Ulysses' planet is not lower than Dinkiangia, but much higher. It is enough for us to get that planet. Seeing that the two were so persistent, Lin Shan took out the sniper rifle, and in the eyes of the two people, he turned the muzzle and shot himself. King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi were shocked to see the bullet hit Lin Shan's armor, and the bullet exploded directly, but the armor was not damaged at all. My own armor is a little stronger than Dinkiangia, and it would be a waste to keep Dinkiangia with me, so you can take it. Lin Shan smiled and took the gun back. The two people had complicated expressions, and then they realized that Lin Shan had never taken Dinkiangia seriously. The two stopped shirking and took Dinkiangia and several artifacts that increased strength. Brother Ateon, it seems that you must have an extraordinary background, so we won't be polite to you. Although our strength is low, if you need us in the future, just let me know. Long Xiuzi said seriously. There is one thing I want to ask you two brothers for advice. Lin Shan pondered and said, if I continue to participate in the competition, do you think I have a chance to win the championship? You have this kind of divine armor and divine gun. The toughest divine competition is very beneficial to you, but it may still be a bit difficult to get first place. But as long as you can enter the top 10, the resources you can get are already quite rich. Before you are promoted to a mid-level divine, you almost don't need to worry about resources anymore. King Lunzi said immediately. Lin Shan was a little surprised. King Lunzi had seen how powerful his gun and armor were, and now he had the protection of the gods, but he still thought he couldn't get first place. Brother Tian, you want to enter the Star God Palace, right? Long Xiuzi asked thoughtfully. Yes. Lin Shan nodded slightly. Long Xiuzi was indeed much more careful than King Lunzi. To be honest, with your strength, Brother Tian, plus the magic gun, magic armor and the protection of the gods, it is not a problem to enter the top 10, and it is also very likely to get the top 3. But if you want to fight for the first place, it may be a bit difficult. Long Xiuzi paused and said, if it is a few years later, you should have a great chance to fight for the first place, but now in the past few years, there are 2 insurmountable mountains in the lower group, which are almost impossible to be surpassed. I am afraid that you will run into them in advance. Which 2 mountains? Lin Shan asked. Pan Xiaoning of the Kaikian clan practices the Kaikian Dafa, one of the 9 great divine arts. His destructive power is unparalleled in the world, and no one among the lower gods can match him. Since the ancestor of the Kaikian clan, he is the second person to practice the complete version of the Kaikian Dafa, and is a genius that has not appeared in billions of years. Many people say that if Pan Xiaoning was born in the ancient world, he would definitely be able to step into the fairy court in the flesh and become the ancestor of the clan. The Kaikian clan regards him as a pearl and a treasure. Since he was born, he has won the first place in most of the competitions he participated in over the years, and a few won the second place, but never the third place. So, there is another genius who can compete with Pan Xiaoning? Lin Shan pondered. Yes, the other one is Wen Bujuan of the Song clan. He doesn't practice the 9 great divine arts, but the heaven-bestowed divine art, the record of the world, which is also invincible among the same level. Although he is not as domineering as Pan Xiaoning's divine art of creation, he has all kinds of incredible mysteries. Even the top geniuses in the immortal court are like a baby facing an adult. There is no chance of winning against him. Except for Pan Xiaoning, the gods and immortals of the same level are not on the same level as him. Long Xiuzi said seriously. What is the divine skill bestowed by heaven? Lin Shan was puzzled. When Bujuan was born, a sky full of fairy clouds appeared above the 6-star regions of the immortal court, which turned into a secret method of divine skill, shocking the entire immortal court. Many people have studied the divine skill bestowed by heaven and gained different benefits, but no one can really practice it completely. Only when Bujuan was born with the divine skill, and was able to practice the record of the world completely. His own strength is unfathomable. Except for Pan Xiaoning, when Bujuan is almost invincible at the same level. Long Xiuzi explained. King Lunzi also continued. Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan debuted 1 year apart. Whenever they participated in a competition, others could only compete for the second place, and that was only when they met in advance. In recent years, they have always met in the finals, and have won the top 2 places for nearly 5 years. Others can only compete for the third place at most. These 2 are extremely strong geniuses, and not only are they strong, but they are also from famous families, and they have countless various top-grade artifacts on them. For ordinary gods, artifacts like Dinkiangia are already the top grade that they dream of, but they are probably not even qualified to get them. Who can compete with them for the first place? These 2 are now known as the best in the world. They are really too difficult to deal with. Even with the help of these artifacts, The chances of winning them are very slim. Long Xiaozi sighed. Brother Tian, wait a few more years. After they are promoted to the middle position, with these artifacts, you have a great chance of reaching the top. Chapter 1021. Lin Shan nodded slightly. What Long Xiaozi and Qin Yunzi said actually made sense. The lifespan of gods is generally long. Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan cannot stay in the lower stage forever. Instead of fighting with them, it is better to wait for a few years. This is not a problem for gods. Unfortunately, Lin Shan is not a real god, and he cannot live here leisurely. He needs to find out as soon as possible what is going on in the Immortal Court. On that mysterious planet, Lin Shan also climbed the ladder and entered the Immortal Court, but the Immortal Court there is not the same place as here. On both sides of the Jade Bridge of the Immortal Court, there are countless statues of gods hanging. The desolation and desolation form a sharp contrast with the prosperity here. In such a prosperous place, why did the people in the ancient world disappear after entering? Where did they go? Were they really caught as guinea pigs or went to dig coal? Lin Shan didn't know, so he wanted to find out. Alas, if Ouyang were here, it would be great. With his looks, he should have a chance to win the beauty pageant and get the chance to enter the Star God Palace easily. He wouldn't have to go through so much trouble like me. Lin Shan studied various strange competitions and found that he, who had no special skills, seemed to have to rely on hard power to get ahead. Other competitions seemed to be more difficult for him. With the indestructible characteristics of the super base god shooter, no matter how strong those two people are, I should have a chance to get first place. Lin Shan still decided to continue participating in the competition. This project was too friendly to him. Of course, Lin Shan could also let the intelligent brain directly judge him as the first, but in that case, the entire Immortal Court would probably come to investigate him, and the situation would be even worse. King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi gave Lin Shan the right to enter their planet, and also gave Lin Shan the right to Yuli's planet, and asked Lin Shan to go with them to see Yuli's planet. Lin Shan did not give them the right to teleport to his own planet, not because he did not trust them, but because his own planet was too dangerous, so it was better not to let them come. The three of them teleported to Yuli's planet, and found that Yuli's luck was really good. The resources of this planet are very rich. From the lower to the upper level, there are many kinds of deformed species, and there are many mutant deformed species, and even deformed species of divine beast quality can be seen. What is more valuable is that the planet is divided into several continents, and deformed species of different levels are distributed on different continents. Deformed species of different levels generally move in their own territory and rarely cross the border, so it is safer to hunt deformed species. What is even more surprising is that Yuli's body does not seem to have thought that he would lose at all. Almost none of his things were taken away. There are all kinds of items in the several palaces built here, and there are a lot of resources in the warehouse. I only heard that the ancestor personally found someone to help Yuli Z build a residence, but I didn't expect it to be such a place. This standard is almost catching up with the residents of the upper gods. King Lunzi said angrily. Yuli Z is gifted. It is normal for the ancestor's resources to lean towards him, but... Long Xiaozi sighed and said nothing more. The three people roughly checked the situation of this planet. It is indeed a good place. In the future, they can hunt deformed species on this planet and obtain the desired resources when they have time. Lin Shan has no time to do these now. He still has to continue to participate in the next game. With the help of the intelligent brain, the opponents in the next game Lin Shan participated in were not very strong, and Lin Shan did not deliberately choose to take the initiative, but chose to take the initiative. He also wanted to know what the level of these gods was. Unfortunately, the strength of these opponents was relatively average, and they could not even break the immortal suit without activating characteristics, and they were killed by Lin Shan with one shot every time. Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan watched almost all of Lin Shan's games in the elimination round. The opponent is too weak, and he was defeated with one shot. It is impossible to tell how strong he is, Pan Xiaoning said. Don't worry, wait until you meet him in the ranking battle, and you will know naturally, Wen Bujuan said lightly. I can't wait. This person is more and more interesting. Not only is the gun powerful, but the armor on his body is also interesting. It seems to be a suit. Pan Xiaoning is eager to try. We know when the time comes. There's no point in being anxious now. When Bujuan paused and said, I heard that there was a problem with the marriage between the Shin family and the Ding family. Do you know what happened? It seems that something went wrong with the Ding family. They've been delaying, and the Shin family is almost out of patience, Pan Xiaoning said. This is weird. Logically, the Ding family's current development is much worse than the Shin family's. The Ding family should be more anxious. Why is the Ding family delaying? Wen Bujuan pondered. Why are you so concerned about this matter? Pan Xiaoning looked Wen Bujuan up and down and said, even if their marriage is really successful and a genius who can practice both the sun shooting and the sun chasing methods is born, you won't care, right? I'm just a little curious. Can the 9 great magic skills be practiced together through blood inheritance? If possible, I want to try it, Wen Bujuan said. This made Pan Xiaoning drop his jaw. You want to try? How to try? I marry your sister, and then give birth to a baby with the blood of both Pan and Wen. Wouldn't he be able to practice the creation of the world, the civilization treasure book and my world record at the same time? Isn't it interesting to practice the 3 methods together? Wen Bujuan said. Get lost. If you dare to hit on my little sister, I will take off your head and kick it like a ball. Pan Xiaoning was furious. My little sister is a fairy-like figure. How can you be worthy of her? Whether she is worthy or not is not up to you. What if I have a fate with her? Wen Bujuan laughed. Impossible, you are not worthy. Pan Xiaoning said contemptuously. It's hard to say. I have nothing to do now. I go to Hongyan to check. Maybe there is one. I go with you. The 2 of them were already very familiar with Yu Hongyan. Wen Bujuan contacted Yu Hongyan and got the permission to temporarily teleport to her planet. The 2 of them went to find Yu Hongyan together. Yu Hongyan was in a bad mood recently. She wanted to meet that Tion from the Ding family to see what the red thread between him and herself was. But Lei always made excuses for various reasons, which made her very helpless. She couldn't tell Lei clearly. She couldn't tell Lei that she had a coil around her neck and the other end was in Tion's hand. When she was feeling depressed, Wen Bujuan sent a message. Wen Bujuan and Pan Xiaoning were both a little surprised when they saw Yu Hongyan. In their impression, Yu Hongyan was the kind of woman who could see through the world and didn't take anything to heart. But now this fairy-like person actually had dust in her eyes, and her face had a bit of sadness that they had never seen before. Is Fairy Yu in love? Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan looked at each other, and had the same thought in their hearts. Chapter 1022. What's the name of that person? Pan Xiaoning asked directly. What? Yu Hongyan didn't know what Pan Xiaoning meant by this incoherent sentence. We grew up together, so you can't hide your affairs from us. You have someone you like, why didn't you tell us? Tell me, who is that person? Which family is he from? He can make us, the pure and innocent Fairy Yu, fall into the net of love in the world of mortals. Pan Xiaoning said. What nonsense are you talking about? Yu Hongyan was annoyed. If it were normal times, she wouldn't take these words to heart at all, but the word net of love reminded Yu Hongyan of the red string on her neck, and her mood suddenly became extremely bad. Are you really in love? Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan saw Yu Hongyan's performance, and they were more certain of their guess. But they knew Yu Hongyan's temper, so they didn't say anything else. Aren't you participating in the toughest god competition? Why are you coming to me instead of preparing well? Yu Hongyan also realized that her emotions were a little off, and calmed down and said, You don't know our strength yet, so there is no need to prepare for that kind of competition. Pan Xiaoning said whatever he wanted in front of his own people, and he was very thick-skinned. Be careful of the boat capsizing in the gutter. Yu Hongyan laughed when she said this, knowing that there was no such possibility. With the strength of Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan, it is really impossible for the boat to capsize, unless they meet each other in advance. You know what? There is indeed a very interesting person in this tough competition. Which rookie is this to be praised so highly by you? Yu Hongyan looked at Pan Xiaoning in surprise. She didn't expect him to say such a thing. I don't know which school he is from. I only know his name is Tion, and I can't tell what kind of magic he practices. Maybe he is a wild one. Pan Xiaoning said casually. How can a wild one compete with you? Wait, what did you say that person's name was? Yu Hongyan suddenly realized something, stared at Pan Xiaoning and asked. Tion, what's wrong? Pan Xiaoning was startled. She didn't know what happened to Yu Hongyan today. She was usually so quiet. Why was she so startled today? Yu Hongyan heard the name Pan Xiaoning said clearly, and immediately pulled up a photo to show him. Is the Tion you are talking about this person? Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan looked carefully, then shook their heads and said, I don't know, he was wearing full armor during the competition, so I can't see what he looks like, but his figure seems a bit similar. Take me to see. Yu Hongyan immediately got up, and went to the room of the Xinyu Taishu cabin. No way. Could it be that Tion is the one who made Hongyan fall in love? Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan's faces turned a little strange. In their opinion, the person who made Yu Hongyan fall in love is equivalent to having the ability to make iron trees bloom. Yu Hongyan has many Xinyu Taishu cabins here, and the 3 of them used one to enter the Taishu world. At this time, Lin Shen was playing a game, and the three of them entered the stands of the competition field. Yu Hongyan only took a look and immediately confirmed that this person was the Aeon she wanted to see. Her eyes flickered, and she could clearly see that Lin Shen had many red lines in his hand, one of which was red and purple, and was connected to her neck. Looking at Lin Shen on the field, Yu Hongyan's eyes were about to burst into fire. She couldn't believe that someone like her could have such a relationship with such a playboy. Looking closely, she found that the red lines were brighter, redder, and more purple, and it was a bit dazzling. "Is it him?" Pan Xiaoning asked. "It's him." Yu Hongyan was annoyed and replied subconsciously. When Pan Xiaoning and when Bujuan heard this sentence, the meaning was different from what Yu Hongyan wanted to express. This Aeon is really Yu Hongyan's lover. The two were surprised. "What is his background?" When Bujuan asked curiously. The Yu family is a famous family. Although it is not the inheritance family of the 9 great magic skills, its connections and power are extraordinary. Yu Hongyan is likely to become the helmsman of the Yu family in the future. The Yu family will probably not let her marry someone of ordinary origin. With the ability of the Yu family, even if Yu Hongyan and Aeon are destined to be together, they can cut it off. "Don't you know him? He is Deng A Duo of the Deng family, nicknamed Aeon," Yu Hongyan said. "He is Deng A Duo? The Deng A Duo who is going to marry the Shen family?" Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan both widened their eyes, and looked at Yu Hongyan in disbelief. The complex emotions in their eyes were almost enough to be filmed into a TV series. In fact, they have already imagined many bloody plots in their minds. "Threesome, you love me, I love him, and he loves you." At the wedding of the century, Fairy Yu appears to win love. The handsome man gives up love for profit, and the beauty is doomed to die with the ancient Buddha. Love beyond the secular world, the beauty is actually a mistress. All kinds of fantastic and bloody plots gushed out of the two people's brains, making their gossip souls burn. "Hee, Hongyan, with our conditions, there is no good man to find, so there is no need to hang on a crooked tree." When Bujuan advised kindly. Yes, you are a goddess of marriage, and it's a small matter like a sword to cut off love. It's easy to do it with a click, it's not worth it. The marriage between the Shen and Deng families is of great importance. If Yu Hongyan really forcibly cuts off their marriage, I'm afraid the Shen and Deng families will not let it go. After hearing what the two said, Yu Hongyan realized that they had misunderstood her, and hurriedly said, "What are you thinking? I have never seen him." But she couldn't continue. There is really a marriage line between her and this Aeon. If she says there is no relationship, it is really unreasonable. Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan saw Yu Hongyan's situation, and were more certain that there must be something between them. "Hongyan, you don't have to worry. If you really want this man, then go and get him back boldly. You don't have to worry about the Shen and Deng families. We will help you," Pan Xiaoning said. Yu Hongyan really didn't know what to say. She couldn't tell Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan that she had a dog leash around her neck. "Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. I wish he was dead," Yu Hongyan said angrily. But her words made Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan misunderstand her even more. They had already imagined a big ethical drama, that Yu Hongyan and Aeon were in love with each other, but because of the family's interests, Aeon had no choice but to sacrifice himself and marry into the Shen family, leaving Yu Hongyan alone to complain. If not, how could Yu Hongyan know that Aeon was his nickname? The armor was so tightly wrapped that he could be recognized at a glance. They must have known each other for a long time. The two seemed to have determined that Aeon was Yu Hongyan's lover, but because of the marriage between the Shen and Deng families, they had to live apart. Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan looked at each other, and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. They needed to help Yu Hongyan determine whether this Aeon was a person worthy of Yu Hongyan's trust. If so, then no matter what happened to the Shen and Deng families, they would help Yu Hongyan get him back. If he was not a person worthy of trust, then let that Aeon go away, as far away as possible, so that Hongyan could quickly cut off the love with a wise sword. Chapter 1023. While the three were talking, Lin Shen had already finished off his opponent with one shot. Including this one, Lin Shen had won 97 games. His opponents were getting stronger and stronger, but no one could stop his shot. He successfully entered the ranking war after winning nearly 100 games in a row. Players who failed to achieve 97 consecutive wins were directly eliminated. Not every player had to fight in the elimination round. It was purely an elimination mechanism. Only more than 1 million people were left to enter the ranking war. Being able to enter the ranking war meant that he could get some resource rewards, but such a small amount of resources was dispensable to Lin Shen. It was a lower-level artifact of ordinary quality. If the intelligent brain had not delivered it directly to him, he would have been too lazy to take it. Suddenly Lin Shen's mind moved. Xiaoying, do I have the authority to set the prizes? Xiaoying is the name Lin Shen gave to this intelligent computer, because it is specifically responsible for the competition of the toughest god in the universe. Apart from this competition, it has no other authority, so Lin Shen casually gave it such a name. Of course, you have the right to change any settings of the competition. However, the current prize standards have been used since the beginning of the competition. Are you sure you want to change the prize settings? Xiaoying replied. Lin Shen browsed the prize list and found that the first prize was directly a resource planet. The second prize could also get a divine beast quality artifact, but the level was random. The third prize could only get a lower level artifact reward, and the quality was also divine beast level. In addition, there are fixed resource rewards, and the above are extra rewards for the top 3. The ranking battle is still an elimination system, and you will be eliminated directly if you lose one game. Lin Shen used his power a little bit, and directly put Wen Bujuan and Pan Xiaoning together, letting them kill each other first. If they both lose and die suddenly in the game, without these two powerful opponents, he will be sure to take the first place. Even if they don't die, Lin Shen can arrange a hell schedule for the opponent next, arrange all the powerful opponents to go there, and make it extremely difficult for the opponent to win. He himself arranged the weaker opponents to come over, and easily advanced all the way, using leisure to replace work, and give the opponent the final blow. I'm sorry, both of you, although we have no grudges, but I have to take the first place in this game. Lin Shen put the two together in the first round of the ranking battle, and felt deeply sorry for the two people he had never met. As for the opponent he arranged for himself, it was even simpler. He directly screened out the players, who had entered the top 500 of the toughest competition before, and then randomly selected someone. Wu Xiaoming, at first glance, is a standard passerby player, so he's the one. Lin Shen scanned a name, and directly chose him. This person had no record, and at first glance, he was a novice. In addition, with this name, he was a player who would be eliminated in the first round. After Lin Shen made all the arrangements, he left the arena and returned to his own planet, taking food to feed the 4 little white tigers. Lin Shen named them Bai Xiujiu, Bai Xiusa, Bai Xiaokai and Bai Xiuqi, which means wine, sex, wealth and qi. It's not that Lin Shen covets these things. As the old saying goes, alcohol is poison that penetrates the intestines, sex is a steel knife that scrapes the bones, money is a tiger coming down the mountain, and anger is the root of trouble. Lin Shen just wants to warn himself that whether he can do it is one thing, but his attitude must be corrected first. That special little white tiger is now named Bai Xiujiu, and Lin Shen usually calls it Xiujiu. Xiaoyu was copying the introduction to peerless magic skills next to him, while looking at Lin Shen feeding 4 little white tigers with a bottle with his eyes slanted. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and the more he looked at it, the more unhappy he became. They all followed Lin Shen, but why was he so hardworking and uncomplaining, but he didn't get any benefits at all? Xiaoyu had the urge to throw the pen as a signal and revolt in anger. However, he raised the pen high and then gently dropped it, comforting himself in his heart. I am a highly intelligent race. How can I be on the same level as those ignorant beasts? Bai Xiujiu grew very fast, and now he is almost a head taller than Xiasa and the others, and looks almost the same size as an ordinary tiger. But when in front of Lin Shen, Xiujiu is still like a kitten acting like a spoiled child, and his head is always on Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen held Xiujiu's head and fed it with the distortion liquid. This guy's appetite is getting bigger and bigger, just a little worse than before. It looks like the size is not bad. I don't know how strong it is. Lin Shen couldn't see the attributes of Xiujiu and the others, so he could only guess in his heart, thinking about whether to sign them up and let them try the water in the competition. The Immortal Court has a special pet competition, and winning can also get good resources, but I don't know what project is more suitable for them. When Lin Shen was feeding Xiujiu and the others, the gods participating in the lower group competition were in an uproar. It was only the first round of the ranking war, but Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan were ranked together. This was unprecedented. In the past, such competitions seemed to have traces. It was almost impossible for seeded players like them to meet so early. This time it exceeded everyone's expectations. This made many people secretly look forward to it. If the two of them fought to a loss, they might have a chance to hit the top of the list. Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan did not expect that they would meet so early. Pan Xiaoning looked at Wen Bujuan, and found that Wen Bujuan was also looking at him. No, the previous bet is invalid. Let's rely on our own abilities. Pan Xiaoning lost to Wen Bujuan before. According to the agreement, he had to give up, but now he was cheating. That is, when he was in front of Wen Bujuan, he could cheat like this. Wen Bujuan just smiled. Okay, introduce your sister to me, the previous agreement will be invalid, or I can just let you win. Get lost. Pan Xiaoning squeezed out a word from between his teeth. Seeing that he could not get any benefit from Wen Bujuan, Pan Xiaoning rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, don't be too happy too early, maybe that a Tian can't pass the first round, and you can't meet him. As he said, Pan Xiaoning searched a Tian's name to see who his opponent was. Although Wen Bujuan didn't believe that a Tian couldn't even pass the first round, he still looked at the battle table. When the two saw the name of Lin Shin's opponent, they were stunned at the same time. Wu Xiaoming, which Wu Xiaoming? It can't be that guy. Pan Xiaoning's face changed slightly. Wait a minute, I check it out. Wen Bujuan dialed the communicator and contacted several people. Wen Bujuan's expression became more and more solemn. It's him. Wu Xiaoming. Wen Bujuan put down the communicator and looked at Pan Xiaoning with a serious expression. What's going on? Why is this ranking battle so weird? We bumped into each other in the first round, and a Tian actually faced Wu Xiaoming, that ghost-like guy. Pan Xiaoning suddenly laughed. This is good, let's see how much Wu Xiaoming has grown. A Tian as his opponent should be able to force out some of his true strength. Chapter 1024. The battle between Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan was the focus of everyone's attention. Even if many people don't like to watch the toughest god competition, they will watch their duel. After all, these two people are too famous, and they are not only participating in the toughest god competition, but also the strongest in many other events. However, this duel disappointed many people. The process of the game was not exciting. The two of them hardly used any special skills and abilities, and even did not use artifacts. Pan Xiaoning was inexplicably defeated. The audience, who originally wanted to see a shocking duel, were not satisfied with such a game. After the game, someone interviewed Wen Bujuan. Mr. Wen, you have defeated the strongest opponent. This time, you have no doubts about winning the championship. The score between you and Pan Xiaoning in the toughest competition is now 3-3. What do you think about this? I just defeated Pan Xiaoning, but did not win the championship. It is too early to say that now. Wen Bujuan said lightly. Mr. Wen is too modest. You and Pan Xiaoning have absolute dominance in this project. Who else can compete with you for the first place besides him? Maybe it was like this before, but it is different this time. The interviewer was shocked. Mr. Wen, do you mean that there is someone who can threaten you in this toughest competition? I wonder who it is. The people watching the live interview also doubted whether Wen Bujuan was just being polite. In this competition, he and Pan Xiaoning are like gods, and no one can threaten him. Many people thought that Wen Bujuan was just being polite, but who knew that Wen Bujuan actually said the specific names directly. Ding Adwa from the Ding family, and Wu Xiaoming are both very competitive. I am looking forward to meeting them in future competitions. Ding Adwa? Wu Xiaoming. Who are these people? Many people were confused, and couldn't remember who these two people were for a while. Ding Adwa? Wu Xiaoming. The interviewer was stunned at first, and then immediately reacted. Is Ding Adwa the one who married the Ding family and the Shin family? He also participated in the toughest god competition? Is he strong? Very strong. Wen Bujuan smiled and said, his name in the competition is a Tian, which is his nickname. Mr. Wen, so you have been paying attention to him? The interviewer's eyes lit up immediately, as if he had discovered a new world. Of course, didn't I just say that he is a very strong opponent? Wen Bujuan said this deliberately to push Lin Shin to the forefront. Only when facing things can a person's character be truly seen. Since there is a great chance that a Tian will not be able to come to him, he will first find something for a Tian to do. Who is Wu Xiaoming? Is he also a son of a big family who uses a nickname to participate in the competition? Wen Bujuan looked at her strangely and said, don't you know that the gun god is nameless? Gun god, nameless, Wu Xiaoming. The woman gradually widened her eyes, and her pupils kept shrinking. It's not that she didn't know this person, but she didn't expect that this person would come to participate in the competition of the toughest god. If the toughest god competition is a battle between two heroes, then in the Gun God Showdown event, Wu Xiaoming is the real ruler. He is the synonym of that event, and the man who is named Gun God. Wu Xiaoming started participating in the competition at the age of 7, and has been in the lower group for more than 10 years. No one has ever shot faster than him, and no one has ever been able to take the first place from him. He has won an unprecedented 14 consecutive championships, and is a well-deserved god of fast guns. He is nicknamed Gun God Woman. When people mention him, they habitually call him Wuming, but his original name Wu Xiaoming is not mentioned all the time. This completely exploded. Gun God Wuming, who has always only participated in Gun God Showdown, actually participated in the toughest God competition for the first time. This is a big news. There are relatively fewer people who use guns, but there are many masters in it. Gun God Wuming, who can overwhelm the heroes, is naturally extraordinary. A legendary figure like Gun God Wuming suddenly crossed over to participate in the competition and immediately caused a sensation. Many people immediately searched Wu Xiaoming's name to see if he really participated in the competition. After searching, they found that Gun God Wuming not only participated in the competition, but his opponent in this round was Deng Adwa, another powerful starter mentioned by Wen Bujuan. Originally, no one paid attention to the battle between Lin Shun and Wu Xiaoming, but as a result, the popularity of this battle suddenly increased, and more people paid attention to it than the battle between Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan. The people of the Deng family are now confused. The core senior management know that Deng Adwa is now a vegetable, so how could he participate in the toughest God competition? People who knew a Tian were even more confused. When did a Tian become Deng a duo? When Lei and Deng Yongxin heard the news, they were also confused. They didn't know what went wrong. Why did everyone mistake a Tian for a duo? Although this was the result they wanted, things seemed to be a little beyond their control. They didn't know what went wrong. Why was he mistaken for a duo when a Tian didn't agree to them? The people of the Shen family also noticed the news and began to pay attention to the duel between a Tian and Wu Xiaoming. They just wanted to see what level a Tian was at, and they wanted to figure out why the Deng family kept delaying. Shen Qingxue also paid attention to this matter. She also wanted to know what kind of person the man she was going to marry and have children with in the future was. Everyone was paying attention to this battle, and most people thought that Wu Xiaoming's chance of winning was much higher. That was the Gun God Wuming, the man with the fastest gun among the lower gods. Although being able to draw a gun quickly is useless in the comparison between the toughest gods, the strength of Gun God Wuming is still recognized by everyone. Some people have long said that Wu Xiaoming just doesn't participate in other events. If he participates, it will not be a situation of two heroes standing side by side, but a situation of three kingdoms competing for hegemony. Many people believe that Wu Xiaoming's strength is not inferior to Wen Bujuan and Pan Xiaoning. Although Deng Adwa is also from a famous family, he has no substantial achievements after all, and has never proved himself. Only a few people think he can win. Under the attention of everyone, it is finally the turn of Wu Xiaoming and Lin Shun to start the game. Lin Shun has no idea that his opponent is a super famous guy or a god of another kind of competition. He always thought that he had chosen a passerby and could just turn around and shoot him. After the two entered the venue, Lin Shun didn't look at what his opponent looked like, and directly let Xiaoying give him the first move. Chapter 1025. Lin Shun thought that this match was just an insignificant formality, so he was very relaxed. Wu Xiaoming was also very relaxed. He came to participate in the toughest god competition just to compete against Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan. Since Pan Xiaoning was out, his only opponent was Wen Bujuan. He didn't know who Tian was, and he didn't care. He just wanted to end this match as soon as possible. The roulette wheel started spinning, but the result was not what Wu Xiaoming wanted. He didn't get the first move. It seems that we have to waste some time. Wu Xiaoming could only wait patiently for his chance to make a move. He was confident that he could kill his opponent with just one shot. Everyone watching the game looked at Lin Shun, waiting for his first shot after the 10-second countdown. When people saw Lin Shun took out the sniper rifle, they were all slightly startled. A Tian is also a gun player? Playing with a gun in front of the gun god, this is interesting. Interesting, Gun God Wuming has a built-in buff. In the game of the toughest god, the opponent is still using a gun. Wu Xiaoming saw that Lin Shun used a gun and couldn't help but laugh at himself in his heart. In a different game, the opponent is still using a gun. Isn't this world a little too small? When did the people of the Deng family learn to use guns? Shen Qingxue was a little confused. The Deng family's son chasing Dafa didn't seem to match firearms. In the stands, Yu Hongyan's expression was also a little complicated. She hoped that Lin Shun would be shot dead by the gun god. As long as Lin Shun died, the red line on her body would naturally disappear. Unfortunately, this is in the Taishu world. Even if a Tian is killed, he will not really die. When people were thinking about all kinds of things, they saw that Wu Xiaoming's preparation time had ended, and it was a Tian's turn to attack. Everyone thought that a Tian would be very cautious in this attack. He should need time to accumulate strength, and then look for Wu Xiaoming's flaws, and finally launch the strongest attack. When everyone was not mentally prepared, the gunshot rang out directly. Almost at the first moment, when Wu Xiaoming's countdown ended, Lin Shan pulled the trigger, and a bullet flew out. It didn't look like a very fast bullet, but this slowness was only relative. In fact, the bullet was fired and hit Wu Xiaoming's forehead in an instant. Then everyone saw that Wu Xiaoming's helmet was pierced with a hole, blood splashed out of the hole, and Wu Xiaoming fell straight down like that. It's over. Almost no one reacted, and they all had the illusion that it hadn't started yet. But the intelligent computer had already determined that a Tian won, and Wu Xiaoming's fallen body disappeared. It was not until Lin Shan was teleported out of the arena that people reacted. Oh my god, the gun god was shot in the head by a Tian. This brother's gun is too powerful. Is the destructive power so strong? Haha, the gun god Wuming has never been shot in the head in the gun god duel, but he came to participate in the toughest god competition, and was shot in the head in the first game. This is the achievement that many players dream of in the gun god duel. The people of the Ding family are quite something. No wonder when Bujuan regards him as an opponent. It's a pity for the gun god. He seems to have forgotten that this is the toughest god competition, not a gun god duel, and he can't dodge bullets. When Bujuan and Pan Xiaoning were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect a Tian to win. His strange bullets are more destructive than we expected. Wu Xiaoming is too careless. Pan Xiaoning looked at Wen Bujuan with a serious expression. Wen Bujuan nodded slightly. It is indeed much stronger than expected. This is good. I can meet him in person. Wu Xiaoming came out of the Xinyu Taishu cabin and felt a splitting headache, as if his head was split in half. Since his debut at the age of 7, this is the first time he has been killed in the Taishu world. I was careless. This competition is all about brute force and luck. There is no technical content at all. If that guy comes to participate in the Gun God Showdown, I will teach him a lesson. Wu Xiaoming rubbed his head helplessly. When the bullet came just now, he subconsciously dodged, but his body did not move at all, restricted by the rules. But he had already lost, and Wu Xiaoming was helpless. He originally wanted to cross the border to show off, but he didn't expect to be killed in the first round. I guess Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan are laughing at him at this time. After thinking about it, since that Tian uses a gun, it is very likely that he will participate in the Gun God Showdown in the future. There will always be a time when he will fall into his hands. Lin Shan didn't know that he killed the Gun God Wuming. After he came out, he planned to take a nap before the next round of the game started. As soon as he lay on the bed, the communicator rang. After the connection, the holographic images of Long Xiaozi and King Lunzi were projected. Brother Tian, you are so awesome. You killed the gun god with one shot. No. I should call you Brother Duo. You deceived them so badly. King Lunzi was a little incoherent. Lin Shan didn't pay attention to this information, but they all paid attention to it. They knew that a Tian was Ding a Duo, and they also knew that the person Lin Shan defeated was the gun god Wuming. What gun god? What Ding a Duo? Lin Shan was a little confused. No way. Don't you know that your opponent is the gun god Wuming? King Lunzi shouted, a little unbelievable. After listening to him, Lin Shan realized that the passerby he casually arranged for himself turned out to be so powerful. Headshotting the gun god with one shot, this is the ultimate dream of many gun god duel players. I didn't expect you to do it first. How does it feel to headshot the gun god? Long Xiaozi asked with a smile. No feeling, just like the previous elimination round. Maybe he is not used to such a game. Lin Shan didn't feel how difficult it was to beat Wu Xiaoming. King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi looked at each other in silence. They had been with Lin Shan for some time, and had some understanding of him. Judging from his appearance, he did not feel anything about blowing up the gun god Wuming. Shen Qingxue was in a much better mood at this time. She found that the person she was marrying seemed to be a good person. At least he had some skills, not as invisible as reported before. The media in the Immortal Court began to report this battle, and all kinds of news about Ding Adwa were also dug out by them. Ding Adwa, who had always been low-key, was described by them as a talented young man who was mature at a young age, knew how to hide his shortcomings, and then made a splash. More and more people were paying attention to Tian's next game, wanting to know how far this young man from the Ding family who made a splash could go. More people were looking forward to his battle with Wen Bujuan, wondering if he could create a miracle. Yes, to defeat Wen Bujuan, you need not strength, but a miracle. Chapter 1026. Pan Xiaoning is a combination of the strongest attack and the strongest defense. He is the strongest in hard power. No one can stop Pan Xiaoning in a head-on battle, and no one can break Pan Xiaoning's defense. Theoretically, Pan Xiaoning is invincible in the lower group. When Bujuan can compete with Pan Xiaoning, which is naturally incredible. When Bujuan does not have the destructive power of Pan Xiaoning, nor does he have the defensive ability of Pan Xiaoning, but he can compete with Pan Xiaoning, relying on his mysterious record of the world and the magical characteristic of literature carries the truth. Literature carries the truth, originally said that words are like cars, carrying truths and transmitting them to people who read the words. When Bujuan's characteristic of literature carries, the truth can materialize the empty words and truths. This ability is difficult to describe in words, and people who have seen it think it is an incredible miracle. Any attack in front of Wen Bujuan will be transformed from energy into words, and Wen Bujuan can also transform words into substantial energy. As strong as Pan Xiaoning is, his attack will turn into a mysterious character when it reaches Wen Bujuan, and will be resolved by Wen Bujuan with unimaginable means. And the words written by Wen Bujuan can turn into mountains, stars, rivers, and swords in the sky. The mysterious power of literature is unpredictable. No matter how many times you have seen it, it is difficult for people to understand what kind of power it is. Wen Bujuan has been in the industry for so many years, and only Pan Xiaoning has broken his literature, and each time it almost always ends in a loss for both sides. Although Lin Shen's destructive power is strong, most people do not think that this level of destructive power can exceed Pan Xiaoning, so it is naturally impossible to break Wen Bujuan's literature. If a Tian wants to win against Wen Bujuan, he can only hope for a miracle. No one thinks they have the ability to defeat Wen Bujuan, but many people think they have the hope of defeating a Tian. A Tian defeated Gun Shenwuming. Although he did not defeat Gun Shenwuming in the field he excels in, he is already famous enough. Defeating a Tian is undoubtedly the fastest way to fame. Now I don't know how many players are eager to fight, hoping to be ranked against a Tian and make a splash. However, rounds of ranking battles have made people discover a strange phenomenon. The opponents that Lin Shen is ranked against are basically ordinary players, who are not very famous. And the opponents that Wen Bujuan is ranked against are powerful players, who have already become famous. No one suspects that Lin Shen is cheating. Most people think that this is a problem with the matching mechanism of the intelligent brain. Because although Lin Shen is strong, he has no past record, so he will be matched with some weaker players, or even players who have never participated in the competition. After Lin Shen finished his own match, he found that Wen Bujuan's match was later than his, so he went to watch the match with Long Xiuzi, King Lunzi and others. Lin Shen also wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of powerful ability his biggest opponent for winning the championship had. This time, the opponent Lin Shen arranged for Wen Bujuan was Long Prejna, who had never fallen out of the top 5 in the rankings. If there were no Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan, Long Prejna could also be considered a top-level strongman, and his strength should not be underestimated. When Long Prejna knew that it was Wen Bujuan's turn, she was not panicked at all, but a little happy. He and Pan Xiaoning debuted almost at the same time, but in the past few years, he either lost to Pan Xiaoning or Wen Bujuan. This time he must win back. For this day, he also made a lot of preparations, and waited for this moment, so it was what he hoped to be in Wen Bujuan's turn. When he stood on the field and saw Wen Bujuan on the opposite side, his eyes became more and more sharp. Yu Hongyan and Pan Xiaoning, as good friends of Wen Bujuan, naturally came to watch this game. When Yu Hongyan was watching the two people on the field, she found that the red line on her body became brighter and brighter. Feeling something in her heart, Yu Hongyan turned her head, and immediately saw Lin Shen sitting in the last row of the stands. Although Lin Shen changed his clothes and wore a hat today, most people could not recognize him as a Tian, but Yu Hongyan recognized him at once. After all, it is rare to see a person with a bunch of red lines on his palm, not to mention that the line on Yu Hongyan's neck was connected to it. Yu Hongyan's heart moved, and she told Pan Xiaoning that she had something to do and left for a while, and then she stood up and walked towards where Lin Shen was. Lin Shen was watching Long Banruo and Wen Bujuan on the field, and suddenly saw a group of mosaics moving in front of him, and his eyes could not help but look over. Mosaic. There is actually another mosaic. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. He calculated that if the mosaics on Long Wei, Ouyang and the woman in the video were all the seeds of rebellion, then the number of rebellion should be enough. Suddenly seeing mosaics on a living person, Lin Shen had to overturn his previous guess. Could it be that one of Ouyang and the woman in the video has a mosaic that is not a rebellion? Lin Shen was not sure before, and he was even more unsure now. The mosaic on Long Wei is most likely to be a rebellion. After all, she meets all the conditions of rebellion. Ouyang is a man, which is somewhat different from the previous carriers of the rebellious fire. It is possible that he does not have the rebellious fire. The woman in the video may not have mosaics. After all, the woman seen by others also has mosaics. Lin Shen couldn't figure out for a while which one is not the rebellious fire, or neither of them. When Lin Shen was thinking about how to get to know this woman with mosaics on her body, he saw that the woman actually walked towards this side. Is there anyone here? Can I sit here? Yu Hongyan suppressed the urge to kill Lin Shen and asked with a smile. She knew that it would be useless even if she killed Lin Shen in the Taishi world, and she also wanted to figure out why she had such a connection with Lin Shen, and why the red line on Lin Shen was so special. Lao Long, sit a little to the side. Lin Shen was ecstatic when he saw that the mosaic took the initiative to talk to him. Originally, Yu Hongyan asked if she could sit next to Lao Long, but Lin Shen asked Lao Long to move to the side, freeing up the seat next to him, so that Yu Hongyan could sit next to him. He is not a good guy, just a playboy. Yu Hongyan's impression of Lin Shen was even worse. He was so interested in a woman he had never met before, and this was when she was wearing a veil, and Lin Shen could not see her face. How could such a person be a good person? Yu Hongyan felt more and more that Lin Shen was a pervert who was hungry and did not choose his food. Chapter 1027. Lin Shen wanted to ask about the origin of this woman, but the game over there had already started, and the woman was already focused on the field. On the field, the roulette wheel started to spin, and finally the pointer stopped at Long Prajna's name. Lin Shen was not surprised at all, because it was he who set Long Prajna to attack first, and maybe it could cause some trouble for Wen Bujuan. With the decision of the right to attack, the 10-second countdown began. Wen Bujuan did not seem to intend to use any artifacts. He wore a green robe and stood there casually. Wen Bujuan, this time, you'd better defend with all your strength, otherwise you will never have another chance. Long Prajna suddenly said. It seems that you have a new thing? Wen Bujuan looked at Long Prajna with some surprise. It may be beyond your imagination. Long Prajna said calmly. I am looking forward to it. Wen Bujuan took a piece of artifact armor and put it on, covering his whole body. This move was somewhat surprising. Wen Bujuan rarely used artifacts except when fighting with Pan Xiaoning. Wearing an artifact armor at this time was considered to be giving Long Prajna enough respect. Long Prajna nodded slightly. The 10-second countdown had ended, and it was Long Prajna's attack time. Long Prajna summoned artifacts one by one without hesitation, including a helmet, a breastplate, a skirt, a pair of armed guards, a pair of boots, and a pair of boxing gloves. The 9 artifacts were worn on him one by one. When each artifact fell on him, a dragon-shaped light and shadow would emerge. After all 9 artifacts were worn on his body, 9 dragon-shaped lights and shadows intertwined and enveloped his body, emitting a terrifying pressure. Is that a suit? Fuck, that suit actually has the blessing of soul light and shadow. Is that a mid-level artifact suit with no level requirements? I remember, that's the Dragon God suit, right? Many people realized something. Even Yu Hongyan was surprised. 9 Dragon God suits, how did Long Prajna come up with it? Is the Dragon God suit famous? Lin Shen asked. Of course, the Dragon God suit is only produced on Long Yuan Star, and only a golden dragon of divine beast quality can be bred. There is no level limit, with the blessing of a mid-level soul. Even on Long Yuan Star, it may take tens of thousands of years for a golden dragon of divine beast quality to be born, and not every golden dragon can breed a Dragon God suit. Yu Hongyan explained casually. When Yu Hongyan explained, a strange light mist rose from Long Prajna's body. The light mist merged with the 9 dragons' light and shadow. From a distance, it looked as if the 9 dragons' light and shadow had a common body and turned into a 9-headed demon dragon. Wen Bujuan, I have been searching for many years, and finally got the 9 dragons set. With my heavenly dragon Prajna magic, the destructive power is unmatched among the lower gods. I originally wanted to compete with Pan Xiaoning head-on to see who is the most destructive lower god in the fairy court. Since he can't come, I can only let you try the power of my 9 dragons set combined with the heavenly dragon Prajna magic. After saying that, Long Prajna swung his fist at Wen Bujuan, who was standing there without any doubt. As he punched out, the whole world seemed to be filled with the roar of a giant dragon, like the fist power of a 9-headed demon dragon, roaring towards Wen Bujuan. That terrifying and strange power seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. Boom! The power of the heavenly dragon Prajna divine art hit Wen Bujuan's body, and the resulting light explosion instantly made everyone seem blind, with golden light in front of them. The entire competition field shook violently, and the powerful power wave hit the shield of the competition field, constantly echoing and impacting. Everyone showed a look of horror. Even Yu Hongyan was a little worried about Wen Bujuan. Such destructive power has far exceeded the limit that the lower-level gods can bear. I don't know if Wen Bujuan can survive. Lin Shen was also secretly surprised. The power of Dragon Prajna's attack was really terrifying. He himself couldn't punch so hard. The light explosion lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually fading. When people could see the situation clearly, they found that although Wenbujun was not torn into pieces by the punch and was still standing there, his armor had become tattered, and the green robe inside was also damaged in many places. There was an extra fist mark on his chest, and the skin underneath had turned charred black. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This situation shocked everyone. Since when Wenbujun debuted, he had hardly been injured except when he fought with Pan Xiaoning. Now Wenbujun was injured, which showed that the power that Long Prajna could unleash with the 9-dragon set was indeed unimaginable. Now there is a good show to watch. Long Prajna is really powerful. Maybe he really has the power to compete with Pan Xiaoning head-on. It won't be so easy for Wenbujun to win. Many contestants were shocked. Originally, they thought that with the departure of Pan Xiaoning, the ranking of this competition could be improved, but they didn't expect so many terrifying guys to appear this time. Long Prajna, you are really surprising, a bit like Pan Xiaoning. Wenbujun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. You are also surprising. You can withstand my Tian Long Prajna magic. Now it's your turn. Long Prajna said in a deep voice. When it was time for Long Prajna to prepare, the 9 dragons on Long Prajna's body shrank and protected his body firmly. Okay, let me see if your defense is just as strong. Wenbujun threw a punch directly, and thousands of rays of light bloomed on his fist, bombarding Long Prajna like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. The light explosion produced by the explosion flickered continuously. Although it was just one punch, it seemed as if countless punches were thrown, like a hydrogen bomb explosion. However, such a strong punch was not able to shake the 9-headed demon dragon light and shadow protecting Long Prajna. Until the end of Wenbujun's round, Long Prajna was still unharmed. I thought that after Pan Xiaoning's defeat, Wenbujun's championship position was stable, but I didn't expect that there would be another Long Prajna. This year's toughest god competition is interesting. The dragon god set is too strong. Long Prajna is going to soar to the sky. Everyone was surprised. The ability shown by Long Prajna now seemed to have the level to compete with Wenbujun. It's my turn. Change a set of artifacts. Long Prajna gestured to Wenbujun to change the tattered armor artifact on his body. No need. I have tried the power of the 9-dragon set with the heavenly dragon Prajna divine art. It's a bit interesting, but not much. Wenbujun said lightly. Long Prajna's face changed slightly. Wenbujun's words seemed to say that he was just playing around before, and now he is really serious. Without saying anything else, after waiting for Wenbujun's preparation time to end, Long Prajna once again erupted with terrifying power. Dragon-shaped light and shadows condensed towards his fist, and light mist followed, condensing into a real dragon ball on his fist. Clouds and mist were swirling inside, and dragon shapes were looming. Chapter 1028. Anyone can feel that the power contained in the dragon ball is countless times more terrifying than the 9-headed demon dragon just now. Long Prajna's first attack was just a small test, and he did not use all his strength. Wenbujun is a little too arrogant. It's too late to regret it now. Long Prajna has a chance. The power in the dragon ball is a bit scary. It seems to be no less powerful than Pan Xiaoning. Wenbujun underestimated the enemy. He might capsize in the ditch. While everyone was talking, Long Prajna, with a resolute look, blasted out his strongest attack. The dragon ball blasted towards Wenbujun with the power to destroy the world. The dragon ball just passed through the space and caused a violent space shock, causing the shield of the competition field to tremble and buzz. What a strong power! Lin Shen couldn't help but exclaimed. He asked himself if he could hit such a strong power, and he was far behind. Everyone was looking forward to the result of this attack. Seeing the dragon ball tearing through space and coming to Wenbujun, Wenbujun just stretched out a finger and tapped it. It was not the kind of acupuncture point, but like controlling a touch screen, the index finger lightly tapped the dragon ball. The next second, something happened that surprised Lin Shen. The dragon ball with extremely terrifying power, after being tapped by Wenbujun, turned from a three-dimensional dragon ball into a flat text under everyone's eyes. A shining dragon word, like written on a white paper in the void, was picked up by Wenbujun casually and held in his hand. It seemed that it was not a terrifying attack, but just a piece of calligraphy. This person is really quite strong. Lin Shen was a little surprised. Wenbujun was stronger than he expected, and his ability was a little confusing. Until the end of Long Prajna's round, The dragon character was still held in Wen Bujun's hand. Long Prajna's expression became very strange. He didn't expect that his strongest attack still couldn't break Wen Bujun's when he Zai Dao. Is it really true that Pan Xiaoning is the only one in the world who can break Wen Bujun's when he Zai Dao? Long Prajna was unwilling to admit defeat and activated the power of the 9 dragons set again. Dragon-shaped light and shadows entangled him. When it was Wen Bujun's turn to attack, he just shook his hand casually, and the dragon character in his hand flew towards Long Prajna. In the air, it turned into the dragon ball with terrifying power again and bombarded Long Prajna. Boom! The terrifying light explosion rose up in the arena and did not dissipate for a long time. When the light faded, Long Prajna was seen holding on without falling, but his chest armor had been broken, with a bloody hole, bleeding. You are already very strong, only a little bit worse than Pan Xiaoning. Wen Bujun looked at Long Prajna and said lightly, "How much is a little bit?" Long Prajna asked hoarsely. 100,000 8,000 miles. Wen Bujun replied. Long Prajna spurted out a mouthful of old blood and fell backwards on the spot. The game ended and Wen Bujun advanced without any suspense. This person is not easy to deal with. Lin Shen felt a little headache. It seemed that it was not so easy to win the championship. Wen Bujun was stronger than he thought. Although his super base shooting could be invincible, Lin Shen was a little unsure whether he could defeat Wen Bujun. But now Lin Shen was in no mood to think about these things. While the competition venue was not closed yet, he quickly looked at Yu Hongyan and asked, "Beautiful lady, can you leave me your contact information?" "Sure." Yu Hongyan had no good feelings for Lin Shen, but in order to find out why there was a red line between her and him, Yu Hongyan still left Lin Shen's contact information. Not long after leaving the contact information, the competition began to clear the field, and everyone was teleported out. Lin Shen didn't even have time to ask her name. Could the mosaic on this woman be a rebellion against heaven? Lin Shen thought secretly, but couldn't figure it out. Wen Bujun is still too strong. Even Long Prajna, who has 9 pieces of Dragon God suit, was defeated so badly. That is a mid-level non-level suit. This is really unfair. King Lunzi sighed. Wen Bujun is indeed unfairly strong. Brother Tian, how about you? Are you sure you can beat him? Long Xiaozi asked Lin Shen on the side. No, let's give it a try. Lin Shen shrugged. It would be best if we could win. If we really can't win, we can only look for another chance next time. Anyway, there is more than one competition. If this one doesn't work, we can find another one. In short, we must become a star priest as soon as possible. After Yu Hongyan added Lin Shen's contact information, she has been thinking about how to get some useful information from Lin Shen. Originally, she thought that a pervert like Lin Shen would contact her actively, but after waiting for a long time, she didn't see any message from Lin Shen. Lin Shen wanted to contact Yu Hongyan, but he didn't know what to say to a strange woman, so he didn't send any message. The competition has been going on. Lin Shen and Wen Bujun are now the most popular players in the lower group. Of course, no one thinks that Lin Shen can win, but they think that Lin Shen's performance is indeed quite impressive. He kills with one shot in every game. The bullet that doesn't look very strong has a terrifying destructive power that doesn't match the speed. But after watching the battle between Wen Bujun and Long Prajna, almost no one thinks that Lin Shen's bullet can break Wen Bujun's when he Zai Dao. Even Long Prajna and the 9 dragons set can't break it. Is the destructive power of Lin Shen's bullet stronger than Long Prajna's power? Under Lin Shen's arrangement, the two did not meet each other in advance, and they will definitely meet in the final. The hell-level schedule that Lin Shen arranged for Wen Bujun did not cause him any trouble. That person is too strong. D-Man star in the ancient realm. Since the last time Christine was promoted to the King of Law, he has become a god of war in the Diamond Tribe. Now everyone calls Christine the Pink Sword Saint, and he and his master Sophia are called the second saint of the Diamond Tribe. With the support of Christine and Sophia, the little emperor of the Diamond Tribe finally has some actual imperial power, and the development direction of the Diamond Tribe has also changed, but the internal friction has become more serious. One day, an unconventional guest came outside Christine's residence. The gatekeeper looked at the majestic human man in front of him, and originally had no good face, but he was surprised to see Christine come out in person and welcome the human man in. Are you here to take back Lin Shen's book? Christine asked the majestic man in front of him. He knew this man, and knew that his name was Wei Wufu, and he had a special relationship with Lin Shen. Looking for you. Wei Wufu shook his head. Looking for me? Something? Christine was a little surprised. This was a little different from what he thought. Chapter 1029. Dios. Go. You. Stay. Wei Wufu looked at Christine and said. It was difficult for ordinary people to understand Wei Wufu's words, but Christine understood. He looked at Wei Wufu and said slowly, different understandings, he chose one path, I chose another path, so he left first, and I still have unfinished business, now is not the time to leave. After that, Christine took out the book Lin Shen's Peerless Magic and handed it to Wei Wuwei. After reading it, maybe you will understand. Wei Wufu didn't say anything, just took the book and opened it silently, flipping through the pages one by one. Christine looked at Wei Wufu with interest, didn't say anything to disturb him, just looked at it like that. In fact, he never thought of taking this book for himself. Dios gave this book to him, and he also wanted to give it away, or return it to Lin Shen's relatives. But he didn't expect that the person who came would be Wei Wufu. In fact, he thought the person who came would be Ouyang Yudu. Christine didn't know much about Wei Wufu, so he wanted to know whether Wei Wufu could understand this book. If he could understand it, Christine would allow him to take the book, but if he couldn't, Christine would keep the book. Even if this book was written by Lin Shen, it didn't mean that the people around Lin Shen were qualified to inherit the book. This book was no longer a person's wealth, but related to the future of the entire universe. Wei Wufu turned the pages one by one, and what made Christine feel regretful was that he hadn't changed at all. Before Christine could speak, Wei Wufu returned the book to him, then stood up and left. Just leaving like that? Christine asked. Yes. Wei Wufu nodded in response. How much did you understand? Christine was a little curious about this strange man. A little? Then what? Find someone. If you want to find Lin Shen, you have to understand this book first. He won't. Find him now. Who are you going to find? A bad guy. Christine was stunned. He couldn't understand Wei Wufu's train of thought. What did this guy mean? Christine couldn't ask any more, but Wei Wufu turned around, looked at him and asked, who is the worst in the universe? Christine was stunned, then pondered. If you want to talk about bad guys, there are too many in the universe, and bad guys have different definitions. If you want to talk about the most recognized bad guy, the one I can think of should be Roger, the king of evil. Are you going to find him? How bad? Wei Wufu didn't answer, but continued to ask. Because of the law of evil, he has always done evil things, never good things, destroying families, killing fathers and taking wives, stealing, kidnapping, and all evil things he does, but because he is too powerful, even though everyone knows he is evil, no one can do anything to him. Is this considered bad? Bad enough. Wei Wufu nodded. You are looking for him. Christine was really curious about what Wei Wufu wanted to do. Yes, you, help me. Wei Wufu asked. Okay, but I want to know what you are looking for him for. Christine asked. Find the way. Christine didn't understand, but he became interested. He decided to take Wei Wufu to meet the legendary Roger of the Law of Evil. The Proge Moon Galaxy may be the most desolate galaxy. But a long time ago, this was a very prosperous galaxy with hundreds of habitable planets, and thousands of intelligent races. Until Roger came here to settle down, there were no more living creatures in the Proge Moon Galaxy. Even bacteria were extinct. On the lonely ghost star like a dead zone, Christine and Wei Wufu met Roger. A man like a stone statue sat on a stone, like an incorruptible stone that has never changed. Christine, you came to me to avenge those garbage of the Diamond Tribe? Roger raised his head and shook off the thick dust on his body. He didn't know how many years he had been sitting here. The dust settled on his body, making him look like a stone statue, and even the wrinkles on his face were covered with dust. Seeing Christine, the frown on Roger's face opened like a chrysanthemum, revealing an evil smile. He had killed too many geniuses, which made him feel extremely happy. No, he's the one looking for you. Christine pointed at Wei Wufu beside him. You looking for me? Roger turned to look at Wei Wufu, looking him up and down, a little impatient at first, but as he looked, a terrifying light flashed in his eyes, and he stood up. The dust on his body fell like smoke. You? Bad guy? Wei Wufu looked at him, and asked seriously. Huh? That's right. I'm a bad guy. And the worst person in the world. So what? Roger smiled evilly, tall and thin, as if he was a skeleton crawling out of hell. Fight. Wei Wufu didn't waste any words. He put on a white robe, and a purple light rose from his body. Christine stared at Wei Wufu in a daze. A Nirvana-level guy actually wanted to challenge Roger, the king of evil. What's the difference between this and seeking death? Then let's fight. Roger not only didn't laugh at Wei Wufu, but he actually responded seriously. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he really regarded this Nirvana person as a real opponent. when the law of evil crisscrossed, as if it was going to swallow up the entire planet along with Wei Wufu. Christine saw an incredible scene. The void burst, and the light chain of order entangled a crown from the void and fell on Wei Wufu's head. Christine could feel that the power of the crown seemed to be mutually reinforcing and counteracting with Roger's law of evil, as if they were two sides of the world, one good and one evil, one light and one dark, one yin and one yang. Law of justice? Christine saw the clues, and at the same time understood why Wei Wufu came to find the worst person in the world. Justice can only be revealed under sin. Without sin, there is no justice. Under absolute fairness, both sin and justice will lose their meaning. Wei Wufu wanted to use Roger's evil law to oppress and be promoted to the king of justice. But the next second, Christine showed disbelief. Wei Wufu did not accept the crown. He punched out, and the purple air rushed into the sky and knocked the crown of justice back. The light chain of order connected to it rang. The purple air on Wei Wufu's body became stronger and stronger, rising into the sky and turning into a light and shadow of the gods. The infinite power of the law turned into chains that constantly entangled his body, making the energy on Wei Wufu more and more terrifying. Justice, in the heart, cannot be defeated. Wei Wufu punched out, and the violent fist force penetrated the galaxy, shattered the evil law covering the planet, and also pierced through the void. A mysterious door emerged from the void. Chapter 1030. Wei Wufu stepped onto the ladder to heaven with his flesh and blood, and fought against the thunder and fire disaster with his flesh and blood. He gave up the path of becoming a Dharma king, and instead took the path of ghosts and gods like deers, turning into a law ghost with his own beliefs, and promoted to immortal or lower-level god. Lin Shen has not been able to return yet. Judging from the appearance of the Peerless Magic Secret Book in the past few times, Lin Shen should be trapped in the fairy court and has no way to come back, so he can only pass on the message to them in this way. Wei Wufu didn't want to wait any longer, so he took the path of ghosts and gods, and rushed into the fairy court in his flesh to find Lin Shen. If he took the path of laws, put on the immortal crown and became a Dharma king, it would not be so easy to rush into the fairy court in his flesh. Seeing Wei Wufu forcefully push open the gate of the immortal court with both hands and walk in without looking back, Christine looked a little strange. This guy's talent is probably not much worse than deers. Lin Shen didn't know that people from the ancient realm had already rushed into the immortal court, and he was still competing. The large number of competitions every day made Lin Shen feel a little boring. If it weren't for the opportunity and resources to enter the Star God Palace, he would not bother to participate in such competitions. I don't know why these gods in the immortal court are so keen on participating in various competitions. Lin Shen's performance made the Shen family, who mistakenly thought he was Deng Adwa, very satisfied. Originally, the Shen family thought that Deng Adwa was a Deng family member with the bloodline of practicing the sun-chasing method, but his bloodline was good enough, and he was not too outstanding. Otherwise, how could he have remained unknown for so many years? If his ability was strong enough, even if he was not as famous as Deng Quang, he should have some fame. However, this time, the toughest match made the Shen family realize that Deng Adwa seemed to be better than they thought. Even if he lost to Wen Bujuan in the end, he was already a top talent. Shen Qingxua's mentality was gradually changing. The more she watched Tion's games, the more familiar she felt with him. Thinking that this was the man she would marry and have children with in the future, Shen Qingxua gradually had emotional ups and downs when watching the game. When Tion met a strong opponent, she would also be a little worried about whether Lin Shen could win. When turning the roulette to decide the first move, Shen Qingxua herself did not realize that deep in her heart, she was looking forward to Tion getting the first move. Of course, all this was based on her thinking that Tion was her marriage partner. If she knew that she had made a mistake, she didn't know what she would feel in the future. As time passed, Lin Shen rushed into the top 100 and then continued to win the game. Finally, under the expectation of everyone, he met Wen Bujuan in the finals. In the past few years, Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan had always fought each other. This year, it was finally a little different, attracting many people to watch. Even many big families began to pay attention to this game. The reason why they paid attention to the game was not the game itself, but to know what kind of people the marriage partners of Shen and Deng were. Whether it will work depends on this last round. Lin Shen was a little depressed. The hell schedule he designed for Wen Bujuan did not play a big role. Except for the battle with Long Prajna, when Bujuan himself was tested and injured a little, the subsequent battles had no effect on Wen Bujuan at all. On the day of the competition, Lin Shen saw Wen Bujuan, who seemed to be fine, and could only sigh that these little tricks were useless in front of strong people. As the competition began, Lin Shen and Wen Bujuan entered the arena. It's about to start. The eyes of Yu Hongyan, Pan Xiaoning, Long Xiuzi, King Lunzi and others were all focused on them. The roulette wheel began to turn, and the pointer flashed alternately on the names of the two people, and finally stopped on the two words a Tian as Lin Shen expected. Have you noticed that a Tian is really lucky? In the competitions he participates in, at least 70% of the time, he takes the initiative. This is interesting. So far, no one has been able to block the bullets fired by a Tian. What if Wen Bujuan can't block them, and is eliminated directly? That will be fun. Dream on, how could Wen Bujuan not be able to block them? That's right, you are just talking nonsense. Except for Pan Xiaoning, there is no attack that Wen Bujuan can't block. The game has not officially started yet, and the gods watching the game outside the field have already started to talk nonsense. Only a small part of them think that a Tian can win, and this part still wants to bet on high odds. Wen Bujuan looked at Lin Shen, and summoned a divine armor to wrap his whole body. Although he didn't know what quality the divine artifact was, just looking at the gorgeous appearance, it should not be an ordinary item. Lin Shen didn't recognize the divine artifact, but it didn't mean that others didn't recognize it. Yu Hongyan recognized the divine armor that Wen Bujuan wore at a glance. Devil's cursed armor? Is this necessary? Yu Hongyan was a little surprised that Wen Bujuan actually used such a divine weapon right away. Wen Bujuan had never used this armor when he fought with Pan Xiaoning before. Few people knew about this artifact, and only a few people who were close to Wen Bujuan knew that he had such an artifact. This was a levelless upper-level artifact, and it was also a mutant quality, with extremely strong defense. Such an artifact, appearing in the lower-level group competition, was almost the same as cheating. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a lower-level god to damage this artifact, unless the opponent had an offensive upper-level artifact with no level requirements. But such an artifact was too rare, and it was hard to see even in such a big competition. Your Tian is very capable, and Lao Wen naturally has his plans, Pan Xiaoning said on the side. Yu Hongyan was stunned for a moment, then reacted and spat. What do you mean by your Tian? I've said it so many times, I have nothing to do with him. Okay, it's okay. Pan Xiaoning said this, but in her heart she was thinking, it's okay. Old Wen uses the cursed armor. Why are you so nervous? It's because you're afraid that a Tian can't break the defense of the cursed armor. Women are really hypocritical animals. Yu Hongyan heard that Pan Xiaoning was not sincere, but she felt a little tired and didn't explain anything. Wen Bujuan's preparation time was over, and it was Lin Shen's turn to attack. Lin Shen didn't hesitate, and directly picked up his sniper rifle and shot Wen Bujuan in the head. It doesn't matter whether you are prepared or not. Whether the super base sharpshooter can break Wen Bujuan's defense, you only need to try it to know. Chapter 1031. The bullet was relatively slow. Most of the gods and men watching the battle could see it clearly, watching the bullet flying towards Wen Bujuan's forehead. Although Wen Bujuan could not dodge, he could use a magic weapon or his own body to block it. He stretched out a finger and touched the bullet head, just like when he fought Long Prajna. The bullet head instantly changed from a real object to a shining bullet. Just when people thought that the attack had been blocked, the shining bullet did not stop flying, directly breaking Wen Bujuan's fingers and hitting his forehead, piercing through his helmet and head, leaving a bullet-shaped dent in front and behind. For a while, the entire battlefield was as silent as death. Although before this, some people optimistically speculated that Wen Bujuan might not be able to block a Tian's bullet, but no one really thought that Wen Bujuan could not block it. Seeing that he was shot through the head, he was stunned for a long time, and didn't come back to his senses, as if he couldn't believe that such a thing would really happen. How is this possible? Yu Hongyan was stunned there, also with an incredible look on her face. Wen Bujuan's Wen Zai Dao couldn't block a Tian's bullet. What's more terrifying is that the levelless upper artifact cursed armor was directly penetrated by the bullet changed by Wen Zai Dao. This is a bit too bizarre. That's a higher artifact, how could it be penetrated so easily? As expected? Pan Xiaoning muttered to himself in silence. What do you mean as expected? Yu Hongyan was naturally not as experienced as Pan Xiaoning in combat, and didn't see what the problem was. After watching a Tian play so many games, I have always suspected that the bullets he fired were not so destructive because of their strong power, but because of their distortion characteristics. Now it has been confirmed. If I am not mistaken, his sniper rifle, or himself, has a characteristic that can penetrate everything, so even when Zai Dao and the upper artifact armor cannot stop it. Pan Xiaoning explained. Isn't that similar to your characteristics? I have never heard of any other magical skills in the world that can produce such characteristics except the great method of creating the world. Yu Hongyan was surprised. Old One was also suspicious, so he used the cursed armor just to confirm this guess. Now it is almost certain, Pan Xiaoning said. Xin Qingxue was extremely happy at this time. She did not expect that a Tian could actually shoot through Wen Bujion's head with one shot. This was too amazing. Qing Lunzi and Long Xiuzi were even more ecstatic. Lin Shen was stronger than they imagined. The people watching had different expressions. No one expected that it would be such a result. Just when people thought the game was going to end in such a strange situation, Lin Shen's attack round had ended, but the system did not judge him as the winner. When Bujian stood there, stretched out his hand, and pressed the dent on his forehead. His fingers had a magical power. The moment he pressed on the dent, the wound that penetrated his head turned into a glowing word injury, which Wen Bujian peeled off like a band-aid. After peeling off the word injury, the serious wound on his forehead magically disappeared, and even the armor was restored to its original state. Wen Bujian casually threw the glowing word injury on the ground. The word injury seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and it directly smashed a dent in the ground and sank into the ground, causing cracks on the competition field. Lin Shen was stunned when he saw this situation. It turned out that his super base shooting did work, and even when Bujian couldn't block it, but such an injury did not make Wen Bujian lose his combat ability. This battle is a bit difficult. Lin Shen silently took off the shield behind him and held it in his hand, while activating the characteristics of the immortal routine. The originally gray suit suddenly emitted black and red flames, and the flames turned into the image of the angry goddess, covering Lin Shen's body. He's wearing a suit? It can summon spirits and shadows, so it's a mid-level artifact suit, right? I wonder what quality it is. So what if it's a mid-level artifact suit? Long Prajna's dragon god suit was also directly broken by Wen Bujian. Facts have proved that it's all empty talk. It's Wen Bujian's turn to make a move. Let's see what means he uses. How can he use a shield? In a game like this, shields don't really have an advantage. Wen Bujian looked at Lin Shen, but didn't make a move immediately. He squinted at him and said, "Except for Pan Xiaoning, it's been a long time since anyone has made me want to win so much. You're pretty good. Except for you, no one can survive being shot by me. You're pretty good too," Lin Shen said lightly. Wen Bujian smiled when he heard this, and said nothing more. He stretched out his finger, and the light between his fingers drew a sword character in the air. The sword character shone with light, and an unparalleled sword intent gushed out of it, as if it was the sword intent possessed by a supreme swordsman. The next second, terrifying sword lights flew out from the sword character, like a river pouring down from the sky, sweeping towards Lin Shen. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sword lights kept piercing the light and shadow of the angry goddess. After the sword lights in front were shattered by the shadow of the angry goddess, the sword lights behind immediately made up for it. The endless sword lights came one after another, making the light and shadow of the angry goddess overwhelmed, and finally pierced through the light and shadow. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The tide-like sword lights bypassed the immortal shield and pierced directly into Lin Shen's body. Although they failed to pierce through it, they left some white marks on it. Under the baptism of the sword river, Lin Shen's body was locked by the system and could not move. If it continued, water drops could penetrate stones, and I am afraid that even if the immortal routine was strong, it would eventually be penetrated. Unfortunately, the attack time was only 10 seconds. When the time was up, the sword character drawn by Wen Bujian suddenly disappeared, and the sword light in the sky also dissipated. Relying on the immortal suit, Lin Shen successfully survived Wen Bujian's first attack. I actually survived. A Tian suit is quite powerful. This game is really interesting. Many people began to take this duel seriously, and the one-sided situation did not appear. When it was Lin Shen's turn, he didn't say anything nonsense, summoned a sniper rifle, and shot Wen Bujian again. This time, Lin Shen didn't hit his head, but hit the acupuncture point on his body that was flashing red. The bullet flew away, and went straight to the center of Wen Bujian's chest. Wen Bujian's eyes were clear, and his finger pointed again, still accurately pressing on the bullet head. Chapter 1032. This time the bullet did not turn into a bullet character, but instead formed a chi character in front of Wen Bujian's finger. The bullet directly penetrated the chi character, and Wen Bujian's finger kept retreating, keeping a paper-thick distance from the bullet. One chi character after another formed in front of his finger, and was penetrated by the bullet one by one. Finally, the bullet hit Wen Bujian's body, and punched a hole in his chest armor. Wen Bujian frowned, looked down at the hole in his chest, stretched out his hand and wiped it, and the wound turned into a wound character, which he took off again. Seeing this scene, Lin Shan also frowned secretly. After penetrating the weakness of the acupuncture mark, he still couldn't do anything to Wen Bujuan. This person was more difficult than he thought. Wen Bujuan had the same idea in his mind. The bullets fired by Lin Shan were not blocked by the chi characters he continuously transformed, and the power did not weaken accordingly. His second attempt still failed. It was Wen Bujuan's turn again. Wen Bujuan didn't waste any words and wrote a line of words in the air. As soon as the words indestructible sword appeared, Lin Shan realized that things were a little bad. Sure enough, those words materialized into a sword shining with cold light, and pierced directly into Lin Shan's body. Lin Shan hurriedly raised his shield to block it. The defense of the immortal shield was still very strong. This was a shield with solidified power. But the next second, Lin Shan saw that the sword penetrated the shield, and then came to his body without stopping, piercing his chest as well. Is this okay? Lin Shan looked down at his pierced chest. Even the immortal suit could not block this attack. It's over. Although a Tian is very strong, he is still a little bit inferior to Wen Bujuan. Yu Hongyan thought to herself. This was also what others thought, but they were suddenly surprised to find that after the countdown ended, the system did not determine the end of the game. A Tian was still standing there. The sword that pierced his body had disappeared, and the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Haha, interesting, it's really interesting. I really want to fight him in person to see who is better in terms of his destructive power and physical strength compared to me. Pan Xiaoning's eyes lit up, wishing that he was the one who was fighting Lin Shan now. A Tian actually has a strong body self-healing ability. Wen Bujuan has met his match. The destructive power is strong enough, the defense is also good, and there is a strong self-healing ability. How come such a powerful guy only came to participate in the competition today? What did he do before? The Deng family is so hidden. The Deng family actually produced such a powerful guy, but it seems that he doesn't practice the sun-chasing method? Does the sun-chasing method have such an effect? Shen Qingxue looked at Lin Shan, and her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. No one could have thought that a Tian could fight Wen Bujuan to this extent. A Tian was unexpectedly powerful. The battle continued. Wen Bujuan's face no longer had the previous indifference. He had already treated Lin Shan as an opponent of the same level as Pan Xiaoning and treated him carefully. When it was Lin Shan's turn, he didn't have a good way. He could only continue to shoot with the gun and chose another acupuncture point. He didn't believe that there was a perfect ability in the world, nor did he believe that Wen Bujuan's body had no weaknesses. But he still didn't know where the real weakness was, so he needed to keep trying to find the location of the weakness. Wen Bujuan also used various means to try to stop Lin Shan's bullets, but the indestructible bullets could not be stopped at all. No matter how Wen Bujuan blocked them, his body would still be pierced by the bullets. But the wounds caused by the bullets would also be removed by Wen Bujuan's means of using words to convey the truth, and the body would be able to recover immediately. It was Wen Bujuan's turn to attack again, and he wrote another line of words, this time with more words. Indestructible sword tainted with deadly toxins. As Wen Bujuan wrote the last stroke, a blue light flashed, and at first glance, an ancient sword with a deadly poison turned into words and flew towards Lin Shan. Just like the last time, Lin Shan's immortal suit could not stop the sword, and the sword pierced his body, and the deadly poison spread throughout his body along the blood. Unfortunately, the theory of evolution had long made Lin Shan's body immune to all poisons. Such a strong poison only made Lin Shan's body react a little. After a few turns of evolution, the poison had no effect at all. Seeing Lin Shan's wound healed again, as if nothing had happened, and not affected by the poison at all, Wen Bujuan's eyes flashed with surprise. The two people's battle was going on in a weird way. Wen Bujuan couldn't stop Lin Shan's bullets. His body would be pierced every time, but the wound would be removed in an instant. Lin Shan couldn't stop Wen Bujuan's attack either. Wen Bujuan wrote all kinds of sentences, and turned them into all kinds of weapons. There were swords, spears, swords, halberds, wind, rain, thunder and lightning. All kinds of different attacks fell on Lin Shan's body, which could also hurt Lin Shan, but they couldn't kill him. The wound would heal quickly. Neither side could stop the opponent's attack, nor could they completely destroy the opponent. The spectators were very excited. Such crazy attacks can only be seen in the Toughest Gods game. The Toughest Gods game is about punching each other, and it's about a head-on confrontation to see who can last to the end. After today's battle, regardless of the outcome, it will no longer be Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan standing side by side. There will be another Atian. The sun-chasing method is so powerful. Why have I never heard of it before? Why do I feel that Ation's gun skills are a bit like the sun shooting method? It seems that apart from the Pan family's creation of the world, only the sun shooting method has the strongest destructive power, right? Ation, if you work harder and kill Wen Bujuan, I will make a lot of money on this 100 yuan bet. The stands are even more lively than the game field, with cheers and exclamations coming one after another. Lin Shan attacked each other, and the fight was a life and death struggle, but no one fell. Yu Hongyan stared at Lin Shan on the field in a daze, thinking strangely in her heart. Although this person's character is not very good, his strength is first class. He can actually fight with Wen Bujuan to this extent. Bang! Another lightning bolt fell, and Lin Shan's whole body was numb. If it weren't for the helmet, I'm afraid his hair would stand up. But such an attack could not do anything to Lin Shan after all. But the scars on the immortal suit were getting more and more, and I don't know how long it can last. This ultimate suit was actually unable to withstand Wen Bujuan's attack. Wen Bujuan also had a problem. He kept using Wen Zai Dao. The stronger the attack transformed by Wen Zai Dao, the greater the price he paid, that is, the greater the consumption. Lin Shan was known as a perpetual motion machine, and was not afraid of consumption, but Wen Bujuan did not have such ability. His strength was obviously consumed a little too much. I can't go on like this, Wen Bujuan said in his heart. Chapter 1033. Haha, that bastard Lao Wen has finally met his end. Pan Xiaoning laughed wildly. What's wrong? Although Yu Hongyan is a good friend of them, they are on different paths, so she doesn't see it as clearly as Pan Xiaoning. Pan Xiaoning smiled and explained, Lao Wen is the best at pretending. You see, he looks calm and composed on the surface, as if he has everything planned out. In fact, from what I know about him, his physical strength has been severely depleted. Now he is almost at the end of his peak. If he continues, he will go downhill. Yu Hongyan heard this in disbelief. How come you can't see it at all? And when he fought with you before, he didn't give up so quickly, right? It's different. In the duel between Lao Wen and I, because we know each other well, we know when to exert force, and when to slow down. The battle will be very long because the opponent has a plan. But your opponent is different. From the beginning, Lao Wen misjudged the situation and wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, the opponent's armor combined with his own physical strength and recovery ability made his offensive fail to achieve the desired effect. Instead, his own consumption was greater than that of the opponent. It seems that the armor on Ation's body is about to collapse. In fact, Lao Wen is also in danger. If it continues like this, it depends on whether Ation's armor breaks first or Lao Wen's strength is consumed first, Pan Xiaoning said thoughtfully. Yu Hongyan was too lazy to refute Pan Xiaoning, but just frowned and said, So, Wen Bujuan is in danger. That's not the case. Based on my understanding of him, he should use that move now, Pan Xiaoning said calmly. Which move? Yu Hongyan recalled the fights she had seen Wen Bujuan fight before, and she couldn't figure out which move could help Wen Bujuan get out of his current predicament. Pan Xiaoning saw through Yu Hongyan's thoughts and said seriously, When Lao Wen fought with me, he didn't really want to fight to the death, so he was more or less restrained. No matter how intense it was, he didn't fight to the death. So his strongest move was actually never used in the game, and you haven't seen it either. You were just pretending to fight before? Yu Hongyan was a little stunned. Pan Xiaoning immediately shook his head and said, It was not a fake fight. We really used all our strength. We just didn't use the strongest desperate fighting style right at the beginning. Later on, it was impossible to use such a move because such a move requires too much consumption. One strike will decide the outcome. We just didn't fight hard right at the beginning. With such a large consumption, can he still use that move in his current situation? Yu Hongyan said. Theoretically, now is not the best time to use this move, but with Lao Wen's personality, even if he overdraws his body, he will use this move to decide the outcome. He is not the kind of person who leaves the outcome to fate, so he will definitely not bet on Ation's armor breaking first, so he can only use that move, Pan Xiaoning said confidently. Sure enough, just after Pan Xiaoning finished speaking, it was Wen Bujuan's turn to attack, but this time, Wen Bujuan did not write his words immediately. Tion, being able to fight with you is really a happy thing, but I want to win this battle today. So, I'm sorry. As he spoke, mysterious light words rose from Wen Bujuan's body. Mysterious words with shining light rose from his body one by one, and those words formed a grand light and shadow of gods and demons in the air like cells. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. The soul is obviously something that can be condensed by middle-level gods, and it is the symbol of middle-level gods. Wen Bujuan is obviously a lower-level god, but he can condense the soul without the help of a non-level artifact. This situation has never been seen before. It is not uncommon for souls to appear on the field, but those are the souls that come with some artifacts, which is completely different from Wen Bujuan's situation. How did you do this? Shin Qingxue looked at the soul light and shadow of Wen Bujuan's body, which was like a god or a demon, and her eyes were full of shock. Her talent was rare, but she had never thought that she could condense a spirit at a lower level. This was a power that should not appear in the world. The other people watching the battle were also shocked beyond words. With this son, the Wen family can be guaranteed to prosper for hundreds of millions of years. The senior leaders of the Ding and Shin families also sighed when they saw this. Under the gaze of everyone, Wen Bujuan stretched out his fingers and began to write in the air. As he moved, the spirit light and shadow that enveloped him also stretched out fingers at the same time. One person, one soul, two fingers, one large and one small. The fingertips actually landed on one place, and wrote the handed-down divine text that exuded infinite power, shining and illuminating the whole world. That was no longer an ordinary word, but a combination of many words to form a talisman. Through the order of strokes, and the connecting strokes, it can be vaguely identified that what Wen Bujuan wrote was Haotian Jinkei's Supreme Natural Wonderful Mi Luo Zhizhen Jade Emperor. With the last stroke, the light on the talisman converged, but it seemed that countless laws and forces between heaven and earth gathered on the talisman, as if the talisman connected all things in heaven and earth and controlled all the laws in the world. Urgent. Like. Law. Order. With Wen Bujuan's voice, the talisman, with the power of heaven and earth, seemed to occupy the entire world and suppress Lin Shin. Wen Bujuan's writing rules are actually divine. His power can actually connect with the Jade Emperor, the Lord of the Immortal Court, and borrow the power of the Jade Emperor. This is cheating. Who can play with him? Even if the gods come, they have to kneel down. If Wen Bujuan's strength was shocking before, then when this talisman came out, everyone felt only fear. The 6 masters of the Immortal Court are all like gods, and the Jade Emperor is the god among gods, the head of all gods. Wen Bujuan is just a lower-level god, but he can borrow the power of the Jade Emperor. Even if it is only 1/1000th of the power, it is not something that ordinary gods can resist. At this moment, no one thinks that a Tian still has a chance to survive. This is no longer a question of winning or not. Under the power of the Jade Emperor, it is probably impossible to survive. The talisman that seemed to suppress the heaven and earth slowly pressed towards Lin Shin. The people outside the field were just watching, and their minds were shaken by the shock, like a stick of fire in the wind, as if it would go out at any time. The gods with weaker spirits could no longer bear such mental pressure, and spurted blood from their mouths, as if they were struck by lightning, and their spirits were depressed. The mysterious talisman that contained the infinite power of heaven and earth fell on Lin Shin's forehead. Chapter 1034. Everyone thought that Ah Tian would be destroyed by the talisman and turned into nothingness immediately. No one thought that Ah Tian could survive this blow. This was no longer a power that a lower-level god could withstand. Even Wen Bujuan, who drew the talisman, fell to the ground uncontrollably after using it. The light and shadow of his soul were shattered, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. His body seemed to be drained. His originally handsome face became as thin as a stick, and his hair turned gray and dry, like a dead person who was about to be buried in a coffin. Everyone stared at the talisman on Ah Tian's forehead, waiting for the imagined scene to appear. Such a terrifying blow would definitely turn Ah Tian into nothingness. No matter how strong his recovery ability was, it would be impossible for a god who had evaporated from the world to come back to life. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Several seconds had passed, but the scene they imagined did not appear, and the faces of many gods and men gradually became subtle. Even Pan Xiaoning and Yu Hongyan changed their faces, as if they could not believe the idea that came out of their minds. Until the 10 seconds of the attack ended, the expected scene still did not appear. Without the constraints of the rules, when it was Lin Shin's turn, Lin Shin stretched out a hand and pressed it on his forehead. In the eyes of everyone's disbelief, he took the talisman off his forehead. Pan Xiaoning's eyes were about to pop out. Fuck! What's going on? Yu Hongyan had been shocked and speechless. That was a talisman that contained the power of the Jade Emperor, but it could not do anything to Ah Tian, but was taken off by him. This scene was simply unbelievable. When Bujuan looked at Lin Shin in astonishment, his whole body was numb. During his own preparation time, he did nothing but stared at Tian holding the talisman. In fact, in his current situation, he could not do anything. Drawing the talisman containing the power of the Jade Emperor had already severely overdrawn his body, and he had no fighting ability at all. There was no big difference between defending and not defending. At this time, if Lin Shen hurt him again, he couldn't even use the ability of writing to carry the truth to remove the wounds on his body. How could he know that if he had written down another weaker talisman instead of the Jade Emperor's talisman, he might have killed Lin Shen? But he wrote down the strongest Jade Emperor, and this strongest Jade Emperor was Lin Shen's guardian fairy. If the power of the Jade Emperor could hurt Lin Shen, that would be a strange thing. Lin Shen held the Jade Emperor talisman in his hand, and a strange thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that my summoning posture was wrong before? Lin Shen just saw Wen Bujuan using the talisman, which was clearly a talisman condensed by Wen Bujuan's own power, but he seemed to say hurry up and obey the order at the end. Lin Shen remembered that when he used the note given by his third brother to invite the clone of Taishang Lao Jun, he also said this sentence at the end. This made Lin Shen wonder if the reason why he couldn't invite the Jade Emperor was because of the problem here. Could this sentence be the last pound key entered when opening the password lock? Without this sentence, there would be no confirmation to invite the other party. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. If he could invite the other party by just calling the Jade Emperor casually, wouldn't it be a mess? What if he was invited when he mentioned him that day? This mistake was too low level. It was Lin Shen's turn to attack. Lin Shen held the talisman and glanced at Wen Bujuan, who was sitting on the ground and looked half dead. He thought to himself, let's give it a try. With a thought, Lin Shen shouted word by word, hurry up and obey the command. As soon as the last word came out, Lin Shen threw the talisman in his hand to Wen Bujuan. In an instant, the talisman shone brightly, and turned into heaven and earth to suppress Wen Bujuan. The next second, the entire competition field, including Wen Bujuan, turned into ashes. The protective shield of the competition was broken, and many gods in the front row of the stands were affected and turned into ashes on the spot. Many upper gods who came to watch took action and resisted the terrifying power, so that the audience in the stands did not die once. Many spectators who survived the disaster looked at the competition field that had turned into ruins with lingering fear, and only Lin Shen was left floating above the ruins. A Tian wins! The system's voice sounded, awakening many gods who were in a dream. The battle between Lin Shen and Wen Bujuan shocked the entire immortal court. Not only the lower gods were paying attention to this battle, but even many middle and upper gods were studying the images of this battle. There is no doubt that Wen Bujuan, who can write the talisman containing the power of the Jade Emperor, is already an incredibly powerful existence. In all these years in the immortal court, there are not many lower gods who can be compared with Wen Bujuan. It can be said that Wen Bujuan became a god in one battle. The ability he showed is almost the ceiling of the lower gods. Even the ancestor of a clan is probably no more than this. But Lin Shen's performance was incomprehensible. So many high-ranking gods and men had studied it for so long, but they still couldn't figure out why the talisman written by Wen Bujuan didn't hurt Lin Shen. Facts have proved that the talisman has power, and it is unmatched. But the talisman didn't hurt Lin Shen, and was used by Lin Shen instead. This was too incredible. They watched the video repeatedly, but couldn't see what skills and abilities Lin Shen used. It seemed that he just picked it up casually and used it for himself. Yu Hongyan also studied it for a long time, but she didn't understand what was going on. Several times, Yu Hongyan had the urge to take out the communicator and send a message to Lin Shen, but she had better hold back. The people of the Ding family were all a little crazy at this time, especially Ding Yongxin, who now felt like crying without tears. Everyone thought that a Tian was Deng a duo, and many families were asking about Deng a duo's situation, either openly or secretly. Many old friends and other family leaders also asked him about a Tian indirectly. But he had no idea what a Tian was like. He always thought a Tian was just an ordinary god, or the kind of guy who ran out of the mountains. Who knew that a Tian could do such a thing? Now even the Shen family came to question him, whether it was because a Tian was too outstanding that the Ding family regretted and wanted to go back on the previously agreed marriage. Ding Yongxi was now in a state of panic. He didn't know how to deal with the current situation. Chapter 1035. Lin Shen can now be sure of one thing, that is, hurry up and obey the order should be the unlocking password. At least when reading the note given by the third brother, and the talisman drawn by Wen Bujuan, this sentence is the secret code to unlock the power. He tried to use this secret code to unlock Wen Bujuan's talisman, and the effect was quite good. Now Lin Shen is thinking, if he reads the name of the Jade Emperor and adds this secret code, can he invite the Jade Emperor over? The problem is that Lin Shen dare not try. The Jade Emperor said that he can only summon him once. If he tries now, it's gone. If he doesn't try, if it still doesn't work, then it will be a false alarm again. This makes Lin Shen a little entangled, and he doesn't know whether this can be used as a trump card. Fortunately, there is no need to be too entangled about this matter. Without this trump card, he has come all the way. Now Lin Shen is studying what kind of planet he should choose. The planets awarded to others who won the first place are all random. Lin Shen naturally does not need randomness. Xiaoying told him that with his authority, he can choose by himself. Lin Shen is greedy and asks Xiaoying if he can choose more. Xiaoying answers him with certainty no. If he had modified the reward before, it would be fine. Now that the competition is over, there is no way to modify it. Lin Shen had to check the planets used as rewards, and chose the only first-class star among the rewards without hesitation. Such high-level resource stars may not be used in the early stage, but they are resources that others can't ask for in the later stage. In the early stage, Lin Shen only needed to rely on the resources rewarded by the competition to survive, and he did not need the resources on the planet, so the first-class star was his best choice. In addition to the first-class star, there are a lot of resource rewards, and the distortion fluid is in barrels. Each barrel is as high as a person. From the upper distortion fluid to the upper distortion fluid, there are more than 10,000 barrels in total. Just these distortion fluids are enough for ordinary gods to be promoted to the middle position or even the upper position. Of course, the situation of each god is different, and how much effect these distortion fluids can play depends on the individual. Lin Shen is not short of resources now, but his dilemma is still that he cannot be immortal. The path of the laws of the ancient world is not suitable for him. He has practiced the sun-shooting method of the ghost and god magic of the fairy court, but there is no sign of becoming a lower-level god. This makes Lin Shen himself a little confused, and can't figure out what went wrong. Fortunately, with these resources, the 4 little white tigers don't have to worry about food and drink. In addition to resources, Lin Shen also received an invitation from the Star God Palace. It was not an invitation to join the Star God Palace directly, but an invitation to attend an interview. Only after passing the interview can one join the Star God Palace and become a Star God officer. Lin Shen found that he had received a total of 6 invitations, and the Star God officers of the 6 major star regions all sent him interview invitations. The Star God Palace, like the Immortal Court, is divided into 6 star palaces. Each Star God Palace is independent, and each Star God Palace also has a great priest. Lin Shen's top priority is naturally the Star God Palace in the Zhongtian Star region. After all, the Jade Emperor is the ruler of the Zhongtian Star region, which is the most beneficial to Lin Shen. But there are always disadvantages. If the Jade Emperor turns his face and disrespects him, he won't even have a chance to quibble. After thinking about it, Lin Shen decided to go to Zhongtian Star District for an interview. He is now famous, how could the Jade Emperor not see him? So it is probably useless to hide. Lin Shen made preparations and planned to go to Zhongtian Star Temple for an interview when the time came. Ding Yongxin is now in a terrible headache. The Shen family has given them an ultimatum. If they don't complete the marriage between the Shen and Ding families will be cancelled. Not only will they not be able to form an alliance in the future, they may also become enemies. The key is that the Shen family has now determined that a Tian is Ding A Duo, and the person they want to marry is a Tian, not the real Ding A Duo. Where can Ding Yongxin find a Tian to marry them now? This makes him feel uneasy every day. Unable to solve this problem, Ding Yongxin can only reluctantly go to Ding Xian. Although Ding Yongxin thought that the head of the family was just a hands-off boss, this unsolvable problem could only be solved by him, because he was the head of the Ding family. Ding Xian sat by the pond fishing, as if he had not heard what Ding Yongxin said. After Ding Yongxin finished speaking, he stood by and waited for a long time, but Ding Xian seemed to have heard nothing, sitting there motionless and not speaking. Ding Yongxin was already angry, and when he was about to lose control, he finally heard Ding Xian speak. Since the Shen family wants to marry, let's hold the wedding as scheduled according to their wishes. Ding Xian said lightly. But a Tian is not a member of our Ding family at all, and he also rejected my suggestion. Where can we find another Tian to marry them? Ding Yongxin said unhappily. Just prepare for the wedding, I take care of the rest. Ding Xian was still so leisurely, holding the fishing rod in one hand, and the dough used as bait in the other hand, staring at the water without even raising his head, as if talking about something insignificant. Master, that a Tian is not easy to deal with, are you sure? Don't let the people from the Shen family come by then, and we can't hand them over, the situation will only get worse. Ding Yongxin frowned and said. I said, just prepare for the wedding? Ding Xian said calmly. Ding Yongxin knew his temper, gritted his teeth, but didn't say anything else, and could only turn around and leave Ding Xian's yard. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, Go ahead one by one, you will be happy if the Ding family is killed by you. Ding Yongxin muttered angrily. After Ding Yongxin left, Ding Xian fished for half a day, and the bait was used up, but he couldn't catch even a single fish. He was not impatient at all. He put away the fishing gear, took out the communicator, and dialed Ding Quang's number. Dad, why did you suddenly think of me? Ding Quang was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ding Xian to call him. Although they are father and son, they don't say a few words in a month. Moreover, the two people's personalities are not compatible. Although there is no estrangement, they are not as close as ordinary fathers and sons. Are you familiar with the Tian? Ding Xian asked. It can be said that we have some friendship, but I can't help with the marriage between the Shin and Ding families. Ding Quang guessed Ding Xian's intention and blocked his words directly. The will of 9 lives and 9 generations, in exchange for him to marry into my Ding family, you can ask him if he is willing, if not, forget it. Ding Xian said indifferently. Ding Quang was obviously stunned when he heard this, and then he said after a while, Are you really willing to take out the 9 lives seal? From childhood to adulthood, what have I said to you that I have not fulfilled? Ding Xian asked back. Okay, I go ask a Tian. Ding Quang paused, and asked with a strange mood, What are you going to do if a Tian refuses? The Shin family wants Ding a duo, and the marriage is also Ding a duo. If they want it, just give it to him. Ding Xian cut off the communication directly after he finished speaking, leaving Ding Quang there in a daze. Chapter 1036. Yinshan Star, this is the first-class star awarded to Lin Shin in the competition. This planet is a neutron star, and the strong gravity makes it very difficult for lower-level gods to move here. What's strange is that under such a strong gravity, there are many continuous mountains on Yinshan Star. There are no relatively close star light sources here, only relatively far stars, and the starlight is scattered on the planet, and it is not very stable. Therefore, Yinshan Star has almost no daytime, only the night with stars all over the sky. Because of gravity, many meteorites or planets are easily attracted to the planet and hit it. However, the substance of Yinshan Star itself is too hard, and the damage caused by the impact is not very large. At this time, Lin Shin was standing in the teleportation station of Yinshan Star, looking at the mountains outside, which were like ink paintings. On the wall of a black stone mountain closest to the teleportation station, Lin Shin saw some strange reliefs. The reliefs grew on the mountain wall, hundreds of meters high. The creatures looked like they had dragon heads and horse bodies, and were covered with scales, like the legendary Qilin. However, these Qilin statues had no traces of carving at all, as if they were natural creatures created by the magic of nature. Lin Shin knew that it was not a statue at all, but a deformed species unique to Yinshan Star, the Yin Ghost Beast. Usually, the Yin Ghost Beast would cling to the mountain wall like a relief. Once someone approached, it would come down from the mountain wall and turn into a beast to devour flesh and blood. There are many types of Yin Ghost Beasts. The Yin Ghost Beast on the opposite mountain wall that looks like a Qilin is a high-level divine beast, the Ink and Cold Eyes Beast. Among the Yin Ghost Beasts, the Ink and Cold Eyes Beast is not very weak, but it is definitely not very strong either. Although Yinshan Star is safer than Jingmei Star, it is not a place that lower-level gods can explore at will. However, after having Yinshan Star, Lin Shin has a second independent planet, and it is not so easy for others to find trouble with him. Even if they reach Jingmei Star through interstellar navigation to find trouble with Lin Shin can reach Yinshan Star with one teleport, and it is unknown how long it will take for interstellar navigation. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and Lin Shin also hopes to get a few more planets to rely on, but unfortunately, except for winning the first place in the competition, it is too difficult to obtain independent planets in other ways. As for participating in the competition and winning the first place, it is not an easy thing for Lin Shin. Lin Shin himself knows that it is somewhat lucky to win Wen Bujuan in the toughest god competition. If Wen Bujuan did not use the Jade Emperor talisman in the end, Lin Shin does not know if he can survive, and it is very likely that he cannot survive. Lin Shin has also studied various competitions in the fairy court before, and most of them are not suitable for him. In addition to the toughest god competition, there is another competition that is more suitable. That is the Gun God Duel. In the Gun God Duel, the two sides are separated by a distance, and then they draw their guns and shoot at each other. The one who is shot first loses. This is obviously too advantageous for Lin Shin. He has 7 steps of weapons. If you want to hit him with a bullet, unless he is crazy, no one can do it. The space bullets of the sniper rifle make his attack speed okay. It is probably difficult for others to dodge the space bullets. So Lin Shen thinks that this competition is more suitable for him. The only bad thing is that most of the gods who participate in the gun god duel use light pistols or submachine guns and other gun-like artifacts. In such a duel, generally no one would go head-to-head with the opponent with a sniper rifle. Because there is no cover at the venue of the gun god duel, and the distance between the two sides is very close, what is actually compared is the speed and accuracy of shooting, which is not suitable for sniper rifles. Of course, there is no prohibition on sniper rifles, and Lin Shen has no other choice. If he changes to other guns, he will not be so powerful. When Lin Shen was thinking about it, the communicator suddenly rang. The number was from Ding Quang, the second brother of the Ding family. After the communication was connected, Ding Quang's figure was projected. Little Sixth Master, congratulations. The title of the toughest god is well deserved. Ding Quang said with a smile. Lucky second brother Ding, you came to me. You don't want to congratulate me, right? Lin Shen felt that Ding Quang seemed to have something to do. It's still about the marriage between the Ding and Shen families. I hope you can consider it again, and complete the marriage with the Shen family on behalf of the Ding family. Ding Quang did not hesitate, and directly stated his intention. Second brother Ding, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I already have a wife and children. How can I get married again? Lin Shen said. Having a wife and children is not a problem. There are many polygamous and polyandrous families in the fairy court. I think Shen Qingxue is also a good choice for her appearance. It's not a loss to have another daughter-in-law like her. Ding Quang laughed. Second brother Ding, I really can't do it. Lin Shen shook his head repeatedly. He didn't dare to challenge Tianxuan's bottom line. I also know that this matter is a bit difficult for you. I have refused the family to come to you before. But this time is different. This time my old man took out the 9 lives and 9 worlds will fate seal. If you are willing to marry on behalf of the Ding family, then the 9 life seal will be yours. Ding Quang said. What is the 9 lives and 9 worlds will chapter? Lin Shen asked curiously. Hearing Ding Quang's tone, it seemed to be an extraordinary thing. Ding Quang was a little surprised and said, You haven't heard of the 9 lives chapter? I used to concentrate on cultivation and never paid attention to things outside of my body. Lin Shen could only portray himself as a cultivator who practiced hard, otherwise it would be difficult to explain why he lacked common sense in the immortal court. That's right, if you are not a cultivator, you can't have such ability at your age. Ding Quang nodded slightly, his eyes full of admiration. Lin Shen was ashamed in his heart. He has never been considered a cultivator. The 9 lives and 9 worlds will seal is a special kind of artifact. No one knows what kind of deformed species it was bred from, nor does anyone know whether it is man-made. There are almost no restrictions on its use. Whether you are a high-level god or a low-level god, whether you are a fire element or a water element, you can use the 9 lives seal. After a pause, Ding Quang said, the 9 lives seal is a one-time artifact. After use, the 9 lives seal will run out of energy and turn into powder. Its only function is to let you see your past life. See your past life? Is there really reincarnation in this world? Lin Shen looked at Ding Quang in disbelief. I don't know if there is reincarnation in this world, but the 9 lives seal can indeed let you see your past life, and not just one life, but your previous 9 lives, and have all the life experiences and insights of the previous 9 lives. Ding Quang said slowly. Chapter 1037. Lin Shen was more and more surprised as he listened, and his expression became uncertain. Being able to see the previous 9 lives and gain all the life experiences and insights of the 9 lives would naturally be of great help to one's own cultivation. If one of the previous 9 lives was a big boss, then the benefits and advantages obtained would be unimaginable. Even if he was just an ordinary upper-level god, his experience of condensing his soul and spirit would be as precious as his own experience, which would be equally precious to the lower-level gods. If you were a big boss in any of your previous 9 lives, your path of cultivation will certainly be smoother with the experience and understanding of your previous life. It is even possible to gain unexpected gains with the memory of your previous life. Ding Quang laughed and said, there have been precedents before. After someone used the 9 life chapter, he found that he was a famous cosmic thief in his previous life and hid an astonishing fortune. After he got the fortune, he soared to the sky and is now a big boss. It is indeed a good thing, but it's a pity. Lin Shen said in a deep voice. He was not a god born in the fairy court. It is estimated that he was only a person in the ancient world in his previous life. It has only been a few hundred years since the human mother planet was transformed. If his previous life cannot be traced back to the previous civilizations, then the experience of the previous life will be useless to him. Moreover, Lin Shan did not believe in the theory of previous life. He still felt that when a person dies, he is dead, nothing will be left, and there will be no ghosts or reincarnation. What the 9 life chapter shows people may not be the memory of the previous life at all, but just the memory of the other 9 people's life. If that's the case, Lin Shan thinks it should be useful to him. He can see the memories, experiences, and insights of the 9 gods throughout their lives, which is naturally great. It can not only help his practice, but also let him know more about the fairy court, so as to avoid some common sense mistakes. Seeing that Lin Shan didn't seem to care too much, Ding Quang said again, "Most people don't know much about the 9 life chapter, but I have used the 9 life chapter myself, and know the magic of the 9 life chapter. Xiao Liu, yeah, I sincerely want to persuade you. If possible, you should try to use the 9 life chapter once. It will open the door to a new world for you, and let you discover the incredible other side of this world. Second brother Ding, I really want to help you, and I also want the 9 life chapter, but I really can't get married again," Lin Shan said with a wry smile. Tianxuan is now helping him have children at home. If he marries someone else outside now, even he himself feels that he is nothing. Ding Quang didn't feel disappointed after hearing this, but smiled and said, "It's okay if you don't go. I didn't think you were that kind of person, but it's a pity for the 9 life seal." "I'm sorry, second brother Ding," Lin Shan said embarrassedly. Ding Quang helped him a lot, but he couldn't help Ding Quang at this time. "What are you talking about? I didn't agree to the marriage at first, but I thought the 9 life seal would be useful to you, so I gave you a choice. Since you don't want to, I will help you reject it," Ding Quang said nonchalantly. Lin Shan didn't know what to say, and chatted with Ding Quang about some other things. Ding Quang suddenly asked Lin Shan, "Have you received the invitation from the Star God Palace?" "Received. All 6 Star God Palaces have sent interview invitations. I'm worried about how to choose." Lin Shan didn't know why Ding Quang suddenly cared about this issue. "Little Sixth Master, if I were you, I would not choose to join the Star God Palace and become a Star Priest." Ding Quang's expression was more serious than ever. "Why?" Lin Shan was slightly startled. "The power of a Star Priest is very great. Even if it is just a 1-star priest, ordinary upper gods dare not provoke it, but becoming a Star Priest also means that you have to stand on the opposite side of the major families in the entire Immortal Court," Ding Quang said. "What does this mean? Isn't the Star God Palace the management agency of the Immortal Court? How can becoming a Star Priest become the enemy of the major families? Does it mean that there is also class opposition in the Immortal Court?" Lin Shan looked at Ding Quang with some doubts and asked. Lin Shan thought about it, and felt that it was not right. Those who can become Star Priests are all gods, who have won the first place in various competitions. Such gods must come from major families. Members of major families should be the main force of Star Priests. Even if there is class antagonism, the big families and the Star Priests should be of the same class. How can it be said that becoming a Star Priest means standing on the opposite side of the big families? Master Lu, you are devoted to hard cultivation, and you may not know much about the situation in the Immortal Court, nor do you know much about the Star Palace. Ding Quang paused before saying, "Once a god joins the Star Palace, no matter what his background was before, it is no longer important. Because the Star Palace has many rules. Under the constraints of those rules, the Star Priest is like a believer who is absolutely loyal to the Master, and will take the Master's will as the ultimate guide. Even if the Star Priest is asked to arrest his parents and brothers, the Star Priest can only execute the order without hesitation, without any other choice." Lin Shan was shocked. Ding Quang had said it quite tactfully. According to him, after becoming a Star Priest, one is just like a puppet of the Master, who can only execute orders and cannot have any feelings or judgments of his own. This is completely different from the information about Star Priests he saw on the internet. The information he saw on the internet was that Star Priests had various benefits and welfare, as well as rights that ordinary gods could not reach. But no one said that Star Priests actually had such a side. And once there is a problem in the Immortal Court, the Star Priests need to come forward to suppress it. Before, a family violated the rules of the Immortal Court, and a large-scale battle broke out because of some disputes. The Star Priest, who was sent to suppress, it was a genius from that family. As a result, the Star Priest personally killed many clansmen who violated the rules of the Immortal Court, and personally captured his parents and many elders, and sent them to the Star Palace for conviction. In the end, no one came out alive. Ding Quang continued. The more Lin Shan listened, the more he felt that the Star Priests of the Star Palace seemed to have lost their humanity. Star Priests seem to have great benefits and power, but they are also very dangerous, especially low-level Star Priests. Recently, people from the ancient realm rushed into the Immortal Court. I heard that many star priests died in order to catch those two people who rushed into the immortal court. Ding Quan laughed and said, "It has been a long time since I have seen people from the ancient realm so powerful. In a one-on-one situation, those low-level star priests are not their opponents." Lin Shen was slightly stunned when he heard this. Star priests are all gods who have won first place in various competitions. Even if they are only low-level star priests, they were once the first in the same level. People from the ancient realm can actually kill star priests. Their strength is a bit terrifying. What kind of people are from the ancient realm? Why are they so powerful? Lin Shen asked hurriedly. Who knows who it is? We don't know much about the ancient realm and the Star God Palace. We just heard that many Star God officials died. It seems that one of them was from the ancient realm and was named Deers. Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat when he heard Deers' name. Chapter 1038. I haven't heard of the other person. Who is he? Lin Shen asked again. How could you have heard of someone who came from the ancient realm? Ding Quan laughed and said, I only heard some news. I didn't hear the other person's name. I just heard that the other person, who came from the ancient realm, didn't speak very clearly, as if he was a stutterer. When Lin Shen heard this, his heart suddenly sank. After all, Ding Quan only heard about it. That person might not really be a stutterer. Maybe he just didn't speak very clearly. Lin Shen thought of Lao Wei, which made him feel bad. If it was really Dai's and Lao Wei who came up, it meant that the peerless magic skill he said back might have a problem, or that his family misunderstood his meaning. He sent the peerless magic skill back with the intention of letting them understand the situation and power system in the immortal court. Maybe they misunderstood that they needed help in the immortal court, so they broke through the gate of the immortal court and came here. No, I have to go and see if the person who speaks incoherently is Lao Wei. Lin Shen chatted with Ding Quan for a while, but failed to get more useful information. After all, Ding Quan is not a member of the Star God Palace, nor a Star God officer, so the information he can get is limited. If you want to know whether Lao Wei and Deers have come up, and what they are like now, you could only join the Star God Palace to get in touch with these. But the place they came in was not Zhongtian Star District, but Nanjing District. Lin Shen originally planned to interview the Star God Palace in Zhongtian Star District, so he had to change his previous plan and go to the Star God Palace in Nanjing District for an interview. Master Xiaolu, think about it. The 9 Life chapter is definitely a good thing, and will not let you down. Ding Quan advised Lin Shen again before hanging up. Lin Shen actually wanted the 9 Life chapter very much. If he could get the memories and experience of the 9 gods, it would be very beneficial for his survival in the Star God Palace. But in the end, Lin Shen chose to give up. Through the Taishi world, he could also have a certain understanding of the immortal court, but he didn't necessarily have to have the 9 Life chapter. After ending the call with Ding Quan, Lin Shen hurriedly looked for some information about the South Star District. Before, he had read the information about the Zhongtian Star District and the Zhongtian Star God Palace. Now that the plan has changed, he can only make up for it temporarily. The ruler of the South Star District is the South Pole Changsheng Emperor, and the Star God Palace in the South Star District is also known as the Changsheng Star God Palace. In addition to the Great Priest, who commands the Star God Palace, there are 32 9-star priests, and the number of 9-star priests is second only to the Zhongtian Star God Palace. As for ordinary 1-star and 2-star priests, there are countless of them in the Changsheng Star Palace. According to previous data, even if you can get the first place in a certain competition, the probability of passing the Changsheng Star Palace interview is less than 50%. However, the pass rate of the competition that Lin Shen participated in is still very high, more than 70%. It's just that I can't find any interview information on the internet, what questions the interviewer will ask, and what standards will be used for judging. I only know that the interviewer is generally a 9-star priest, and occasionally there are situations where the high priest interviews in person, which is not fixed. Even if Lin Shen wants to go through the back door, he doesn't know who to find. I can only leave it to fate. Lin Shen reluctantly gave up searching for information and waited for the day of the interview. Originally, time was running out. After more than 2 days, the interview time finally came. Lin Shen obtained the authority given by the Star God Palace, and the authority to go to 6 Star God Palaces. He chose to go to the Changsheng Star God Palace without hesitation. After the dizziness of the transmission ended, Lin Shen found himself in the square in front of a jade palace. The square and the palace seemed to be built on the clouds. Outside the square was the sea of clouds and the void, which looked extremely magical. The plaque of the palace read Changsheng Palace, not the Star God Palace. In the square, Lin Shen also saw some other people. These people were all wearing their own clothes. At first glance, they were not priests of the Star God Palace. Only in front of the Changsheng Palace 2 people, one on the left and one on the right, were wearing standard Star God official costumes, and there were badges with 5 stars on their chests, which meant that they were all 5-star priests. Are you a Tian? When Lin Shen was looking at this place, someone next to him seemed to recognize him, and came over to say hello. Who are you? Lin Shen looked at the person in front of him, but he couldn't find any information about him in his memory. A young man in his 20s, with delicate features and long hair, tied casually behind his back with a headband, and a white robe that made him look more elegant. If I hadn't heard his voice just now, and knew that he was a real man, it would be easy to mistake him for a beautiful girl from some family if I only looked at his appearance. Ji Fengyun, the first place winner of this beauty pageant, got an interview opportunity at the Changsheng Star Palace. The gold content of the toughest god competition is much higher than that of the beauty pageant. You should have got interview opportunities at all the star palaces. I thought you would go to the Zhongtian Star Priest for an interview, but I didn't expect to see you here at the Changsheng Star Palace, the young man said with a smile. Lin Shen had never paid attention to beauty pageants, but looking at Ji Fengyun's appearance and temperament, he is indeed a rare handsome man, and it is not surprising that he won the first place. The kind of competition like Hard God is a round-based competition where you slap me and I slap you. There is no technical content at all, so how can it be valuable? If it is a fair fight, who would stand there and let you hit them at will? Before Lin Shen could speak, a cold voice sounded next to him. Lin Shen turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was a man who looked a little old, giving people the feeling of a middle-aged old man. Ji Fengyun glanced at the man and said to Lin Shen with a smile, "Don't worry about it. His name is Wan Donglin. He is the first in this shooting contest. Those who play with guns all admire Gun God Wuming. It is normal for them to feel unhappy because you defeated Gun God Wuming. Don't worry about him." Ji Fengyun, there is something wrong with what you said. What do you mean he defeated Gun God? That is not a shooting contest at all. If he came to participate in the shooting contest, Wuming could kill him with one hand. Wan Donglin said coldly. Lin Shen smiled and said nothing. He was not willing to waste words on such things. Seeing that Lin Shen didn't say anything, Wan Donglin didn't say anything. A group of more than a dozen people waited for the interview to start in the square. Are we the only ones who came to Changshingsing Palace for the interview this time? Lin Shen was a little confused. Why did only a dozen of the champions of so many competitions choose to come to Nanjing District for the interview? The interviews for the top and middle group champions were held a few days ago, and our bottom group is the last batch. Just as Ji Fengyun finished speaking, he heard a disembodied voice coming from the Changsheng Hall. Ji Fengyun, please come to the hall for the interview. Chapter 1039. Lin Shen originally thought that he would have to wait for Ji Fengyun to come out before it would be the next person's turn to be interviewed. Who knew that not long after Ji Fengyun entered the hall, another voice came from the Changsheng Hall. Lu Minger, please come to the hall for an interview. After one person entered the Changsheng Hall, another voice came from the hall. Everyone entered the hall one by one, until the 8th person was called, and then a Tian's name was called. Lin Shen hurriedly walked into the Changsheng Hall. Lin Shen originally thought that there must be many small rooms in the hall, and each interviewed god should go to a different room. After all, it's not good for everyone to interview together. Who knew that when Lin Shen came to the hall, he didn't see any other rooms, just a very grand hall, in which a statue of a god that was more than 100 meters high was enshrined. In front of the statue, people seemed as small as ants. There is no doubt that the person enshrined in the Changsheng Hall should be the Southern Antarctic Changsheng Emperor. In front of the statue, there was a table that looked like an altar, but behind the altar, there was a chair with a god sitting on it. The god was wearing the uniform of the Star God Palace, and there was a 9-star badge on his chest, so he was undoubtedly a 9-star priest. Just looking at his appearance, he looked about the same age as Lin Shen, and his appearance was not outstanding, but he had regular features. Compared with Ji Fengyun just now, he was far inferior, but among ordinary people, he was just fine. Lin Shen was a little confused. There was only this 9-star priest in the hall, but Ji Fengyun and the others were not seen. He didn't know where they went after they came in. I ask you a few questions. You just need to answer them. Answer them however you want. You don't need to worry about anything else. The 9-star priest looked at Lin Shen calmly and said, "Okay." Lin Shen agreed, but he was thinking in his heart, I wonder what kind of questions the Star God Palace will ask. Is it a psychological test? Or a brain teaser? Or do you need to express your own opinions? Or what kind of problems do you need to solve? Lin Shen has read a lot of interview tutorials recently, and the interview questions are nothing more than these. The Star God Palace in District 6 has sent you an interview invitation, right? Why did you choose to come here? The Star Priest looked at Lin Shen with interest and asked. The Star God Palace also designed questions for each interviewer. This question should be to find out if there are any uneasy factors in me, right? Lin Shen silently judged in his heart, and thought about how to answer based on the interview tutorials he had read. There are standard answers taught online, but looking at the eyes of the Star Priest, I don't know why, Lin Shen just has a feeling that if he really answers like that, he might be eliminated by the Star Priest. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen finally said, I don't want to choose Zhongtian Star Palace, so my friends came here. Lin Shen originally thought that the Star Priest would ask more questions, but to his surprise, the Star Priest did not ask him why he didn't want to choose Zhongtian Star Palace, but asked another question. Do you like sweet or salty tofu pudding? Lin Shen was slightly startled and thought, what kind of question is this? Is it a psychological test? Suddenly, Lin Shen realized that this question was definitely not that simple, because he was not sure whether there was such a thing as tofu pudding in the fairy court. If this was not a psychological test question, but a regional question, there was no such food as tofu pudding in the fairy court, only in the ancient world, then no matter whether he answered sweet or salty, it would be a wrong answer. The Star God Palace asked me such a question. Has it doubted my identity? Lin Shen's face did not change, but his heart was already in turmoil. What is tofu pudding? Food? Lin Shen asked back. The Star God looked at Lin Shen, and did not answer his question, but continued, the third question, which of these two goddesses do you think is more beautiful? The holographic images of the two goddesses were projected on the table. They all looked beautiful, but the styles were different. The goddess on the left had blonde hair and blue eyes, and looked very sexy and charming. The goddess on the right had red hair and brown eyes, and had a mysterious beauty. Lin Shen stared at the images of the two goddesses. In terms of personal preference, Lin Shen prefers bright blonde beauties, but red hair also has its unique and attractive charm. The appearance of these two goddesses is not the appearance of ordinary goddesses. What is this testing? Lin Shen's thoughts turned rapidly, almost turning 18 turns, but he still couldn't figure out what this question was testing. But if it is to test Lin Shen's racial inclination, the appearance of these two goddesses is not typical goddess appearance, and there is no distinction between minority races. Moreover, the statues of the major masters do not have similar appearances. Lin Shen couldn't figure out what the point of this question was. Even their clothes were exactly the same, with only a few different decorations, but there was no problem. Could it be that these two different goddesses have some historical significance? I am not familiar with the history of the Immortal Court, so I don't know what they represent. If that's the case, it will be troublesome. Lin Shen didn't like to leave his choice to fate. He stared at the two goddesses, and kept looking at them, but he couldn't give an answer. Star Priest didn't urge him, but only showed an impatient expression, just looking at him calmly, as if he was not in a hurry to get his answer. After waiting for a long time, Lin Shen couldn't see how to choose. Okay, the fourth question. Star Priest finally interrupted Lin Shen's thinking. Unexpectedly, he didn't let Lin Shen make a choice, but continued with the next question. Can I not answer? Lin Shen was slightly startled, wondering if not answering would affect his interview. Not answering is also an answer, Star Priest said with a smile. Lin Shen's face changed when he heard this. He suddenly realized that this might be a test of obedience. Maybe it didn't matter which one to choose. What mattered was that he had to make a choice. Lin Shen felt a little annoyed. If it was really as he thought, then he didn't answer this one, and the chance of passing the interview was already very low. The fourth question, which is also the last one, I hope you can answer it well. Star Priest looked at Lin Shen and said slowly, if your loved ones violated the rules of the Immortal Court, would you kill them for the sake of justice? This question made Lin Shen immediately think of what Ding Quang had said to him. Star Priest was like a puppet. In order to maintain the rules of the Immortal Court, he could do anything, including arresting or even killing his relatives and friends. Chapter 1040. When Lin Shen came out of the Changsheng Palace, he found that many gods, who had entered earlier, had already come out before him, and Ji Fengyan was among them. Tian, how was the interview? Ji Fengyan approached and asked familiarly. It doesn't feel good. I'm afraid it will be difficult to pass the interview. Lin Shen sighed. For the last one, although he thought he should answer for the greater good, he killed his relatives, he finally chose to deny it. Because he was afraid that if he chose to kill his relatives for the greater good, then after joining the Star God Palace, the Star God Palace would give him some tasks as an executioner, which was not his original intention to join the Star God Palace. If that was the case, he would rather not join the Star God Palace now. Anyway, there would be opportunities in the future, so there was no need to rush at this moment. Ji Fengyan also sighed and said, I have heard that the interview of the Star God Palace is different from the general interview. Today I have seen it. I am the same. I did not perform well. I guess I have no chance to become a Star God officer. The two of them exchanged ideas and found that the questions asked by the Star God officer were completely different. They should be designed for each of them. The dozen or so gods who participated in the interview came out one by one, and their faces were not very good. It is estimated that the interviews were not very good. This gave Lin Shen a glimmer of hope. If everyone's interview results were very poor, maybe he would still have a glimmer of hope. Everyone stood on the square and waited anxiously for the result. The interview of the Star God officer would give the result on the spot, and there was no need to go back and wait for the news. Until the gods who participated in the interview came out of the Star God Palace, a huge holographic image appeared on the square. The image showed a Star God officer sitting behind a table, who was the one who interviewed Lin Shen before. Those whose names are called can stay, and those whose names are not called can go back. The Star Priest said directly, Ji Fengyun, Lu Ming'er, Tian. Lin Shen heard his name unexpectedly. The Star Priest called out 3 names in total, and one of them turned out to be him. I passed the interview. Lin Shen was not happy about passing the interview. This was just the first step for him, and he always felt that he should not have passed the interview based on his performance in the interview. The Star Palace let him pass the test. Could it be that they have doubts about him and want to keep him by their side so that they can control him at any time? Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Qing, and I am the High Priest of the Changsheng Star Palace. From now on, you will be part of the Changsheng Star Palace, and you will be colleagues, the man said with a smile. He is the High Priest? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He always thought that the man was a 9-star priest, but he didn't expect that he would be the High Priest of the Changsheng Star Palace, an existence below 1 god and above 10,000 people. I didn't expect to meet the High Priest. He seems to be easy to get along with. Ji Fengyun was in a good mood at this time. Like Lin Shen, he didn't expect that he could pass the test. Wasn't he the one who interviewed you? Lin Shen listened to Ji Fengyun's words, as if he was meeting Wu Qing for the first time. Of course not. The High Priest usually doesn't interview us in person. What's more, we are only lower-level gods. Even if the High Priest interviews us in person, he usually only interviews those higher-level gods, Ji Fengyun said. Lin Shen thought that everyone was interviewed by Wu Qing, and Wu Qing in the hall was just a projection or clone that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Joining the Star God Palace was also very simple. There was not even an induction ceremony. They were just issued uniforms, badges, and the career manual of the Star God officer, and then they were allowed to leave. They had 3 days to go back and prepare, and they could officially join the job in 3 days. Your rights and obligations, as well as the laws of the Star God Palace, are clearly written in the career manual. You can enjoy your rights or not, but you must fulfill your obligations and abide by the laws. If you are a Star God officer and violate any law, you will be subject to the most severe punishment. Wu Qing said the last sentence, and the holographic projection disappeared. After Lin Shen and others left the Star God Palace, Wu Qing and another Star God officer were standing in front of a monitor, watching them leave from the teleportation array. Wu Qing, why did you admit Tian? He should have failed the interview, right? The 9-star priest Lu Siming next to him asked with some confusion. Not only did it fail, but there are also some problems, Wu Qing said calmly. Problems? What problems? Lu Siming was puzzled. You and I know that there is no food like tofu pudding in the Immortal Court, because you and I have been to the ancient realm, Wu Qing said. Didn't he say that he didn't know what tofu pudding was? What's the problem with that? Lu Siming was puzzled. He hesitated. Under normal circumstances, if he didn't know what tofu pudding was, he should have shown confusion at the first time, but his first reaction was not like that, Wu Qing said. Maybe he just reacts slowly. Lu Siming thought for a moment and said. Later, when I asked him which goddess he liked, he immediately showed a confused look. Lu Siming was stunned and smiled bitterly. I was wondering why you suddenly asked these strange questions. It turned out that you suspected him a long time ago? But isn't he Deng Adwa from the Deng family? He is also married to the Shen family. How could he not be a goddess? It's impossible that both the Deng family and the Shen family could make such a mistake, right? Why can't they make a mistake? Everyone says he is Deng Adwa, but the Deng family has never admitted it, Wu Qing said coldly, and I went to see the meeting between the Shen and Deng families. Deng Adwa and the current Tian don't look alike at all. Lu Siming was stunned. How is this possible? Tian is not Deng Adwa, So why didn't the Ding family come out to refute the rumor? The specific reason is unknown, but it is certain that a Tian is not a duo, so we need to figure out who he is. Wu Qing's eyes became a little sharp. Do you suspect he came from below? Lu Siming said. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Wu Qing. That's not right. If he came from below, how could no one find him? And how did he get the identity certificate of the Immortal Court? Without the identity certificate, let alone participating in the interview of the Star Palace, he would not even be qualified to obtain a planet or participate in the competition. He is not Ding Adwa, which does not mean he came from below. Lu Siming thought that this was impossible. He looked at Wu Qing with a strange expression and said, Wu Qing, you are not a little prejudiced against him because he beat your nephew Wu Xiaoming, right? You have to think about it. Now you are only the acting high priest. If you make a mistake during this period and violate the law, it will not only be difficult to officially transfer to the high priest, but you may also be punished. Don't act on impulse. It's very simple to know whether he came from below. Wu Qing was not angry because of Lu Siming's guess, but said calmly, didn't we catch two people from below before? Let them meet each other, and we will know whether they know each other at a glance. Chapter 1041. As Star God officers of the same period, Lin Shen, Ji Fengyuan, and Lu Ming all left their contact numbers so that the newcomers could take care of each other. After returning to their own planet, King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi both sent congratulatory messages. They had seen the news that Lin Shen had joined the Changsheng Star God Palace on the official website of the Star God Palace. For them, being able to become a Star God officer is a very good way out, which is equivalent to crossing the class. Ding Quan also sent a message, wondering why he wanted to join the Star God Palace. With his ability, there is no need to rely on the Star God Palace, nor does he need the identity of a Star God officer to ensure his own safety. Lin Shen patiently replied one by one. Now he has no way back. He must quickly find out whether the two people who recently entered the Immortal Court are Lao Wei and Diers. After the Shen family and the Ding family knew that a Tian became the Star God officer of the Southern Star District, their performances were completely different. After Ding Yongxin and other Ding family members knew this news, their faces were not very good. Once he becomes a Star Priest, it will be even more difficult for them to control a Tian. Moreover, the Star Priest is under the jurisdiction of the Star Priest, and the connection with the family will be weaker in the future. They believe that the Shen family will definitely not accept the fact of marrying a Star Priest. Ding Yongxin thought that this might be a good opportunity. After the Shen family knew that a Tian became a Star Priest, they might take the initiative to dissolve the marriage between the two families. But the fact was exactly the opposite of what he thought. After the Shen family knew that a Tian became the Star Priest of the Southern Star District, for some reason, they wanted to promote the marriage even more. After knowing this, Yu Hongyan looked a little strange, as if it was hard to believe that Lin Shen would actually join the Star Palace and become a Star Priest. For ordinary gods, becoming a Star Priest is indeed a good path. But for someone like Lin Shen, who was married to the Shen family, it was a bit strange for such a person to become a Star Priest. People from other families were also a little puzzled as to why a Tian would become a Star Priest. In their opinion, Lin Shen's behavior was to be a dog instead of a good person. No matter how others didn't understand, Lin Shen didn't know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it seriously. He just wanted to get into the Star God Palace as soon as possible and figure out what he wanted to know. 3 days passed quickly. Lin Shen put on the uniform of the Star God Palace and reported to the Changsheng Star God Palace on time. In the past 3 days, he read the career manual many times and knew that after becoming a Star Priest, he could enjoy many rights and benefits. The higher the star level, the greater the rights. Even though he was only the lowest level 1 Star Priest, he already enjoyed many rights. For example, Lin Shen could directly teleport to the 9th level stars under the Star God Palace, and could hunt the deformed species on them at will and plunder the resources on the planet. For example, when he needed it, he could ask any god to assist him in his work. If he was attacked by gods outside the Star God Palace, he could contact any Star God Palace to get support from the Star Priest. Of course, in the Immortal Court, few people dared to attack the Star God Palace, even if they were only 1 Star Priests. Lin Shen found that with the identity of the Star Priest, it would be more convenient for him to act in the Immortal Court in the future. Even if someone like Ni Pan Patriarch was stronger than him, he would not dare to do anything to him when he stood in front of Ni Pan Patriarch. Ji Fengyuan and Lu Ming arrived earlier than Lin Shen, and had been waiting for their official employment since early morning. A 2-star priest took them through all the formalities, and took them to their respective departments. Lu Ming was assigned to the Law Enforcement Department, which was responsible for dealing with people who violated the law and was also the real power department of the Star God Palace. Lin Shan and Ji Fengyun were assigned to the security department. Although it was called the security department, in Lin Shan's opinion, it was actually security. The security department was responsible for some security work. Ji Fengyun was assigned to the Star God Palace as a gatekeeper because of his outstanding image and temperament. That was the face of the Star God Palace, and people with bad images could not be used to stand guard. Because Lin Shan's image and temperament did not meet the standards, he was unable to stay with Ji Fengyun to stand guard at the Star God Palace, but took a job as a guard at the South Heaven Gate. The South Heaven Gate is one of the 6 major gates of the Immortal Court. Countless people from the Ancient Realm area must enter the Immortal Court through these 6 gates. Lin Shan's task is to guard the South Heaven Gate. If someone from the Ancient Realm comes in from the South Heaven Gate, he will control them first. If they are obedient, they will be taken to the Star God Palace. If they are not obedient, they will be made to obey by some means. The Star God Palace is still very humane. This job is done in 3 shifts, with 4 star priests in each shift. They only need to guard the fairy court for 10 days, and then they can rest for 20 days until the next 10 days, and so on. The 3-star priests with Lin Shan are also 1-star priests, and they are all gods who have won a certain competition championship in the past 2 or 3 years. In terms of talent and ability, they are also first class among gods, but now they can only guard the gate for people here. According to them, all the priests who enter the Star God Palace basically have to go through this step, which is a tradition. However, this new priest refers to the lower-level gods like them. The middle-level gods and upper-level gods do not need to take this step after joining the Star God Palace. People with good image and temperament like Ji Fengyun are also lucky to skip this step. I don't know what happened in the ancient world recently. Many fierce people have emerged. Several people who came up actually have the ability to kill lower-level gods. 2 of them rushed into the fairy court in their physical bodies, and even practiced the method of visualization. When several gods were bored, they talked about recent events. Are the people in the ancient world so powerful? Lin Shan asked. I heard that there were many powerful people a long time ago, but they have become weaker and weaker in the past few 100 million years. Generally, those who come up can be controlled by us. I don't know what happened recently. The people coming up from the ancient realm are more powerful than each other. Several colleagues who were on duty at that time died. We must not let us encounter such people. Maybe they are really too idle. Usually, there are no people from the ancient realm who can rush up. Several people discussed the news they heard for a long time. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, the news they heard was also vivid. Lin Shan listened for a while, and was basically sure that the 2 people who rushed up in the flesh were most likely Deers and Lao Wei. The ancient realm was able to practice the art of ghost and god visualization, probably because they saw the peerless magic skills he set back. Lin Shan is now thinking about how to tell the people in the ancient realm not to step on the ladder to the immortal court. While thinking, they suddenly heard a chaotic sound coming from the immortal court, and vaguely heard someone shouting, "Stop him! Don't let him rush out of the South Heaven Gate!" The 4 people woke up immediately, and hurriedly summoned their own artifacts, looking inside, only to see a person coming with a sky full of stars. What are those people in the prison department doing? They actually let someone escape. Several people were shocked and hurriedly used their artifacts to stop the man. Lin Shan stared and found that the person rushing out was actually Dai's. Chapter 1042. In an instant, Lin Shan's mind was like a roller coaster, turning one corner after another. It was unscientific that Dai's could escape from the Star God Palace. Dai's was very strong, and he was ridiculously strong. Even among the gods, he should be a top genius. But he was only at the level of a lower god after all. It was hard to imagine that he could escape from the prison of the Star God Palace. As far as Lin Shan knew, the prison of the Star God Palace could imprison upper gods. Even upper gods could not escape. Could he escape so easily? Several thoughts flashed through Lin Shan's mind. Now Dai's was close to the South Gate of Heaven. As long as he rushed out of the South Gate of Heaven, he would have the opportunity to leave the Immortal Court and return to the Ancient Realm. This seemed to be an opportunity. Lin Shan could take this opportunity to rush back to the Ancient Realm with Dai's. But in just a moment, Lin Shan denied this idea again. Now it's not a question of whether to go back or not, but a question of whether he can go back. He suspected that this might be a test for him. Outside the nearby Nantian Gate, there might be a trap more terrifying than the Gate of Hell. As long as he dares to join forces with Deers to break into the Nantian Gate, he and Deers might be captured or even killed together in the next moment. No, this is wrong. How could it be such a coincidence that I was assigned to the Nantian Gate and Deers escaped from the prison and rushed to the Nantian Gate? This is definitely a problem. Lin Shen was now afraid that Deers would see him and come up and call Lin Shen. Even if Dais made eye contact with him, it might be discovered. Lin Shen made a decision almost instantly, summoned a sniper rifle, and was about to attack Dais. All his thoughts were completed in an instant, and others did not notice anything unusual. They saw him and the other 3 Nanshanmen guards summoning artifacts together, as if they were ready to meet the enemy. Now Lin Shen was afraid that Dais would look at him and call out his name, then no matter how he argued, it would be useless. It would be best to knock Dais to the ground first, so he wanted to shoot first and use this shot to remind Dais. But before he pulled the trigger, he saw the stars pouring down like a galaxy hanging upside down. Dais's eyes were not staring at him specifically, it seemed that he regarded the 4 of them as a whole, and the brilliant galaxy also rushed towards the 4 of them at the same time, as if he wanted to force them to retreat or kill them and rush out of Nanshanmen directly. In an instant, Lin Shen understood. It was impossible for Dais not to see him, so Dais and he had the same idea. They both knew that they couldn't rush out so easily. Dais attacked before him, which created an opportunity for Lin Shen. Lin Shen understood Dais's thoughts, and he felt a sense of telepathy in his heart. He pulled the trigger at Dais without hesitation. The other 3 guards also launched attacks almost at the same time. Although they were only 1-star priests, their strength and ability were extremely strong, and the power they burst out was also extremely amazing. However, the 3 people's attacks were directly destroyed by Dais's galaxy power, which was like a snowball and turned into a torrent in an instant, and the released artifacts were all broken. Only the bullet fired by Lin Shen seemed to disappear, and when it reappeared, it had already reached Dai's chest. Dai's reaction was too fast. The bullet suddenly appeared so close, but he still reacted. He twisted his body and avoided the center of his heart. At the same time, the starlight on his body burst out. Bang! The bullet broke through the starlight in a shell and pierced Dai's chest. Blood spurted out from the bullet hole, and Dais's body fell from the air. Lin Shen raised his gun and fired a second shot at Dai's head without hesitation. The space bullet disappeared instantly, and was about to blow up Dai's head. The injured Dais reacted obviously slowly. When the bullet jumped across the space and appeared in front of his head, he didn't react at all, and he was about to be shot in the head. Bang! The bullet failed to blow up Dai's head. An invisible force blocked the bullet. The bullet, which contained an indestructible force, actually penetrated the invisible force. Lu Siming, who made the move, was startled, but fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, and the force he exerted turned, forcibly pushing Dai's body to the side. The bullet flew past Dai's cheek, leaving a deep scratch on his face, and a blood groove on his face. If Lu Siming hadn't pushed him, Dai's head would have been blown up. Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he was already sweating in his heart, fearing that Dais would really be shot dead by him. Fortunately, his judgment was correct. Catch him alive. Seeing that Lin Shen was about to fire the 3rd shot, Lu Siming shouted softly, and was already close. The divine light on his body radiated, like 1,000 threads of silk, binding the body of Deers. Lin Shen and the other 3 guards stopped attacking and saluted Lu Siming. Although Lin Shen did not know Lu Siming, the 9-star badge on his chest represented his identity, which was several levels higher than Lin Shen and the others. You did a good job. Lu Siming nodded slightly, and then left directly with the bound Deers. Lin Shen glanced at Lu Siming's back as he left, and secretly felt lucky that there was indeed something wrong with this matter. The 9-star priest actually came to arrest Deers in person, which was definitely not right. A 9-star priest couldn't guard the prison himself, so why would he be the first one to chase him, instead of the priests guarding the prison? If any 4 or 5-star priest caught up with him, Dais wouldn't be able to get rid of him easily, not to mention that the prison warden in the prison was not just a 4 or 5-star priest. Ation, you're awesome. It seems that you haven't used your full strength in the toughest god competition. A guard gave Lin Shen a thumbs up. The bullets Lin Shen fired in the competition were slow, not as elusive as now. It's not that I didn't use my full strength. The toughest god competition doesn't need to use such means, Lin Shen said with a smile. That's right. The attitude of several people towards Lin Shen was obviously much warmer. Before, I thought that Lin Shen's means were only useful in the competition, and they wouldn't have much effect in actual combat because of the slow speed. But now it seems that Lin Shen's combat power is simply off the charts, which is a little different from what they imagined. This is because they didn't realize that Lu Siming had tried to block Lin Shen's bullet, but failed. Otherwise, he wouldn't just admire him. Lin Shen and the 3 of them were talking and laughing, as if nothing had happened. The three of them were also very happy. With Lin Shan around, even if they were unlucky and met a tough guy from the ancient realm, they wouldn't be unable to deal with him. Chapter 1043. Wu Qing, it seems that you really think too much. A Tian can't be related to these people in the ancient world. Lu Ximing looked at Lin Shan and the other three gods and Nanchaman talking and laughing through the monitor, and said to Wu Qing beside him. Wu Qing was also staring at Lin Shan, without any change on his face. This could only mean that he has no relationship with this person, and it can't prove that he is not from the ancient world. You don't want to try it with another person in the ancient world, do you? This method can only be used once and not again. Moreover, these guys who are a bit powerful are all from the same ancient world. Beings like them must be as famous as gods in that ancient world. It is impossible for them not to know each other. Lu Ximing said. I mean, a Tian may come from another ancient world. Wu Qing said. Old Wu, I have to say something about you. If you lose a game like that, you lose it. Just let the kids solve their own problems. It's not a bad thing to encounter some setbacks. Don't take it so seriously. Lu Ximing still felt that Wu Qing's targeting of Lin Shan was somewhat personal. Wu Qing looked at Lin Shan in the surveillance video and didn't explain any more, but from his eyes, it was clear that he wouldn't let Lin Shan go so easily. Have you communicated with the Emperor about how to deal with these two guys in the flesh? Should they be sent to Xiandu like the guy in the spirit? Lu Ximing didn't dwell on this question anymore and asked instead. No divine revelation. Wu Qing said. What does no divine revelation mean? Does it mean that the Emperor didn't have a divine revelation to send them to Xiandu, or did he let them go without a divine revelation? Lu Ximing didn't understand what he meant. I have communicated with the Emperor, but he didn't respond. Wu Qing said in a deep voice. No response? What's the situation? I don't know. Then how should these two people be dealt with? Should they be sent to Xiandu? Lu Ximing thought for a while and said, that's right. In the past, those people abandoned their physical bodies and entered the Xianting as spirits, and they were all sent to Xiandu. Now these two broke in with their physical bodies. There are not many precedents like this. Speaking of which, our ancestors also came from the ancient world, and like them, they entered the Xianting in their physical bodies. So, shouldn't they be made part of the Xianting and given a formal identity? Not to mention that they killed the gatekeeper priest, which has violated the rules of the Xianting. Even if these things didn't happen, is it no wonder that you forgot the lesson of the previous person? They are from the same ancient world. Wu Qing said with a cold face. These guys from the ancient realm are too murderous and too unruly. It's really a bit difficult to deal with them. When Lu Ximing heard Wu Qing mention that person, his face changed. He looked at Wu Qing and asked, how do you plan to deal with them? According to the laws of the Immortal Court, send them to Jueyu Xingyuan to serve their sentences. Wu Qing said. It's probably hard to get out alive after going to that kind of place. In recent years, Jueyu Xingyuan has produced fewer and fewer star crystals, and it's hard to dig them. Isn't it a bit of a waste to send two people like this there? Lu Ximing said. What do you want to do? Wu Qing saw that Lu Ximing seemed to have some thoughts about these two people. Lu Ximing said with a smile, I'm short of manpower recently. Why don't you give them to me and let them be my experimental subjects? Okay. Wu Qing thought about it and nodded. But you have to be careful and don't let them run away. Old Wu, you underestimate me too much. If these two little guys run away under my nose, then I will have lived in vain for so many years. Lu Ximing laughed. Wu Qing just said that casually. He didn't really think that Deers and others could escape from Lu Ximing's hands. Was originally preparing to leave, Wu Qing seemed to think of something again, turned around and said to Lu Ximing, a Tian has made a contribution this time, and he will always be rewarded. Don't let him guard the South Heaven Gate anymore. Aren't you short of manpower? Let him go to your side as a guard. Do you still doubt him? Lu Ximing was a little speechless. It's always good to observe more. Please help me keep an eye on them. Wu Qing said and turned away. Got it. Lu Ximing replied helplessly. He knew what Wu Qing meant. He wanted to transfer a Tian to his place as a guard and let a Tian see those two people being used as experimental subjects. If a Tian had any relationship with them, he would be exposed sooner or later. Although Lu Ximing felt that Wu Qing's arrangement was a bit unnecessary, if Lin Shan really knew them, he would not have killed them at Nanchaman just now. If he hadn't taken action, Deers would have been shot in the head by Lin Shan long ago. How could he know such a person? Lin Shan had only been guarding Nanchaman for a few days when he received a transfer order to go to Beluotian as a guard. When other colleagues saw Lin Shan's transfer order, they all congratulated him with envy. We are all guards. What's there to congratulate? Lin Shan said disapprovingly. You don't know this, we are all guards, of course, but we are all different. We are all gatekeepers, but without the rank of 5-star priests, can you stay at the gate of Changsheng Palace? Although the requirements of Billootion are not as high as those of Changsheng Palace, not just anyone can go there. At least you have to be a 3-star priest to have the opportunity. You can be transferred to Billootion, probably because you made a contribution when you arrested that person last time, otherwise how could it be your turn? It doesn't matter where you guard the gate. Billootion is not mine. What's the difference? Lin Shan still didn't care. It's really different. Not only the benefits of Billootion are high, but there is also a special benefit. A guard squinted his eyes and said, that's where the immortal pills are studied. Immortal pills? Lin Shan looked puzzled. Simply using the distortion fluid is not effective, and even low-level gods cannot use high-level distortion fluid, otherwise it will cause damage to the body, or even cause distortion. Billootion is a place to study how to synthesize and use distortion fluid. The immortal pills made from it may even allow lower-level gods to directly advance to the middle level, or even to the upper level in a short period of time. Several people talked about the immortal pills as if they were magical. Of course, such immortal pills have nothing to do with a gatekeeper, but Billootion often distributes some ordinary pills as welfare, which is also very beneficial for cultivation. There are many high-level star priests who want to work in Billootion. It is indeed a good place. Lin Shan felt that this matter was a bit strange. Although he performed well, stopping people from breaking into the Nantian Gate can only be regarded as completing the work. Is it such a great credit? Chapter 1044. Lin Shan originally thought that Billootion was an ancient place for alchemy. After all, the name of the immortal pill sounded ancient, as if one could smell the fragrance of the pill just by hearing the name. But when he really arrived in Billootion, Lin Shan found that Billootion was completely different from what he imagined. The huge buildings were arranged in an orderly manner, like metal boxes, and each building was unimaginably large. There were all kinds of machinery and instruments inside, and there was not even a single person in the fully automated workshop. The entire process was controlled and operated by the intelligent brain. Under the leadership of Qin Zian, the deputy captain of the Billootion security team, the two patrolled the entire Billootion together. Lin Shan saw how the machines produced the capsules, and how the capsules were packaged. The capsules produced in each workshop were different, and the transportation process was also completed by machines, without any link requiring human participation. In the huge Billootion, apart from the guards of the security department, there were almost no other gods and men. Our mission is to patrol, and see if there are any abnormal situations. Don't pay attention to anything else. Qin Zian pointed to an area in front of her as she walked and said, that's the new Drug Research and Development Department. It's different from the production workshop here. You have to be more careful when you are there. There are many areas there that we can't set foot in. If you cross the line, the intelligent brain will automatically determine and activate the erasure system. It will be difficult for a high-level god to escape the fate of being wiped out, so you have to remember it clearly, otherwise you won't even know how you died. As she spoke, Qin Zian led Lin Shan into the R&D area. The buildings here were obviously not so regular, and presented some different appearances. Qin Zian pointed at each building and explained their functions, and where the restricted area was. In fact, there was no need for her to point out the scope of the restricted area, because all the buildings here had warning signs prohibiting entry, and basically all the buildings that could be seen were restricted areas. Actually, it's easy to remember. Except for the few buildings over there, all other buildings are restricted areas. Qin Zian pointed to the buildings on the left and said, what is that place over there? Lin Shan asked curiously. We need to inspect the deformed species breeding garden, drug testing room, test field and other places to see if there are any problems with the deformed species. If there is any problem, we need to report it in time or help solve the problem. Qin Zian looked at Lin Shan and said, but you are just a lower-level god. If there is any problem, you don't need to solve it. Just report it in time. Qin Zian took Lin Shan into the deformed species breeding garden. There were crystal containers, like glass fish tanks. Many of the crystal containers were filled with various deformed species. Lin Shan had never even heard of many deformed species. Look carefully when patrolling. Check these pet boxes one by one. If you find any problems with the pet boxes, or abnormal deformed species inside, report it immediately. Qin Zian told Lin Shan some things to pay attention to while walking. Lin Shan took a pen and wrote them down. He couldn't remember so many details with his brain alone. Suddenly Lin Shan saw a person in a pet box, not a deformed species. Deers? Lin Shan showed surprise on his face. The person in the pet box turned out to be deers. Deer sat in the pet box that looked like a glass fish tank. He seemed to sense that someone saw him. After opening his eyes, he looked at Lin Shen and Qin Zian expressionlessly. You know him, right? This is the person from the ancient realm who you stopped and couldn't run away. Lord Lu Siming applied for him to come here for drug testing. Qin Zian knew about Lin Shen and thought that Lin Shen was transferred here because of this matter. Using people to test drugs? Lin Shen pretended to be surprised. What's so strange about this? Not to mention that he is from the ancient realm. Even in our immortal court, some gods who have violated the law are sometimes pulled here to test drugs, and there are many upper gods among them. Qin Zian seemed to be used to this, and continued to move forward with Lin Shen. Sure enough, I saw a few gods who acted as test subjects. Their conditions didn't look good. I don't know if they had tried the medicine or for some other reason. Lin Shen originally thought that he could see Wei Wufu here, but he didn't see him. This made him disappointed and somewhat fortunate. After a round, Qin Zian took Lin Shen to the laboratory. There were separate rooms here. From the transparent walls, you can see the test subjects inside. The instruments record all the reactions of those test subjects 24 hours a day. There were more people here. Although there were only a few dozen gods, you could finally see people. The deformed species in the room had various abnormal conditions. Some of them were festering all over, and some of them had obvious things that didn't belong to them. Most of the deformed species were lying quietly, but some were very crazy and even hit the wall with their bodies. As he watched, Lin Shen's eyes suddenly condensed. In a room, Lin Shen saw a familiar figure. The test subject in that room was a strong man, clearly Wei Wufu. But at this time, Wei Wufu was curled up in a corner, with his eyes closed and his hands clasped together. His body seemed to be very cold and kept shivering. Lin Shen saw that on Wei Wufu's body, there were actually things like saplings growing. The roots of those saplings were rooted in Wei Wufu's flesh and blood, which looked extremely terrifying. Lin Shen resisted the urge to rush up and smash the laboratory open, and could only watch Lao Wei. His heart seemed to be torn apart. Without Lao Wei, Lin Shen would have died long ago, and without Lao Wei, he would not be where he is today. Even Lao Wei's entry into the immortal court may be because of him, Lin Shen. Seeing Lao Wei like this, Lin Shen could hardly hold back his murderous intent. Is this a god or a person from the ancient realm? Lin Shen asked with pretended curiosity. The people from the ancient realm have very strong vitality. After eating the ginseng pill, he can actually last so long. It is really rare. The lower-level gods and middle-level gods used to test the ginseng pill before did not last as long as him. Qin Zian said casually. What is a ginseng pill? Lin Shen had a smile on his face, as if this kind of thing was a joke to him. It's too troublesome to produce pills, so our researchers have come up with a natural method to produce pills, directly cultivating plants that can grow pill fruits. This plant is called the human body fruit tree. Later, it was called the ginseng fruit tree for a long time, and the natural pills on the fruit tree are called ginseng pills. Qin Zian continued to explain. However, if you want to grow ginseng fruit trees, ordinary environments are not enough. You must cultivate human flesh and blood. These people are also called medicine people. When the seedlings absorb the energy of flesh and blood and grow to a certain extent, they can be transplanted into the medicine garden. Can these medicine people be reused? Lin Shen asked. A ginseng fruit tree sucked the medicine people dry. How can they be reused? Qin Zian said casually without caring. Chapter 1045. Lin Shen wanted to kill someone, but he didn't show any strange expression on his face. Instead, he smiled and asked, one ginseng fruit tree needs one medicine man. If you want to mass produce, where can you find so many medicine men? They always wanted to use deformed species as materials, but the effect was not very good, so there were few successful experiments on ginseng fruit trees, and the ginseng fruit produced was also very small. Only if you win the championship in some competitions can you get the ginseng fruit reward. There are almost no other channels. Qin Zian seemed to think of something when she said this, and looked at Lin Shen and said, I remember you came from the toughest god competition, right? There was no ginseng fruit reward in that competition? Yes, no, I don't know what effect ginseng fruit has. Lin Shen followed Qin Zian, and continued to move forward without looking at Wei Wufu. It's hard to say. The current ginseng fruit is still in the experimental stage. The effect of the finished product is not stable. Some can enhance properties, some can strengthen characteristics, and some can even directly help gods condense their souls, or even their spirits. Qin Zian said casually. Qin Zian took Lin Shen through the patrol route, and told him that he must walk this route at the specified time in the future and patrol carefully. If there is any omission, he he will be punished. You don't have to worry too much. There are 4 guards in a patrol team. The guards in your group are all veterans, who have worked in Belarusian for many years. You won't make any mistakes if you follow them. As long as you study hard, you will be able to get started soon. Jin Xian comforted Lin Shan again. In a room, Lu Siming observed Lin Shan's every move through the monitor, even a glance, and saw it clearly. Especially when Lin Shan saw Deers and Wei Wufu, Lu Siming stared at him intently. Fortunately, Lin Shan did not show any abnormality. After Lu Siming saw Lin Shan return to the security department, he stood up from the chair. Old Wu is too suspicious. How could this kid be so cruel? Is it possible that he is related to the people in the ancient world? Lu Siming was thinking about it when the communicator rang. It was Wu Qing who called. Old Wu must kill that kid. Lu Siming always believed that Wu Qing targeted Lin Shan so much just to retaliate. Sure enough, after the communication was connected, Wu Qing asked about the situation on Lin Shan's side. Lu Siming told Lin Shan's performance here again, and did not say anything more. Wu Qing did not express anything after listening, but asked Lu Siming to find a special person to monitor Lin Shan 24 hours a day. Although Lu Siming didn't agree with it, Wu Qing was the acting high priest after all, and they had a good relationship. This was not a big deal, so he naturally didn't need to offend Wu Qing for such a small matter. After hanging up the call, Lu Siming called a 5-star priest Shi Yuqing and asked him to monitor Lin Shan's work. Although Shi Yuqing was only a 5-star priest and his strength was just at the middle level, he was cautious and careful, and was the most suitable person to be in charge of such things. After making arrangements, Lu Siming no longer cared about Lin Shan's affairs. As a 9-star priest, he was very busy with official duties, so how could he have the time and mood to pay attention to such a small priest every day? Until the end of the work and the teleportation back to Jingmei Star, Lin Shan's face instantly became gloomy. He didn't know how long Lao Wei could last, so he had to find a way to rescue him as soon as possible. But with his current strength, even if he could forcefully break into the laboratory and rescue Lao Wei, he couldn't take him out of Belarusian. Not to mention those who were in charge of the experiment, there were quite a few upper gods in the security department alone. These upper gods were different from ordinary upper gods. They were all people who had won the first place in a certain competition, and none of them were fakes. Lin Shan didn't think that he could rescue Lao Wei and Deers with his own strength. What should I do? Lin Shan sat there motionless for a long time, thinking over and over again about various possibilities. The Star God Palace has an independent system, and external forces have no way to influence the Star God Palace. Even if he used the power of the Ding family, it would be impossible for the Ding family to help him go to the Star God Palace to ask for people. As the saying goes, the people don't fight with the officials. In the final analysis, the major families are just the people, and the Star God Palace is the official. Although the major families looked down on the Star Priests, no one dared to ignore them. Of course, the system and laws of the Immortal Court were strict, and the Star Priests could not oppress ordinary gods at will, and they also had to abide by the laws, so the major families could not say they were afraid of them. After thinking it over, Lin Shan thought that there seemed to be only one way to rescue Lao Wei and Deers, and that was to try to summon the Jade Emperor. But Lin Shan didn't know if he could summon them, and he didn't know if the summoned Jade Emperor would help him. After all, this was the Immortal Court, or the Star Palace. Would the Jade Emperor deal with his own family for an outsider like him? Lin Shan didn't know, but he had no other choice now. He could only take a gamble, otherwise Lao Wei would die. But before taking action, Lin Shan had to first understand the situation in Belarusian, and choose a suitable time to take action. Xiao Yu, add a few words at the end of the book. Lin Shan stood up, and said to Xiao Yu, who was copying the book. What words? Xiao Yu looked up at Lin Shan and asked in surprise. The Immortal Court is like a prison. You can't enter it. You can't enter it. Lin Shan had to remind the people below not to come up again. Xiao Yu nodded and added these words at the end of the copied book. Lin Shan felt that it was not obvious enough, so he wrote these words in large characters on the last page of the book. I hope they can find it quickly, and don't rush into the Immortal Court again. Lin Shan took the book to the Shangxing trading area and hung it up. Every other morning, Lin Shan came to Belarusian to clock in for work. At the appointed time, he and the other 3 members of the patrol team patrolled in Belarusian. Lin Shan roughly observed that there were at least 20 patrol teams, which was judged from the number of lockers. Different teams had different patrol time periods and routes, and the time periods and routes would be adjusted every once in a while. Lower-level gods like him were at the bottom of the patrol team. Most of the guards were middle-level gods, and the team leaders of each team were basically upper-level gods. Lin Shan roughly calculated that if he chose a bad time period, he would at least face the pursuit and interception of more than a dozen upper-level gods and dozens of middle-level gods. Lin Shan didn't know whether the Jade Emperor could play a role, nor did he know how much role he could play, so he had to prepare for the worst. Chapter 1046. Lin Shan followed the team and passed by Dai's again. Dai sat there with his eyes closed and did not react at all. Lin Shan's eyes just glanced at him casually without lingering for too long, just like looking at other deformed species. When passing by Lao Wei, he saw that Lao Wei's condition had not changed much. He was still curled up in the corner, but the ginseng fruit tree sapling on his body seemed to have grown a little taller. I heard that this person came from the ancient realm and killed several Nanchunman guards. I haven't heard of such a powerful person from the ancient realm for a long time. A guard named Wei Zitao said with a smile. There are very few people in the ancient world who can enter the fairy court in the flesh. He can enter the fairy court in the flesh, so he is naturally incomparable to ordinary people. The captain of the team, Liu Yun, said lightly, if it were in the past, this person would be considered an ancestor of the clan. It's a pity that I was transferred away from the South Heaven Gate a few years ago, otherwise I could fight with him in person, and see what's so special about these guys who rushed into the fairy court in the flesh. Another team member, Yuan Jia, said with some disappointment. Liu Yun smiled and said, you are already a middle-level god. The guys who rushed up from the ancient world are at best equivalent to lower-level gods. There is no comparison at all. Ah Tian can compete with him to see whether the gods of my fairy court are stronger, or these people from the ancient world who rushed into the fairy court in the flesh are stronger. Then our gods are definitely stronger. I heard that another guy took advantage of the chaos to escape, and was shot down by Ah Tian when he arrived at the South Heaven Gate. They are much worse than Ah Tian. Wei Zitao smiled. I was just lucky. Several other colleagues held the man back, so I was able to find an opportunity to kill him with one shot. If it was a one-on-one fight, it's hard to say whether I could win, Lin Shan said. After hearing this, Liu Yun and the others had a better impression of Lin Shan. No matter what the facts are, Lin Shan did not take all the credit on himself, and he would speak for his colleagues. Such a person can be dealt with. A few people talked and laughed, and walked past the container where Lao Wei was trapped. Shi Yuqing had been observing Lin Shan's every move, but his brows gradually frowned. Lin Shan's behavior seemed to be normal, but it was this normality that made Shi Yuqing notice a little abnormality. When Lin Shan passed by the area where the test subjects were kept, when he checked the deformed species and deers, his eyes and expressions did not change at all. But if we put ourselves in Lin Shan's perspective, since deers was captured by him, he should have paid more attention to deers, which made Shi Yuqing feel a little awkward. Of course, it is not possible to judge that Lin Shan has problems based on this alone, but this has planted the seeds of suspicion in Shi Yuqing's heart. When he came to Wei Wufu, Shi Yuqing observed more carefully, but this time he did not find any flaws. There was nothing wrong with the way Lin Shan looked at Wei Wufu, and his communication with several colleagues was also normal, and he did not find any problems. But once Shi Yuqing became suspicious, it was naturally impossible to eliminate it so easily. He monitored Lin Shan's every move more carefully. The more he looked, the more he felt that Lin Shan had problems. During the patrol, Lin Shan kept looking around. His observation was different from that of ordinary patrol guards. The way he looked at the surrounding things and the order in which he looked at them made Shi Yuqing feel a little different. Shi Yuqing closed his eyes and tried to recall the pattern and order of Lin Shan's observation of the surrounding environment. Shi Yuqing's face gradually changed. If Lin Shan did not have any special habits or occupational diseases, his way of observing the environment was not patrolling, but more like looking for patrol blind spots or judging escape routes. Shi Yuqing did not think that Lin Shan, a lower-level god, was capable of doing anything in the blue sky, but he did not think that his judgment would deceive people. Shi Yuqing planned to report all these findings when Lu Simon came to inquire. Lin Shan continued to patrol with the team. When he passed by a laboratory, a researcher hurried out with a metal plate in his hand, on which many utensils were placed. He accidentally knocked over one of the utensils, and it fell down. Because he was too anxious, he didn't notice that Lin Shan, who had been observing the surroundings, stretched out his hand and sucked it, and grabbed the vessel in his hand. Who told you to touch it? When the researcher saw Lin Shan catch the vessel, he not only didn't show any gratitude, but also scolded him loudly with a cold face. Lin Shan was a little surprised, but didn't say anything, and stretched out his hand to return the vessel to him. But he shrank back and said coldly, "Put the things on the ground. No one touches them, you come with me." Lin Shan looked at Liu Yun. He didn't know whether he should listen to this person. Do as he says, and go back to the headquarters directly after you come out," Luoyan said seriously, not joking at all. Lin Shen carefully placed the vessel on the ground and followed the researcher into the laboratory. "Take off all your clothes and go in for disinfection." The researcher pointed to a can-shaped container and said, "Jiahao, what happened?" A researcher who looked a bit older came over and asked, "Boss, this person touched the container containing the number 9 test product. I will take him to do a full-body disinfection," Li Jiahao said. "Why are you so careless?" The man called the boss frowned slightly. His face was obviously too good, and he said with some disgust, "Immediately disinfect his whole body. After the experiment is over, I will go to find Qin Zian. In the future, the patrol team cannot enter the research area for patrol, even outside the laboratory." Lin Shen had no choice but to do as Zhang Jiahao said, take off his clothes and enter the container. Soon a purple liquid filled the container and soaked his whole body in it. The disinfection needs to last for half an hour. You stay inside, and it will open automatically after half an hour. If you have any problems with your body, it's your own fault. You can't blame others," Zhang Jiahao said, and went out on his own, presumably to deal with the container on the ground outside. Lin Shen was a little confused. What was the use of this disinfection? If it was for disinfection or sterilization, his clothes and other things were still outside, and they were thrown aside casually, and there were no isolation measures. This seemed too careless. "Boss, there's a problem with the number 9 experimental subject again." A researcher ran out in a panic, looking for someone and shouting. The researcher who was called the boss just now rushed out of the office. The two came to a laboratory and looked at something in the laboratory through the one-way visual crystal. It's still the same problem. It's difficult to make accurate and timely responses without being able to touch the experimental subject. It's really troublesome. The boss frowned as he looked at the situation in the laboratory. There is no way to perform contact operations. 3 researchers who had contact with the number 9 experiment body died, and 1 was disabled. Various protective measures are useless, the researcher said with a bitter face. Chapter 1047. The boss was obviously helpless, and after a while he said, temporarily close the manual channel and use machines for all experiments instead. No one is allowed to touch the number 9 experiment without approval. Boss, the number 9 experiment is a completely unknown existence. Even the most advanced intelligent brain, without data as a reference, is difficult to deal with emergencies when facing unknown things. I think we should still retain some manual operation permissions, the researcher said unwillingly. Facts have proved that if the manual operation permissions cannot be retained, problems will also occur if the number 9 experiment is observed for a long time. Do as I say. The experiment will continue, and the research on the number 9 experiment will definitely break through, but not now. We need to find a way to avoid the impact of the number 9 experiment first. Otherwise, if this continues, not only will we be in danger, but it may even cause unpredictable troubles to Blue Ocean. At the insistence of the boss, the researcher closed the manual channel as he said, and only used the intelligent brain to operate the machinery and instruments to study the number 9 experiment. The researcher only needs to input their plan and wait to observe the results. After listening for a while, Lin Shen also became interested in the number 9 experimental subject. He was not curious, but thought of what Zhang Jiahao said. The vessel he just caught should contain something related to the number 9 experimental subject. These researchers did not dare to touch the thing that had been sealed in a vessel, and it was even held in a special metal plate, which meant that this thing was indeed very dangerous. Those who come into contact with it will be in some unpredictable danger. Before leaving, Zhang Jiahao said that if there were any problems with his body, it was all his own fault, and he couldn't blame others. Doesn't that mean that such indirect contact can also cause harm to the body? But until now, Lin Shen didn't feel anything strange about his body, and his body was still normal. I have the theory of evolution, which makes me almost immune to all poisons. Some fungi and viruses have no effect on me. The reason why there is no problem with my body may be this reason. Lin Shen thought about it, and his heart moved. He wanted to rescue Lao Wei and Dais, but he certainly couldn't rely on his own strength. But if he could cause chaos in Blue Ocean, then he would have an opportunity to take advantage of it. If he wanted to cause chaos in other places, it would be very difficult, so Lin Shen had never thought about it. But now, he suddenly found that in Blue Ocean, he might have an advantage over the gods. At least, he was not afraid of these things that even gods could not avoid. If he could release all the things here, there would be those deformed species, and various test subjects that were locked up. In that case, who would notice what he was doing? Saving a person would be easy, and he might not even need to expose himself. How can I release these things? Lin Shen thought to himself. The laboratory was equipped with guards, and these guards were not from the security department. He had no way to get along with them. Although the number of guards here was not large, judging from their level, they were all priests above 7 stars, and they must be upper gods. Lin Shen did not think he could beat them. After the battle with Wen Bujuan, Lin Shen knew that the super base god shooter was not invincible, and could not necessarily kill powerful gods. The only advantage was that the indestructible nature of the super base god shooter made him no longer have to think about how to open the door of the laboratory. He only needed to shoot to break the containers that trapped the deformed species and experimental subjects, but it was easier for people to see the clues. When Lin Shen was thinking, the time was up, and the purple liquid in the jar was pumped out. The strong wind and high temperature dried his body and the inner wall of the jar, leaving no trace of liquid. At this time, the door of the jar opened automatically, and Lin Shen walked out, picked up his clothes, and put them on one by one. What are you still looking at there? Get out quickly. A researcher saw Lin Shen standing there, and immediately scolded him to leave. Lin Shen did not delay, and walked out of the laboratory immediately. After going outside, he did not see Luo Yun and the others. It is estimated that they still went on patrol according to the original plan. Thinking of Luo Yun's words to let him go back to the headquarters directly, Lin Shen did not follow the route, and returned to the security headquarters. Shi Yuqing frowned and looked at Lin Shen's image. He didn't know whether this sudden incident was intentional by Lin Shen. There were surveillance cameras in the laboratory, but the surveillance here was not connected to the laboratory surveillance, and he did not have the authority to view the laboratory surveillance. After all the experiments there were confidential, and only a few people had the authority to view them. Shi Yuqing could not see the situation inside, and had no way to judge. It was just such a coincidence that made him more and more suspicious of Lin Shen. For several days, Lin Shen was secretly studying how to release those things without anyone noticing. If he destroyed the laboratory openly, it was obviously not a good plan, and would not achieve the effect he wanted. And once he was discovered, the people of Biluotian would definitely arrest him immediately, and he would not have the opportunity to save Lao Wei and others. Lin Shen thought hard, but he could not think of a way that would give him enough time to save Lao Wei and others. Qin Zian and the team members were quite satisfied with Lin Shen's performance. Although Lin Shen was only a lower-level god, he was kind, and he was serious and responsible in doing things without caring too much. Whenever there was something given to Lin Shen to do, he would happily agree, and would not deal with it casually. He completed it quite well, and it could be seen that he did it with his heart. This allowed Lin Shen to quickly integrate into the security department, and he became friends with Luo Yun and others in the team. How is it? Did you find anything? Lu Siming finally came to the monitoring room again. Shi Yuqing waited for several days before he saw Lu Siming. He stood up and saluted and said, "Sir, there is something wrong with the Tian." "Oh, what's the problem?" Lu Siming was a little surprised. He didn't think there would be any problem with the Tian. If Wu Qing hadn't come to ask him again, he would have almost forgotten about a Tian. His behavior is a little abnormal. Shi Yuqing reported his findings to Lu Siming one by one. Lu Siming originally thought that Shi Yuqing had made some major discoveries, but after listening, he found that they were just some groundless speculations. What you said is just speculation, and there is no actual evidence. Continue to monitor to prevent problems from happening on a Tian side, and at the same time find evidence. Lu Siming didn't want to dampen Shi Yuqing's enthusiasm, but he felt that Shi Yuqing's speculations were a little far-fetched. "Sir, a Tian's behavior is indeed a little abnormal. I feel like he seems to have some plans. It's better to take precautions," Shi Yuqing said. "Then find out his problem." Lu Siming disagreed. Even if a lower-level god was really related to the people in the ancient world, what kind of waves could he cause here? Chapter 1048. Shi Yuqing knew that it was hard to convince people with just those guesses, and he couldn't deal with a priest just because of that, even if he was only a one-star priest. Such a cautious person would not easily reveal his flaws, nor would he make obvious mistakes in public. The best way is to lure the snake out of its hole. On the one hand, we can catch him before he causes too much damage to our Star God Palace, and on the other hand, we can control the losses within our acceptable range. Shi Yuqing made a suggestion. "What's your plan?" Lu Siming asked thoughtfully. Although he didn't think Lin Shen had any problems, since there were doubts, he might as well give him a try. Shi Yuqing quickly said what he was thinking. After listening to it, Lu Siming felt that this method was not bad. It was more rigorous and more unexpected than the previous test. If Tian really had any problems, it would be difficult to hide it. "Then let's do as you say, but this matter can only be known to you and me, and no one else can hear it. Lu Siming said. I understand. Sure Yuqing's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Shen observed and studied for a few days, but there was no good way to enter the research institute, so he could only think of himself. It seems that I can only implement the plan by entering the game myself. Whether I can escape at that time, I can only take it one step at a time. Lin Shen knew that he could not delay any longer, because Dai's was also sent to the laboratory today, and Lao Wei's condition was getting worse and worse, so he had to take action. Fortunately, he has observed many things these days, and has some plans in mind. Although he is not 100% sure, there are not so many perfect plans in the world, and the risk should be taken. When it was Lin Shen's team's turn to patrol again, Lin Shen and his team patrolled near the laboratory. When they saw those researchers, Lin Shen was about to do something, but he saw a researcher saying to them, "Come over and help." "What can I do for you?" Luo Yun looked at the researcher and asked. Although the other party's star rating was lower than his, the researcher's status was very high, and Luo Yun spoke to him politely. "Some things need to be put in the warehouse. You help to sort them out and move them," the researcher said, and walked into the laboratory. Luo Yun and Lin Shen hurriedly followed them, and came to the inside of the laboratory. They saw many messy items scattered on the ground, including many damaged instruments, which seemed to be twisted by force, and there were many bloodstains inside. "What happened here?" Luo Yun asked in surprise. "An experiment went wrong and destroyed a lot of equipment, but these things can't be released. You should move the things to the warehouse, and seal them for later processing. Here is a list. You should sort them according to the categories on it, and don't mess them up," the researcher said impatiently. Seeing this, Luo Yun didn't ask any more questions. He asked Lin Shen and the other two to move the things together. After packing the things, they were sent to the warehouse at the back. Lin Shen said while packing his things, "Aren't we from the security department? Why do we still need to do these things? The Research Institute is the most important department of our Blue Ocean. Although most of the researchers in it are not highly rated, their actual status is much higher than ours. They are all arrogant, and it is not uncommon for them to ask us to help them with their work. You will get used to it in the future," Yu Wenjie said. "Humph, you are just taking advantage of others." Wei Zitao snorted coldly. "Shut up, don't make trouble, do your own work," Luo Yun immediately scolded. Lin Shen knew that these star priests were all geniuses, so how could they be willing to be inferior to others? Moreover, the other party's star rating was lower than theirs, so it was normal for them to feel resentful. Luo Yun just didn't want to cause trouble, but it didn't mean that he didn't have any thoughts in his heart. Lin Shen was secretly happy. Originally, he needed to spend some tricks to enter the laboratory, but he didn't expect that he could get in unexpectedly, and relatively speaking, he could move freely. It was really God's help to him. Lin Shen controlled his gaze, and did not look at Wei Wufu and Deers intentionally. However, just normal observation was enough for him to understand the situation of Wei Wufu and Deers. Other researchers also moved around from time to time, but Lin Shen did not see Zhang Jiahao. Several people sorted and packed up the broken pieces. "Wei Zitao, you and I will send these sealed boxes to the warehouse first." Luo Yun called Wei Zitao and transported the sealed boxes to the warehouse first. Before leaving, he also reminded Lin Shen and the others, "You pack up here and don't walk around." "Boss, don't worry." Yu Wenjie nodded. Luo Yun actually just said that. Yu Wenjie and Ation were both relatively stable people, not as jumpy as Wei Zitao, so he asked Wei Zitao to send things together, leaving Yu Wenjie and Ation behind. After Luo Yun and the others left, Yu Wenjie said to Lin Shen while packing up, "Our captain is good in everything, but he is too disciplined. Otherwise, with his ability, he would not be just a captain. Better disciplined, safer." Lin Shen laughed. Yu Wenjie also laughed. "That's right, I have been here for 7 or 8 years, and I have always followed our captain. That is really never an accident, I have never been punished, but I have never received any rewards." The two chatted casually. It is not difficult to move these things, but it takes too much time to classify them. There are some bloodstains on the ground, which should be from the researcher who was injured at that time. While sorting, Lin Shen found some things and his heart skipped a beat. When he was looking at the list just now, he saw that there were many experimental records in the list. General experimental records are completed by the intelligent brain. In addition, there is a handwritten experimental record outside each experimental subject. It is mainly used by researchers to record some sudden situations of experimental subjects, and some findings observed every day. Because of this incident, many records outside the laboratory have been removed, and there are several of them here. Lin Shen had already observed this situation just now. He took a look at the experimental records, including the one belonging to Wei Wufu. If you can take a look at the contents above, you can have a general understanding of Wei Wufu's situation, and you may even know how to remove the ginseng fruit seedlings on Wei Wufu's body. Even if the person is rescued, this must be done. The records will naturally not record how to remove the seedlings, but they may record how to make the seedlings grow better, or if there are any problems in the growth, then the reverse operation can make it difficult for the seedlings to continue growing in Wei Wufu's body. No one is paying attention to them now. Lin Shen took the opportunity to sort out things and just took a look. He didn't take it away, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem. When Lin Shen reached out to the records, Shi Yuqing, who was sitting in front of the monitor, narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1049. Fishing is about using the right bait for the right fish. In Shi Yuqing's opinion, if you want to catch a small fish like a tian, you can't use too big bait, otherwise he won't be able to swallow it. So he gave a tian a suitable bait, so that he thought he could swallow it safely, and then he could catch him. When Lin Shen paused for a moment after seeing the records, Shi Yuqing thought he was going to succeed. Seeing Lin Shen reaching out to the records, Shi Yuqing's eyes gradually opened, just waiting for him to open Wei Wufu's records and take a look. Then it was almost certain that Lin Shen had a problem. When he saw Lin Shen's hand touch the record book, Shi Yuqing's eyes had widened to the extreme, and his face was a little distorted because of excitement. But the next second, Shi Yuqing was stunned there. He saw Lin Shen picked up Wei Wufu's record book, but stacked it with several other books and handed it to Yuanjia beside him. After Yuanjia took it, he put it in the box and quickly sealed the full box. Did he guess that there was a surveillance camera in the laboratory? Shi Yuqing had already determined in his heart that there was something wrong with Lin Shen, especially when Lin Shen paused just now. This action was infinitely magnified by him, and he felt that there was something wrong with Lin Shen. Theoretically speaking, as a member of the security department, Lin Shen knew that there was a surveillance camera outside, and the security department could also see the surveillance camera. It was normal for him not to dare to do anything outside. But the people in the security department should know that there was no surveillance camera in the laboratory. So why didn't he do anything? This person is really too careful. Shi Yuqing sneered. If he doesn't dare to watch it here, then he must want to watch it on the way, or when he goes to the warehouse. Next, he should ask to go to the warehouse to deliver things on behalf of Luo Yun or Wei Zitao. But the result disappointed Shi Yuqing again. Lin Shen did not ask to deliver things as he thought. The box with the record book was transported away by Luo Yun and Wei Zitao. Shi Yuqing frowned and looked at Lin Shen in the video. He did not doubt his judgment, but felt that Lin Shen was more difficult to deal with than he thought. While packing up his things, Lin Shen suddenly stood up and greeted the researcher who passed by. "Researcher, thank you for the last time," Lin Shen said. The researcher called by Lin Shen turned out to be Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao was a little surprised. He looked at him and seemed to remember. "It's you. You recovered so quickly? It's because you disinfected me in time that I didn't get hurt. I heard that thing is very dangerous. If you hadn't disinfected me in time, I might have lost my life. Thank you so much." Lin Shen looked grateful. Zhang Jiahao was about to say something, but suddenly froze for a moment, then looked at Lin Shen carefully, and suddenly pulled Lin Shen's hand for a long time, looking at it again and again, as if confirming something. "Is there anything wrong with you?" After a long while, Zhang Jiahao let go of Lin Shen's hand and asked. "Don't worry, you disinfected me in time before, and I have no problem at all now." Lin Shen was moved. "Come here, I do another physical examination for you." Zhang Jiahao thought, "Who is worried about you? Really no need, I'm fine, no need to bother so much." Lin Shen looked embarrassed to bother others. "It must be done, otherwise it will be troublesome if there are any sequelae." Zhang Jiahao directly threatened Lin Shen. Lin Shen's face changed obviously when he heard this, and he stopped shirking it. He said some words of gratitude and followed Zhang Jiahao to another laboratory for a physical examination. Something is wrong, this guy is not right, what on earth does he want to do? Shi Yuqing stared at the surveillance camera, but couldn't figure out what Lin Shen was going to do. All this seemed normal, but it was not normal. Zhang Jiahao gave Lin Shen a full body checkup, and at the same time, in the name of a physical checkup, he secretly did a small experiment. When Lin Shen left, although the small experiment had not yet produced the final result, it had already made Zhang Jiahao excited enough. Zhang Jiahao waited for the results of the experiment without sleep. He was in no mood until the results came out. Until the moment the results of the experiment came out, Zhang Jiahao was so excited that he could hardly control himself. "Boss, come and see what I found." Zhang Jiahao ran to his boss with the experimental results, and broke in without even knocking on the door. Shi Yuqing repeatedly watched the surveillance video of Lin Shan in the laboratory, and he was still watching it after watching it many times. Sir. It was not until Lu Simon came over that Shi Yuqing's eyes moved away from the video, and he stood up and saluted. What's the result? Lu Simon asked. Tion didn't look at the experimental records. Shi Yuqing replied. It seems that this person should not have any big problems. Okay, let's monitor him as before. Lu Simon made an exception, and gave Shi Yuqing the monitoring authority of the laboratory, but he could not give him this authority all the time. The laboratory has too many secrets, and Shi Yuqing is not qualified to see those things. This time is an exception. Sir, there must be something wrong with this Tion. Please look at this. Shi Yuqing played the video of Lin Shan taking the initiative to contact Zhang Jiahao. Is there any problem with this? Lu Simon took a look, and did not think there was any problem with this. He took the initiative to contact the researcher, and Zhang Jiahao is the disciple of Director Lin of the Institute. Zhang Jiahao also gave him a strange experience. This is a bit abnormal. It looks like Tion did it on purpose. Shi Yuqing said. Lu Simon smiled and said, don't worry about this. He definitely can't do it on purpose. Why? Shi Yuqing was a little stunned, and didn't know why Lu Simon said that. Director Lin has already spoken to me. The experience Zhang Jiahao gave to Tion was actually a test. Now the test shows that his body is somewhat different from that of ordinary people, which is very helpful for the experiment, so he asked me to take him as a test subject. Lu Simon said with a smile, if Tion really has any premeditated plan, do you think he will design himself as a test subject? Shi Yuqing was stunned when he heard this. He never expected that this would be the result of a person. No one would indeed calculate himself as a test subject. He knew what would happen if he became a test subject. If Shi Yuqing was given two choices, one was to die and the other was to be a test subject, he would choose the former without hesitation. Okay, you don't have to worry too much about this matter. Just monitor him as usual. I'm already going through the procedures to send him to the laboratory. Whether he has any problems or not, there will be no problems in the future. Lu Simon said with a smile. The trouble of Lin Shan has already annoyed him a little. This is just right, and it's over. Once in the laboratory, Tion was as good as a dead man, and Wu Qing no longer had to bother him all day long. It could be considered as doing Wu Qing a favor, and he himself would not have to go through so much trouble. It could be said that he killed two birds with one stone. Chapter 1050. After Lu Simon left, Shi Yuqing still felt something was wrong. He sat there with his eyes closed and sorted out everything in his mind again. This matter seemed impossible to have a problem, but the more Lu Simon thought about it, the more he felt that there was a problem. It was not an easy thing to send a star priest as an experimental subject. Even if it was just a star priest, under the protection of the fairy court rules, if he had not committed any faults, the 9-star priest had no right to send him as an experimental subject. But from Lu Simon's meaning, sending Lin Shan as an experimental subject seemed to be a done deal. That could only mean one thing: this experiment was very important, so important that the priest could be sacrificed. Coupled with Lin Shan's previous actions, Shi Yuqing felt more and more that Lin Shan might really have taken the initiative to become an experimental subject. Shi Yuqing's heart jumped, and he suddenly opened his eyes, then immediately dialed Lu Simon's number. After the connection, he immediately told Lu Simon his judgment. Don't worry, there is absolutely no possibility. Even if he really did come into contact with this experiment on purpose, he also had a plan. There is only one way to go. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Before the procedure is completed, just monitor him, and don't let him get into trouble. Lu Simon hung up the communication impatiently. What a joke, let alone a lower-level god. Even if a 9-star priest entered the number 9 laboratory, he would not be able to come out alive. Lu Simon muttered to himself. Shi Yuqing looked at the hung-up communicator with an uncertain expression. He knew that there must be something wrong with Tion, but how could Lu Simon be sure that there would be no problem? He didn't explain the reason, which only meant that this experiment was more important than he thought, and he was not qualified to know. But this also made him more worried. If something went wrong with such an important experiment, it would be even more troublesome. But Lu Simon had already given the order, and he had no choice but to find out Tion's flaws before he was sent to the laboratory. Shi Yuqing monitored Lin Shan more carefully, and he almost never relaxed for a quarter of an hour. Lin Shan knew that his plan was about to succeed. Only by entering the number 9 laboratory could he have the opportunity to create a big enough chaos. Less than 2 days later, when Lin Shan came to Belarusian again to prepare for work, he was greeted not by his colleagues from the security department, but by 2 8-star priests he had never seen before. The two asked Lin Shan to follow them expressionlessly. Lin Shan asked them what happened, but the two did not answer at all, and did not even give him a chance to speak. One of the 8-star priests directly took Lin Shan down. Lin Shan tried to resist, but the 8-star priest acted too quickly. A divine chain tied him up tightly, leaving him no chance to fight back. Two 8-star priests took him directly to the laboratory and handed him over to Director Lin and Zhang Jiahao, who had been waiting for a long time. "What on earth are you going to do?" Lin Shan shouted in panic. Zhang Jiahao smiled and said, "Welcome to join the Institute. You will be a part of our Institute in the future." "You want me to be a researcher? I don't understand these things. And what do you mean by tying me up like this?" Lin Shan gritted his teeth and asked. "You don't need to understand. Just follow our instructions," Zhang Jiahao said lightly. The number 9 experimental subject was difficult to contact, and there was no way to do detailed experiments. He accidentally discovered that Lin Shan had a certain resistance to the evil abilities of the number 9 experimental subject. After reporting it to Director Lin decided on the spot to make Lin Shan an experimental subject. Yes, it is the experimental subject, not the researcher. Even if Lin Shan has a certain resistance, it cannot guarantee that he can be completely immune. If he comes into contact with the number 9 experimental subject and carries something bad, and then comes out to infect others, it will be troublesome. So what they have to do is to lock Lin Shan and the number 9 experimental subject together. Lin Shan is responsible for completing their experiments inside, but at the same time, Lin Shan is also the experimental subject they want to observe. Whether the experiment succeeds or fails, Lin Shan, the experimental subject, must be destroyed. Lin Shan wanted to say something, but he had been stripped of his equipment and clothes, and then put on a set of special protective clothing used by researchers, and sent to the number 9 laboratory. The entire laboratory is made of special materials. The high-grade materials sold by carats outside are actually used to build the closed door of the laboratory here. It is more than 1 meter thick and probably weighs several tons. After entering the laboratory, the chains on Lin Shan's body opened automatically. Lin Shan heard a deep breathing sound inside the laboratory. Each breath was long and heavy, like a whale drinking water. It took a long time to exhale heavily, with a strong whistling sound. Tion, this experiment is very important. You helped us complete the experiment, and the credit is naturally indispensable to you. At least you can jump directly from 1 star to 4 stars. Zhang Jiahao still wanted to fool Lin Shan. But in this situation, who can believe him unless they are stupid? Do you think I am a fool? Let me out quickly, otherwise I will not cooperate with any of your experiments. Lin Shan wanted to figure out what the number 9 experiment was, and why it scared them so much. Only by knowing what the number 9 experiment is, can we create chaos better. Director Lin is not as hypocritical as Zhang Jiahao, and said directly, "If you want to live, do as I say. At least you should tell me first, what is in it?" Lin Shan gritted his teeth and asked, "Even if I tell you what it is, I'm afraid you don't know." Zhang Jiahao curled his lips and said, "Even if I die, I want to die clearly, otherwise don't want me to do anything." Lin Shan simply sat down. They didn't seem to care about Lin Shan's threat. Director Lin said lightly, "You will do it, the difference is only voluntary or not. It doesn't matter if I tell you, have you heard of the ultimate creature? You don't want to tell me that the number 9 experiment is the ultimate creature that dominates?" Lin Shan's face changed a little. "You are too ignorant. The so-called ultimate creatures do not only refer to the existence above the upper gods. In fact, the ultimate creatures are also divided into many levels. They are also divided into lower, middle, and upper levels. It's just that the ultimate creatures have stronger potential than ordinary gods. They can break through the upper level and reach another higher level." Zhang Jiahao said lightly, "Experimental subject number 9 is an ultimate creature. Its level is only upper, and it has not taken that step." As Zhang Jiahao's voice fell, the deep breathing sound suddenly stopped, and then footsteps sounded, and a figure gradually walked out from inside. Chapter 1051. Lin Shan's belongings were all searched away. He was only wearing an isolation suit, and had nothing on him. Facing this ultimate creature, he could only barely gather his own strength, but it was already very difficult for him to kill a lower-level ultimate creature, the angry goddess. He might not be able to deal with a higher-level ultimate creature. Lin Shan stared at the inside of the laboratory, and the figure gradually walked out. When its figure was fully revealed, Lin Shan could not help but be stunned for a moment. The creature in front of him was not as big as an adult cat, at most a little bigger than a fist, and looked like a weasel. It was golden all over, and it was still a flesh and blood body. Its eyes were lively golden, and there seemed to be circles of golden rings inside. Looking at such a miniature thing, Lin Shen really found it difficult to associate it with the upper-level ultimate creature. If he hadn't seen it here, Lin Shen would definitely have thought it was an ordinary little beast. The little beast's golden eyes stared at Lin Shen, and circles of golden rings were looming in its pupils, looking at Lin Shen's body. Zhang Jiahao's voice came into the number 9 laboratory. Don't be fooled by its cute appearance. It is one of the most vicious creatures in the world. It has a plague-like power in its body. If you come into direct contact with its body, or even indirectly touch something it has touched, you may be infected by this power. At the very least, you will die, and at the worst, you will be worse off than dead. Your body, or some factor in your body, is immune to this power, so as long as you help us complete the experiment, you will not lose anything, and you will get many benefits. Your star rating will be directly increased to 4 stars or above. Zhang Jiahao saw that a Tian was still standing there, and there was nothing wrong with his body, and his face suddenly showed joy. Director Lin's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. As expected, just as they thought, a Tian was not affected by the ultimate creature. Although it might be temporary, it was enough. Lin Shen ignored Zhang Jiahao and continued to stare at the little beast. On the little beast, Lin Shen saw a line thinner than a hair. The almost transparent line was like a belt, tied to the body of the little beast, and the other end extended to the inside of the laboratory, and it was unknown where it was connected. When the little beast walked here, the thin line on its body was stretched straight, and could no longer move forward. Tian, did you hear that? Zhang Jiahao saw that Lin Shen ignored him at all, and shouted angrily. If you discuss it with me, I can cooperate with you, but you treat me like this, and you still want me to cooperate with you, don't you think it's ridiculous? Lin Shen said coldly. If you don't cooperate, you die. Zhang Jiahao snorted coldly. Even if you don't cooperate, the experiment can still be carried out, and you will suffer more. You should think it through. You really don't treat me as a human being. Don't forget that I am also a member of the Star God Palace, and a formal Star God officer. You treat me like this. Aren't you afraid of the laws of the Immortal Court? Lin Shen looked around, looking for the surveillance camera. He knew that the wall at the back of the laboratory was a one-way perspective mirror, but in addition to the room outside, there was also a suite in the number 9 laboratory, which was where the little beast slept. Although there is no door blocking the way, there are still blind spots. There must be surveillance equipment. As long as they can be found and destroyed, they cannot see the situation inside. If the law can protect you, you will not be here. Zhang Jiahao said coldly. Master Lu has applied for a quota for assisting the experiment for you. Now even if you die in the laboratory, you will not be protected by any law. Your life and death now depends on our thoughts. You'd better think carefully whether to cooperate with us. Director Lin, is this true? Lin Shen looked at the wall of the one-way mirror and asked. If you cooperate, you can live after the success. If you don't cooperate, you will just suffer more. It will not affect the experiment in any way. Your life will stay here. You can choose it yourself. Lin said lightly. Lin Shen sneered in his heart. He didn't believe that he could still survive after the experiment. Not to mention how important this experiment is, whether he, an ordinary star priest, will survive after participating in such an important experiment. In this situation, Lu Siming, Director Lin and Zhang Jiahao have all made enemies with him. Will they let him go out alive? Then leave my life here. Lin Shen sat down, like a broken jar. Then no more nonsense, let's get started. Lin Suo was too lazy to say anything more to Lin Shen, and directly instructed Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao stopped talking nonsense, walked directly to the instrument, and started operating it. Lin Shen sat on the floor of the laboratory, looking at the little beast opposite, and the little beast also looked at him. The man and the beast looked at each other, and the little beast did not take any action. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw the transparent light thread that bound the little beast's body light up, and streams of light flowed into the little beast's body through the light thread. The little beast suddenly seemed to have received an electric shock, and its body tensed up all of a sudden, and its hair stood up, as if it had exploded. The pupils that originally had golden rings suddenly became extremely bright, and the golden rings flashed dazzling light. Lin Shen looked into its eyes for just a moment, and then he felt dizzy and faint. Lin Shen quickly looked away, but the dizziness did not disappear, but became more and more serious. Lin Shen only felt a dizziness, and he resisted the feeling and retreated, while running the power in his body, trying to fight against this strange power. The theory of evolution ran automatically, flowing crazily. He didn't faint. His immunity rate for the ability of the number 9 experimental subject is higher than we expected. Seeing that Lin Shen could still move, Lin Shen's face was full of surprise. Should we increase the intensity? Zhang Jiahao also had a look of joy on his face. Don't worry, take your time, don't kill him, there are still many experiments waiting for him, Lin Sua said. They didn't worry that Lin Shen would resist at all. Everything on Lin Shen's body was searched out by them, and no artifacts were left. Especially his artifact sniper rifle, which had been searched out and locked in the locker with other things. Without the artifact in hand, he, a lower-level god, could not do anything no matter how strong he was. The materials in the number 9 laboratory were difficult to destroy even for the upper-level gods, let alone the lower-level gods. Bang! The two were watching the situation inside through the monitor, but the screen of the monitor suddenly went black. Why is the monitor broken? Lin Sua frowned. Zhang Jiahao called up the intelligent brain and gave the answer that the monitor was broken. Stop the experiment first, Director Lin said as he walked to the one-way perspective wall and looked inside. Chapter 1052. Inside the laboratory, Lin Shen sat against the wall. Only his back could be seen, but it seemed that his body was violently heaving, and he was still under the influence of subject number 9. And subject number 9 stood there, staring at Lin Shen. Because the experiment was stopped, the filaments on subject number 9's body no longer flashed, and the blown hair gradually calmed down. Strange, how could the monitoring be broken? There is an isolation cover outside for protection, and the power of subject number 9 should not be able to destroy it. Zhang Jiahao walked over and looked at the situation inside through the one-way mirror, and found that the monitor was broken. He didn't think it was Lin Shen's problem at all. The lower-level gods couldn't damage the material of the shield at all. Suddenly Lin Shen, who had been sitting with his back to them, stood up, turned around, put his hands on the one-way mirror, and stared at them outside. This scared Zhang Jiahao, and he stepped back subconsciously. After taking a half step back, he realized that Lin Shen couldn't see them at all and couldn't rush out, so he cursed in a low voice in anger. Director Lin frowned and looked at Lin Shen. He was thinking about why the shield of the monitor was broken. He didn't suspect Lin Shen at first, but mainly suspected that the number 9 experimental subject might have had some problems under the stimulation, which affected the shield of the monitor. Director Lin, let me out. Lin Shen pressed the one-way wall and said in a deep voice. Don't dream. Cooperate honestly to complete the experiment, you will suffer less. Zhang Jiahao said first. You really won't let me out? Lin Shen retreated as he spoke, gradually retreating to the position between the number 9 experimental subject and the one-way wall. How many times do you want me to tell you that if you cooperate with the experiment, you still have a chance of survival? You are the one who is looking for death. Zhang Jiahao snorted coldly. If you don't let me out, then I will go out by myself. Lin Shen slowly raised his hand and pointed it at the one-way wall like a gun. Zhang Jiahao and Director Lin both felt that Lin Shen was driven crazy by the ability of the number 9 experimental subject. He actually pointed his hand at the one-way wall like a pistol, and said that he wanted to go out by himself. Only a madman could say such a thing. The material of the one-way wall is difficult to destroy even for a high-level god, not to mention that he is just a low-level god without weapons. Without that sniper, what can he, a low-level god, do? The two did not take Lin Shen's words seriously at all. They just thought that Lin Shen was affected by the power of the number 9 experimental subject, which made them a little worried about whether Lin Shen could complete the next experiment. Lin Shen's immunity to the number 9 experiment body did not seem to be as strong as they imagined. Zhang Jiahao was a little ashamed for retreating just now. Now he stood in the direction of Lin Shen's finger, but he had no intention of moving away. Holding the microphone, Zhang Jiahao said disdainfully, Ation, wake up. Now is not the time for you to dream. Cooperating with us to complete the experiment is your only way out. Lin Shen turned a deaf ear to Zhang Jiahao's words, used his hand as a gun, and used finger sand on the one-way wall. His fingertips rose sharply, as if he was really shooting. Zhang Jiahao only felt that Lin Shen was making fun of him. He could not even see the power surge between Lin Shen's fingers. But the next second, the one-way wall suddenly shattered, as if an invisible bullet had punched a hole in the one-way wall. Zhang Jiahao didn't react at all. He was too close to the one-way wall. After the sand between his fingers penetrated the one-way wall, it just shot towards his head, and directly penetrated his head. Zhang Jiahao's pupils contracted, his face was full of astonishment and disbelief. His mind was also frozen at this moment, and his body fell backwards. Director Lin also widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that Lin Shen, a lower-level god, actually penetrated the one-way wall with his bare hands. This was almost impossible. Director Lin suddenly realized that Lin Shen's performance in the toughest god competition was not because of the sniper rifle, but because he himself had extremely terrifying abilities. Bang bang bang. At the moment when Director Lin was stunned, Lin Shan raised his arms. One hand continuously shot at the one-way wall, and the other hand shot at the number 9 experimental subject. Director Lin and his men searched all the things on him. Lin Shan had expected this, and only put some insignificant things on him. And then, there was the artifact sniper rifle. Others thought that it was the ability of the sniper rifle that made the bullets invincible, but in fact it was the ability of the super base shooting. Even if you don't use the sniper rifle, just use your hands instead of the gun, you can still trigger the ability of the super base shooting. The one-way wall was shot with bullet holes, and some cracks appeared on it, but it was too thick and didn't break. At the same time, the thin filaments that bound the number 9 experimental subject were also broken by Lin Shan's finger sand, and the number 9 experimental subject screamed excitedly, like a baby crying. Its body suddenly expanded, breaking free of the thin threads on its body. Its eyes looked through the bullet holes made by Lin Shan, and stared at Director Lin outside. Director Lin showed a look of horror on his face, and turned to run away. He regretted it very much, but who could have thought that a lower-level god could actually penetrate the number 9 laboratory and break the immortal thread that could bind the ultimate creature. Boom! Director Lin was very fast, but he was not faster than the strange little beast. The little beast turned into a golden light, and crashed into the one-way wall that had been punched with many holes, directly crashing through the one-way wall, and pounced on Director Lin, who turned and fled. Director Lin radiated a light and shadow like a god or demon, but the speed of the little beast was too fast, directly smashing the light and shadow of the soul, pounced on Director Lin, bit off his right hand that was stretched out to block, and then bit off his neck. A higher-level god was bitten by the little beast in the blink of an eye, and blood splattered, and blood and broken limbs flew everywhere. After killing Director Lin, Xiaoshu looked back at Lin Shan, who was still in the number 9 laboratory. The bloody face and the exposed white fangs made Lin Shan's heart skip a beat. He raised his finger and pointed at Xiaoshu. The man and the beast were in a stalemate for a moment. The next second, Xiaoshu turned his head, and his body turned into golden light and crashed through the wall, rushing out of this separate area and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Shan heard screams of terror from outside, and then the sound of various things breaking and screaming. Lin Shan no longer hesitated and got out of the hole that Xiaoshu had crashed through. When he came out, he found that there were corpses and splattered blood everywhere outside, and there was no one alive. Lin Shan rushed to the locker, smashed the locker directly, took out his things, and rushed out. When he passed the room with the experimental subjects, he directly opened the locks of the laboratory, broke the fairy silk that bound the experimental subjects, and then left quickly. There were almost no living people in the institute. The little beast had been tortured for so long that it hated the people in the institute. How could it let them go? Lin Shan smashed the container, rushed to the half-conscious Lao Wei, and carried him up. Don't touch your body. It's dangerous, Lao Wei said in a daze. Even in this state, he still knew that the person coming was Lin Shan, and he was still reminding him that the sapling on his body was dangerous. Lin Shan didn't care so much, and carried Lao Wei out. When he came to the container where Dies was trapped, Dies had already stood up and stood aside. After Lin Shan penetrated the container, Dies also rushed out. Follow me. Lin Shan shot at the containers next to him as he walked, and penetrated one container after another. He didn't care whether the test subjects inside could rush out. Anyway, he just tried to destroy those containers. Chapter 1053. Various experimental subjects rushed into Biluotian, causing great damage. Biluotian was in chaos, and Lu Siming immediately gathered people to rush to the institute to control the chaotic situation. He did not report the incident. Although the cause of such a serious accident has not been figured out, as long as the matter can be resolved, there is still room for mediation. If he reports it, even if Wu Qing is willing to help him, his status and prestige will inevitably be seriously affected. So Lu Siming did not intend to report it at all, and only wanted to control the situation. Sir, this matter may be related to a Tian. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that he has been in the institute for such a short time, and the institute has such a big problem? Shi Yuqing had been waiting for Lu Siming outside. Seeing Lu Siming coming out with a group of people, he rushed over and said, "The current situation is urgent. We must first solve the problem of the research institute. We must control the escaped experimental subjects as soon as possible. We can deal with other things later. You follow Lu Lan to the west to block the factory to prevent the experimental subjects from destroying the factory." Lu Siming sneered at Shi Yuqing's words. How could a lower-level god do such a thing? Lu Siming has already determined in his heart that there must be something wrong with the number 9 experimental subject, which caused this situation. He must immediately take people to control the number 9 experimental subject first, otherwise there will be big trouble. Without giving Shi Yuqing a chance to speak, Lu Siming took him away. Little Shi, don't think you are the smartest and others are fools. Those who can enter the Star God Palace are all elites among elites. Don't think too highly of yourself, Lu Lan said with a mocking tone. Shi Yuqing was originally his subordinate, and was temporarily called by Lu Siming to take charge of the work. Originally, this was nothing, but Shi Yuqing actually bypassed him, and reported the matter directly to Lu Siming, which made Lu Lan very dissatisfied. Director, there is something wrong with the accident in the Research Institute this time. It should be a Tian who is causing trouble. You take people with me to the Research Institute. I believe he should still be there now. Catching him will be a great achievement, Shi Yuqing said to Lu Lan. Lu Lan looked at Shi Yuqing as if he was looking at a fool. Shi Yuqing, the master transferred you to do some small things, and you really take yourself seriously. Now that the experimental subjects have escaped, you don't help control the situation, and you want me to go to the Research Institute with you to catch Ah Tian. Are you mentally ill? Who is Ah Tian? A small lower-level god, a one-star priest. Is it possible for him to survive in such a place? He was already dismembered by the experimental subjects, and you still want to catch him. Ah Tian is not a simple person, he is very cunning. Shi Yuqing wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Lu Lan. Stop talking nonsense. Controlling those experimental subjects is the real thing, Lu Lan said and led people to the west, to open the defense project on the factory side first, so as not to be mistakenly entered by the experiments and destroy the industrial workshop, which is an important source of income for Billoocean. At least seal the exit of Billoocean, and don't let the experimental subjects escape. Otherwise, if people outside know that such an accident happened in Billoocean, it won't be easy for the adults. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Lu Lan, Shi Yuqing could only settle for the next best thing, hoping to seal the exit of Billoocean and prevent a Tian from escaping. It has been sealed off long ago. Why are you still trying to be smart here? Lu Lan snorted. I said don't let anyone out, not just the experimental subjects. Shi Yuqing said again. Why are you so nosy? Just do whatever you are told to do. Don't talk nonsense to me. Lu Lan was already impatient, and directly scolded Shi Yuqing and took the people away. Shi Yuqing frowned, and watched Lu Lan lead the people to the factory area in the west, but did not follow. Shi Yuqing turned his eyes around, and went in one direction by himself. Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, and Deers did not leave the institute, but hid in the warehouse. Lin Shen was looking through Wei Wufu's experimental record book, which recorded some of Wei Wufu's experimental reactions and emergencies, as well as some comments. Although it was not as detailed as reading the real experimental records, it was also possible to roughly guess what Wei Wufu was like now. The reason why he didn't flee immediately was that if they fled at the beginning, it would really attract too much attention. After the experimental subjects fled in all directions, the people of Billoocean were transferred from their posts to pursue them. That would be their best chance to escape. Deers, is your body okay? What did they do to you? Lin Shen closed the record book and looked at Deers and asked. There was no record book of Deers here, and he didn't know Deers' situation, so he could only ask him himself. They gave me 2 kinds of capsules every day, which should be medicine, one red and one blue, red in the morning and blue in the evening. Although I don't know what medicine it is, it doesn't work on me, Deers said, pointing his fingertips, and dots of red and blue gathered towards his fingertips, condensing into a ball of red and a ball of blue. I decompose the 2 drugs into dust that is difficult to observe with instruments. They can't see these dusts and just think that the drugs have not achieved the expected effect, so they increase the dosage of drugs for me, Deers said with a smile. That's great. Hearing what Deers said, Lin Shen felt relieved, but his face was not good. According to the contents of the experimental record book, Wei Wufu's condition is not optimistic. The roots of the ginseng seedlings have penetrated all over Wei Wufu's body, and even penetrated into his bone marrow and brain. It is too difficult to remove the ginseng seedlings from Lao Wei's body. Lao Wei, can you hear me? Lin Shen approached Lao Wei and whispered. Yes. Lao Wei's voice was very weak and slurred, and it was obvious that his brain was seriously affected. There is no other way now. I must remove the seedlings from your body. You have to bear it. Lin Shen had no other way but to destroy the seedlings by force. But this would cause great harm to Wei Wufu's body, and might even cost him his life. But if we don't do it now, we may not even have the chance to do it in the future. Do it, Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen looked at Dies, I need your help. Your dust ability can be precisely controlled. Try to protect Old Way's flesh and blood. I do my best. Diaz nodded slightly, and a faint light spot appeared on his body. The light attached to the sapling and wrapped the flesh and blood near the sapling. Lin Shen made a gun with his fingers and shot at the connection between the sapling and the flesh. The characteristics of the super base shooting immediately broke the sapling. Lin Shen was about to take the next step, but suddenly heard a bang. The door of the warehouse was pushed open, and a god walked in. Lin Shen frowned slightly. At this time, the Star Priest should have gone to hunt down the experimental subjects. Why would anyone come here? Ah, Tian. I know you are here. Come out. Shi Yuqing stared at the piles of goods in the warehouse, like a sharp blade, and said coldly. Chapter 1054. Lin Shen did not think that he could deceive everyone 100%. Man proposes, God disposes. There is no absolutely perfect plan in the world. He had also thought about what to do if he was discovered, and he had deduced it on paper many times. The current situation is already a relatively good situation, because he only saw one god coming, and the badge on his clothes was 5 stars. Under normal circumstances, this star-level priest should be a middle-level god. And he was the only one who came, which means that up to now, Lin Shen and his team should not have been exposed. If they were really exposed, it would not be possible for only one 5-star priest to come. Lin Shen and his team should not need the priests to hide themselves. If there are many people coming, they should just catch people directly when they come up, without hiding. Lin Shen didn't know why this person found him, and why he came alone. It was either because he wanted to take the credit for himself, or because others didn't believe him. What was certain was that no one else came here to catch them. These thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind, and then he took out his sniper rifle without hesitation, shot Shi Yuqing directly through the gap between the goods. This shot was a shot with the characteristics of a space bullet. The bullet disappeared the moment it was fired, and when it reappeared, it had hit Shi Yuqing's head, punching a bloody hole in his head. Looking at Shi Yuqing with a bloody hole in his head, Lin Shen's face became more solemn. Such a strong force, although it pierced his head, Shi Yuqing's body did not move, his legs seemed to be nailed to the ground, and his body was straight, only the pierced head was tilted back, which looked a little wrong. Sure enough, Shi Yuqing's head could still move and slowly turned back. During this process, the blood hole on his head healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shi Yuqing had already determined the direction where Lin Shen was. He looked at the direction where Lin Shen was, and said lightly, "You are here, and it is just as I thought. The bullets that your gun can fire are not only slow, but also have strong actual combat capabilities. It's a pity that I, like you, came from the hardest god competition, but I won the championship decades earlier than you. During the years when I participated in the hardest god competition, I also ruled an era and was called the Undead Demon King. Your attack can't kill me." Lin Shen gave Diaz a look. Diaz understood what he meant in seconds, and reached out to support Wei Wufu. Lin Shen walked out of the cargo pile, looked at Shi Yuqing and said, "You are the person responsible for monitoring me, right?" "Yes, you are very smart." Shi Yuqing was also looking at Lin Shen. In fact, this was only the first time the two of them really met. He had seen Lin Shen countless times in the surveillance, and he seemed to feel very familiar, as if he had been friends for many years. But the feeling of seeing the real person was different. There was a strange feeling in the familiarity, which was very strange. "Originally, I thought you wanted to take all the credit, but now I think you are not that kind of person. No one should believe you, right?" Lin Shen looked at Shi Yuqing and continued. "Go on." Shi Yuqing did not refute, but did not deny Lin Shen. "You didn't even bring anyone with you, which means that you are not valued in Blue Ocean, and you may even be excluded. In this case, why should you work for them? Let us go, and I will give you a first-class star." Lin Shen didn't kill this man with one shot, but he knew that this was a tough guy, and it was not so easy to deal with him. Let alone whether they could beat him. Even if they could, if the battle was too intense or dragged on for too long, it would alert other priests of Blue Ocean, and they would not be able to escape. "You can't give me what I want," Shi Yuqing said, and the light and shadow of the soul gradually emerged from his body. "What do you want? Why don't you tell me? Maybe I can help you." Lin Shen stared at the soul on Shi Yuqing's body. It was an orange light and shadow that looked like an evil ghost, with disheveled hair. In addition to the normal eyes, there was a horizontal eye on the brow. "Surrendering is the greatest help to me." Shi Yuqing's mind was as strong as iron, and he was not moved by Lin Shen's words at all. He walked towards Lin Shen step by step. The devil-like soul light and shadow brought a strong oppressive force, as if a demon had descended. Lin Shen raised his sniper rifle, and fired at Shi Yuqing continuously. Bullets hit Shi Yuqing one after another, piercing his body along with the demonic light and shadow, leaving bullet holes on his body. But Shi Yuqing seemed to be unaware of it, and continued to walk towards Lin Shan step by step. The bullet holes on his body disappeared in the blink of an eye. You are really powerful to be able to penetrate my soul and body. Shi Yuqing stared at Lin Shan as he walked and said, "If I guess correctly, this power should not come from the artifact sniper rifle in your hand, but from your own distortion characteristics. The characteristic of the bullet disappearing should be the ability of the sniper rifle." "Why do you think so?" Lin Shan still did not stop shooting, and shot at Shi Yuqing again and again, hitting all the places on his body where the red dots of acupuncture points were flashing. But it was useless. Shi Yuqing's body recovery ability was too strong. Even if he was hit in a weak spot, his body could still recover immediately. The system of the Institute is very strict, and Director Lin is also a careful person. It is impossible for you to carry your things in the laboratory. After you enter the Institute, you must have taken away all your things. You can still escape and cause such a big turmoil. There is only one possibility. The source of the characteristics of the indestructible bullets you fired is you, not the gun. Shi Yuqing continued, "Your characteristics are very strong, but your level is too low, so you can only rely on this characteristic to release those experimental subjects to cause chaos, so that you can escape and save your two fellow villagers. They are inside. All hits. A talent like you is still only a 5-star priest. I think your life in Billootion is not easy. Why bother to fight for them again?" Lin Shan took back the sniper rifle, because this thing is useless to Shi Yuqing. He can't kill Shi Yuqing even if he shoots 1,000 times or 10,000 times. You underestimate the Star God Palace and the Star God Officer, and you also underestimate me. But it's not your fault. After all, you are not a real god, but an imposter from the ancient realm. It's normal that you can't understand, but it doesn't matter, Shi Yuqing said, and threw a punch, directly hitting Lin Shan. Chapter 1055. Lin Shan has put on his immortal suit again. Light and shadow rise on his body, and the spirit of the angry goddess shrouds his body. Lin Shan burst out with strength, and when his skills are fully activated, his strength attribute is actually not worse than that of the middle-level gods. In this regard, the people in the ancient world actually have an advantage. The gods can be said to be born immortal, but there are actually some differences. Their bodies and abilities are all at the immortal level. However, they do not have the basic transformation talents and life-based talents of the people in the ancient world. Their distortion characteristics are equivalent to the immortal law. So in some ways, the people in the ancient world are more powerful. Bang! The two fists intersected, and the spirit of the angry goddess on Lin Shan's body shook. Lin Shan's body involuntarily stepped back a few steps, and hit the shelf behind him, twisting and deforming the shelf, and then stopped. The middle-level god should not be underestimated. Lin Shan looked at his fist, and the armor plate on it had cracks. He used all his skills, and with the help of the immortal suit, this man cracked his armor with just one punch. This kind of power is indeed far beyond the lower-level gods. It seems that your indestructible characteristics can only be used on specific things, and cannot be used at will. Shi Yuqing did not get complacent, because he had the upper hand, and was still judging the various possibilities of Lin Shan. He was talking, but his fist did not stop, and he punched Lin Shan again. The huge demon light and shadow also punched with Shi Yuqing, with a terrifying and unimaginable power. Although his power was extremely restrained, it looked like just an ordinary punch, without any special effect. But the power contained in his punch could easily blow up ordinary planets. It was just because this was Billootion, and everything here was made of extraordinary materials. If it was just ordinary metal, the vibration caused by the punch would probably be able to directly scrape it. Bang! The gunshot rang out suddenly, and Lin Shan pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle with his backhand. Almost at the same time as the bullet disappeared, Lin Shan's figure also disappeared. The bullet jumped through space, and Lin Shan's speed became extremely fast because of the speed difference formed by the bullet passing through space, and his body's speed became extremely fast because of the 7 steps of war. He dodged Shi Yuqing's fist, and appeared beside Shi Yuqing like teleportation, pointing his finger at his acupuncture points. Acupuncture points are useless as weaknesses, but the effect of acupuncture points should still be there. Even if Shi Yuqing is immortal and cannot kill him, as long as he presses his acupuncture points and makes him unable to move, what is the difference between that and killing him? Lin Shan's speed suddenly increased, which might make Shi Yuqing unable to dodge. In addition, Shi Yuqing has proved that Lin Shan's power can't really hurt his body, so maybe he won't dodge at all. Unexpectedly, Shi Yuqing not only dodged Lin Shan's finger, but also really dodged it. His speed is so fast and his reaction is fast enough that Lin Shen's finger missed. The invisible finger force only scratched a scar on his waist. So your indestructible property can also work on your finger strength. It should not be just that. There should be some problem that I haven't seen. You know it's useless to hurt me, but you want to hurt me with your finger strength instead of using a gun. I think your finger strength should have some kind of toxin property. There is also a problem with your speed. It should be related to your sniper rifle. Shi Yuqing said while attacking, as if he had the ability of perspective and saw through Lin Shen's background. Lin Shen was naturally clear that Shi Yuqing had no perspective ability. This was all his judgment. He was not just talking nonsense, but wanted to use this method to break Lin Shen's psychological defense. In a real duel, the competition is not only about ability, but also about psychological quality. It is also an important key to victory. A person with poor psychological endurance will find it difficult to win in a high-level and high-intensity confrontation. Even if his strength is stronger than his opponent, he will easily lose. Lin Shen is naturally not a psychologically fragile person. He kept firing with the sniper rifle in his hand, which continuously improved his speed, so that he could deal with Shi Yuqing. Lin Shen had to admit that he underestimated the gods and the star priests. Those who can become star priests are all elites among the gods. None of them are easy to deal with. They must have their own strengths. Although Lin Shen used the speed increased by the space jump of the sniper rifle's bullets to ensure that he would not be hit by Shi Yuqing, it was also unlikely to control Shi Yuqing. If it was normal times, or in a competition, Lin Shen wouldn't mind competing with him in endurance. But now, he had no time to tangle with the other party. He had to deal with Shi Yuqing in front of him, as soon as possible, and escape from Blue Ocean. Lin Shen used the 7 steps weapon to speed up again, came behind Shi Yuqing, and pointed at his back. There were no acupuncture points here. In fact, except for the first time, Lin Shen didn't press his acupuncture points. Because Lin Shen knew that he couldn't hit it, it was better to let Shi Yuqing not know which part of his body Lin Shen wanted to attack instead of letting him know where Lin Shen wanted to attack him. Shi Yuqing was unable to dodge, but he had already blocked it with his backhand. No matter where Lin Shen's finger attacked him, he would not let Lin Shen succeed. With such a powerful physical ability, he was almost immortal, but how could he be cautious? This gave Lin Shen a headache. But when he blocked it with his backhand, it was not Lin Shen's finger that greeted him, but a red rope wrapped around his arm. The death powder wrapped around him like a ghost, trying to tie up Shi Yuqing's body. But soon found that the death powder could not tie up Shi Yuqing's body at all. The light of Shi Yuqing's soul bloomed, isolating the body of the death powder from the outside, as if being dragged by an invisible force, and always kept a certain distance from Shi Yuqing's body, let alone tying him up, and even couldn't touch him. There was a burst of thunder and crackling, and the red light on the death powder clashed with the light of the soul, producing a continuous cracking sound. The red light of the dead powder was indeed destructive, and it actually damaged the light of the soul, but the light of the soul seemed endless, and only some of the skin was damaged. Taking advantage of the moment when Shi Yuqing and the dead powder were fighting, Lin Shen used the sand between his fingers to hit an acupuncture point on Shi Yuqing's body again. The next second, the hair of the soul on Shi Yuqing's body stood upside down, and the horizontal eye on his forehead opened, emitting a strange light. At this moment, Lin Shen and the dead powder's bodies seemed to be imprisoned, and they were stuck there and unable to move. Chapter 1056. Lin Shen and the Dai fans could not break free from the shackles of the mysterious power, and their bodies were completely unable to move. Shi Yuqing ignored the trapped Lin Shen and the Dai fans. Being trapped by his soul ghost eyes, even a middle-level god would find it extremely difficult to escape, not to mention lower-level gods and lower-level creatures. Shi Yuqing turned his head and looked into the depths of the warehouse, his eyes deep and sharp. "Come out, you can't escape." Deers walked out from behind the pile of goods and faced Shi Yuqing directly. "You have been in the research institute for so many days, but you are still safe and sound. You are indeed not comparable to ordinary people in the ancient world." Shi Yuqing looked at Deers and said, "You are the same." Deers looked at Shi Yuqing and said calmly. When Lin Shen heard Deers' words, he was a little confused about what Deers meant. But when Shi Yuqing heard Deers' words, his eyes were slightly fixed. "Don't compare me with you, you are not worthy," Shi Yuqing said coldly. "We are both from the ancient world, why can't we compare?" Deers said calmly. After this, not only Shi Yuqing's face changed slightly, but Lin Shen was also a little surprised. "Do you think you can save your lives by talking nonsense?" Shi Yuqing said disdainfully. "If you think I am talking nonsense, then it is nonsense." Deers did not refute. Shi Yuqing's eyes changed a little, staring at Deers for a long time before saying, "How did you see it? I don't know much about gods and people, and I don't know much about you, but the ability you used just now has exceeded the scope of the ability system of the ghost system. It is pure rule power, not the power of the ghost system." Deers said. "Why do you think so? Don't I look like a ghost? Where is the flaw?" Yuqing looked at his soul and asked in confusion. "You have integrated the power of rules into your soul, but it is not the power of ghosts after all. There is an essential difference between the two. Others may not see the subtleties, and my ability is the dust of this world, so I can see some subtleties that others cannot see. You disguised well, but you are not a real god. Like us, you are from the ancient world, and you are also a Dharma king," Deers said. Yuqing suddenly seemed to relax, and a smile appeared on his face. People who can rush into the fairy court in the flesh are indeed extraordinary. I have been in the fairy court for so many years, and even when facing the great priest, I have never been found to have a flaw. I didn't expect that you would see through it today. But there is one thing you said that is wrong." "Which one?" Deers asked. "Although we are all from the ancient realm, we are not the same, nor are we from the same ancient realm," Yuqing said. "So what?" Deers continued to ask. "So, originally I just wanted to use your lives to exchange for my chance to be promoted. Only by climbing higher and getting closer to the core of the immortal court can I have the opportunity to change the fate of the ancient realm." At this point, Yuqing sighed. "You really shouldn't be born so smart, nor should you have such ability. In order to ensure that the secret of my identity will not be leaked, now I can only kill you to silence you. Although the merits that can be exchanged for the dead are smaller, there is no other way. After all, only the dead, who can't speak, will not leak secrets. Although we come from different ancient realms, our goals are the same. Why can't we cooperate? Let us go, and we can help each other in the future," Deers said. Yuqing grinned as if he had heard something ridiculous, and laughed contemptuously. "You are still too superficial. The immortal court and the gods are thousands of times more sinister than you think. You have been exposed, and it is impossible to continue to survive in the immortal court. It is only a matter of time before you are caught. How can I let you leave with my secrets? As long as we return to our own planet, it won't be that easy for Billowocean to catch us," Linshan said. I said, "You think too simply? Your planet is given by the immortal court. What's so difficult for the immortal court to catch you?" Yuqing didn't know that Linshan was different from ordinary gods, and it was true that he considered it. He didn't know that Linshan also had a relationship with the Jade Emperor. It was not that easy to get permission to go to his planet. "So we have to fight?" Deers frowned slightly. "In order to complete the redemption of the ancient world, sacrifice is inevitable. Since you are here for this goal, you should sacrifice yourself to help me," Yuqing said calmly. "We hope to achieve this goal ourselves," Deers said. "Then there is no other way. I can only send you off myself," Yuqing said, and threw a light punch at Deers. The soul light and shadow stared at Linshan and the Dai fans, controlling them, but the body turned and swung the fist with Yuqing. Yuqing tried his best to restrain his strength from the beginning. Linshan thought that he didn't want to destroy the things in the warehouse too seriously. Now he understood that he didn't want to expose his strength too much. The holy light on Dai's body bloomed, and the shell wrapped his whole body. At the same time, the holy light condensed into a soul like Buddha and Saint, covering his body. He also punched out, and the fist force collided with Yuqing's fist force. There was no huge explosion between the two, but it seemed like an undercurrent that offset each other. Dai groaned and retreated more than 10 meters before he stabilized his body. Yuqing didn't move, but a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You are actually a pure ghost system, and you can actually attract the soul at a lower level. This is too strange." Linshan knew what he was wondering about. There was no information about the fairy court in the ancient world, and it was impossible to have a method of practicing the ghost system. Then it is impossible for the ancient world of ghosts and gods to rush into the fairy court, and it is obviously not scientific to be able to attract the soul at a low level. Before Dai spoke, Yuqing, who was looking at Dai's soul, continued excitedly. "So that's it, you are really a genius. You can use your own beliefs as ghosts and gods, and be promoted to immortality. The ghosts and gods you visualize are yourself. Naturally they come and go at will. No wonder you can attract the soul at a low level. This is really a genius. What a pity. It's such a pity. If you didn't go through the fairy court gate, if you weren't discovered, if you didn't see through my identity, I really don't want to kill you. Such a person should be able to cause some trouble to the fairy court. It's just a pity. Everything is too late. For that goal, you all must die." Sure, Yuqing's soul was forbearing and restrained, but the light in that horizontal eye became more and more brilliant, and gradually turned into a blood-red color, as if blood was about to drip out. The spirit in Dai's body turned into countless streams of stars, rushing toward Sure Yuqing like a river in the sky. However, the spirit's eyes were like bloody eyes, and after just one glance, the galaxy solidified in the air, becoming as still and silent as dead water. Chapter 1057. I entered the immortal court as a Dharma king, recultivated the art of ghosts and gods, visualized the souls of Rakshasa evil ghosts, and used Rakshasa evil ghosts as the exterior and immortal laws as the interior to transform into the eyes of ghosts and gods. Once the eyes of ghosts and gods are opened, they can determine the sun, moon, stars, heaven and earth, and all things. Sure Yuqing looked at Deers and said indifferently, although you are also a genius, it's a pity that you are still in the early stages of the Tao. If you can reach the middle level, you may still have the strength to fight me. As he said this, Sure Yuqing no longer paid attention to Deers, who was fixed, and walked straight to the pile of goods. With a wave of his hand, he opened the piled goods, revealing Wei Wufu, who was in a daze and almost half-conscious. Sure Yuqing glanced at Wei Wufu, who was half lying and half leaning on the cargo box, and did not approach him. Anyone could see that Wei Wufu's situation was not good. You should be on your way. Although you come from different ancient realms, I will help you achieve your wishes. With your sacrifice, I will soon become a high-ranking member of the immortal court. You will die for what you deserve. Sure Yuqing said, as he stretched out his hand. Blue streams of light flowed out from his palm, and quickly condensed into a ghost head knife. He was about to walk over and chop off the heads of Lin Shen and the others. Stop! A voice sounded from behind Sure Yuqing. Sure Yuqing turned around, and saw that the half-dead Wei Wufu was struggling to support his body, and stood up shakily. Sure Yuqing originally wanted to deal with Wei Wufu last. First, he obviously had no fighting ability. Second, he was worried that he might have something from the laboratory on him, which might be contagious. Sure Yuqing did not dare to guarantee that he would not be infected. You are wrong. Although Wei Wufu couldn't stand steadily, and his face looked very bad, his eyes gradually became firm and bright. Sure Yuqing thought that this person's words were a little ridiculous, but he asked unconsciously, "What's wrong with me?" You have the right goal. And others shouldn't, Wei Wufu said. It seems that your brain was damaged in the experiment, and you don't even have the normal logic of speaking. Sure Yuqing shook his head and said, after I become a high-level person in the immortal court, or even the master of the immortal court, I will not let such a thing happen again. On the road to success, there will inevitably be sacrifices. If this is also a sin, then let me bear these sins. As long as I can achieve my goal, even if the sin is heinous, what does it matter? You are wrong. The light in Wei Wufu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his body seemed to have recovered a little. White particles floated out of his body, and turned into the white robe that wrapped his body. It's wrong, so be it. Sure Yuqing was too lazy to argue with Wei Wufu about right and wrong. He held the ghost head knife with both hands, and the terrifying power gathered on the blade. Blue light burned on the ghost head knife. With one slash, the blue light turned into a roaring ghost and swallowed Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu's body was swaying, but he swung his fist without reservation, moving forward without hesitation or fear. Lin Shen desperately burst out his strength, trying to get rid of the restraint of the soul ghost eye, but he couldn't get rid of it for a while. He watched Wei Wufu's fist, which didn't seem to be very powerful, meet the ghost that Sure Yuqing cut out. In the eyes of everyone, Wei Wufu's behavior was like seeking death. But the next second, everyone's face showed astonishment. Wei Wufu's fist actually smashed the ghost-like knife light. His swaying body not only did not fall, but also did not even show any signs of retreating. Looking at Wei Wufu, who was staggering, Sure Yuqing was a little surprised. His knife was already a first-class level among the middle-level gods. It was really unexpected that Wei Wufu, who was already in such a state, could actually smash his knife light. Sure Yuqing looked a little strange. In his ancient world, he was already a rare genius in 1 billion years, and almost no one could match him. But the 3 people he met today were no worse than he was back then, and even he was a little surprised in some places. I don't know which ancient world can breed so many amazing talents. It's your fate, don't blame me. Sure Yuqing swung his sword again, slashing at Wei Wufu, who was staggering. Wei Wufu swung his fist without hesitation, and although his fist didn't seem to be very powerful, he shattered Sure Yuqing's sword light again. The white robe on Wei Wufu fluttered, and he walked forward step by step, punching and blasting continuously, shattering Sure Yuqing's sword light again and again. Lin Shen and Deers were both surprised and happy. They didn't expect that Wei Wufu, who was seriously injured, could still burst out such a terrifying fighting power. The purple air on Wei Wufu's body became stronger and stronger, gradually condensing into a purple mysterious light and shadow, covering his body. Right is right, wrong is wrong. This world is originally black and white. There is no so-called black and white. Justice cannot tolerate the slightest adulteration. Dai saw some clues. Shi Yuqing also saw the problem, and stopped using his sword. He looked at Wei Wufu in disbelief, and muttered to himself, "There are people in this world who can actually practice the law of justice." The law of justice has always been just a legend. No one in the world has ever been able to truly practice it. Even if there is some achievement, it is only the tip of the iceberg, and it is impossible to be recognized by the immortal crown. Because humans are born unable to achieve absolute justice. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they know how to adapt. This alone has already eliminated the path of justice. Shi Yuqing has only heard that some creatures have the law of justice. It is difficult to say whether this law is strong or weak. If the person who uses it has no reason or uses it for evil, then the power is so small that it can be almost ignored and cannot beat any kind of law power. But if the opponent does evil and attacks with a righteous heart, the power that the law of justice can burst out may be the strongest power in the world. Shi Yuqing had always thought that this was just a legend. Even in the immortal court, he had never heard of anyone who could practice the law of justice. But today, after meeting Wei Wufu, he realized that there really was such a strange law in the world. With a weak body, he was able to blow up his mid-level power. The rumor was true. When the law of justice faced mistakes, the energy it released was beyond imagination. When Shi Yuqing saw Wei Wufu coming, he actually felt a little timid. He was never afraid of right or wrong, but he also knew that what he did was definitely not a good thing. This thought was only fleeting. Shi Yuqing's soul burst out with divine light again, and the light in his horizontal eyes bloomed, covering Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu's body, which was staggering forward, was also fixed by the divine light of the ghost eye, and he could not take another step. Chapter 1058. Winners are kings and losers are bandits. Winning is right, and losing is wrong. I will keep winning. Shi Yuqing waved the knife in his hand, and was about to chop off Wei Wufu's head. Gotcha! Shi Yuqing suddenly heard a slight sound, and his face changed drastically. There was a crack on the blood-red horizontal eye of the soul light. How is it possible? Shi Yuqing couldn't believe it. He used the law to fuse the ghost eye transformed by the Rakshasa ghost, and there was a crack. That can only mean one thing: the power of the ghost eye has been overdrawn. Shi Yuqing's eyes swept over the 3 people, and saw that the bodies of the 3 people were shaking violently, as if they were about to break through the shackles of the ghost eye light. The power of the 3 people was so strong that the ghost eye light was difficult to suppress. This made Shi Yuqing unbelievable. They were all just lower level. How could they do this? Knowing that his power could not suppress the 3 evil people from the ancient world at the same time, Shi Yuqing swung his sword without hesitation, wanting to chop off Wei Wufu's head first. Wei Wufu's body had not yet been able to break free from the restraints of the ghost eye's divine light, and could only watch the ghost head sword chop towards his neck. However, there was no trace of fear or retreat in Wei Wufu's eyes. Such bright and pure eyes made Shi Yuqing feel very uncomfortable. He could not help but increase the strength in his hands, wanting to kill the owner of these eyes with one sword. Dang! Before the sword touched Wei Wufu's neck, a bullet appeared out of thin air, and hit the blade of the ghost head sword, directly piercing the ghost head sword. The powerful force also deviated the trajectory of the blade's chopping, and failed to chop Wei Wufu. Shi Yuqing turned his head, and saw that Lin Shen's body had recovered some mobility. He pointed a gun at him with one hand, and white steam was coming out of the muzzle. Shi Yuqing did not dare to delay any longer, and swung his knife to cut again, but suddenly a sky full of stars appeared in front of him, drowning him in it. Shi Yuqing burst out with power frantically, and the knife in his hand slashed down fiercely. The knife light roaring like an evil ghost split the galaxy, and slashed towards Wei Wufu in front of him. Crack! The ghost eye was completely cracked, and the ghost eye light that bound the 3 people also dissipated, and the 3 people regained their freedom. Wei Wufu punched the ghost head knife, and the power of the law of justice burst out, colliding with the ghost head knife, and even knocked the ghost head knife to the side. Almost at the same time, Lin Shen and Dais also rushed up, and the 3 of them surrounded Shi Yuqing in a triangle. A chaotic battle broke out in the warehouse for a while. Shi Yuqing fought 1 against 3. Although he didn't have the effect of the ghost eye light, he still did not lose. His speed and strength were higher than the 3 people, and his combat ability and experience were not inferior. In particular, His strong self-healing ability made it difficult for the three people to pose too much threat to him. However, the power of Lin Shen and the other two was also extremely strange. Wei Wufu's law of justice became stronger when he met a strong opponent, and he was able to fight Shi Yuqing head-on. Dai's skills were natural and unpredictable, and the ubiquitous dust gave Shi Yuqing a headache. Lin Shen sniped with one hand, and the other hand kept shooting silent finger sand. The immortal suit combined with a wave-stepping step made his body movement faster and faster, and the soul light and shadow of the angry goddess continued to bless him. Super base transformation, super base text, super base recasting and super base form were fully fired, and in this chaotic battle, he became more and more courageous. Shi Yuqing's body movements changed, and various techniques and abilities emerged one after another, but he found that he had no good way to deal with these three people. The cooperation of these three people and their strange abilities made him feel a little difficult to win, and he even began to feel powerless. Bang bang! Shi Yuqing led the dust of Dais to Wei Wufu with his right hand, and the starlight and Wei Wufu's fist collided with each other, and both were eliminated. He grabbed Lin Shen's finger with a backhand palm, and kicked Lin Shen's lower abdomen with his right foot like a phantom. A red light flashed and entangled Shi Yuqing's right leg, and the dead powder entangled along his right leg. Shi Yuqing twisted Lin Shen's fingers into a twist with one hand, and the other leg flew up, about to kick his head. Wei Wufu rushed up and punched his foot, blocking his leg that was hitting Lin Shen. The fingers and palms of deers were like phantoms in the sky, but Shi Yuqing swept them away with his leg, and the dead powder wrapped around his legs was swept away like a whip, sweeping away all the phantoms. At the moment of landing his leg, Shi Yuqing stepped on the body of the dead powder with his other foot, trying to tear it apart with force. But the body of the dead powder was stretched out, but it became thinner like a rubber band, and it couldn't be torn apart. Lin Shen's sniper rifle sounded again, hitting Shi Yuqing's leg, piercing his knee, and Shi Yuqing groaned. The dead powder took the opportunity to wrap around again, wrapping around Shi Yuqing's legs. Shi Yuqing's injury recovered instantly, raised his leg and turned around, forcibly stretched the body of the dead powder, and dodged Wei Wufu's fist again. Wei Wufu's fist brushed past him. Shi Yuqing stretched out his hand and deflected Wei Wufu's fist, hitting Lin Shen, who rushed over from behind. The fingers and fists collided, but Lin Shen's fingers were not broken. The power of Wei Wufu's fist was not as strong as imagined. The law of justice was too strange. His power was very strong when it was aimed at Shi Yuqing, but if the target was changed, the power of the law of justice was not so strong. This was completely determined by the characteristics of the law itself, not Wei Wufu's deliberate action. Shi Yuqing fought 1 against 3, and still made the three people very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the death powder was getting tighter and tighter. Although it could not completely restrain Shi Yuqing, it also limited Shi Yuqing's ability to move. Shi Yuqing could no longer take care of dodging Lin Shen's finger sand every time, but the power of the finger sand hit his acupoints, which only made him feel a slight numbness in his body and failed to hold it. Seeing that Lin Shen's finger force had no effect on him, Shi Yuqing no longer had any scruples and almost only attacked without defending. His body's recovery ability was too strong, and he could withstand the attacks of 3 people. Lin Shen and the other 2 were attacked by him, but their bodies could not bear it. Bang! Wei Wufu was kicked in the chest by Shi Yuqing and flew out directly, his body smashed through the wall of the warehouse. Lin Shen and Deers, one on the left and one on the right, used their fingers, palms, fists and legs to attack Shi Yuqing crazily. Shi Yuqing blocked with both hands, and completely resolved the attacks of the 2. At the same time, the light and shadow of his soul burst out, and the 2 were also blown away. The 3 got up, stared at Shi Yuqing in the middle, looked at each other, and rushed up again. It's the same no matter how many times you come, you can't hurt me, there is only defeat and no victory. Shi Yuqing made another move with a cold face. Several people deliberately restrained their strength, and did not release their own strength to avoid attracting the attention of other star priests, and Shi Yuqing did the same. He was afraid that Lin Shen and the other 2 would leak his secrets, and both sides wanted to kill each other before the gods found them. Chapter 1059. Bang! Deers and Wei Wufu were blasted away by Shi Yuqing again. The wounds they left on Shi Yuqing healed instantly, and were useless. Lin Shen, who pointed his finger at Shi Yuqing from behind, was also grabbed by Shi Yuqing. Just when Shi Yuqing wanted to twist Lin Shen's arm and tear it off, he suddenly saw a shadow of a human figure rushing out of Lin Shen's body. Shi Yuqing was startled and stepped back slightly. He saw clearly that the person who appeared in front of Lin Shen was actually a young girl, who looked like a human. He was slightly startled. The young girl was obviously a flesh and blood body. Is it possible that a human is a god? How could she come out of Lin Shen's body? Lin Shen didn't care so much. He let the rebellious person merge with him directly, and summon the inheritance fan at the same time. The combination of the rebellious person made Lin Shen's physical fitness stronger again. Lin Shen held a folding fan in his hand, looked at Shi Yuqing and said, "We all come from the ancient world, we should be united against the enemy. Why do we have to kill each other? I only believe in myself," Shi Yuqing said calmly. "That's why you are only a 5-star priest until now." Lin Shen sighed and said, "You dare not have any friends in the fairy court, nor dare to get close to anyone. Naturally, you can't be truly accepted by the fairy court and other priests. After all, the power of one person is limited, and cooperation can achieve the goal faster." "No need." Shi Yuqing didn't give Lin Shen a chance to speak, and rushed up again, grabbing Lin Shen's head with one hand, and the soul also stretched out his palm, grabbing Lin Shen's head like a god. Whether in the ancient world or in the fairy court, Shi Yuqing has always been fighting alone. His talent and ability have indeed enabled him to be invincible, as if he can solve any problem. Even if he encountered some setbacks in the fairy court, he firmly believed that he would be able to solve it sooner or later. He did not want to cooperate with anyone, nor did he trust anyone. Lin Shen directly threw out the folding fan, and pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle at the same time. The folding fan danced in the air, and turned into a series of light wheels. The light wheels danced in the warehouse, and attacked Shi Yuqing from different directions. Shi Yuqing stretched out his hand to blow up the light wheels, but the light wheels had strange deviation trajectories, making it difficult for him to predict. But Shi Yuqing's speed was much faster than the light wheels. Even if he could not predict the trajectory of the light wheels, he still caught up with the light wheels at a speed and blew them up instantly. And Lin Shen's figure also rushed to Shi Yuqing's side, with the appearance of the space bullet. Shi Yuqing snorted coldly, and while moving his body sideways, he punched Lin Shen's head. But just as he raised his arm, he found it difficult to swing it out, and even his whole body was a little difficult to move. Wei Wufu and Deer stood on his left and right sides, pulling the head and tail of the dead powder respectively. The body of the dead powder was entangled with Shi Yuqing, and because of the restraint of Wei Wufu and Deer's, Shi Yuqing's body paused. Lin Shen raised his palm, pointed at Shi Yuqing's body like a pistol, and shot out the finger sand directly like shooting. Shi Yuqing's power exploded, grabbing the dead powder with both hands, pulling Wei Wufu and Deer's over, moving his body, and avoiding the finger sand shot by Lin Shen. But the next second, Shi Yuqing suddenly felt a pain in his back, his body was instantly paralyzed, and he stood there unable to move. Shi Yuqing thought he had dodged the finger sand, but he didn't know that the finger sand, with the help of the gun fighting technique, was moving in an arc, and it didn't hit his chest. The finger sand was silent and unnoticeable, and could only be judged by the trajectory, but this time, he was wrong. 10 times it will hit. The finger sand hit his acupoint again, directly hitting it. No matter how strong his body is, it will be useless. The three looked at each other, rushed up and launched various attacks on Shi Yuqing. But no matter what kind of attack, it didn't have much effect on Shi Yuqing. His body can recover instantly, and the three people have tried their best, but they can't really give Shi Yuqing a fatal injury. Shi Yuqing didn't know what means Lin Shen used to restrict his body, but as long as they couldn't kill him, he would definitely win in the end. In Shi Yuqing's opinion, the only way left for Lin Shen and his men was to escape. While the chaos outside was still going on, this was their best chance to escape. Lin Shen and his men could not waste too much time here, nor did they have the time and ability to kill him. He did not win, but he could not be considered a loser either. Shi Yuqing thought this was the worst result. Seeing that the attack did not work, Lin Shen suddenly had an idea and reached out to pull out the dead powder wrapped around Shi Yuqing. In Shi Yuqing's astonished eyes, Lin Shen reached out and pinched his cheek, opened his mouth, and then stuffed the head of the dead powder in. The dead powder immediately drilled in and went straight into his stomach. Shi Yuqing immediately felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his face suddenly changed. He struggled hard, trying to get rid of the control of the acupoints, but it was useless, and his body could not move at all. The dead powder was in his body, biting his internal organs madly, and soon all his internal organs were twisted and swallowed. Shi Yuqing's vitality was obviously weakening, and Lin Shen was happy when he saw this, knowing that there was a chance. Shi Yuqing's eyes became more and more horrified, and fear climbed onto his face. But at this point, there was no room for turning back, and his breath was getting weaker and weaker. Suddenly, Shi Yuqing's chest split open, and a red mouthpart with a flashing red light drilled out from it. This time, Shi Yuqing's wound could not heal again. The whole person stood there, his eyes exposed, but he had no breath. Lin Shen and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Shen stepped forward to search his body, wanting to find out if there was anything useful on him before leaving. Soon several space capsules were searched out. Lin Shen opened the space capsule and poured out the contents. Something caught his attention. This is... Lin Shen saw clearly what it was. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he caught the dead powder that wanted to devour Shi Yuqing's body. Maybe we don't have to run away. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu and Deers and said. What Lin Shen was holding in his hand was a notebook, which recorded many things about Shi Yuqing. This person actually had the habit of writing a diary, which was something Lin Shen and the others had not expected. Perhaps it was because a person in the fairy court was too lonely, and too depressed. Shi Yuqing wrote a lot of diaries, and the contents in them were enough to prove that he was from the ancient world, not a god. Chapter 1060. Lu Siming is in a very depressed mood now. Blue Ocean has been severely damaged, and the financial losses are difficult to estimate. Let alone the financial losses, which can be made up sooner or later. The key is the researchers who were slaughtered by the experimental subjects and the experimental projects that have not been completed. These are losses that cannot be calculated. It is not easy to restart those experimental projects and find so many star priests who are good at research again. Without the success of those researchers and new projects, the various products produced by Blue Ocean will soon be left behind by the opponent, which is the most terrible thing. The key is that there was a problem in the laboratory this time, and he couldn't find the person responsible. At that time, he might have to take the blame himself. What made Lu Siming even more uncomfortable was that the number 9 experimental subject escaped. He rushed over so anxiously before because he wanted to capture the number 9 experimental subject, because it was the ultimate creature and the most valuable thing in the Institute. It's a pity that he brought so many people to besiege the number 9 experimental subject, but he still couldn't keep it. The body of the number 9 experiment had been tormented for so long that it was no longer in its prime, and it could even be said to be extremely weak. It was impossible to find it and bring it back. Lu Siming was thinking about how to explain to the other 9 star priests. This was not just his thing. After the number 9 experiment escaped, Lu Siming saw that the situation was almost stable, so he led people to the Research Institute. The situation at the Research Institute was shocking. Not only did most of the experiment subjects escape, but also all kinds of instruments that had been purchased or researched at great cost were almost destroyed. Looking at those instruments that looked like broken copper and rotten iron, Lu Siming's heart was bleeding. There was no hope for the laboratory, so Lu Siming led people to the warehouse, hoping that the belongings there were still there and had not been destroyed. When he saw the warehouse from a distance, Lu Siming's heart twitched fiercely. The door of the warehouse was open, and it could be seen that the walls of the warehouse were damaged, with several large holes. It's over. Lu Siming was wailing at his heart. If even such a small amount of belongings were destroyed, his future life would be even more miserable. He rushed into the warehouse in 2 steps, but the scene in the warehouse made Lu Siming slightly startled. The goods in the warehouse were indeed destroyed, but there were actually 2 more people inside. No, to be precise, it should be a person and a corpse. Lu Siming naturally recognized that person. It was a Tian, who Wu Qing had always asked him to pay close attention to. He was also familiar with the other corpse. It was Shi Yuqing, who he asked to monitor a Tian. Lu Siming thought that a Tian had been torn or eaten by the number 9 experimental subject. After all, even Director Lin and Zhang Jiahao died in there, and were bitten into pieces. How could a Tian, the experimental subject in the number 9 laboratory, be spared? He never expected to see a Tian here, let alone Shi Yuqing's body. The star priests who followed Lu Siming had surrounded them all. A Tian, why are you here? Lu Siming did not immediately order him to be arrested, and asked with a frown. Master Lu, take a look at this. Lin Shen reached out, and threw Shi Yuqing's diary to Lu Siming. Lu Siming was glowing strangely, and then he took the diary. He opened it with some doubts and looked at it, and his face suddenly showed anger. Although the diary was not named, it could be seen from the content that it was written by a spy who was undercover in Blue Ocean. Most of the content recorded in it was ridicule and satire of the gods, as well as his many plans and his feelings after the plans were successful. Lu Siming originally thought that many problems that occurred in Blue Ocean's factories and research institutes were accidents, but he didn't expect that they were the work of this spy. Looking at the mocking words about him in the diary, Lu Siming's face was burning, and his mood was even more angry. Later, Lu Siming saw the events recorded in the diary, and later found that there was a plan against the research institute, and wanted to use the experimental subjects to destroy the research institute. Looking at the time when this plan was written, It was the time when Shi Yuqing monitored a Tian. Lu Siming naturally guessed who wrote this diary. He even thought that Shi Yuqing had used a Tian to ask him for the monitoring authority of the Institute in preparation for this plan. This bastard. Lu Siming has determined that the riot of the experimental subjects this time was the work of Shi Yuqing, the traitor. Although he didn't know how Shi Yuqing did it, this was exactly the same as the plan he wrote. Who else could it be if not him? Did you kill him? Lu Siming looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression and asked. I was sent to laboratory number 9. He must have been the one who was causing trouble there, right? Lin Shen kicked Shi Yuqing's body in hatred. This damn ancient zone person almost killed me. Fortunately, I escaped and learned the truth of the matter. We were all fooled by him. Lu Siming sighed. Go back and assist in the investigation first. Lu Siming still had doubts about Lin Shen, so naturally he couldn't trust him like this. After all, the fact that Lin Shen survived was a big doubt in itself, and how could he kill Shi Yuqing was also a doubt. Although Shi Yuqing was only a 5-star priest, his ability was very strong. He was a first-class figure among the middle-level gods. No matter how strong the lower-level gods were, they couldn't beat him. Besides, he hid so deeply, and he was from the ancient zone. With such a deep mind, it was even more impossible for him to be killed by a lower-level god. Lu Siming asked the star priest to take Lin Shen back, and then interrogated him alone. Ah Tian, how did you survive this spy's scheme? Lu Siming pretended to be close to Lin Shen and asked. If I didn't have a special ability, I would have died in his scheme long ago. Lin Shen sighed. Special ability? What special ability? Lu Siming asked. Playing dead? Lin Shen answered seriously. Playing dead? Lu Siming was stunned. Yes, if I hadn't pretended to be dead and escaped when the test subject had problems, I would have been killed by the number 9 test subject. Fortunately, I have such a special ability, which allowed me to hear some secrets he talked about with the other 2 people in the ancient world, so that I had the opportunity to sneak attack and kill him. Lin Shen sighed again and said, Unfortunately, when I sneaked and killed him, the other 2 people in the ancient world ran away, and I was also injured and had no ability to chase them. You did well enough. Lu Siming said with a smile on his face. Can you let me see your special ability to pretend to be dead? This is my unique secret technique, my trump card to save my life. It's okay for you to see it, but please keep it a secret for me, and never let others know. Lin Shen said, and began to demonstrate how to pretend to be dead. He is a coward, and pretending to be dead is too easy for him. Chapter 1061. Lu Siming was a little surprised after reading it. Even he couldn't tell that Lin Shen was pretending to be dead. He looked like a dead man. At this time, Lu Siming had believed 90%. Lin Shen was just a lower-level god, and he was captured as an experimental subject. Everything on his body was searched away. It was impossible for him to do these things. It must be that bastard Shi Yuqing who did so many things. No wonder he kept saying that a Tian was a spy and did so many things. It turned out that he had been planning to attack the research institute. Although the diary did not record anything related to the 2 ancient world area experimental subjects, it was probably because of the 2 ancient world area experimental subjects that he wanted to implement this plan. Ah Tian, I'm really sorry for you. It's all because of that damn bastard that you've suffered so much. Just stay here for a few days. I'd pick you up soon after I explain everything to the higher-ups. You've also made a contribution this time. If you take down this spy, otherwise he continue to sabotage here. Who knows what he'd do? You definitely get a reward. Lu Siming patted Lin Shen on the shoulder and said, This Shi Yuqing must be one of the rebels of the God-making clan. It's a pity that Shi Yuqing is dead, otherwise we should be able to dig out some news about the God-making clan. The God-making clan? Lin Shen was slightly startled. He didn't expect to hear this name in such a place. He always thought that the God-making clan was the organization of his ancient world, but now it seems that it's not the case. Even the Star God officer of the Immortal Court knows about the God-making clan, and judging from the tone, it seems that the God-making clan is a thorn in his side. It's normal that you don't know about the God-making clan. They are traitors who escaped from the Immortal Court. They founded an organization in the star field outside the Immortal Court. They are enemies of the Immortal Court everywhere. The God-making clan is also a taboo in the Immortal Court. They often secretly bring some people out from the ancient world to act as spies. Only they can do such things. Lu Siming paused and said, Since you have become a star priest, you will inevitably be in contact with the affairs of the God-making clan in the future, and you may even have dealings with them. This is also inevitable. Can I still be a star priest? Lin Shen smiled bitterly. Of course I can. You will follow me in the future. I will protect you, and no one can touch you again. Lu Siming said with a righteous face. Lin Shen was imprisoned for more than half a month and experienced dozens of interrogations. Finally, he was finally free. Lu Siming personally took him out and awarded him a 3-star badge. From now on, Lin Shen will be a 3-star priest. This is the limit that a lower-level god can reach. If Lin Shen wants to go further, he can only be promoted to a middle-level god, and then he may even be promoted to a star level. Of course, if he can make great achievements, he may have the opportunity to be promoted, but that is too difficult. Lu Siming also gave Lin Shen a position as deputy director of the security department, which is also the highest position that Lin Shen can hold at this level. The reason why Lu Siming treated Lin Shen like this was certainly not because he admired Lin Shen, nor did he feel guilty about Lin Shen. It was mainly because Lin Shen discovered that Shi Yuqing was from the ancient world, and he might be a member of the god-making clan. Lu Siming pushed all the problems onto Shi Yuqing, and this Shi Yuqing was recommended by another 9-star priest. With this relationship, Lu Siming also dragged the 9-star priest into the water, minimizing the punishment he received this time. So Lin Shen, who discovered the spy Shi Yuqing, was naturally a great hero. Lu Siming would certainly reward him well. Even if it was for others to see, he would not ignore Lin Shen. What's more, Lu Siming now regarded Lin Shen as a lucky star. If it weren't for Lin Shen, he would have been dead or skinned alive for such a big incident this time. After many considerations, Lu Siming gave Lin Shen so many benefits. Although Lin Shen, the deputy minister, was just a sinecure and had no real power, he could get a lot of benefits, and he didn't have to patrol every day, he just had to sit in the office. Whether Lu Siming was purely for his own good or had other intentions, that was not something Lin Shen could know. Lin Shen, who hadn't left Billowocean for half a month, finally returned to his planet again. Just after being teleported in, a milky white tiger with a body length of more than 2 meters rushed over, threw Lin Shen to the ground, and licked his face again and again with its tongue. Shizhou, stop licking. Lin Shen was a little surprised. After half a month, Bai Shizhou had grown a lot. The other 3 little white tigers also ran over, but their bodies were not as big as Shizhou, but they were about the same size as adult large dogs. After comforting the 4 little guys, I saw Dais and Wei Wufu standing by. Old Wei, are you okay with your injuries? Lin Shen stood up and looked at Wei Wufu and asked. The roots in Old Wei's body have been completely removed. Dais answered for Wei Wufu, otherwise it would be very troublesome for Wei Wufu to say such a troublesome sentence. What about you? Lin Shen asked again. I plan to change my appearance and stay in Xianting to develop. Dais pondered and said, thanks to the fake identities that Shi Yuqing prepared for himself, Lao Wei and I were able to leave Billowocean without anyone noticing. Now those identities can still be used, and Lao Wei and I plan to stay in Xianting with these identities. Before you came back, we had already been to the planets corresponding to the identities. Although ordinary, they were not bad and were just right for our development. I'm afraid there are problems with these identities. Lin Shen frowned and said, what's the problem? Dais was puzzled. Originally, I thought that Shi Yuqing was simply from other ancient realms, but recently I heard a message from Lu Siming that this Shi Yuqing might be from the god-making clan. Lin Shen said, the god-making clan? Deers also showed astonishment on his face. Like Lin Shen, he had always thought that the god-making clan was the organization of their ancient world. He did not expect that there was such an organization in the Immortal Court. Yes, it is the god-making clan you are thinking of. It is not just an organization in our ancient world. Lin Shen told Deers and Lao Wei the news he heard from Lu Siming. In other words, the god-making clan in our ancient world is probably just a small branch of the god-making clan. Deer said in a deep voice. I was a little confused before. If Shi Yuqing was a person from the ancient realm, how could he avoid the supervision of the Immortal Court and get in alone? How did he get the identity to become a star priest? If he is a member of the god-making clan, then everything makes sense. Deers understood what Lin Shen meant. In other words, the fake identities of Shi Yuqing were also created by the god-making clan. If we use those fake identities, the god-making clan will find us sooner or later, right? That's right. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Chapter 1062. If the god-makers come to us, it may not be a bad thing. Deers thought for a while and said, the people in the ancient realm originally survived in the cracks, but they also need cracks to survive. This is very risky. Lin Shen understood what Deers meant, but still felt it was too risky. We can only take risks. There is no other choice. Deers said calmly. Lin Shen knew that Deers was right. If they did not take risks, they could only hide or escape back to the ancient realm, neither of which was what they wanted. I think. Okay, said Wei Wufu on the side. In that case, we can only take it one step at a time. Lin Shen had no choice but to agree to their plan. The three discussed some details in detail, set some coping strategies for different situations, and then began to implement the plan. Deers and Wei Wufu each used a fake identity of Shi Yuqing. Although this identity was fake, it was real in the immortal court. Their identities and backgrounds were clean, and they had been assigned planets. As long as they had a chip implanted in their bodies, they could pass the body verification system of the immortal court. It was easier for Wei Wufu to impersonate. After all, Dai's was not a pure human, so it was a little troublesome. Fortunately, he had no other obvious features. If a celestial being came, it would be difficult for him to impersonate a god. They just used some tricks to cover up the less obvious features on their bodies. From then on, Dai's and Lao Wei became one of the gods. Lin Shen gave them the teleportation rights of his planet, so they could teleport here at any time if they needed it. Crystal Charm Star is too dangerous, but there is a chance to hunt deformed species on another planet. Lao Wei and Deers obviously did not intend to take this route. In the Immortal Court, hunting deformed species is obviously not the best way to obtain resources. They also plan to participate in the competition, but they have not yet chosen which competition to participate in. Lin Shen has already thought about which competition to participate in. Now he has good resources, but it seems a bit difficult to support wine, sex, money, and anger, so he plans to let them make money to support themselves. Lin Shen signed up Bai Xuqi for the lower group of the pet competition, and let Bai Xuqi go to test the water, first to see what level of pets they are, and whether they can earn some tiger food for themselves. The reason why Bai Xuqi was chosen is that Bai Xuqi is naturally timid. Although he is a tiger, he is cautious. Even when he drinks milk, he has to let the other three brothers go up and take a sip to test the poison first, and then he goes up to drink it if there is nothing wrong. The other three brothers were too aggressive, and they would fight to their death if they met a pet that was too strong, and they would be beaten to death. At least there should be a buffer time so that Lin Shen could admit defeat on its behalf. Pets are not spirits, and their attributes cannot be seen. We can only judge their abilities and attributes based on our daily experience. Lin Shen's work in Blue Ocean was too easy, which basically meant that he didn't have to work. He was idle anyway, so he took Bai Xuqi to participate in the competition. Xuqi, take it easy. If you can beat us, we will fight. If you can't beat us, we will run. Lin Shen taught Bai Xuqi the way to survive, but he didn't know if it could understand. The first step in participating in the pet competition is not to fight with other pets, but to pass the system test. Only by passing the test can you get the qualification to participate. Otherwise, you will not even be qualified to participate. Most of the participating pets will be eliminated at this stage. Generally, only hundreds of thousands of pets can pass the test and get the qualification to participate. Bai Xuqi came to the test field, and a robot also appeared at the same time and attacked Bai Xuqi. Bai Xuqi had never seen such a thing before. He was shocked when he saw it, and quickly retreated to avoid the attack of the robot. Lin Shen, who was watching outside the field, was a little dumbfounded. The robot was obviously inferior to Bai Xuqi in all aspects, but Xiao Baiqi did not dare to attack, and was chased all over the field. Bai Xuqi's speed is good. It must be the top speed attribute of 20,000 attributes. Lin Shen had not paid much attention to it before. At this time, he roughly judged that it must be the top speed attribute. Bai Xuqi was chased all over the field, and the robot could not do anything to it, but it did not dare to fight back. It was chased up and down, which made Lin Shen laugh and cry. This is simply a mouse chasing a big cat. Bai Xuqi is too timid. Fortunately, after a long time, Bai Xuqi finally found that this scary-looking big guy didn't seem to be scary. Even so, it still pretended to test it many times before finally daring to really attack, and carefully sent out another thundering attack. With just one strike, Bai Xuqi's claws tore the robot's body apart. Bai Xuqi watched cautiously for a while, and found that the robot fell to the ground and had no ability to resist. He went over and tore the robot's body into several pieces with 2 strikes. After the test, the system gave Bai Xuqi a score of 8.7, which is not low. It is difficult for ordinary pets to reach a score of 8 points. According to past experience, 8 points or more should be able to secure the qualification for the competition. If Bai Xuqi had not been running for so long, the score should be higher. Lin Shen didn't know whether it was right or wrong to let this guy come to test the waters. He was too cautious. If you want to get resources to make tiger food, you must at least be ranked in the top 100. After all, their requirements for tiger food are too high, and ordinary resources can't be exchanged for much tiger food. After Baishuchi came out, Lin Shan opened a small stove for it, which made the little Baichi very happy. He lay there and ate it in big mouthfuls. Until the registration date was closed. When Lin Shan went to see it again, Baishuchi was indeed on the big list. The opponent in the first round was a white crane with a ruby-like crane crown on its head. The name of this pet is Crane Crown Red, which is the name given to it by the owner. All you know is that it is a lower deformed species, and you don't know what abilities it has. The score is not very high, only 9.1, a little higher than Baishuchi, but compared with those top pets that can score 9.8 or 9.9, it is much worse. It's good to meet a soft persimmon in the first round. Let Shuchi get familiar with the battle atmosphere first. Lin Shan thought to himself. The owner of Headinghong had the same idea as Lin Shan. 8.7 score, the opponent is a little weak, but this is exactly our strategy. Get a low score first, the opponent will be much weaker, slowly rush up, and finally make a big splash. A man with a scar on his face looked at the battle table, with a wicked expression on his face. If Lin Shan could see this man, he would be very surprised, because he was very familiar with this man. This scarred man was clearly Tu Xiaodao, who had crossed paths with Lin Shan several times before. Chapter 1063. Xiaodao, why do you want to participate in such a boring competition? What resources do you need? Give me the list, and I will arrange it for you. A charming goddess wearing a star priest robe came behind Tu Xiaodao, put her hand on his shoulder, and said softly. Tu Xiaodao sat on the sofa, put his hand on the female star priest's hand on his shoulder and smiled. I also want to exercise myself. I can't rely on you for everything. I like your ambition. If you need anything, tell me. I will fully support you. The female star priest smiled. Sister, you have helped me so much. If you have to worry about such a small matter, I really feel that I am useless. Tu Xiaodao smiled. Don't worry, sister, I can handle it myself. Sister knows, as long as you want to do it, you can definitely do it. The female star priest said. Win the first game first, and then step by step towards the championship. Tu Xiaodao no longer pays attention to his opponent in the first round, and begins to study the pets behind. After 7 rounds, Headinghong will encounter a pet with a score of 9.8, which is also a very famous pet. In the last pet competition, the pet's score was not among the top ones, but it made it into the top 10. Seeing Tu Xiaodao concentrating on studying the information, the female star priest couldn't help but sigh. A man who focuses on his work is so sexy. Lin Shan didn't know that Tu Xiaodao would actually be in the fairy court, and he didn't know that Baishuchi's opponent in the first round would be his pet. When the first round of the battle started, before Baishuchi entered the field, Lin Shan didn't forget to remind it. Fight when you should fight, run when you should run. If you are not sure, it's okay to run 2 more laps. Baishuchi didn't know if he understood or not. He growled at Lin Shan, and was then teleported into the competition field. Baishuchi's current size is about the same as an adult golden retriever, not small, but not big either. The opponent's crane-topped red was a bit bigger. Although it looked like a crane, its body was like jade, and its body was huge. Its wings were spread out to about 7 or 8 meters. Riding a person should be as easy as playing. Crane-topped red came up, and let out a very imposing crane cry. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky. The airflow it created was surging in the competition field, almost knocking Baishuchi to the ground without preparation. Baishuchi was shocked at once. How could he dare to fight crane-topped red head-on? He just tore off its hoof and ran away. Everyone watching the game was stunned. They had seen pets that ran away when they couldn't win, but they had never seen one that ran away before they even fought. The red crane was flying fast in the sky, flapping its wings and slashing out white blades of light, like a rain of blades falling from the sky, slashing at Baishuchi, who was running around in the arena. The red crane's speed was top-notch, and the blades it swung were also very destructive, and the number was very dense. Baishuchi was panicked and rolled around in the arena, looking very embarrassed. It was embarrassed, but the light blades sent by the red crane were all dodged by it, so its speed was really not slow. This should be a tiger, not a cat, right? Why is it so timid? Tu Xiaodao said with a smile. Although the red crane is not the top pet, it is also a deformed species of divine beast quality. In addition, it is trained by a top trainer. Among the lower-level pets, its combat power can be considered top-notch, and it is not comparable to ordinary pets. The tiger pet was not frightened and unable to move, which is already good. The female star priest said with a smile. The 2 pets were chasing and escaping on the field, and the fight was so chaotic that it was completely different from other pet competitions. Baishuchi's performance surprised Lin Shan a little. The ability of the crane's head red was clearly the top of the lower level. Although Baishuchi looked a little embarrassed when dealing with it, he was not injured. It was timid, and made many mistakes when escaping. Even so, it was still able to dodge all the attacks of the crane's head red. Such performance surprised Lin Shan a little. After all, Baishuchi's fighting ability was the weakest among the four brothers of Jus, Saichi and Chi. Not to mention compared with Baishujio, the freak, even compared with Shusa and Xiaokai, it was a little worse. Lin Shan originally thought that its qualifications were a little poor. After all, its size was the smallest among the four brothers, which might be due to congenital deficiency. But after watching it for a while, Lin Shan found that Baishuchi was not congenitally deficient at all. It looked weak purely because it was too timid. At first, Tu Xiaodao thought the battle would be over soon, but as he watched, he felt something was wrong. Although the white tiger pet ran around like a headless fly, the attack of the red-crowned crane could not hurt it. Being able to dodge the attack of the red-crowned crane proved that its speed must be at the top of the lower level. Its speed is good, but its strength should not be good, otherwise it would not have been running away and dared not to fight head-on. Tu Xiaodao thought to himself. Other people watching the battle also thought so. Only Lin Shan knew that Baishuchi was too cautious, but if he knew that the opponent was not as strong as him, he would still be very fierce and decisive. The crane-topped red had been attacking for so long, but had not been able to do anything to Baishuchi. Lin Shan felt that it was almost done. Sure enough, Baishuchi's dodging became more and more methodical, not as flustered as at the beginning, and the range of his dodging became smaller and smaller. Before Baishuchi could counterattack, the crane-topped red could no longer hold back and swooped down from the air, with a strong glow all over its body, and its claws flashing with terrifying divine light, grabbing Baishuchi's back. Baishuchi was clearly facing away from the crane-topped red, but when the crane-topped red swooped down, it suddenly jumped up and swung out its tail like a steel whip. The crane-topped red did not expect such a move, and was immediately hit in the face by the tail. He staggered and felt dizzy. His open wings tilted to one side, as if he was drunk. Baishuchi turned around and flew over. Heading Hong was dizzy and hadn't reacted yet, and was bitten on the neck by Baishuchi. What happened? Tu Xiaodao didn't react at all, staring at Heading Hong being bitten on the neck in the competition field. She had the advantage the previous second, but how could it be like this the next second? When he reacted and applied for surrender, it was already over. Heading Hong's neck had been bitten off by Baishuchi, and her head was dead. Looking at the body that was teleported back, Tu Xiaodao was very depressed. Insidious. Too insidious. Obviously he has such strength. But he pretended to be like that, and took advantage of Heading Hong's carelessness to give a fatal blow. A pet can be so insidious. His owner must not be a good thing. Tu Xiaodao never expected that he was originally planning to fight for the first place and keep the third place, but he was killed in the first round. The pet competition is not held in the Taishi world, so there is no way to revive after death. It's not your problem. It's that the white tiger pet is too insidious. Don't be sad. I will find you a stronger pet, definitely stronger than the white tiger. You will definitely beat it next time. The female star priest comforted softly. Sister, I miss the white tiger pet. Tu Xiaodao said this. Chapter 1064. Baishuchi won the game. Lin Shan was naturally very happy, and gave it a special meal. In the next few games, the opponents were not too strong, but Baishuchi still maintained his style. At the beginning, he was chased by the eagle like a chicken, but after getting familiar with it, he launched a quick counterattack and directly took down the opponent. The pets that fought against Baishuchi were either dead or injured. 5 died in 6 rounds, and 1 was seriously injured. The owners of those pets hated Baishuchi so much that they even gave it the nickname of the Sinister Tiger. Because it was not famous, not many people paid attention to it, and not many people knew about it, so it did not cause any waves. Until a trading post was posted in the Taishi trading area, someone offered 1 million Taishi coins to buy the white tiger, and the trading area exploded all of a sudden. What is the concept of 1 million Taishi coins? This amount of money can buy a top-grade upper-level divine beast pet, or even directly buy a divine spirit pet, but it was used to buy a lower-level pet. How strong is this lower-level pet to be worth such a high price? It was not until this time that people began to pay attention to Baishuchi, because the transaction post specifically asked to buy Baishuchi, so many people went to watch Baishuchi's game. It didn't take long for Baishuchi's nickname of the Sinister Tiger to spread widely. This white tiger is so sinister. Every time it pretends to be defeated, let the opponent's pet take it lightly, and then finds an opportunity to kill it directly. It is so patient. A tiger can actually have such a deep mind. Although the sinister tiger is a little sinister, it is indeed very strong. It can be seen that its speed and strength are both top-notch. No wonder someone is willing to spend 1 million to buy a lower-level pet. This pet is indeed a little different. Apart from other things, its IQ is definitely top-notch among the lower-level deformed species. After Lin Shen learned the news, he really had the urge to sell Bai Shuqi for money. 1 million Taishu coins, that's too much. Such a valuable pet, we still have 3 at home. Lin Shen looked at Bai Shuqiu and the others with a thief's look. Of course, Lin Shen would not really sell Bai Shuqi. He really didn't lack money now. Even if he lacked money, going to Shanxing to make money would take longer than selling Bai Shuqi, and the money would not be earned too slowly. What's more, Lin Shen is still counting on Bai Shuqi to be able to break into the top 10 and earn more resources. If he can win first place, that would be the best. The reward for the first place in the pet competition is not a planet, but a deformity pill. The effect of the deformity pill is useless for gods and people, but it is a good thing worth a lot of money for deformed species. This thing can increase the deformity rate of the deformed species. Of course, it is useless to just increase the deformity rate, but after the deformity rate increases, it will have the attributes of the deformed species. In other words, the deformity pill can actually strengthen the attributes of the pet. If you are lucky enough, you may even enhance the deformity characteristics. Lin Shen doesn't think Bai Shuqi can get the first place. It's good enough to be in the top 10 and get the basic reward. The resources of the top 10 should be enough for the 4 brothers to be promoted to the middle position. Lin Shen found that the opponent in the next round is a strong pet with a score of 9.8. After searching on Takesview.com, he found that the opponent had made it into the top 10 of the lower group in the last pet competition. It's not easy to deal with. Lin Shen checked the opponent's information and watched the last game, and found that it was indeed a very powerful pet. Not only Lin Shen didn't think Bai Shuqi could win, but other gods who were paying attention to the pet battle also didn't think Bai Shuqi could win. Tiandong Jiashi, a deformed humanoid, a quality beast, has speed, strength, and skills. It can be said to be an all-round pet with no weaknesses in the hexagon. The key is that Tiandong Jiashi's IQ is still very high, and it is impossible for Bai Shuqi to be fooled like the previous pets. It will not be so easy for Bai Shuqi to repeat the same trick. On the day of the game, many people actually went to watch the game on site. Those who couldn't go to the scene could only watch this game through the live broadcast on the internet. Ji Fengyan was talking to his Tiandong Jiashi at this time. Tiandong Jiashi's high-level stuff has an IQ as high as that of a god. The biggest reason why Ji Fengyan was able to get a pet like Tiandong Jiashi, in addition to his own excellence, was because his surname was Ji. The Ji family is also a big family in the fairy court, and is not inferior to the Pan, Wen, Shen, and Ding families, and even surpasses them in some aspects. Among the younger generation of the Ji family, Ji Fengyan is not known for his strong abilities, nor is he the focus of the family's training. But his abilities are not bad at all. He won the championship of the beauty pageant, which allowed him to get a lot of resources. Others don't know that Ji Fengyan is not only good-looking, but also outstanding in his own strength, and no one knows that the Tiandong Jiashi is his pet. After joining the Star God Palace, the Star God himself cannot participate in various competitions at will, but the pet is not subject to this restriction. Tiandong, your opponent is a bit troublesome, you have to spend some time to deal with him. Ji Fengyan warned Tiandong Armored Warrior. No matter how powerful it is just a beast. No matter how cunning it is useless in front of me. Tiandong Armored Warrior, who looked like a heavenly soldier, stood there, with a green light flashing in his eyes, and said expressionlessly, "It is naturally not your opponent, but that thing is very insidious. It always likes to show weakness to the enemy first, and then sneak attack and deliver a fatal blow when the opponent is careless. Moreover, it has strange abilities, so you still have to be careful." Ji Fengyan frowned slightly. If Tiandong Armored Warrior was not an ordinary pet, but a spirit pet, he would have used means to deal with him long ago. No matter how high your IQ is, you are just a pet. You dare to question the Master's order, which is courting death. Understood? I will not give it a chance, and take its life within 3 seconds. Tiandong Armored Warrior still said expressionlessly. Its speed is not bad, are you sure? Ji Fengyan asked. After the battle, I will use the Tiandong Divine Fist with all my strength to kill it. After hearing what the Tiandong Warrior said, Ji Fengyan was relieved. It seemed that the Tiandong Warrior did not underestimate the enemy. Ji Fengyan knew the power of the Tiandong Divine Fist. As long as the Tiandong Warrior used all his strength, the insidious white tiger would not even have a chance to dodge. After making sure that the Tiandong Warrior did not underestimate the enemy, Ji Fengyun took him into the arena with peace of mind. When the Tiandong warrior and Bai Shuqi entered the arena, the atmosphere in the arena reached a climax. No one expected that the Tiandong warrior would dare to punch out as soon as he came on the field. The divine light on his fist swept towards Bai Shuqi like a raging wave, leaving Bai Shuqi no chance to dodge. Chapter 1065. He came up with the Tiandong divine fist, and he was determined to blow up the sinister tiger directly. Those who knew the Tiandong warrior were immediately excited. As a pet that was able to make it into the top 10 in the previous session, the Tiandong warrior is also well known. The lethality of the Tiandong divine fist may not be the strongest in this level, but its destructive power can also be ranked in the first tier. What really made the Tiandong divine fist famous was that the Tiandong divine fist combined with the distortion characteristics of the Tiandong warrior would produce a tracking effect. The punch never returns, and it never stops until it hits the target. Basically, once the Tiandong divine fist is out, the opponent can only choose to fight head-on. Otherwise, the Tiandong divine fist will punch one after another, and by then, the fist power will be endless, and there will be no chance to compete. To deal with the Tiandong divine fist, you have to blow it up with the first punch. But Bai Shuqi ran away directly as usual, and did not confront the Tiandong warrior head-on at all. Seeing this scene, some people who were still a little excited about the match felt that it was a bit boring. The Tiandong warrior came up with the Tiandong divine fist, and the white tiger chose to escape. The winner was already decided, and the result was known without watching. After all, beasts are beasts. Their intelligence is limited. Compared with this kind of highly intelligent humanoid pet, they are far inferior. If you don't take the first punch, you will have no chance to take the next one. You lose the big because of the small. Don't be clever. People thought that Bai Shuqi was finished, and the facts developed in the direction they imagined. Bai Shuqi only dodged a few punches, and the punching power in the entire arena was already surging like a torrent, leaving Bai Shuqi with almost no room to dodge. It took only 2 or 3 seconds. The Tiandong warrior said he would finish Bai Shuqi within 3 seconds. He was not bragging. His ability was really amazing. Lin Shen was also a little surprised. This Tiandong divine fist was similar to his treading wave fist. However, since Tiandong divine fist did not have continuous control ability, it was difficult to form a momentum of the back wave pushing the front wave. However, even so, the momentum was already very terrifying. The tidal fist force chased Bai Shuqi, and would not stop until it was swallowed to death. Seeing this situation, Lin Shen was ready to admit defeat and get Bai Shuqi back. Bai Shuqi was very strong, but the initiative had been lost. Such a battle was easy to go wrong. After all, it was only a few months old and was still a little guy. Lin Shen did not intend to let it get involved in such a cruel battle now. But the next second, Lin Shen was stunned for a moment, and the decision to admit defeat was also suspended. Bai Shuqi's speed suddenly increased to a terrifying level, and he found a gap in the gap and avoided the pursuit of the fist force. Its body seemed to be whistling with the sound of wind, making Bai Shuqi's speed faster and faster. The fist force that was as surging as a tsunami could not catch up with it. This speed is too fast. Has it broken through the limit of the lower level? It turns out that its characteristic is speed. No wonder it can run so fast. It's a pity that no matter how fast it is, it's useless. If it was outside, there would be a chance to distance and get rid of Tiandong Shenquan. But this isn't the arena. The fist force of Tiandong Shenquan will soon fill the arena. At that time, no matter how fast it is, it will be useless without space to dodge. It has to be said that the pets that can enter the top 10 are all quite good. Bai Shuqi is finished. Although the Tiandong warriors were not able to defeat Bai Shuqi within 3 seconds, his punching power was getting stronger and stronger. Just as everyone expected, it should not take much time for the terrifying punching power to flood the entire arena like the sea, and then Bai Shuqi would have nowhere to hide. Bai Shuqi didn't care about that. He was frightened by the momentum, and increased his speed to dodge quickly, looking like a desperate dog. Seeing the terrifying punching power gather, there was almost no space left for Bai Shuqi, which was a bit like driving a dog into a poor alley. Lin Shen was not in a hurry to admit defeat, because when he saw the speed of Bai Shuqi's explosion, he suddenly thought of something. Among the 4 brothers of wine, sex, wealth, and anger, although Bai Shuqi was the thinnest and most timid one, his defense was not low. When the 4 brothers were playing together before, the other 3 little white tigers had no abnormalities, but a strange white light often appeared on its body, which made Shuqi's body very tough. It was not because Shujio and the others were ruthless that Shuqi's characteristics were stimulated, but Shuqi himself was too timid and afraid of pain, so he was easily frightened out of his characteristics. Before, Lin Shan thought that the white light had defensive capabilities, which was the distortion characteristics of Baishuchi. But just now, seeing its acceleration ability, it was clearly not the same thing. Does Shuchi have dual characteristics? Lin Shan thought to himself, wanting to observe it again. With a personality like Shuchi, it is really hard to tell how strong it is unless it is forced into a desperate situation. Since the acceleration is so strong, the defensive characteristics should not be bad. Even if it cannot compete with the Tiandong soldiers, it should not be killed by a few punches. Lin Shan's finger was on the give-up button, ready to give up at the first time. Baishuchi had been forced to the point where he could not retreat. The tiger's face showed a very human look of fear. Seeing the terrifying fist force coming like a huge wave, Baishuchi was so scared that he even forgot to fight hard, and the huge fist force hit its body directly. It's over. Someone sighed in his heart. Originally thought it would be a wonderful battle, but it turned out to be just a farce. It was a chase from beginning to end, like a child playing house. Boom! The terrifying explosion sounded, and the energy shield was shaken by the explosion. The continuous fist force, like a wave, the continuous pursuit and bombardment on Baishuchi's body, the explosions were one after another, and there was no sign of stopping at all. It's much easier than I thought. Ji Fengyan breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that he was too nervous before. The Tiandong warriors were still very powerful. How could they lose so easily? The others almost all thought that Baishuchi was doomed to lose, and it was even possible that he had been killed. It was probably too late to admit defeat. The Tiandong warriors seemed to think that Baishuchi should have been killed, and stopped blasting the Tiandong Divine Fist. The smoke gradually dissipated, but everyone was surprised to find that in the smoke, a figure with white light slowly walked out. It's fine. Seeing the figure coming out of the white light clearly, someone shouted in surprise. After enduring so many terrifying punches, Baishuchi seemed to be fine. The hair on his body was emitting white light, as if he was bathed in holy light. Not to mention being killed, not even a hair on his body fell off. No one could believe that the Tiandong warrior, who was able to enter the top 10 in the last session, could not hurt Baishuchi with such a fierce attack. The Tiandong warrior himself did not believe it, and punched Baishuchi again. This time everyone saw clearly that the terrifying Tiandong Divine Fist hit Baishuchi's body, but it was just like a breeze, making Baishuchi's hair sway slightly, and it was useless. Chapter 1066. No defense break. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Although Tiandong Divine Fist is not a top-level destructive skill, it is also first-rate. It is really surprising that it can't even break the defense of a pet of the same level. If the opponent has the blood of Xuanwu and has defensive characteristics, it is normal. But this white tiger is obviously a speed-type pet. How can its defense be so high? It is fast and has strong defense. What kind of fairy pet is this? The Tiandong warrior still bursts out the Tiandong Divine Fist again and again, but it is useless. Baishuchi walks towards the Tiandong warrior step by step against the wave of Tiandong Divine Fist. Now Baishuchi has overcome his fear, and is no longer timid. It took a few steps and burst out with a terrifying speed. It broke through the fist wave in an instant, and pounced on the Tiandong warrior like a white evil ghost. Tiandong Jiasher's speed was not slow, and his skills were good, but under the terrifying speed, he could not avoid Baishuchi's attack, and could only force his fist to resist. As soon as the fist and claws touched, Tiandong Jiasher's hands and arms were cut off, and Baishuchi's sharp claws continued to swing at the chest of Tiandong Jiasher. If this claw hit, Tiandong Jiasher's body would be shattered immediately. At the critical moment, Tiandong Jiasher's body suddenly disappeared, and it was its owner Ji Fengyun who chose to admit defeat in advance. Oh my god, the sinister tiger is so fierce? High defense, high speed and high attack, the sinister tiger is too perfect. With such ability, why are you being so mean? Just go up and kill him with one claw. This battle directly made Baishuchi famous. The pet, which was originally unknown, suddenly became a hot favorite to win the championship. Although Lin Shan reported his name as Baishuchi, most people called it the sinister tiger, so the name Baishuchi was not often used. Tu Xiaodao wanted Baishuchi even more. The female star priest raised the bounty price again, and had already raised it to 5 million. She even gave 100,000 Taishu coins for just providing a valid piece of information. It was simply inhumane. More and more people paid attention to Baishuchi. Baishuchi's next matches were almost full. Baishuchi's fighting style was still the same as Gu. At the beginning, he mainly ran away. After finding that the opponent was not very good, he would launch a counterattack. This fighting style was gradually loved by people. Once people have colored eyes, they will get different results. Before, everyone who watched the game thought that Baishiochi was sinister, but after knowing that Baishiochi had absolute strength, but did not choose to take the initiative to attack, the wind direction began to change inexplicably. What insidious tiger! It's clearly a gentleman tiger. Let the opponent show his skills first, then attack. Otherwise, my tiger will attack directly, and the opponent will not have a chance to show his skills at all. Elegant, too elegant, this is called courtesy before force. My tiger is so cute and polite. Baishiochi is now extremely popular, and there are countless nicknames such as gentleman tiger, elegant tiger, polite tiger, etc. More and more people like this kind of pet, and they are all asking where to catch this deformed species, but unfortunately no one knows. As Baishiochi won one victory after another, his fame grew. In the 11th round, when he met the champion pet 7-clawed divine bird of the previous session, Baishiochi burst out his divine light again, and fluttered it down from the sky despite the attack of the 7-clawed divine bird. He won the victory without much effort. At that moment, Baishiochi had become the favorite for the championship. Everyone believed that Baishiochi would definitely win the championship, and there was almost no suspense. Some people even began to give Baishiochi the title of the first divine pet in the lower position, and many people were already speculating whether Baishiochi would be the white tiger among the 4 ultimate creatures. King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi looked very strange. They hunted on the planet that was one back with Lin Shen. Lin Shen was accompanied by the 4 brothers of wine, sex, wealth, and anger. King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi naturally recognized Baishiochi. They are all thinking, now people outside say that Baishiochi is the first pet of the lower level, but they don't know that Tian has 3 pets as powerful as it, and Baishiochi can only be ranked 4th here. Lin Shen now knows that these 4 white tigers are much stronger than he thought, and they are very powerful, so he brought them out as laborers. Although these 4 guys were getting bigger, in Lin Shen's opinion, they were still little tiger cubs, so Lin Shen didn't let them fight before. Now that they know they are actually very fierce, they can't let them eat and drink for free at home anymore. They have to work and earn money. Looking at the 4 white tigers hunting happily everywhere, Lin Shen was very surprised. He had also seen the parents of this little guy before. Although their fighting power was not weak, they did not seem to be as strong as Geo, sex, money, and chi. Otherwise, Ding Adwa would not look down on these white tigers. Is it no wonder that Xiaojiu and the others are genetically mutated? Lin Shen really couldn't figure out how they could be so strong. This area was full of lower-level creatures, so Lin Shen didn't have to worry about them getting into trouble. He let them hunt on their own. After a while, Xiaojiu and the others brought back several sources of distortion. Lin Shen took a look and found that there was even a mutant quality one among them. Brother Tian, with these 4 divine pets, as long as you operate them properly, you can win the championship of the pet competition for at least a few decades in the future, and you don't have to worry about resources at all. Long Xiaozi said. King Lunzi agreed. You can first train one to the upper level, then train one to the middle level, and win all the championships of the 3 levels. It is easier to win the championship of the lower level. Most of the truly powerful pets will not stay in the lower level for too long. It is not so easy to win the championship of the middle and upper levels. Lin Shen said. Even if you can't win the championship, it shouldn't be difficult to enter the top 10 with the potential of these white tigers. That's a lot of resources. And the championship of the lower level is a sure thing. The distortion pill is a good thing. It can be used to supplement Xiaojiu. The championship of the middle and upper levels is not impossible, King Lunzi said. They all knew that Xiaojiu was the most powerful of the 4 white tigers. His body size was almost twice that of the other 3 white tigers, as majestic as a bull. Let's talk about it later. Lin Shen looked at the 4 white tigers, but he was thinking in his heart, could these 4 guys be the blood descendants of the 4 ultimate creatures? While chatting, Lin Shen received a message from Lu Siming, asking him to return to Blue Ocean immediately. Chapter 1067. Lu Siming is in a very bad mood now. Wu Qing has asked about Tian several times recently, and it is obvious that he has no intention of letting Tian go. He mentioned to Wu Qing several times, intentionally or unintentionally, that Tian should be fine, and the problem is that Shi Yuqing, but Wu Qing did not comment, just asked him to continue monitoring Tian. So Lu Siming is still monitoring Lin Shen now. The reason why he gave Lin Shen such an idle position is also for this consideration. However, Lu Siming has always seen Lin Shen's performance. There is no problem at all, and he does not fight or compete. He does whatever he is asked to do, and does not meddle in other people's business. Such a useful person cannot be used. which makes Lu Siming, who is very short of manpower recently, very depressed. Blue Ocean suffered serious losses. In order to maintain the operation of Blue Ocean, he invested a lot of resources in it to stabilize the situation. Recently, Lu Siming has been thinking about how to make money back quickly, otherwise Blue Ocean will be finished sooner or later. Sir. Lin Shen walked in and saluted Lu Siming. Oh my god, come here, try this I just got, it's a good thing. Lu Siming smiled and asked Lin Shen to sit down, took out a bottle of liquid of unknown substance, and poured a cup for Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't ask what it was, he just picked it up and drank it. Lu Siming was even happier when he saw this, which showed that Lin Shen trusted him very much and treated him as his own. Lin Shen naturally didn't trust Lu Siming, but he had the theory of evolution, and toxins were useless to him. It's a good thing. It can actually increase the power attribute, sir. What is this? Lin Shen only felt a strange energy spreading throughout his body, which actually increased his strength attribute by 1 point. This is Qingyuan liquid, which is extracted from a distorted plant called Qingyuan grass. Qingyuan grass is a plant that can only be grown in one star system in the Zhongtian star region, and the yield is not very high, so it is also a rare object. Lu Siming said, and poured another cup for Lin Shen. Such a valuable thing. Lin Shen was interrupted by Lu Siming before he finished speaking. Ah Tian, I heard that you are from the Ding family in the Zhongtian star region, right? Lu Siming said. Yes. Lin Shen's identity certificate was obtained by Ding Quang, so it was naturally under the name of the Ding family. To outsiders, he was from the Ding family. Lu Siming smiled and said, I've also heard about your marriage with the Shen family. Shen Qingxue is a great beauty. You are so lucky. Lin Shen was stunned and was about to deny it, but Lu Siming didn't give him the chance and continued, this Qingyuan grass is grown in the galaxy under the Shen family. It can't grow anywhere else. You have this relationship with the Shen family, so maybe we will have a chance to cooperate in the future. You also know that this time our Blue Ocean suffered heavy losses. The research institute is considered to be useless. It is difficult to rebuild and develop new products in a short time. We can only rely on some old products to support the operation of Blue Ocean. Recently, I want to start a production line for Xinyuan Dan, but there is a main ingredient in it that is in short supply. Qingyuan grass? Lin Shen understood what Lu Siming meant. Tian, you are really a smart person. You have connections. As long as you help me get Qingyuan grass, I will let you upgrade 3 levels in a row. Lu Siming said. Sir, I really have nothing to do with the Shen family. Lin Shen sighed. Lu Siming seemed not to hear what Lin Shen said. He stood up and walked to Lin Shen's side, patted Lin Shen on the shoulder and said, Tian, you are a smart person, I won't hide it from you. I did target you before, and Sure Yuqing was indeed sent by me to monitor you. Do you know why? Sir, you naturally have your own considerations. Lin Shen said. That's because you are too good. Lu Siming took out a photo and put it in front of Lin Shen. Do you know this person? I seem to have seen him in the competition before. Lin Shen took a closer look, and it seemed to be an opponent when he participated in the competition. This person is Wu Xiaoming, and he is very famous in the shooting competition. He met you when he first participated in the toughest god competition, and was eliminated. Is Wu Xiaoming related to you, sir? Lin Shen asked in a daze. Lu Siming said calmly, he has nothing to do with me, but High Priest Wu is his uncle. It turns out that High Priest Wu Qing is targeting me. Lin Shen suddenly realized. So you should understand that I have no way. Although we are both 9-star priests, Wu Qing is now the acting High Priest, and I have to obey his orders. Lu Siming pushed all the things onto Wu Qing, as if it had nothing to do with him. You are now a 3-star priest. For your age and qualifications, it is rare to be a 3-star priest. But have you ever thought about it? If Wu Qing really takes off the hat of acting and becomes a real high priest, then if he wants to be a 3-star priest, it will be too easy. He can transfer you to any place at will. Lu Siming said earnestly, but if you can become a 7-star priest, even if he is a high priest, it will not be so easy to move you. After all, if you want to transfer a 7-star priest, you need to go through the discussion of the 9-star meeting, and more than half of the 9-star priests agree to transfer the 7-star priest. I am only a lower-level god now. Lin Shen knew in his heart that the 7-star priest needed to have the rank of a higher-level god before it was possible to be promoted. Under normal circumstances, it takes a long time for you to be promoted to a 7-star priest. But now there is this opportunity. If you can get the production of Xinyuan Dan for Blue Ocean, I strongly recommend you to become a 6-star priest. This is the limit of my ability. Then I will give you the title of researcher, and find someone to do a few experimental projects. You don't have to do anything, and the results are all yours. With these foundations, there is a high probability that you will be able to pass the application to become a 7-star priest. Lu Siming painted a big pie. Sir, the Shen family and I. Lin Shen knew that if he could become a 7-star priest, he would be much safer, but even Lu Siming couldn't get a large amount of Qingyuan grass. How could he do it? Not to mention that he is not Deng Adwa. Even if he is Deng Adwa, and becomes the son-in-law of the Shen family probably won't give Lu Siming a large amount of Qingyuan grass for him. Don't worry, think about it first, and give me a reply when you have thought it through. You are my person, and now I am protecting you, and the great priest Wu can't do anything to you. Lu Siming looked righteous. Lin Shen understood what he meant. Now Lu Siming can protect him, but if he can't help Lu Siming, then he is not his own person, and Lu Siming will naturally not protect him anymore. Chapter 1068. After leaving Blue Ocean and returning to his own planet, the smile on Lin Shen's face gradually faded. Lu Siming, Wu Qing. A trace of haze flashed across Lin Shen's eyes. He had never thought about helping Lu Siming get the Qingyuan grass. Even if he got it, would a profit-seeking person like Lu Siming offend Wu Qing, who was about to become a high priest? For him, even without thinking, Lin Shen knew it was impossible. Now he still has value. Lu Siming can talk to him nicely, but once he is no longer useful, Lu Siming will abandon him so fast that he can't even see the taillights of the car. But if he doesn't satisfy Lu Siming now, it means he is an enemy of Lu Siming. I'm afraid that there is no need for Wu Qing to take action. Lu Siming will come to punish him first, and he will never give up until he is obedient. Since he went to Lin Shen to tell him about the Qingyuan grass, he has actually made plans. What he wants is not Lin Shen's obedience, but consideration. If Lin Shen doesn't agree, Lu Siming will probably use all means until Lin Shen gives in. Lin Shen knows that the current situation is very troublesome. Before, he had no use value. Lu Siming looked down on him, and naturally had no mood to care about him. Now that he can be used, he will never let him go. What worries him most is not Lu Siming, but Wu Qing. He suspects that Wu Qing is not targeting him because of Wu Xiaoming's matter. Since he joined the Southern District Star God Palace, Wu Qing seems to be testing him and seems to have some doubts about him. Lin Shen has always been worried about the fact that Dai has escaped from the Skype prison. That is definitely testing him. Hearing from Lu Siming that Wu Qing was targeting him again made Lin Shen even more suspicious. Wu Qing guessed his identity and had been looking for evidence. This was what Lin Shen was really worried about. I'm afraid there's no way to stay in the Southern District Star God Palace. I have to find a way to leave the Southern District Star God Palace. Lin Shen frowned and thought. According to the laws of the Immortal Court, once you become a Star God officer, you can no longer leave the Star God Palace. Forced resignation will be regarded as a violation of the laws of the Immortal Court. At the least, you will be thrown into the heavenly prison, and at the worst, you can be directly killed. By then, the power of the planets he owns will be stripped away. Either he is nowhere to hide, or he will be caught by the Star God officer. At the beginning, Lin Shen had to choose to come to the Southern District Star God Palace in order to save Deers and Lao Wei. Now it's not so easy to leave. In fact, Lin Shen had studied it before. If he wanted to leave the Southern District Star God Palace, there was only one way to go, that is, to transfer to other Star God Palaces. But this road is also difficult to walk. Although the 6 major Star God Palaces belong to the Immortal Court, each department is independent, and it is extremely difficult for the Star God official to change the gate. Even if other Star God Palaces want people, it depends on whether the South District Star God Palace is willing to release them. If the South District Star God Palace is unwilling to release people, Lin Shen will not be able to transfer to other Star God Palaces. It seems that there is no way to go, but Lin Shen still has a glimmer of hope. Under normal circumstances, as long as the South District Star God Palace does not release people, Lin Shen will not be able to transfer to other Star God Palaces, but there is an exception. Shongqian Star District is the central core of the Immortal Court, and the Jade Emperor is also the co-lord of the Immortal Court and the head of the 6 emperors. If the Jade Emperor directly ordered the transfer, then even if the Southern District Star God Palace was unwilling to release the person, it would have to release the person. Even if others have connections, it is impossible to ask the Jade Emperor to help transfer the job, but Lin Shen is different. The Jade Emperor is his guardian fairy, and maybe there is a chance. Of course, Lin Shen did not really go to find the Jade Emperor, nor did he plan to try to summon the Jade Emperor. Lin Shen planned to try his luck at the Star God Palace in the Zhongtian Star District. During this period of time, Lin Shen did not gain nothing from working in the Star God Palace. He has figured out that each Star God Palace has an independent intelligent brain system, and all the instructions of the Star God Palace are issued through this set of intelligent brain systems. Even the instructions of the emperors of each district are obtained by the Great Priest through the intelligent brain system. Unfortunately, this is the Southern District. Lin Shen has been in contact with the intelligent brain system of the Southern District Star God Palace, and cannot affect it. Now Lin Shen wants to enter Zhongtian Star Palace, and get in touch with the intelligent brain system of Zhongtian Star Palace. Maybe he can use that intelligent brain system to issue a transfer order to the Southern District Star Palace in the name of the Jade Emperor. Having had experience in controlling Xiaoying before, Lin Shen thinks that the feasibility of this plan is still very high. If it fails, he will not lose anything. What kind of person Wu Qing is, and how he will deal with him, Lin Shen does not know, but Lu Ximing is a hungry wolf that can never be fed. He may gnaw his bones at any time. In any case, he can't stay here any longer. Lin Shen did not tell Lu Ximing that he was not Deng Adua's business. Instead, he used this as an excuse to ask Lu Ximing for leave, saying that he was going back to the Deng family to do something. Lu Ximing thought that Lin Shen had figured it out, and wanted to go back to help him with the Qingyuan grass, so he readily agreed and gave Lin Shen leave. Lin Shen first contacted Deng Quang, and used Deng Quang's connections to teleport to Deng's house. Xingshan Palace has the authority to view the teleportation track. Lu Ximing can easily find out where he teleported to, so Lin Shen must not let him find out the clues, and must go to Deng's house first. Fortunately, Lu Ximing only has the authority to view the transmission data of the South District. As long as he arrives in the Zhongtian Star District, it is not Lu Ximing who can check which planet Lin Shen teleports to at will. It is also possible that Lu Ximing has connections in the Zhongtian Star Palace, and can find someone to find out his transmission track. It's okay to be a Star Priest, but why did you choose to go to the South Star District? You should be in the Zhongtian Star District, so that we brothers can take care of each other. Deng Quang is straightforward. When he came to pick up Lin Shen, he directly expressed his complaints. Second brother Deng, I'm in trouble, I need you to do me a favor. Lin Shen said sincerely. What trouble? Don't worry, I'm here for you. Deng Quang said. I offended someone in the Southern Star District. Lin Shen told Deng Quang about his own affairs with Wu Qing and Lu Ximing. After listening carefully, Deng Quang frowned. The previous high priest of the Southern District had some friendship with our Deng family, but he died when he left the Immortal Court to go to the Outer Star Field. The current acting high priest of the Southern District, Wu Qing, has nothing to do with our Deng family. According to what you said, that Lu Ximing wants to use you to get Qingyuan grass from the Shen family again, and he will definitely not give up until he achieves his goal. Your situation in the Southern Star Palace is very bad, and you must leave quickly. I think so too. I want to be transferred to the Zhongtian Star Palace. Lin Shen said. Many high-ranking priests of Zhongxing Palace have some friendship with our Deng family. Even the chief priest may give some face to our Deng family. But even if the chief priest wants to transfer you to Zhongxing Palace, I am afraid Wu Qing and Lu Ximing will not let you go. Deng Quang knew that under such circumstances, it was impossible for Lin Shen to be transferred. I know. Lin Shen looked at Deng Quang and said, so I would like to ask you, second brother Deng, to take me to Zhongxing Palace secretly. I have a way to let Zhongxing Palace transfer me there. Wu Qing and the others will not let me go. What can you do? Wu Qing and Lu Ximing will not let you go. Let's do this. I will find someone to talk to Wu Qing. After all, it's just a matter between children. I think Wu Qing will not hold on to it. It should not be difficult to resolve. Before the matter is resolved, you stay with me and no one can touch you. Deng Quang said. Second brother Deng, I really have a solution. All you need to do is take me to Zhongxing Palace secretly, and let me stay there for 2 days. If my solution doesn't work, I listen to you. Lin Shen said hurriedly. Chapter 1069. Deng Quang personally took Lin Shen to Zhongtian Star Palace, using the excuse that he wanted to find a 9-star priest to discuss previous business. Deng Quang went to discuss things with a 9-star priest, and let him walk around Zhongtian Star Palace. This is the outer hall of Zhongtian Star Palace. On the open day of the Star Palace, people outside the Star Palace can also come here to worship or pray. Except for the open day, ordinary people cannot enter except the Star Priest of Zhongtian Star District. Lin Shen can only walk around the outer hall, and the inner hall is definitely not allowed to enter, but for Lin Shen, this is enough. The outer hall has an intelligent brain system. Lin Shen only needs to contact the intelligent brain system of Zhongtian Star Palace in a place where no one is around, and he can try his idea. The architectural style of Zhongtian Star Palace is very old. There are no modern high-rise buildings, but only ancient corridor-style buildings. It is called the Outer Hall, but it actually includes several branch halls and a large square. Because it was not an open day, there were almost no people in the Outer Hall. Only some star priests were cleaning the square. The doors of the main hall and the side hall were open. Seeing the star priests praying in the main hall, Lin Shen went to an empty side hall first. The statue enshrined in the side hall was not the Jade Emperor, but a statue of the god of wealth holding a large gold ingot in both hands. On the open day, there were many people coming here to worship and pray, and the incense was the most prosperous. Today, Lin Shen was alone. Lin Shen turned his head and looked outside. The star priests who were cleaning the square were not nearby. He walked to a nearby instrument with a screen and started the instrument. This instrument is usually used for explanations or ceremonies. The South District Star God Palace also has the same thing. For Lin Shen, this thing is naturally not unfamiliar. After starting the instrument, a holographic image was projected, vivid and lifelike like a real person. The projected image is a little girl. When the girl saw Lin Shen, she suddenly bowed to Lin Shen. Dragon Girl greets the master. Lin Shen was a little nervous at first, but when he saw the girl's reaction, he immediately felt relieved and thought that this thing would definitely work. Get up. Lin Shen glanced outside, afraid of being discovered by the Star God officer, so he quickly asked the Dragon Girl to stand up. What does the master want? After the Dragon Girl stood up, she still asked respectfully. Dragon Girl, can you help me issue a transfer order? Transfer a Star God officer from the Changsheng Star God officer to the Zhongqian Star God Palace? Lin Shen asked. The Dragon Girl said in embarrassment, Master, that is not within my authority. I am only responsible for the explanation and ceremony of the God of Wealth Temple. Lin Shen was very disappointed. He originally thought that the intelligent computers in the Star God Palace were all connected, but he didn't expect that there were divisions of authority. Master, if you need to transfer the position of the Star God officer, you can go to the main hall to operate. The Dragon Girl said again. Lin Shen also thought of it, but there were several Star God officers praying in the main hall now, and he couldn't do anything in front of so many Star God officers. If the intelligent computer came out and bowed to him, or called him master, things would be serious. In addition to the explanation and ceremony, what other authority do you have? Lin Shen stood at the door and looked outside. Seeing that no Star God officer in the main hall came out, he had to wait patiently and didn't go out yet. Master, I also have the authority of wealth. The Dragon Girl said. What's the use of the authority of wealth? Lin Shen was a little surprised and thought, this is just an intelligent brain program. Can it really give people wealth? The Dragon Girl immediately replied, I can randomly give wealth to people who come here to pray. The wealth is divided into 1 to 10 coins. The more wealth you get, the higher the distribution ratio is likely to be when the materials are distributed. For example, when buying lottery tickets, the lottery system will randomly give a certain probability of winning. The higher the wealth, the bigger the prize will be. Do you mean that who can win the lottery is also controllable? Lin Shen's heart suddenly moved. The Immortal Court also is lottery, but he used to think that the lottery was controlled by the central intelligent brain and no one could do anything about it. Now it seems that winning the lottery is not random, but artificially allocated. It's just that the distribution mode is different from what he thought before. The God of Wealth actually controls whether you can win the prize. If you can get the wealth of 10 coins, can you always win the big prize? Lin Shen looked at the Dragon Girl and asked, Can you give me 10 cents of fortune? Of course, but if you need to win the prize, you only need to give an order to the lottery system, and you can win the prize directly. There is no need for so much trouble. The Dragon Girl is indeed a high-level intelligent computer. She actually saw through Lin Shen's thoughts. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that he could ask for money directly, so why did he need fortune? Thinking of this, Lin Shen was excited. It seems that he had always underestimated the role of the Jade Emperor, the fairy. In the Zhongqian Star Palace, he has the protection of the fairy spirit and can do whatever he wants. Just as he was thinking about how to make good use of this ability in the future, he heard the sound of a bell ringing outside. Lin Shen looked outside and found that the star priests who were praying in the hall had already walked out of the hall one after another. Lin Shen quickly turned off the intelligent brain system of the God of Wealth Temple and slowly walked towards the hall from the outside. Most of the star priests outside ignored him. Some of them looked at him and said nothing. After all, this is just the outer hall. It is common for some special visitors to come in on non-open days. There is nothing to be surprised about. Lin Shen came to the hall and saw the majestic statue enshrined inside outside the door. It was the famous Jade Emperor. Lin Shan originally thought that there should be no one in the hall, but when he entered the hall, he saw a star priest sitting on the side of the hall with a table in front of him. There were some strange things on the table. Guest, meeting his fate, how about I tell you a fortune? Star priest looked at Lin Shan and said with a smile, there is such a person in the Star God Palace? Lin Shan saw that the Star God robe that the star priest wore had turned white, and the badge on his chest had been worn out so that the stars could not be seen. He had a head full of white hair, a very long beard, and a face full of wrinkles. He had always thought that there would only be such a person near the temple on his home planet, but he didn't expect that there would be such a person in a place like the Star God Palace. But think about it, the fortune told by the star priest should still have some effect. After all, the entire immortal court is under the control of the intelligent brain. Maybe this old star priest has some authority to view the information in the intelligent brain, so it is natural that every fortune he tells is accurate. Chapter 1070. Lin Shan was not in the mood to tell fortunes now, but with this person in the hall, he could not do his own thing. After a little hesitation, Lin Shan walked over, sat opposite the old star priest and asked, how much does it cost to tell a fortune? It depends. The old star priest took out a card reader and placed it in front of Lin Shan. Lin Shan took out his card and swiped 100 Taishu coins. Money can make the gods. He directly paid 100 Taishu coins, in addition to wanting to hear some nice words to prevent the old star priest from saying some messy words to upset him. He also wanted the star priest to leave quickly after the fortune telling. When the old star priest saw the 100 Taishu coins Lin Shan had swiped in, he didn't react at all, but just asked with a smile, guest, what do you want to ask? I want to transfer jobs recently. Can you help me calculate whether my transfer can be successful? Lin Shan said casually, but in his heart he was thinking, I have given you 100 yuan, you have to say a few nice and auspicious words to me. After hearing this, the old star priest picked up a tortoise shell next to the table, stretched out his right hand from his sleeve, and held 3 copper coins between his fingers. He put the 3 copper coins into the tortoise shell, then held the tortoise shell with both hands, and shook it a few times. When he stopped, the old star priest's face became a little strange. Lin Shan looked at the tortoise shell in the old star priest's hand, and felt a little strange. Lin Shan had seen his method of fortune-telling with copper coins and tortoise shells in his hometown. At this time, the copper coins in the tortoise shell should fall out from the mouth of the tortoise shell. However, the opening of the tortoise shell in the hands of the old star priest was clearly facing downwards, but the copper coins inside did not fall out of the opening. Lin Shan thought that the method of the Star God Palace was different from that of his hometown, but he saw the old star priest shaking his hands again, and he could hear the sound of the copper coins rolling and colliding inside, confirming that the copper coins were inside. When the old star priest stopped again, the opening of the tortoise shell was facing down, but still no copper coins fell out. The old star priest's face became more and more strange. He couldn't help but lift the tortoise shell and look closer. That's right, the copper coins are inside, and they are not stuck. How can they not fall out? Shi Zhongqing's mind was full of question marks. He had never encountered such a thing in his life. He shook it again, trying to pour out the copper coins inside, but he couldn't pour them out. The 3 copper coins seemed to be stuck on the tortoise shell. Shi Zhongqing put down the tortoise shell and reached in to dig it out. As a result, he easily touched out the 3 copper coins, which were neither stuck nor stuck on it. What's wrong? Lin Shan saw that something was wrong and looked at Shi Zhongqing and asked. Wait a moment. Shi Zhongqing looked at Lin Shan deeply, then put the copper coin into the tortoise shell again, shook it a few times, and tried to pour the copper coin out, but found that it still couldn't pour it out. After trying a few more times, no matter how Shi Zhongqing shook it, the copper coin inside couldn't pour out, but he reached in and took it out easily. Shi Zhongqing put down the tortoise shell, looked at Lin Shan with strange eyes and said, What's your surname, sir? Tion. Lin Shan directly reported his name. It doesn't matter if you don't want to leave your name, I just want to know your real surname. Shi Zhongqing shook his head, looked at Lin Shan and asked again, Is your surname Zhang? Lin Shan shook his head and said, My last name is not Zhang, and I have no relationship with anyone with the last name Zhang. That's strange. Shi Zhongqing looked at Lin Shan with some disbelief, but with his experience, he could tell that Lin Shan was not lying. Why is it strange that I don't have the last name Zhang? Lin Shan asked curiously. Shi Zhongqing did not answer Lin Shan's question, and said thoughtfully, I can't tell this fortune, but the money has been taken, and there is absolutely no reason to return it, otherwise it will be very unlucky. How about this? Don't you want to transfer your job? I will help you transfer your job. Lin Shan found it a little funny. A fortune teller, who couldn't even tell the fortune well, actually wanted to help him transfer his job. This didn't sound very reliable. Shi Zhongqing was so experienced that he could see Lin Shen's distrust at a glance. He smiled and said, "You are the Star God officer, right? What department do you want to be transferred to? I have been in the Star God Palace for so many years, so I still have some connections. I am the Star God officer of the South District." Lin Shen did not explain what he said, but he made it very clear. "You want to be transferred from the Changsheng Star God Palace to the Zhongtian Star God Palace?" Shi Zhongqing was a little surprised, but he was not surprised. "Yes, is it possible?" Lin Shen asked. "Of course it is possible. It is much easier than fortune-telling." Shi Zhongqing laughed. "Why do you want to be transferred from the Changsheng Star God Palace?" "I offended someone. I want to be transferred, but I am afraid they will not let me go so easily," Lin Shen said half-truthfully. "Simple. I took your money. This matter must be done for you. What is your registered name in the Star God Palace?" Shi Zhongqing asked. "Asian is my name," Lin Shen replied. Shi Zhongqing nodded, took out a device that looked like a tablet, and asked while swiping on it, "Who did you offend?" "Wu Qing, the acting high priest of the South District." Lin Shen didn't know whether this old star priest was fooling him, or was really capable. But there was no harm in giving it a try. He couldn't do anything to himself. With this old star priest here, it was impossible to use the intelligent brain here. Shi Zhongqing paused while swiping the tablet, looked up and looked at Lin Shen and said, "No wonder you were so anxious to transfer, and you actually offended the high priest. Can this be done?" Lin Shen asked calmly. "Yes, I took your money and I will definitely help you get it done." Shi Zhongqing lowered his head and continued to swipe on the tablet, not knowing what he was doing. Lin Shen was anxious, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only wait here. "I don't know how much time Deng Quang can delay. If this old star priest doesn't leave, there will be no hope today." Lin Shen didn't believe that this old star priest could transfer him from the South District. He was thinking about what to do. He didn't know if Deng Quang could bring him here again tomorrow. While thinking about it, he looked outside the hall and saw Deng Quang and a 9-star priest walking towards this side. It seems that today is really not going to work. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. After the two entered the temple, Deng Quang saw Lin Shen and was about to say hello, but his eyes fell on Shi Zhongqing behind the table. "High priest." Deng Quang looked at Shi Zhongqing and said with some surprise. The 9-star priest on the side also saluted Shi Zhongqing. Lin Shen looked at Shi Zhongqing with some surprise. He didn't expect that this old star priest would be the high priest Shi Zhongqing of the Zhongtian Star District. Chapter 1071. Deng Quang and 9 stars priest Shui Jingyuan saw Lin Shen and Shi Zhongqing together, and guessed something. After saying hello, Deng Quang smiled and asked Lin Shen, "Did the high priest tell you fortunes? What was the result?" "Forget it, I don't know the result either," Lin Shen said. Deng Quang looked at Shi Zhongqing and asked, "High priest, what did my brother ask, and what was the result?" Shi Zhongqing smiled slightly. "Your little brother is destined to be with my Zhongtian Star Palace, so you should stay and work in Zhongtian Star Palace in the future." Deng Quang was slightly startled when he heard this, and looked back and forth between Lin Shen and Shi Zhongqing with some surprise. The Deng family had some contacts with High Priest Shi Zhongqing, but the friendship was not deep, and at most it could only be regarded as some business intersections. Now Deng Quang was a little suspicious whether Lin Shen had any relationship with Shi Zhongqing, and whether the method he mentioned was to find Shi Zhongqing's relationship. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Although Shi Zhongqing has a hobby of fortune-telling, his level is really average. Privately, Shi Zhongqing has a nickname that he is not accurate in 9 out of 10 fortune-tellings. Shi Zhongqing would occasionally come here to tell fortunes for people on open days. Now it is not an open day. Why would Shi Zhongqing come here to tell fortunes for Lin Shen? Obviously, things are not that simple. "It is a Tian's blessing to be favored by the great priest," Deng Quang said. "If Shi Zhongqing is willing to come forward, I think the Changsheng Star Palace will give him some face. Wu Qin will not reject Shi Zhongqing's face because of a suspicion." Shui Jingyuan said anxiously, "Great priest, a Tian is an excellent star priest of the Changsheng Star Palace. They may not let him go. Let's take a long-term view on this matter." Just now, Deng Quang mentioned Lin Shen to Shui Jingyuan. Deng Quang originally thought that Shui Jingyuan would help him because of their friendship. But who knew that after hearing this, Shui Jingyuan told Deng Quang that this matter was very difficult to handle, and asked him to think of other ways. It was not because Shui Jingyuan did not sell Deng Quang's friendship, but because Shui Jingyuan knew the situation of Changsheng Star Palace better than others. After the disappearance of the high priest of Changsheng Star Palace, Wu Qing became the acting high priest. Shui Jingyuan and Wu Qing joined the Star Palace in the same year. They had a good relationship before, and had many confrontations in the competition. It can be said that they could not make a deal without fighting. He knew Wu Qing too well. That person did not care about the eyes and opinions of outsiders, nor did he care about what others thought. As long as he was determined, he must make it clear. Maybe others would think that Wu Qing targeted a Tian because of Wu Xiaoming's matter. But based on Shui Jingyuan's understanding of Wu Qing, he would never target a Tian because of Wu Xiaoming's matter. So this Tian must have some problems. So he was targeted by Wu Qing. If such a problematic person was transferred to Zhongtian Star Palace, it would obviously be detrimental to Zhongtian Star Palace. So Shui Jingyuan rejected Ding Quang from the beginning. When he heard Shi Zhongqing say this, he hurriedly stopped him. He wanted to stop the matter first, and then find Shi Zhongqing to explain the situation privately. Shi Zhongqing has been the chief priest in the Star Palace for so many years. It can be said that among the current 6 chief priests, he has the oldest qualifications and the longest tenure. Moreover, Shi Zhongqing has the best temper. Even if his subordinates raise any objections, he will generally consider them carefully, unlike other chief priests, who are generally so unkind. Shui Jingyuan thought that Shi Zhongqing would definitely understand what he meant. But today it seemed a little different. Shi Zhongqing said with a smile, "It should be said that it is our blessing that a Tian can come to my Zhongtian Xing Palace." High priest. Shui Jingyuan was shocked when he heard this. He thought that Shi Zhongqing didn't hear what he said clearly, and wanted to say something else. Shi Zhongqing interrupted Shui Jingyuan. "Jingyuan, the position of the head of Xingqiu Pavilion is still vacant. After a Tian is transferred here, let him go to Xingqiu Pavilion." As soon as these words came out, not only Shui Jingyuan's face changed drastically, but even Ding Quang, who had a bad face to begin with, showed a look of astonishment on his face. Ding Quang just heard Shui Jingyuan say that, and cursed his ancestors in his heart. Given his friendship with Shui Jingyuan, it would be fine if Shui Jingyuan didn't help, but he actually stopped him there. If this wasn't the Star God Palace, Ding Quang would have wanted to draw his sword and fight Shui Jingyuan. But now, after hearing what Shi Zhongqing said, Ding Quang was really a little scared. What is the Star Hall? Even though Ding Quang is not a Star God officer, he knows that the Star Hall is where the Great God Officer communicates with the Emperor of the Immortal Court. Each of the 6 Star God Palaces has a Star Hall. The owners of the Star Halls of all generations are strong competitors for the Great God Officer, and most of them will become the Great God Officer. Shi Zhongqing actually said that he wanted Lin Shen to go to the Star Hall, which was equivalent to saying that he wanted Lin Shen to be his successor. This really scared Ding Quang a little, and Shui Jingyuan was so scared that his emotional management was completely out of control. Great God Officer. You can't. At this time, Shui Jingyuan no longer cared about thinking of euphemisms. If a problematic Star God Palace is allowed to become the owner of the Star Hall, if something happens, the Zhongtian Star Priest will not only become a laughing stock, but may also cause unimaginable disasters. Shi Zhongqing was very different from usual today. He did not let Shui Jingyuan continue to speak, and waved his hand to interrupt him. "I have decided on this matter. No need to say more. You should go through the process now, and transfer a Tian from the Changsheng Star God Palace. The sooner the better." Having said this, Shui Jingyuan knew that he could not say anything more. In front of outsiders, if he continued to speak, it would be disobeying the high priest. Shui Jingyuan could only respond first, and planned to wait until Ding Quang and Lin Shen left, and then explain the situation to Shi Zhongqing in private. Ding Quang and Lin Shen were overjoyed. Ding Quang originally thought that this matter was impossible, but he did not expect that there would be a sudden turn of events. With Shi Zhongqing's intervention, Lin Shen can not only be transferred here, but he may even become the head of Xingqiu Pavilion, which is the cradle of the great priest. Thinking that Lin Shen may become a great priest in the future, Ding Quang was happy for him, but also a little surprised. He didn't know what the relationship between Lin Shen and Shi Zhongqing was, and Shi Zhongqing would treat Lin Shen like this. "A Tian, you should go back to Changsheng Star Palace first, and go through the normal process, otherwise it would be unreasonable. Don't worry, whether Changsheng Star Palace agrees or not, I will definitely transfer you here, and no one can stop it." Shi Zhongqing's words made Shui Jingyuan numb. Shi Zhongqing, who has always been gentle, actually made such a promise to an outsider. Shui Jingyuan has begun to doubt whether he has not woken up today. Chapter 1072. Lin Shen was very surprised. Why did High Priest Shi Zhongqing take such good care of him? Was there some plan waiting for him? Lin Shen's experience told him that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and there is no love without reason. The High Priest, whom he met for the first time, showed him so much kindness for no reason. Lin Shen felt that there must be something going on. Second brother Ding, are you so close to High Priest Shi Zhongqing? Lin Shen couldn't figure out what Shi Zhongqing was after, and thought that Shi Zhongqing was close to Ding Quang. Ding Quang was startled when he heard this. Aren't you related to Shi Zhongqing? You said there was a way, and I thought your way was to find Shi Zhongqing. Ding Quang reacted and felt that something was wrong. Don't you have a relationship with High Priest Shi Zhongqing? This is the first time I met him. Before you came, I didn't know he was High Priest Shi Zhongqing. Lin Shen said. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Ding Quang frowned and said, when Shi Zhongqing was young, he had a very hot temper. He could not tolerate any sand in his eyes. He would impose the heaviest punishment on anyone who violated the rules of the immortal court. He would not show mercy to anyone, even his own relatives and friends. At that time, he had a nickname called the Living King of Hell. But these are what I heard from the older generation. When I was old enough to remember, Shi Zhongqing's temperament was no longer like that. He became very kind and usually didn't care about things. He just muddled through everything. For some things that were not too bad, he always turned a blind eye and even tried to smooth things over. I think it is unlikely that he would offend the Chongqing Star Palace because of you. There must be some reason behind this. Tell me all the details of your meeting with Shi Zhongqing. The more detailed the better. Lin Shen recalled and recounted the details of his meeting with Shi Zhongqing, filling in all the details he could think of. After listening, Ding Quang pondered and said, you said that when Shi Zhongqing was telling your fortune, the copper coin in the tortoiseshell could not fall out? I don't know if he used some tricks or did it on purpose. He shook it several times from time to time, and it really didn't fall out. At that time, I was a little surprised and thought that the copper coin divination technique of the Star God Palace was different from ours. Lin Shen said. It seems that the problem lies here. I have never heard of such a thing as the copper coin not falling out. According to normal circumstances, maybe Shi Zhongqing knew you a long time ago and wanted to take you into the Zhongtian Star God Palace. Divination is just a means and excuse for him. Ding Quang paused and said, Shi Zhongqing took divination as a hobby when he was old, but divination has always been inaccurate. There is a nickname that 9 out of 10 divinations are inaccurate. I am afraid that even he himself does not believe in his divination results. Then why did he do this? Was it against me or the Ding family? Lin Shen pondered and said, it's hard to say. Shi Zhongqing is a man who is hard to guess, but there must be something wrong with this matter. Ding Quang said, the South District is a tiger's den, and Zhongtian is a dragon's lair. This matter is difficult to handle. No matter what, I can't stay in the South District Star God Palace. No matter what Shi Zhongqing wants to do, since he is willing to transfer me here, then I will come here. It's better to take one step at a time than to sit and wait for death in the South District. Lin Shen still decided to come to Zhongtian Star God Palace. Even if Shi Zhongqing wanted to do something to him, he still had the Jade Emperor to rely on in Zhongtian Star God Palace, which was better than staying in the South District. Okay. Ding Quang also thought it was better to come here. At least the Ding family still had some influence in the Zhongtian Star region. If anything happened, they could help a little. In the South region, the Ding family really couldn't intervene. When Lin Shen and Ding Quang were discussing this, Shui Jingyuan and Shi Zhongqing were also discussing this matter. Shui Jingyuan told him the whole story. Great priest, Wu Qing is not a gentleman, but he is definitely not a villain who seeks revenge for personal gain. He is targeting a Tian so much, there must be something wrong or suspicious about a Tian. How can such a person come to our Zhongtian Star Priest? And how can he be the director of Xingqiu Hall? Shi Zhongqing was not surprised after hearing this, he just smiled and said, I still know about a Tian, he should have no problem. Just like you said, with Wu Qing's personality, if a Tian really has a problem, do you think Wu Qing will let him leave the Southern District Star God Palace? Shui Jingyuan was slightly startled after hearing this. What you said makes sense, but even if there is no real evidence, Wu Qing can't target him for no reason, there must be something suspicious about him. Whether he is a problem or a suspicious point, he must be brought to us. Shi Zhongqing said seriously. Why? Shui Jingyuan was very confused, not knowing what Shi Zhongqing saw in Lin Shen. If it was Ding Quang's face, Shui Jingyuan didn't believe it. Shi Zhongqing wouldn't do such a thing for favors. This Tian is a natural-born high priest. Shi Zhongqing said slowly. Natural-born high priest? What does that mean? Shui Jingyuan stared at Shi Zhongqing in a daze, thinking he was joking. He had never heard that the title of High Priest could be born. After all, High Priest was just a position, not a talent or something, so how could it be born? Even if one was the descendant of a High Priest, it was not certain that he could become a High Priest. This matter cannot be discussed. You only need to know that this person is very important to our Zhongtian Star Palace. No matter what means are used, he must be dug out from the South District. Shi Zhongqing said calmly. Lin Shen followed what Shi Zhongqing said and returned to the South District Star Palace first, waiting for the transfer order from Zhongtian Star Palace. Not long after he returned, he received a message from Lu Siming, asking him to go to Biluotian as soon as possible. Lu Siming was already impatient, and he was determined to get the Qingyuan grass. Biluotian suffered heavy losses, and he was now planning to rely on Xinyuan pills to recover. Lin Shen had no choice but to go to Biluotian. If the transfer order didn't come, he would have to obey Lu Siming's arrangement. Brother Ateon, you are finally back. How is the matter I asked you to do? Lu Siming was too lazy to cover up, and had a profit-seeking face. This matter is difficult to handle. Lin Shen didn't say it firmly, and planned to delay it for a day until the transfer order came, and then it would be over. It has to be done even if it is difficult. The production line of Xinyuan Dam will be online soon, and Qingyuan grass must be in place, otherwise you and I will be in trouble. Brother, only you can help me with this matter. As long as you do me this favor, what I said before will definitely count. I will immediately promote you to a 6-star priest, and the scientific research project will be established immediately. No more than half a year, you will definitely become a 7-star priest. Lu Siming used half threats and half inducements, and used all kinds of tricks. Chapter 1073. Sir, I have asked Brother Ding to help contact the Shen family. For the time being, we can only wait for the result. Lin Shen said. We have to hurry up. The production line will be assembled soon, and the other raw materials have almost been purchased. The Qingyuan grass must be in place within 10 days, otherwise the loss of Biluotian will be too great. Brother, you have to help your elder brother, otherwise your elder brother will really not be able to make it. Lu Siming called him brother, but the meaning of his words was to set a 10-day deadline for Lin Shen, and it was the kind that could not be refuted. Sir, I will try my best. I will urge my second brother when I go back. Lin Shen said in embarrassment. It's not trying my best, but I must get the Qingyuan grass within 10 days, otherwise you and I will be finished. Lu Siming said seriously. Lin Shen had to agree first, hoping that the transfer order from Zhongxing Palace would come within 10 days. Lin Shen knew that it was useless to just send a transfer order. He had to negotiate with Wu Qin, otherwise he would not be able to leave even with a transfer order. So it mainly depends on the negotiation between the two sides. Only after the negotiation is completed can the transfer order come. When he returned to Jingmei Star, he found that Wei Wufu and Deers were both there, which surprised Lin Shen a little. These two people were both cultivation maniacs. They were not cultivating on their own planets, so why did they come here at the same time? Deers directly explained the purpose of their visit. We found some interesting things on Yinshan Star. Are you interested in going to see them together? What interesting things? Lin Shen asked curiously. Although Yinshan Star is Lin Shen's planet, except for the 2 times he went there at the beginning, Lin Shen has never been there again. He is really not familiar with it, and he doesn't know what the interesting things Deer said are. There are a large number of Yin ghost beasts on Yinshan Star, and their abilities are very powerful. It is difficult for ordinary lower-level gods to survive there. However, we found that Lao Wei's power can restrain those Yin ghost beasts. With Lao Wei around, Yin ghost beasts generally dare not approach. So Lao Wei and I wandered around Yinshan Star, and then we found that someone had built a palace on Yinshan Star. There was a stone tablet outside the palace, and on the tablet was engraved a magical skill called the Great Law of the Underworld. We checked and found that the Great Law of the Underworld was the secret of the Yin family. It was once one of the 10 great magical skills, but with the extinction of the Yin family, the Great Law of the Underworld has long been lost. Deers explained the situation and invited Lin Shen to go and see the stone tablet and the palace, which may be related to the extinct Yin family. I have also heard of the Great Law of the Underworld. It seems to be very evil. I heard that the reason why the Yin family was exterminated was related to the Great Law of the Underworld. But I have something to do recently. I am afraid I can't go for the time being. Lin Shen told him about his job transfer and Lu Siming's request for him to get Qingyuan grass. After listening to this, Deer said, Lu Siming dared to directly go to the production line and purchase other raw materials, which shows that he is capable of getting Qingyuan grass. He asked you to get Qing Yuan grass just to avoid or pay less. I think so too, so I definitely can't do this. I just hope sure Zhongqing can negotiate successfully and transfer me to Zhongtian Star District. Lin Shen said. It shouldn't be that easy. Once Zhongtian Star Palace negotiates with this side, Lu Siming will definitely get the news first, and then you will be in trouble. Deers pointed out Lin Shen's problem directly. Lin Shen smiled bitterly and said, I have thought about this problem, but what can I do now? I can only take it one step at a time. I hope Lu Siming will not embarrass me for sure Zhongqing's sake. It shouldn't be that simple. You should make plans early. Deer said. Lin Shen nodded. If Lu Siming really wanted to deal with him, he would have to take the risk. The three chatted for a while, and decided to wait until Lin Shen was transferred to Zhongtian Star Palace before finding time to explore the palace on Yinshan Star. As usual, Lin Shen took Bai Xiuqi to participate in the competition, except for visiting the security department. Now, Bai Xiuqi is in his heyday. Almost no one who likes to watch pet competitions does not know Bai Xiuqi's name. The champion is basically gone. Several rounds of competitions were just a formality. There is no lower-level pet that can compete with Bai Xiuqi. After only 2 days of such peaceful days, Lu Siming called Lin Shen over again. This time, Lu Siming's face was obviously not good, and it could even be said to be gloomy. Tian, you are really capable. Lu Siming stared at Lin Shen coldly and said, Sir, what do you mean by this? Lin Shen pretended to be surprised and asked, What do you mean? Then I have to ask you. You want to transfer to Zhongxing Palace, but you don't come to discuss it with me, keep me in the dark, and directly let Zhongxing Palace come forward. This is really a big deal. Lu Siming's eyes became colder and colder. Zhongxing Palace wants to transfer me there? How come I don't know about this? Lin Shen's face was full of astonishment, as if he had just found out. Lu Siming didn't buy into Lin Shen's tricks at all, and snorted coldly, Don't act in front of me. When I was acting, you didn't even know which woman's belly you were in. It's your freedom to go wherever you want. Whether the higher-ups approve it or not is their business, but as long as you are under my command, you are my subordinate, and you must complete the work you should do. Lin Shen saw that he couldn't fool him anymore, so he could only sigh and say, My lord, you have misunderstood me too deeply. Humph. Lu Siming just snorted coldly, and then said, You should know what the situation is in Billow Ocean now. I don't keep idle people here. You can go to patrol Haining Star today. Lin Shen's face changed slightly after hearing this, and he also knew what kind of place Haining Star was. Haining Star is a planet under Billow Ocean. The planet was originally a 9th-class star with poor resources. No one would want it even if it was given away for free. Later, Haining Star was used as a garbage dump, and many waste materials and garbage from Billow Ocean Research Institute were dumped on Haining Star. The entire Haining Star was overpolluted, the deformed species there had mutated, and coupled with cross-infections of various bacteria, viruses, toxins, etc., the environment of Haining Star had become quite bad. Even if a high-level god went there, there would be 9 out of 10 problems with his body to varying degrees, not to mention the lower-level gods. After many incidents on Haining Star, the transmission device leading there had long been closed. Except for dumping garbage there through the transmission device, no one had been there for nearly 100 years. Now Lu Siming wanted him to patrol Haining Star, which was clearly to beat him to death. And Lu Siming let him go there today, which was determined to deal with him, and didn't give him any chance at all. Lu Siming directly called 2 8-star priests to come over, and send Lin Shen to patrol Haining Star. Chapter 1074. Lu Siming clearly wants my life. He wants to keep my life on Haining Star before the negotiation between the two sides is completed. Lin Shen's eyes were gloomy. It was too late to leave now. 2 8-star priests escorted Lin Shen to the teleportation station, and watched Lin Shen enter the teleportation device to Haining Star. They waited until the teleportation device completed the transmission, and confirmed that Lin Shen had gone to Haining Star before returning to Lu Siming to report. Since he can't be used by me, how can I let such a problematic person leave Billow Ocean alive? Lu Siming just said coldly. Although he didn't know whether Lin Shen had any problems, since he couldn't be used by him, and couldn't get any benefits from Lin Shen, getting rid of Lin Shen could not only sell a favor to Wu Qin, but also solve the future troubles. Naturally, he couldn't let Lin Shen go. He took the money he should take and the benefits he should receive, but he would also do what he should do, otherwise Wu Qin would not keep using him. After entering Haining Star, it is probably difficult for the upper gods to come out alive. Even if they can come out alive, their bodies will have various problems. In Lu Siming's opinion, Lin Shen, a lower god, is dead and can't come out of Haining Star again. As for the Shongtian Star region, after all, it is not a star region, and it is not the order of the Jade Emperor. What can we do if we ignore them? Not to mention that there is Wu Qing in front of us. The scene in front of Lin Shan changed, and the scene he saw surprised him a little, but his face was not as ugly as before. The reason why he had no intention of resisting at all, and was taken to Hanging Star so easily was because Lin Shan had decided to come here when he heard Lu Siming talking about Hanging Star. Hanging Star may be a dead end for others, but for Lin Shan, it may be his best shelter. He has the theory of evolution, and his ability to adapt to the environment is unique. As long as the environment here can't kill him directly, he can survive here. Rather than being constantly targeted by Lu Siming and Wu Qing outside, it is better to wait here for Shi Zhongqing and others to complete the procedure and transfer him to Zhongtian Star District. The scene that Lin Shan saw was a huge garbage mountain. This garbage mountain is taller and more majestic than any mountain Lin Shan has ever seen. The whole mountain looks like a pile of various garbage. Even though Lin Shan had already held his breath, his body still felt as if there was a foul smell shrouding him, choking him to tears, and his skin was burning. Various radiation rays intertwined, making everything on Hanging Star coated with a layer of fantasy colors. The beautiful and gorgeous colors made the garbage mountain look like a magical feeling of hell. The teleportation station is at the top of the garbage mountain. All kinds of garbage that are directly transported in will fall out of the transmission device and roll down the mountain. When the garbage piles up to a certain extent, part of the mountain will collapse, and the garbage will rush to the garbage dump-like area below the mountain like an avalanche. Lin Shan directly uses all his skills and merges with the Fate Breaker at the same time. The immortal suit also stimulates the soul light and shadow of the wrathful goddess to protect his body from external invasion. Even so, Lin Shan still feels a strange feeling coming from his body, as if there are thousands of bugs crawling in his bones and muscles. Lin Shan looks around and can see all kinds of strange microorganisms in the air, like devil bugs crawling out of hell. These microorganisms, which are smaller than dust, look weird and ugly, and they are basically different in appearance. They are so bizarre that Lin Shan feels like he is in a sea of alien insects. If someone has intensive phobia, he would have died of the disease by now, and was disgusted to death. Although Lin Shan does not have intensive phobia, he also feels goosebumps all over his body. He quickly distracted his mind and stopped staring at the microscopic world, which made him feel better. However, the feeling of thousands of insects crawling in his body did not disappear at all, but became more and more itchy, as if there were insects crawling in his blood vessels. Without Lin Shan's drive, the theory of evolution has begun to run wildly. Lin Shan looked around and did not see the figure of the deformed species, which made him feel a little relieved. In such a harsh environment, the deformed species that can still survive here must not be comparable to ordinary deformed species. He raised his legs and prepared to leave the garbage mountain first, find a place to hide, and wait for time to pass. But as soon as he lifted one leg, he felt the other leg supporting his body go weak, and his brain was hit by a dizziness. His body fell down uncontrollably, fell headfirst on the garbage mountain, and rolled down from the top of the mountain. Shui Jingyuan was talking to Wu Qing. Although he felt that there was something wrong with the Tian, Shi Zhongqing was determined to transfer a Tian to Zhongtian Star Palace, so he had to do it. Jingyuan, you should know my character. If a Tian had no problem, I would not let him go. Wu Qing said, while looking at Shui Jingyuan's holographic image. I know your character very well. We will also pay close attention to a Tian's problem, but this person is of some use to my Zhongtian Star District, so I can only trouble you. Shui Jingyuan said. Is it because of the Deng family? If it is because of the Deng family, you don't have to do this. He is not Deng Adwa from the Deng family at all. Wu Qing said. It has nothing to do with the Deng family. Shui Jingyuan said. Then why do you want this person, or do you come to me in person to ask for him? Wu Qing asked with interest. It's not convenient to disclose this. Anyway, you can rest assured. You should know my character. When he arrives at Zhongtian Star Palace, as long as he has problems, I will not give him any chances. Shui Jingyuan originally thought that it should not be difficult to ask for a low-level star official. But when he went through the process, he was rejected by Wu Qing, so he had to come to Wu Qing to ask for him himself. Even so, Wu Qing did not give in immediately, which made Shui Jingyuan realize that a Tian might have a big problem. Since you have promised me, I can't justify not releasing him. Wu Qing smiled and said to Shui Jingyuan, Wait a minute, I will call him over first to confirm his own wishes. Even if I am willing to release him, it depends on whether he wants to go to Zhongshanxing Palace. After all, he has the right to refuse. Okay. Shui Jingyuan agreed immediately. He knew that Lin Shen would definitely not refuse. It was Lin Shen who wanted to go to Zhongxing Palace. Wu Qing dialed a number and got in touch with Lu Siming. The three of them communicated at the same time. Lu Siming, a Tian is with you now. Call him over. I have something to ask him. Wu Qing said lightly. High Priest, this may be a bit troublesome. He is on patrol now. Lu Siming said in embarrassment. Replace him with someone else, call him over. Wu Qing said. I'm afraid it won't work. It's not easy for other priests to go to the place where he patrols. Lu Siming said. What do you mean? Shui Jingyuan immediately realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Wu Qing also asked. The place where a Tian went to patrol is Haining Star. As soon as Lu Siming said this, Shui Jingyuan's face changed drastically. Obviously, he also knew what kind of place Haining Star was. You actually let a 3-star priest patrol Haining Star. You are murdering him. Shui Jingyuan was furious. Shui Priest, it's wrong for you to say that. He wanted to go there himself. I didn't force him. I also advised him at the time, saying that the place was dangerous and asked him not to go, but he just didn't listen. What can I do? Lu Siming said with narrowed eyes. He thought that there was no evidence, and he could say whatever he wanted. Old Shui, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. It seems that we can't take the person away. Wu Qing said calmly. You? Shui Jingyuan suddenly realized that Wu Qing probably didn't even think about releasing him. Without Wu Qing's permission, how could Lu Siming dare to do this? How long has he been on Haining Star? Shui Jingyuan asked, suppressing his anger. 2 or 3 days. Lu Siming said casually. When Shui Jingyuan heard him say this, he knew that Lin Shen must be finished. Not to mention the lower-level gods. Even if the upper-level gods stayed on Haining Star for 2 or 3 days, even if they could come out alive, they would be half dead and useless, and there might be infectious problems. Chapter 1075. Shui Jingyuan was angry and helpless. Ah Tian had been in Haining Star for 2 or 3 days. It was impossible for him to come out alive. Even if he could come out alive, Shui Jingyuan would not dare to let him come to Zhongtian Star Temple. Who knows if he has been in Haining Star for such a long time, and whether he has any deadly things on him. If it is contagious, it will be a big trouble. Shui Jingyuan had to find Shi Zhongqing, High Priest. Ah Tian may not be able to come. Wu Qing refused to let him go. Shi Zhongqing frowned slightly. Wu Qing did say that he could let him go, but he couldn't come. Shui Jingyuan said helplessly. Before I went to find Wu Qing, Lu Siming asked Ah Tian to patrol Haining Star. Shi Zhongqing's eyes were full of murderous intent. Wu Qing. Lu Siming. Those two bastards are murdering. Shui Jingyuan looked at Shi Zhongqing in astonishment. He hadn't seen such an expression on Shi Zhongqing's face for many years. Even when Zhongxing Palace found many spies last time, one of whom was Shi Zhongqing's disciple, who had been trained for many years, Shi Zhongqing's expression did not change much. For a Tian, Shi Zhongqing actually showed murderous intent, which made Shui Jingyuan hard to imagine what kind of relationship a Tian and Shi Zhongqing had. Now that things have come to this, there is no way. Shui Jingyuan was afraid that Shi Zhongqing would do something horrible without regard for the consequences like he did when he was young, so he hurriedly advised. The murderous intent in Shi Zhongqing's eyes was restrained, and he snorted coldly. You go through the procedure first. What procedure? Shui Jingyuan did not react at first. After reacting, he looked at Shi Zhongqing in a daze, and said, A Tian has been in Heningsing for 2 or 3 days, and he must be dead. You know the kind of place Heningsing is. Even if he is lucky enough to come out alive, no one knows whether he has any unknown things on him. If he really brings it back, I'm afraid. He can't die in the immortal court. You go and complete the procedure. This is also an opportunity. In this case, Wu Qing should not hold on to him. Shi Zhongqing said. Shui Jingyuan saw Shi Zhongqing's expression, and knew that he was not joking. He really couldn't understand why Shi Zhongqing thought that a Tian could come out safely. However, Shui Jingyuan didn't dare to say anything more. Shi Zhongqing's expression looked a little scary. I hope they won't do anything else, otherwise I might have to break the vows I have kept for so many years. Hearing Shi Zhongqing's words, Shui Jingyuan's body trembled for no reason. Shi Zhongqing has been like a good guy for so many years, and he has forgotten how terrifying Shi Zhongqing was back then. At this moment, he remembered the fear of the past. Shui Jingyuan could only go to Wu Qing to negotiate again, hoping that Wu Qing and his men would not do anything else, and could complete the procedure smoothly. Wu Qing heard Shui Jingyuan say that he still had to go through the process of a Tian, and frowned and said, Jing Yuan, why do you Zhongtian Star Palace have to have a Tian? How do I know? It was the order of the high priest. He said that a Tian is my Zhongtian Star Palace's person when he is born, and a ghost when he dies. To be honest, did you team up with Lu Siming to play a trick on me before, hiding a Tian and refusing to give him to me? I want to ask you, what is so special about a Tian that makes you hold on to him so tightly? Shui Jingyuan said deliberately. You and I have been friends for many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? I won't lie about this kind of thing. If I don't want to hand him over to you, it doesn't matter whether he enters Hanging Star or not. Wu Qing said. I believe you, but our high priest doesn't. You've made me feel awkward. I'm not popular with anyone. Shui Jingyuan sighed and said, since he's already in Hanging Star, just give me his file. I can give an explanation when I go back. Otherwise, this matter won't be resolved. Wu Qing didn't believe that Lin Shen could come out alive. He pondered for a moment and said, since that's the case, I won't make it difficult for you. Just follow the rules. Old Wu, what's the matter with the Tian? Why do you have to kill him? Shui Jingyuan asked again. Nothing. I just think he might be a spy from the ancient realm. Wu Qing said. Even if he is a spy worth it? Shui Jingyuan smiled bitterly, and shook his head. You don't understand. Wu Qing didn't explain too much. Shui Jingyuan followed the procedures, and brought a Tian's file to Zhongtian Star Palace. Lin Shen was now considered a member of Zhongtian Star Palace, and had no relationship with Changsheng Star Palace. When Lu Siming was doing the procedures, he sneered in his heart, what's the point of having a dead person? I don't believe that a Tian can come out of Hanging Star alive. Lin Shen was not unconscious, but he was like an ordinary person with a high fever. He was dizzy, and didn't even have the strength to stand up. He was in a daze. The theory of evolution was running wildly, and it seemed that there were countless insects with flames crawling in his body. There was a strange sense of creeping in the blood vessels, muscles, and even bones. In the first 2 days, Lin Shen's fever became more and more severe, and hallucinations appeared in his mind. It seemed that he saw Tianxuan, saw his child being born, and saw that his eldest sister, second brother, third brother and fourth brother were all back. The family happily gathered together to drink ice beer and eat hot pot. The hot pot was just too hot. The more he ate, the hotter it got. He didn't know where the chili was from, but Lin Shen was almost on fire. Fortunately, he had an ice beer in his hand. Lin Shen sucked and swallowed the bottle desperately, greedily letting his stomach feel more cool. You know what? The ice beer was effective. After a few sips, the cool breath spread all over his body, making him feel much better. What brand of beer is this? It tastes good, and the aftertaste is a little sweet. Lin Shen greedily sucked the bottle, wanting more coolness. Even if he subconsciously knew that this was an illusion, he still hoped to feel better. Lin Shen, who was already hallucinating, didn't realize that this was not entirely an illusion. If Lin Shen was awake at this time, he would definitely be scared by his own behavior. At this moment, he was lying under a strange beast with golden hair, sucking the milk of the strange beast like a young beast. This strange beast was bigger than a tiger, but it looked exactly like the number 9 experimental subject that Lin Shen had seen. Its eyes, which flashed with golden rings, revealed complex emotions, staring blankly at Lin Shen who was sucking its milk. This strange beast was the number 9 experimental subject. It was in the laboratory, and because it was subjected to various experiments by Director Lin, its body was already weak and had various problems. When Lu Siming led people to besiege it, it had no choice but to escape. Lu Siming thought it had escaped into the starry sky, but he didn't expect it to return to Hanging Star. Chapter 1076. Yes, the number 9 experiment is a deformed species bred by the cold shadow star, but it is not a natural ultimate creature. The original number 9 experiment was just an ordinary mutated lower-level deformed species, not even a divine beast. However, because the Research Institute continuously dumped experimental garbage and waste products into the cold shadow star, many deformed species on the cold shadow star died, and the few that survived had different degrees of mutation. The number 9 experiment grew into an ultimate creature through repeated mutations, and its level was constantly improving. It was a pity that when it evolved to the middle level, the Changsheng Star Palace discovered the problem of the cold shadow star, and cleaned up the cold shadow star. It was captured during that cleanup, and the Changsheng Star Palace paid a painful price for it. Even if it was only a middle-level number 9 experiment, the combat power it could burst out was not comparable to that of ordinary upper-level gods. In that battle, several 9-star priests and dozens of 7-star and 8-star priests died, and there were even more injured. Even the real high priest of the Changsheng Star Palace was injured before he captured the number 9 experimental subject. At that time, the Biluotian was still managed by the high priest himself. Lu Ximing took over the Biluotian after Wu Qing took office. The number 9 laboratory was also founded by the high priest himself, and the number 9 experimental subject was studied in the hope of cracking the secret of the number 9 laboratory's evolution into the ultimate creature. If the research is successful, the ultimate creature can be mass-produced. Unfortunately, until the disappearance of the high priest, there was not much progress in the research. Instead, the number 9 experimental subject actually made a breakthrough again in various experiments and entered the upper level, forcing the high priest to use special fairy silk to bind the number 9 experimental subject, making it difficult for it to escape, and constantly injecting some liquid medicine into it to control its physical state so that it could not burst out its true power. Lin Shan interrupted the fairy thread, and the number 9 experiment found a chance to escape. He used his own ability to make the staff of the teleportation station hallucinate, and returned to Hanging Star without anyone noticing. The environment of Hanging Star has become worse than when it left. The creatures that can survive here have basically undergone many mutations, but there are no more ultimate creatures. Instead, there are many upper-level distorted beasts. But the real horror is not those huge and rare upper-level distorted beasts, but the microorganisms of Hanging Star. These microorganisms have undergone rounds of mutations, constantly devouring each other and evolving, and they have evolved to an extremely terrifying degree. Lin Shan began to see strange microorganisms everywhere in the air. At that time, he did not realize that those strange microorganisms were themselves very terrifying deformed species. Those microbial deformities range from lower to upper levels, and at least they are all mutant quality, and there are also many divine beast quality. Lin Shan didn't realize at first that he was already in a terrifying sea of deformed species. Not to mention that Lin Shan couldn't bear it. Even if a higher level god came over, he couldn't bear it either. Fortunately, the characteristics of the microbial deformed species were quite special, and did not directly destroy Lin Shan's body, so he was not killed directly, but was only corroded by various strange characteristics. Experimental subject number 9 was able to use the illusion ability to escape back to Hanging Star without leaving any clues. Even Lu Ximing and others didn't find any clues, which shows how high its IQ is. When it found Lin Shan, it recognized Lin Shan at a glance. Experimental subject number 9 had no intention of killing Lin Shan. It knew that it was Lin Shan who saved it, but it also knew that Lin Shan was forced to save himself, and was not here to save it. So experimental subject number 9 had no intention of saving Lin Shan. He just watched those microorganisms covering Lin Shan's body, and various characteristics continued to erode his body. Originally, experimental subject number 9 thought that Lin Shan would die soon. Except for the original creatures of Hanging Star, which had already coexisted with these microorganisms, no foreign creatures could survive here. The upper gods came here and their bodies were invaded and parasitized by microorganisms. Even if they did not die on the spot, it was a matter of time. Experimental subject number 9 looked for a while, and saw that Lin Shan's body had been invaded by many microorganisms, but he still did not die. He was a little curious, so he came to Lin Shan's side and stretched out his claws to push Lin Shan's body, wanting to see if there was anything special on his body that allowed him to persist until now. Who knew that just as its claws were on Lin Shan's body, Lin Shan turned over and rolled directly onto it, grabbing its mammary organ and sucking. Subject number 9's body trembled, and his legs softened, and he laid down. Looking at Lin Shan sucking milk in his arms, subject number 9's eyes gradually became gentle. The Research Institute conducted various inhumane experiments on it, but they didn't know that subject number 9 was a parthenogenetic creature, and in fact it had already been nurturing offspring. It was just because the experiment caused too much harm to it, and it was injected with liquid medicine every day to control its physical condition, making its gestation process extremely slow. After returning to the cold shadow star, the body of the number 9 experiment recovered quickly, the embryo began to develop rapidly, and began to secrete milk, and was about to give birth to offspring. At this time, the number 9 experiment was affected by the hormones secreted by the body, and the maternal love had already overflowed, otherwise Lin Shan would not have been unmoved by drinking its milk. The number 9 experiment was so unique that it should have evolved to coexist with various microorganisms, like other deformed species on the cold shadow star, and all the microorganisms on its body would have evolved to the state of ultimate organisms with it. However, due to the intervention of the Research Institute, all the microorganisms in its body died, and it evolved a unique physique instead. Even higher-level microorganisms could not survive in its body. Its blood and even sweat can kill higher-level microorganisms. The milk it secretes has special characteristics, and ordinary people drinking it is no different from drinking poison. But after Lin Shan drank the milk, it was like eating pesticides, killing many microorganisms that invaded his body, but he himself did not have too many problems. The level of these microorganisms is extremely high. The killed microorganisms and the milk of the number 9 experimental body are absorbed by the constantly running theory of evolution and transformed into energy to strengthen the body. Because the energy is too strong, Lin Shan's body gradually undergoes strange changes. Chains of orderly light extend from his body, entangle together, and gradually form a light cocoon that wraps Lin Shan's body. Chapter 1077. Under the push of powerful energy, Lin Shan's body was reborn again. However, the nirvana light cocoon produced by this nirvana was actually composed of ordered light chains. The 3-star system was constantly running in Lin Shan's body, and the law matrix was also activated. The terrifying energy poured into the law matrix, making the distance between the particles in the matrix closer and closer, and finally connected together, gradually forming a line, and the line connected to a surface. Countless particles were connected together to form a chain-like structure, which turned into an ordered chain. The ordered light chain is the basis of the rules of the universe. Generally, it will only appear with the immortal crown. At this time, it was derived from Lin Shan's body, combined with the formation of the nirvana light cocoon, wrapped Lin Shan's body, and began another nirvana. If it were normal, from the moment the ordered light chain appeared, Lin Shan would have been promoted to immortal and became the king of law. But now these ordered light chains only wrapped Lin Shan's body and pushed him to nirvana again, without triggering the laws of the universe, and the immortal crown did not descend. Lin Shan's body was undergoing a transformation in the light cocoon, with the 3-star system as the core, and it was transformed again. Subject number 9 stepped aside and looked at the light cocoon that Lin Shan had transformed into, which was emitting strange law fluctuations. This fluctuation made subject number 9 feel a little confused. The fluctuation was somewhat similar to its ghostly characteristics, but also somewhat different. It even made subject number 9 unable to distinguish what kind of power it was. With the evolution of nirvana, flames gradually rose above the nirvana light cocoon, and the flames enveloped the light cocoon, and its shape was constantly changing. Sometimes it looks like a human shape, and sometimes it doesn't look like a human shape, like a cloud that changes constantly. As time goes by, Lu Siming feels a little uneasy. He looked at the time, and it has been 14 days since Lin Shan entered Haining Star. Calculating the time, there is only 1 day left in the patrol cycle. If Lin Shan is still alive, he should return to the teleportation station tomorrow and wait for the teleportation device to start teleporting back. Lu Siming doesn't believe that Lin Shan can still come out alive, but because Zhongshanxing Palace insists on completing the procedure, Lu Siming feels a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he hasn't seen Lin Shan's body with his own eyes. It is estimated that by this time, there will be no residue left of his body. Lu Siming feels that he is too cautious and a little overthinking. Although he thought so in his heart, when the time came, Lu Siming decided to go to the teleportation station in person to take a look. If Lin Shan really comes out, no matter if he is injured or infected, he will not let Lin Shan walk out of Blue Ocean alive. The deadly feud has been concluded. No matter if Lin Shan has any problems or not, he must die. He cannot be given any chance, otherwise there will be endless troubles in the future. When he arrived at the teleportation station, Lu Siming asked someone to bring a chair over and sat there waiting. He didn't dare to teleport to Haining Star to see the result. He just waited. If Lin Shan didn't teleport back at the specified time, everything would be fine. Time passed by minute, until the last second passed. Lu Siming's eyes were fixed on the teleportation device, but he didn't find any movement in the teleportation device. After waiting for a while, the transmission device still did not move. Lu Siming thought self-deprecatingly, the older you get, the more suspicious you become. I actually doubted that the boy could come back alive. I was really worrying too much. However, Lu Siming had no intention of leaving. The patrolman was scheduled to come out in less than half an hour. He had to wait until the time was up to be completely at ease. Seeing the time pass quickly, the transmission device still did not move, and Lu Siming's heart gradually relaxed a lot. Sure enough, he died in there. As time was about to run out, Lu Siming was about to get up, but suddenly saw a light on the transmission device. Lu Siming's body paused, his eyes fixed on the transmission device. He found it hard to believe that Lin Shan could survive until now. But apart from Lin Shan, there was no other god on Haining Star, and he was the only one who could activate the transmission device there. Lu Siming narrowed his eyes and moved his fingers gently a few times, which was a sign that he wanted to kill someone. A strong light flashed, The transmission device opened, and Lu Siming saw a figure walking out of it. Although he knew that the person who came out must be Lin Shen, Lu Siming was still a little surprised to see Lin Shen walking out of the transmission device in an immortal suit and unharmed. He couldn't imagine how Lin Shen survived in a place like Hanging Star that was more terrifying than hell, and he seemed to be doing well. This person has been contaminated. He can't be allowed to leave, otherwise the star priests of Blue Ocean will be infected and must be eliminated immediately. Lu Siming looked at Lin Shen, but he said this to the ordinary Lu Lan. Lu Lan is his confidant and relative, so naturally, such a person is needed to do this kind of thing. Of course, Lu Siming has already thought about it. If he can fool around, it would be the best. If he can't fool around, Zhongxing Palace will pursue him, and he can only push Lu Lan out to take the blame. After all, the laws of the Immortal Court are there, and he is unwilling to do such a thing as killing the Star Priest himself. Lu Lan naturally didn't expect that Lu Siming had such a calculation in his mind, and executed the order without hesitation. Lu Lan's soul flashed, turning into the appearance of a fierce beast, and a strong purple light enveloped his body. It was a kind of soul light and shadow that resembled a giant ape, barefoot, with iron rings on his ankles, and the murderous aura rose up in the sky when he walked, like a monster sucking souls on the battlefield. The soul Zhu Yin, a powerful soul with a law of war, can only be condensed by those who practice heavenly soldiers and divine arts. Possessing extremely strong combat ability, he can strengthen the laws of gods in all directions. Lu Lan had no intention of using his spirit to deal with a lower-level god. He could kill him with a slap. Lu Lan slapped Lin Shen, not even giving him a chance to speak. Zhu Yin, the spirit, followed Lu Lan's action and slapped Lin Shen. The strong purple light instantly pressed on Lin Shen's head, like the light of annihilation. Lu Siming watched from the side. Another purpose of letting Lu Lan take action was to see how Lin Shen could walk out of Hanging Star alive. Lin Shen looked at the terrifying divine light pressing down on him, and just raised one arm, with his palm in the shape of a pistol, and fired at the palms of Lu Lan and Zhu Yin. The sand between his fingers flew out silently, and at the moment of contact with the purple light, it burst into a terrifying brilliance. Chapter 1078. Lin Shen completed the third nirvana on Hanging Star. After his body was fully restored to normal, he found that this time, the attributes of nirvana were greatly enhanced. User, Super Base Nirvana Creature, Evolvable, Strength, 29432. Speed, 18754. Hardness, 17462. Toughness, 18524. Base change rate, 100%. Theoretical upper limit of life activity, 3200. Base change talent, Super Base Text, Super Base Recast, Super Base Form. Life base, Fate-defying person, Inheritance fan. Nirvana attribute, none. Distortion characteristics, Super Base shooting. Distortion soul, Super Base life soul. Super Base life soul, my life is determined by the soul, not by the god, and your life is determined by the god, not by the soul. Lin Shen discovered that this time of nirvana actually increased all his four-dimensional attributes by 10,000 attributes. His current basic attributes are basically equivalent to the top-level lower-level gods, and his strength is far beyond that. After the Super Base form is activated, all attributes doubled, which is almost the same as the middle-level gods. If he merges with I Ming again, the attributes will explode. The middle-level gods will find it difficult to match him in terms of attributes, and only the upper-level gods can fight him. Moreover, Lin Shen also has a distorted soul, which is an ability only middle-level gods have. Lin Shen estimated that although he could not be promoted to immortal, his attributes and abilities had actually reached the level of immortals, or even stronger, but he was not immortal in name only. He himself was also very puzzled. Such attributes and abilities, even the law matrix that had been transformed into the order light chain, should be enough for him to be promoted to immortal, but for some reason, he just couldn't be promoted. Trying to stimulate his soul, a colorful glow rose from his body, burning like a blazing flame, but it did not form any ghost or god appearance. Lin Shen had never heard of such a soul. Theoretically, the soul should be in the form of some ghost or god. Even if it is not a ghost or god, it should be some kind of entity. It was like a river, a mountain, a sun, etc., but his soul really had no form. It was like fire and clouds, covering his body, swaying and changing with his formation. Lin Shen did not have time to figure out what was going on with his soul, because he saw the number 9 experimental subject standing next to him. Because the size of the number 9 experimental subject was many times larger than before, he could not recognize it at the first time, and was startled. He retreated vigilantly, and took a defensive posture. But he found that the giant beast was just looking at him, without any intention of attacking, and his eyes were very strange. After a few glances, Lin Shan immediately saw that the giant beast in front of him was exactly the same as the number 9 experimental subject he had seen before, but it was many times larger. Test subject number 9, is that you? Lin Shan saw that there was no hostility in the other party's eyes, and there was some unclear meaning, so he asked with a move in his heart. Seeing that the giant beast actually nodded, Lin Shan was immediately happy. The other party did not attack when he had problems with his body, and was able to understand his words at this time. It was obviously very intelligent, and should know that he had saved it before, so this problem was easy to solve. Lin Shan first stopped the power in his body to show that he had no hostility, and then said to the test subject number 9, "You and I are in the same disease. I am also being persecuted by those people now. We should be friends, right?" Seeing that the number 9 experiment subject nodded again, Lin Shan was immediately delighted. The number 9 experiment subject is an upper ultimate creature. If it and Lin Shan reach a united front, Lin Shan's safety on the cold shadow star will be guaranteed. Unfortunately, although the number 9 experiment subject has a high IQ, due to its body structure, it cannot make human-like sounds, and has no way to communicate with Lin Shan verbally. Lin Shan looked at the time, and found that 11 days had passed. He was shocked. He didn't expect that so much time had passed. It felt like a short period of time had passed, at most 1 or 2 days. He didn't expect that this nirvana would take so long. The number 9 experiment subject turned around and wanted to leave. He turned back and gestured to Lin Shan, as if asking Lin Shan to follow it. Lin Shan hesitated for a moment, and then followed the footsteps of the number 9 experiment subject. This planet is a huge garbage dump. All kinds of garbage from the blue sky are dumped here, making the environment of the entire planet extremely bad. There are rotten liquids everywhere, emitting a pungent stench. After Lin Shan's rebirth, his attributes were already very strong, but when he activated the super base form, he still couldn't keep up with the speed of the number 9 experiment. The number 9 experiment obviously slowed down, and Lin Shan could barely keep up. On this planet full of radiation and pollution, Lin Shan suddenly saw an oasis-like area. Looking closely, it was not an oasis, but a lotus leaf that stretched as far as the eye could see. The green lotus leaves were connected like an ocean, and the roots were rooted in the black rotten leaves. Although in such a harsh environment, they were as crystal clear as jade, which made people marvel at the magic of the Creator and the tenacity of life. In such a harsh environment, such a beautiful and holy life could be born. When they got closer, they found that these leaves were much larger than ordinary lotus leaves, and each leaf was much larger than the body of subject number 9. Subject number 9 jumped up and walked on the lotus leaves. Lin Shan also stepped on them. The feeling was a bit strange. Then he found that these leaves were really as hard as jade, and could bear their weight without any problem. And they were also very tough. The stems and leaves shook when they stepped on them, but they would not break. Not far away, they saw a huge lotus flower in front of them. Subject number 9 jumped up and landed in the lotus flower. Lin Shan also jumped in, and found that subject number 9 actually regarded this huge lotus flower as its residence, and was lying in the lotus flower at this time. The petals of the lotus flower were like crystal and jade, emitting a hazy halo. In this lotus flower, the piercing stench could not be felt at all, but there was a faint fragrance instead. Lin Shan tried to breathe, and suddenly a refreshing fragrance rushed into his nose, which lifted his spirits. The hairs all over his body opened comfortably, and the turbid air in his body was discharged. What was even more surprising was that the gravity of the cold shadow star itself was very strong, but in this lotus, it seemed as if there was no gravity, and the body could float up with a slight movement. The number 9 experimental subject lying there roared at Lin Shan, as if he was saying something to Lin Shan, but unfortunately Lin Shan could not understand what it meant. At this moment, Lin Shan felt that his IQ was crushed by the number 9 experimental subject. The number 9 experimental subject could understand human language, but he could not understand the language of the number 9 experimental subject. "What do you want to do?" Lin Shan could only ask. The number 9 experimental subject stretched out his claws, and a little light condensed at the tip of the claws, and drew a few strokes in the air. In Lin Shan's shocked eyes, the light at the tip of the claws actually drew a few human words in the air. "I need your help." Chapter 1079. Lin Shan was shocked by the intelligence of subject number 9. He soon figured out what subject number 9 wanted him to do. Subject number 9 was pregnant, but when it gave birth, its body would become very weak. Other deformed species might take the opportunity to kill it, so it needed Lin Shan to protect its safety when it gave birth. "With your ability, You should be able to kill all the deformed species that could threaten you before you give birth, right? Lin Shan pondered. They hid and can't be found. Subject number 9 continued to write with his claws. What kind of strength do those deformed species have? My ability is limited. I may not be able to protect you. I can only do my best. Lin Shan said. You can do it. Subject number 9 wrote the last few words, put down his claws, lay there, closed his eyes, and stopped talking to Lin Shan. It was also forced to do so, otherwise it would not have asked Lin Shan to protect it. Although it was born on the cold shadow star, it has been away for too long, and because of the experiment, it can no longer be considered a creature with the deformed species on the cold shadow star. The key is that its power can still restrain the deformed species here, which makes the other deformed species on the cold shadow star very hostile to the number 9 experiment subject. The number 9 experiment subject killed some of them, but unfortunately the other part hid, and the number 9 experiment subject could not find them all and kill them, so he could only ask Lin Shan for help. Of course, the best result is that those deformed species dare not come, but this possibility is still relatively low. Those deformed species have already regarded the number 9 experiment subject as their mortal enemy, and they will definitely not miss this opportunity. Lin Shan didn't know when the number 9 experiment subject would give birth, and there were only a few days left before the end of the patrol. He had to rush back before the end of the patrol, otherwise Lu Siming would catch him and make things difficult for him. Fortunately, the number 9 experiment subject told him that it was about to give birth. Lin Shan found that in this lotus, the ubiquitous microorganisms on the cold shadow star could not be seen at all. In fact, there were very few microorganisms in this lotus leaf area. It is estimated that this plant itself has some kind of repelling effect on microorganisms, just like mosquitoes don't like the smell of certain plants. After only 2 days, Lin Shan could feel that the breath of the number 9 experiment subject became very chaotic, and it almost stopped communicating with him, lying there with its eyes closed all day. If it weren't for the breath, Lin Shan would have thought it was about to die. Lin Shan suddenly heard some strange noises, and hurriedly looked out through the gap between the petals, only to see some strange figures appearing on the huge leaves in the distance. They all look similar in size to subject number 9, and are all weasel-like, but their appearances are completely different. Some deformed species have many scorpion-like tails on their backs, and some have 2 or even 3 heads. Some have mouths that are split to the roots of their ears, and rows of teeth grow on their faces. Some have eyes all over their bodies, and most have all kinds of growths on their bodies. They look evil and ugly, and make people feel extremely uncomfortable. They crept quietly on the leaves, probably because they didn't want to be discovered by subject number 9. They are coming. Lin Shan looked at subject number 9 and whispered to it. But subject number 9 just lay there with his eyes closed, and a look of pain appeared on his face. It was obviously time for him to give birth. His aura was extremely chaotic, and he became very weak. Those bastards really know how to pick the time. Lin Shan took out his sniper rifle and aimed at the deformed species outside through the gap between the petals. With almost no hesitation, he pulled the trigger directly. It's better to kill one now than to be besieged later. Judging from their speed, there are at least dozens of them. Bang! At the moment the gun went off, the bullet appeared out of thin air in front of the forehead of a deformed species. The deformed species actually reacted, and a divine light burst out from its body, turning into a strange beast shadow, like an eagle but not an eagle, like a mouse but not a mouse, and black light shot up into the sky. But the soul was not able to withstand the bombardment of the bullet, and the soul and its head were pierced. Seeing the monster's head being pierced, Lin Shan continued to shoot without hesitation, and shot at another deformed species. The deformed species was prepared, and when the bullet appeared in front of it, its head actually split from the middle, and split into 2, dodging the bullet. Fuck, so fast, it must be a higher level creature. Lin Shan's heart skipped a beat. Although his attributes are already very strong, he is not sure if he can protect the safety of the number 9 experiment subject against so many higher level creatures. Lin Shan stared and found something that made him even more horrified. The deformed species with a pierced head did not die. It dragged half of its head and rushed towards Lianhua like crazy. The other deformed species also knew that they had been exposed, and turned into afterimages and flew over. Damn it! Lin Shan threw down the sniper rifle, fully activated his skills, and rushed out with the fate-defying man. His attributes doubled and doubled again, almost as good as those of a high-level god. He made his hands into gun shapes and swung and shot again and again. Silent Finger Sand shot out continuously, flying along a strange arc at an incredible speed. Bang bang bang. One by one, the deformed species were shot and fell, either their heads were blown up or their hearts were pierced. Lin Shen originally thought that it would be difficult for him to block the attacks of these deformed species, but he was surprised to find that after those deformed species were hit by his finger sand, not only were their bodies pierced, but their souls were actually directly shattered. Being shot through the body is not a fatal injury to those deformed species. Even if the head is blown up, they can still move freely, and many microorganisms will crawl out of the wound. Those microorganisms will entangle together and quickly build the broken organs, and soon recover as before. These deformed species are too weird. They may not be called individual life forms, but a kind of life collection. Their bodies are composed of countless micro-deformed species, but these microorganisms are born in unity and mutate into a strange and bizarre creature. So hurting their bodies is not very useful for these deformed species. However, the souls of the deformed species were broken up, which caused a heavy blow to their strength. For a while, the deformed species rushing from all directions were actually shocked by the hands of Lin Shen, who was suspended above the lotus, and slowly stopped their attack. The souls were broken, so they could no longer rely on the power of the souls, and their abilities were obviously reduced by a large margin. Chapter 1080. Is this the function of the super base soul? Lin Shen was ecstatic. He could break other people's souls. This ability was stronger than he expected. If all souls could be defeated, it would mean that all souls would lose their function in front of him. In this case, his super high attributes could play a huge role. He could directly crush the same level by relying on the attributes. When Lin Shen was happy, he saw mysterious light and shadow bursting out from the deformed species one by one. The light and shadow actually materialized into a translucent entity, staring at Lin Shen with a covetous look. Soul. Lin Shen's eyes were fixed. What was coming had come. To deal with the middle-level deformed species, breaking their souls would cause their combat effectiveness to drop sharply. But the upper-level deformed species had already condensed their souls. The souls were transformed into forms, and they were almost immortal. They did not need to rely on the power of the souls, and they could burst out with extremely strong combat power. Seeing hundreds of spirits approaching from all sides, while the deformed species hid far behind, Lin Shen could only smile bitterly to himself, ready to burst out his strength and fight with all his might. After he merged with the Defiant, his attributes should not be weaker than the spirits, and in a one-on-one situation, he might not lose. But there were hundreds of spirits here, and Lin Shen could only take one step at a time. With the screams of the deformed species, hundreds of spirits rushed towards Lin Shen with all kinds of ghostly brilliance, and a terrifying atmosphere enveloped the entire area. Lin Shen fired continuously with both hands, hoping to use the power of the super base soul to see if he could break the bodies of these spirits. Bang bang. Bang bang. The super base divine shot, combined with the power of the super base soul, did penetrate the body of the spirit, but the spirit was not the light and shadow that the spirit transformed with the help of the power of ghosts and gods. It was a solid entity. The penetrated body quickly repaired itself and did not cause much damage. It's fatal. Lin Shen's fingers and fists came out together, and his figure flashed quickly. Waves of wave-treading fists blasted out one after another, spreading to the surroundings like a tidal wave, with silent finger sand in the middle. Such a terrifying force could not resist the siege of hundreds of spirits. In the terrifying divine light, the fist force was torn apart, and the finger sand did not have much effect. Seeing the overwhelming power falling down, Lin Shen was thinking about how to break through the siege, but he saw a golden light rising from his head. The overwhelming divine light was directly dispersed by the golden light and shattered in an instant, like an egg hitting a stone. Hundreds of spirits that rushed over stopped rushing forward in shock and looked at the top of Lin Shen's head in horror. Lin Shen also looked up and saw that the number 9 experimental subject was floating above his head. The golden light emanating from his body was actually divided into 4, turning into 4 ghost-like spirits. Lin Shen had seen many spirits, but he had never seen a god or a deformed species with 2 spirits. The number 9 experimental subject turned into 4 spirits, which surprised Lin Shen greatly. It was not until this time that those deformed species reacted and wanted to turn around and run away without even wanting their spirits. Unfortunately, there was no chance. Lin Shen only saw the golden light blooming from the top of his head, illuminating the world like golden sunlight. In just a moment, those spirits and deformed species that came into contact with the golden light turned into ashes in the golden light, and finally even the ashes disappeared. Lin Shen stood under the number 9 experiment subject and dared not move, fearing that if he moved, he would be touched by the terrifying golden light and end up like those deformed species and spirits. In just a moment, all the deformed species were destroyed, not even a hair was left. The light on the number 9 experiment subject dissipated, and slowly fell down. Standing in the lotus, stretched out his claws and wrote in the air, "I am going to give birth, you go out first." After Lin Shan came out of the lotus, he suddenly realized that the number 9 experiment subject did not really want him to protect him. He just deliberately messed up his breath, and used him as bait to attract those deformed species to come out, and catch them all before giving birth. This IQ is amazing. Lin Shan sighed in his heart. Looking at the huge lotus from a distance, the golden light inside rose, like a volcano erupting golden magma. In this situation, the number 9 experiment subject officially gave birth. The golden light source on the lotus lasted for more than 10 hours, and painful roars continued to come from it. When the sound gradually became weak, the golden light gradually dimmed. When the golden light completely disappeared, Lin Shan finally heard a cry like a baby coming from the lotus. Lin Shan did not dare to approach the lotus. At this sensitive time, Lin Shan was afraid that if he approached the lotus, it would cause misunderstandings from the number 9 experimental subject. "Are you okay? Is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Shan asked from a distance. "Come here." A series of golden lights flew out from the lotus, forming 2 words in the air. Only then did Lin Shan get up and approach the lotus, and flew into it. In the lotus, subject number 9 lay on its side, with a furry little animal lying beside it. What puzzled Lin Shan was that the little animal looked similar to subject number 9, but the fine fur on its body was black, completely different from the golden hair of subject number 9. At this time, the little animal was lying under subject number 9, sucking milk desperately. Although it was just born, the fluctuation of its breath was already very scary. It was probably born with a deformed upper species. Subject number 9 looked at its cub, and it seemed that there was a maternal glow on its body, and its expression was peaceful and loving. "Is there anything I can help with?" After waiting for a while, Lin Shan saw that subject number 9's eyes moved away from the cub and looked at himself, and then he spoke. "Take it away." Subject number 9 wrote a few words in the air. "Where to take it?" Lin Shan was slightly startled. "Take it away from here, take care of it, and let it learn to survive in your world." Subject number 9 wrote. "What about you?" Lin Shan was delighted. Subject number 9 actually wanted him to take the cub away. This is a superior deformed species, and it may be the ultimate creature. It is almost the ceiling of combat power. Just look at how subject number 9 can kill so many superior deformed species with one strike when it is about to give birth. You can imagine how terrifying its offspring will be. But Lin Shan didn't quite understand why subject number 9 would let him take its cub away. It shouldn't be trapped in such a place for its whole life. It should have a wider world, but it's too dangerous for it to go out by itself. "I can only entrust it to you." Words flashing with golden light flashed from the claws of subject number 9, letting Lin Shan understand why subject number 9 would let him take the cub away. Lin Shan only realized at this time that subject number 9 had asked him to guard the birth, which should be a test in itself. At that time, it had already planned to do so.